Apex University. 7 in the evening, May the 20th. Below Women's Dorm Hall 2, colored candles flicker in the shape of a massive heart. At the center sits a basket overflowing with 99 blood-red roses. A tall, polished young man grips a megaphone. He aims it at the upper floors and shouts, "Jin in room 302. It's Vance. I like you. Be my girlfriend. Jin, from the moment I saw you at the New Year's Eve party last year, I fell for you, right at first sight. Jin, I know you're in there. I'll wait until you say yes." Inside room 302, a cluster of girls buzz with excitement. "Oh my God, Jin. Vance is confessing to you on May 20th. It's a special day in your part of the world," one of them gushes. "The day people pick to confess their feelings. That's so romantic." And Vance isn't just good looking. He's the heartthrob of Apex University. Top student in the finance department too. His family is old money. Serious old money. I heard his parents drop $42,000 on his allowance every single month. A literal silver spoon prince. "Jin, what are you standing there for? Go down and say yes to Vance already." "Wait. Her face is still covered in that black mask. She can't go out looking like that. Quick, drag her to the bathroom and wash it off." The target of the confession, Jin, stares blankly around the room. A pitch-black seaweed mask still coats her face. A year ago, she had graduated. She had become a programmer at a big tech firm. Her days were 9 to 9, 6 days a week. Sometimes it flipped to round the clock, 7 days straight. She had pulled all-nighters until 2 or 3 in the morning for an entire week. She had even pushed herself harder on her own. Most nights, she crashed on a folding cot at the office. 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day. That was all she got. She had known it deep down. If she kept going like this, exhaustion alone would take her out. The second the project wrapped, she filed for time off. But then, while she was sleeping in her rented apartment, the neighbor's gas cylinder detonated. And just like that, she was gone. But not completely gone? Was this one of those transmigration tropes from fiction? Not doing anything, and still dying. Rotten luck, cursed timing. Jin scans her surroundings. A 4-person dorm room, bunk beds. Study desks tucked beneath them. 3 unfamiliar faces that somehow feel almost known. A sharp pain splits through her skull. Fragments of memory flood in. Along with them come the threads of a post-apocalyptic novel she had binged recently. It hits her then. She hasn't just transmigrated. She's fallen into the hottest web novel of the moment. In that novel, the original Jin was the campus goddess of Apex University. A freshman in the dance department. A stunning beauty with magnetic features, a killer figure, and an aura that drew endless suitors. But the original was a lovesick fool. A side character with nothing in her head but romance. She was written out before chapter 10, and the guy standing below with that megaphone, Vance, was the very reason she spiraled into love brain oblivion. Here's the twist. The same Vance who had chased the original for months, who was now confessing to her in front of 100 witnesses, he had been engaged for over a year. His own grandfather, Old Whitmore, had locked in the match. And the fiancé? None other than the novel's female lead. Viper studied at Apex University too, a sophomore in the accounting department. 1 month from now, Viper would have a prophetic dream. She would see the apocalypse rolling in. On top of that, she would awaken the ability to sense artifacts, pulsing with strange energy. Viper would then hunt down the original Jin. She would demand compensation for stealing her fiancé. By that point in the novel, the original had been officially dating Vance for a month. Her entire mind had been consumed by him. The Whitmores had power, serious power. And Vance himself was charming, attentive, seemingly devoted. The perfect marriage material on paper. Even when she learned he had hidden the engagement, the original couldn't bring herself to walk away. The engagement between the Whitmores and the Canes had come from a single event. Many years back, Viper's grandfather, Old Kane, had saved Old Whitmore's life. But Old Kane was a proud man. He had lived in hardship, raised his granddaughter alone. Yet he refused a single dollar from the Whitmores. Last year, Old Kane had been diagnosed with a terminal illness. Only months left. Before he passed, he went to the Whitmores. He asked Old Whitmore to honor a promise from decades ago. One request. Within reason. That request was a marriage alliance. Old Kane wanted a shield for his granddaughter. She had grown into a striking young woman. And her deadbeat parents, who had never raised her, suddenly saw dollar signs. They were already plotting to sell her off to the highest bidder. Only the Whitmore name could scare that scum couple into backing off. Old Whitmore was a man who kept his word. Of his 3 grandsons, the eldest was married. The second already had someone. So the engagement landed on the youngest. Vance. Vance couldn't stand Viper's stubbornness. Couldn't stand her pride. Despite the engagement, the two barely spoke. The Whitmores wired Viper $1,400 each month for living expenses. They kept her biological parents away. That was the extent of it. To get Viper to break off the engagement, the original had transferred $42,000 to her account. A clean breakup fee. She even handed over the white jade pendant, an 18th birthday gift from her own brother, Cole. Collateral damage compensation. In exchange, Viper agreed to annul the engagement. She promised to keep the history buried. Otherwise, Jin, the campus goddess, would be branded a homewrecker, a woman who stole another's fiancé. Her reputation would rot. But Viper didn't just squeeze money out of the original. She went to the Whitmore estate. She wept. She pleaded. She walked away with another $420,000 in compensation from old Whitmore himself. That was the capital she used. A girl from nothing, stockpiling supplies before the world ended. The jade pendant Viper took from the original looked ordinary. Just another pretty necklace. It wasn't. Hidden inside was a pocket dimension. A Vitaspring. Arable land for farming. Space for livestock. A food vault where nothing ever spoiled. This was the ultimate cheat code. The most coveted artifact in post-apocalyptic fiction. As for Vance and the original, the ones who betrayed Viper, their ends were never going to be kind. Before the collapse hit, the story of the original stealing someone's fiancé got broadcast everywhere by Viper's friends, from goddess to homewrecker. Overnight, the original became a pariah. Spit on by everyone. Not long after the collapse hit, the original Jin had been shoved out by Vance, a meat shield to slow the infected down. Just to buy him a few more seconds to run. In her final moment, her face had frozen in pure disbelief. The man who had whispered love into her ear weeks ago could pull something this cold. Vance himself didn't last much longer. The infected closed in on him too. From Viper's point of view, she had been the one to lure the massive horde over. Then she had slipped into a blind spot and vanished into her pocket dimension. She had stood there in safety, watching the scumbag and the homewrecker turn on each other, watching them fall, one after the other. The sight gave her pure satisfaction. But now, Jin has transmigrated into the original Jin of the novel. Her emotions churn in tangled knots. From the original's perspective, all she did was accept a confession from someone's fiancé. A fiancé she didn't know was taken. She dated him for a while. When she learned she had become the other woman, she paid the female lead off. Clean transaction. But because she couldn't stomach the homewrecker label, she snapped at Viper a few times. And for that, she paid with her life. Brutal. A textbook case of a side character taking the fall for nothing. Later, Cole, Jin's older brother, pieced together that his sister's end had Viper's fingerprints on it. On top of that, the jade pendant he had gifted her had ended up around Viper's neck. To avenge his sister, Cole went dark. He twisted into the final boss. He stood against the protagonists on every front. In the end, his fate wasn't kind either. Fortunately, Jin has landed in an early window. The collapse is still 3 months away. Right now, she has zero ties to the scumbag Vance. The female lead Viper hasn't glimpsed the future yet. And most important of all, the jade pendant her brother gave her still hangs from her neck. Jin stands in front of the sink, staring at her reflection. Her eyes settle on the white jade resting just below her collarbone. Under the red glow of the overhead light, the teardrop pendant catches fire. Stunning. She wants to nick her finger and bond it right now. But she forces herself to hold back. This is not the moment. It has to wait. At that moment, her roommate Bree pushes into the bathroom. She hurries her along. Jin, what's taking you so long? Vance is still waiting down there. It's rude to make him wait like this. Kat chimes in next. Jin, are you seriously going to follow your brother's rule? No dating before 20? Come on, you're an adult. Why is it always my brother this, my brother that? He calls you, what, a few times a year? You two barely see each other. What gives him the right to run your life? Vex jumps in with her own pitch. Exactly. Vance is a prize. If you let this slide, you're never finding anyone better. Just date him. Once things get solid, bring him home to meet your brother. We're in college, for God's sake. Who asks family permission to date anymore? Bree doubles down. She's right, Jin. Just say yes. Vance has the face, the money, the name. Dating him is a win for you. If it doesn't work out later, you can always walk away. Jin smirks coldly inside. If she weren't the new occupant of this body, surrounded by this honey-coated pressure, the original wouldn't have stood a chance against Vance. Vance had chased the original for months, but she had never accepted a single gift from him. She had made a promise to her brother Cole, no dating before 20. If she wanted to be with someone, she had to bring him home first. Only with her brother's approval could it continue. That was why she had never touched a gift from any suitor. Jin's family isn't rich by dynasty standards, but they're comfortable. The original's parents used to run a garment factory. They made solid money, then poured it all into real estate. Over the last decade, property values exploded. They had even collected compensation when 2 of their properties were demolished for redevelopment. The combined net worth of the 2 siblings sits close to $14 million. Put bluntly, Jin's bank account could easily outweigh Vance's allowance. A handful of gifts was never going to move her. Unable to crack her defenses, Vance had pivoted. He started showering her 3 roommates instead. Bubble tea, snacks, designer cosmetics, electronics. The works. When roommates eat your food and spend your money, they become your advocates. They sang Vance's praises to the original every chance they got, and in fairness, Vance's profile really was top tier. It wasn't surprising the original had started to crack. Jin and Cole are blood siblings. Full brother and sister. He took their father's surname. She took their mother's. 13 years ago, a plane crash took their parents. Jin had been 6. Cole, 14. He was the one who had stepped up, raised her, carried the weight. But 3 years ago, after Cole finished his doctorate in biology and moved into research, they had started drifting. 2 or 3 visits a year, at most. Once she started college, they only saw each other for 2 days during the Lunar New Year. This had left the original bitter, resentful that Vex keeps pushing. You haven't seen your brother in forever, right? Maybe if he hears you're dating, he'll actually come back to check on you. Jin is peeling the seaweed mask off her face. At those words, she turns her head and locks eyes with Vex. This woman knows exactly where to stick the knife. If she were still the original Jin, she would have caved on the spot. She would have said yes to Vance without a second thought. Sneaking around in a secret relationship. The one brother she had depended on, too busy to visit. His work always mattered more than she did. It had left the original starved for affection. Easy prey for someone like Vance, a girl who would spiral into love brain oblivion overnight. Unfortunately for them, the current Jin isn't the original. In her past life, her parents had lean traditional, a mild sun-first bias, but they had still cared about her. Those 2 worked themselves raw, skipped meals, scraped together every dollar to put both their kids through school. Even after she started working, even knowing she earned well, they still called to ask if she needed money. If it wasn't enough, they said, just tell us. Work too brutal? No problem. If she couldn't take it anymore, she could always come home and take over their little spicy hot pot shop. The reason she had pushed herself into that brutal overtime was simple. The family home was falling apart. No elevator. Stuck on the 8th floor. A furnace in summer, a freezer in winter. The roof leaked when it rained. She had wanted to save up, buy her parents a new place. A proper one. She can only imagine how devastated they must be, hearing that she had died. The one thing that softens the guilt, she had bought accident insurance. Her bank card held about $17,000 in savings. Her mother knew the PIN, and her younger brother, a senior in construction engineering, already deep into a job site internship, had grown up. He had matured. He would take care of their parents. She was sure of that. Back to the present. The current Jin isn't starved for affection. She understands Cole clearly. On the surface, he buries himself in work. But underneath, his sister is his red line. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned into a vengeful monster for her in the novel. Which is exactly why Vex's little psychological play doesn't land. She peels off the seaweed mask, grabs a soft towel, starts cleaning her face. Running water fills the bathroom. It cuts through the 3 roommates. Sales pitch. Vex had been sure her trump card would close the deal. That Jin would agree to try dating Vance instead. Nothing. Zero reaction. As Jin finishes rinsing, Vex bites out. Jin, are you in or out? Give us a straight answer. Bree piles on. Yeah. Vance is going horse down there. Kat tries to smooth things over. Stop pressuring her. I think Jin's about to say yes. She's just shy, you know? She did say she wouldn't date before 20. Come on, Jin. What's there to be embarrassed about? We're sisters. Nobody's gonna make fun of you. Watching you pass up a catch like that, it's us who feel the loss. Jin's voice stays flat. Stop. I need to change. I have somewhere to be. All three take it as confirmation. Jin has come around. She's heading down to accept. They rush her to get dressed. Bree even bolts into the hallway and yells down to the courtyard. Vance! Jin's changing. She'll be down in a minute. Vance's face lights up like a man about to claim his prize. He calls back. Take her time. I'm not in a rush. A few minutes later, a girl steps out of the bathroom, gray and white sweats, hair pulled into a tight ponytail. Vex's jaw drops. Jin, seriously? Sweats? You're the face of Apex University. You're going to accept a rich kid's public confession dressed like that? Bree winces. She's right. At least the white dress. Something soft. Innocent. Kat offers, a short skirt with black tights would work too. Sexy. Vex jumps back in. And your hair, let it down. Guys lose their minds for long, loose hair. If you can't do full makeup, at least throw on some lipstick. Jin treats all of it like background noise. She walks to her desk, grabs her phone, pulls her ID from the drawer, grabs a black surgical mask from the closet, stuffs it into her sweats pocket. Then she heads for the door. Kat shouts after her, Jin, you're wearing slippers. This is just careless at this point. Jin doesn't react. She steps into the elevator and is gone. The three stare at each other. After a long beat, Bree speaks first. Why do I feel like she's not going down there to say yes, but to shut him down? Kat's face darkens. If she rejects him, how the hell are we supposed to collect our $700 matchmaking fees from Vance? Vex snaps, venomous. Who the hell knows what that girl thinks? She's just an orphan with no parents. Riding on a pretty face and acting like she's too good for everyone, even someone like Vance, isn't enough for her. I honestly want to see her find someone better. Good luck with that. The three of them keep grumbling for a stretch. In the end, they decide to head down and witness it for themselves. The first floor of the dorm, the manager's office. The spot sits behind the stairwell, out of sight from the courtyard. Right now, the dorm manager, Ms. Doyle, has her eyes glued to a period drama. About the ruckus outside, she'd come out a few times when Vance first started yelling into that megaphone. But the girl in question never showed. Ms. Doyle lost interest, gave up, and went back to her show. She's seen the circus plenty of times. Every year there's a few like this. The show is better. Jin walks in. Ma'am, I need a favor. Ms. Doyle doesn't look away from the screen. Her voice clips. What is it? Spit it out. Jin's delivery is direct. $70. I need you to grab a bucket of water and a broom, go outside, splash the guy with a megaphone, and run him off. And when you do, say a line for me. Doyle's entire demeanor shifts. She kills the TV with a click. A wide grin spreads across her face. Deal. Apple Pay or Venmo? What's the line? I'll nail it, trust me. Jin lays it out. Just yell. Vance, don't you already have a fiancé? What kind of stunt is this? Pulling a public confession? You absolute scumbag. Ems. Doyle studies Jin. Barefaced. No makeup. Still more beautiful than any of the actresses in her drama. By a mile. She connects the dots. This has to be the girl the guy outside is confessing to. When she hears the line Jin wants her to drop, her righteous fury ignites. Oh, perfect. That little punk has a fiancé and still has the nerve to come here and harass a sweet girl like you, looking for a side piece. Shameless, despicable, disgraceful. She shoves the QR code screen away. A wave of righteous purpose rolls through her. Honey, I can't take your money. Someone has to step up for things like this. Calling out a scumbag is everyone's civic duty. Jin catches her hand, serious. Ma'am, this might bring you trouble. If I don't pay, I won't rest easy. My family's comfortable. I have plenty for pocket money. Please don't refuse. Ms. Doyle stops fighting it. Money is easy to pay back. A favor is a debt that sticks. She pulls the QR code screen back up. Jin scans and transfers $70 instantly. The moment the notification pings, Ms. Doyle spins on her heel, charges into the bathroom, and fills a bucket halfway with water. She picks the filthiest broom from the rack. Then she marches it into the stall, dunks it into the toilet bowl, and swirls it a few times for maximum flavor. Waiting outside, Jin catches a familiar set of voices near the stairwell. On instinct, she presses herself against the wall behind the door. Kat's voice floats in. Move. Jin probably already shot Vance down. We need to get out there and smooth things over. Vex hisses back. If she rejects him, I'll fake a trip and shove her right into his chest. In front of everyone, with phones filming, whether she wants it or not, they're a couple. Bree falters. Isn't that kind of extreme? What if Jin loses it? Kat scoffs. Think about the $7,000. That girl's slow. A few sweet words and she folds. Vex sneers. Bree, still hung up on Vance? That why you don't want this to work? Bree backtracks fast. What? No, I got over him ages ago. $7,000 hits different. By then, the three are past the exit. Whatever else they say, Jin can't catch. Her expression goes cold. This is exactly why she had paid someone else to face him instead of doing it herself. Vance had orchestrated a whole production, dragged along friends, classmates, spectators. The works. Put plainly, it was emotional blackmail dressed up as romance. Crowd pressure, cheering. A coordinated squeeze to force Jin into saying yes. If she had rejected him in public, the situation would have spiraled. Vance would have lost face. He might have flipped, tried to grab her, hold her there out of sheer humiliation. And physically, she couldn't match a grown man. Every person Vance had brought was on his side. Alone, she had no leverage. Arguing or fighting, both dead ends. Getting into it with a scumbag like him was a waste of time. In the pushing and pulling, she could get hurt. Or worse, the pendant could get damaged. That was not a risk she was willing to take. That was the nightmare scenario. And now, the very fear she had planned around, Vex had just confirmed it, planned to shove her into Vance's arms. For $7,000, Jin had written these three off as surface friends. Not close. Cut ties later, and that would be the end of it. She had not expected a nest of vipers ready to sell her out for cash. A cold glint flashes in her eyes. A quiet thought rolls through her mind. Just wait. When the collapse lands, I'll make sure all three of you find out exactly what being sold out feels like. Just then, Ms. Doyle strides out, broom in one hand, half-full bucket in the other. Niece, you coming with me or what? The running water in the bathroom had masked the roommates' exchange. Ms. Doyle hadn't heard a word of it. Without waiting for an answer, she waves a hand. Actually, stay put. They've got numbers. A small thing, like you, would get trampled. I've got this. Jin nods. Thank you, ma'am. Be careful. They might snap and come at you. Ms. Doyle would be exposed to real risk. Ms. Doyle scoffs. Me? Trampled? I already pinged the iMessage group. Security Lee and Security Grant are coming up from the main gate. The managers from buildings 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are grabbing their gear too. They're close. They'll be here any second. The women's dormitory complex holds 6 buildings inside a closed compound. Security guards man the outer gate. Before 10 at night, male students can walk freely through the dorm grounds. But to get upstairs, they have to clear the dorm manager. A valid reason is required. The female student has to come down in person to escort them, and they can't stay over an hour. Knowing the backup is coming, Jin finally exhales. She wires another $98 to Ms. Doyle. When the older woman resists, Jin insists. It's for the other managers and the guards. Buy them drinks. Ms. Doyle relents. Right as Jin finishes speaking, Ms. Krieg from Building 1 rolls up. A broom in her hand, a battered but solid toilet plunger tucked under her arm. Ms. Krieg is built like a tank, not someone you want to cross. Jin watches the 2 managers march toward Building 2, pure purpose in their stride. She doesn't stay for the show. She pulls the mask up over her face. While every eye in the courtyard locks on the chaos at Building 2, she slips through the back door and vanishes from the dorm compound. Jin runs along a tree-lined path. A campus shuttle pulls up within minutes. She hops on without thinking. 5 minutes later, she's at the main gate of Apex University. She calls an Uber. 20 minutes after that, the car stops in front of a 4-star hotel. The area around campus has plenty of motels and hotels. But plenty of people also know her as the face of Apex University. If someone spots her walking into a place nearby, word will reach Vance fast. And then she won't be able to shake him. Bottom line, putting distance between herself and the campus feels safer. Within minutes, Jin has checked into the Meridian Hotel, key in hand. She doesn't head up immediately. First stop, the pharmacy next door for medical supplies. Second stop, a convenience store for a large bag of high-energy snacks. Third stop, a fast food joint for 4 full meals to go. Only then does she head back to the hotel, satisfied. In the novel, Viper had bonded with the pendant's pocket dimension by dripping her blood onto it. She had been in her dorm. All 3 of her roommates had been out. The moment the bond completed, a gnawing hunger had hit her. Hunger so deep, she could have eaten an entire cow. She had cleared out her own food stash. Then she had torn through the stockpiles of all 3 roommates. Only after all of it was gone did she feel the edge of the hunger dull. Because of that incident, Viper had clashed with her roommates. Their already shaky relationship had turned openly hostile. Viper had paid them back in cash. But they hadn't let it go. The words had gotten cruel. They had stopped calling her by name. Instead, they had given her a new one. Viper the thief. Later, once the collapse hit, the 3 girls noticed something. The people around them who had awakened the gift needed massive amounts of food to fuel themselves. Thinking back to the afternoon, Viper wiped out the entire dorm room's food supply. They connected the dots. Viper must have awakened her gift that day, which meant she had been stockpiling long before the rest of them, so they went looking for her. They made her life a living hell, bit by bit. In the end, none of them made it. Viper fed them to the infected herself, which is exactly why Jin isn't about to bond the pendant anywhere near that dorm room. Human nature crumbles under pressure. A little caution now saves a lot of pain later. She has brought enough food. If it runs out, she can call downstairs to the fast food joint, tip a little extra, and have someone deliver right to her door. Jin settles onto the couch. She unpacks the iodine, disposable syringes, and bandages from the pharmacy bag. She lifts the pendant off her neck and sets it down. After a careful sterilization pass, she pricks her wrist with a syringe and drips a single drop of blood onto the jade. Right on cue. The blood vanishes the second it touches the surface. Absorbed instantly. But here's what catches her off guard. The bonding isn't complete. And yet a vague thought forms in her mind. A single drop isn't enough. Why is it different? She mutters. Viper's bonding didn't work like this. In the novel, 1 drop and she was done. Lucky for her, outside of studying and working, Jin's biggest hobby had always been reading fiction. Apocalyptic fiction in particular. She has read through countless bonding scenes. One rule held steady across most of them. The more blood an artifact demands, the higher its tier. Jin thinks for a beat. She picks up her phone and drafts an SOS message to Cole. She sets it to auto-send after 24 hours unless she cancels it manually. Then she pulls up her contacts. Cole's number sits on screen, ready. A single tap will call him. Everything's set. She places the phone within arm's reach. She picks up the syringe again. This time, she draws more. More drops onto the jade. She won't press an open wound against it. What if it's a hungry leech? What if it drains her dry? She uses a 5-milliliter syringe over and over. When the pendant has drunk about 200 milliliters of her blood, something shifts. Sitting on the tissue box on the coffee table, it suddenly explodes into a beam of white light. The light shoots straight into the center of Jin's forehead. A cold sensation brushes her skin. Her eyes close on reflex. An image blooms in her mind. An island, roughly the size of Hainan, from her past life. Hills, forests, grasslands, rivers, lakes, everything. The island is ringed by deep blue ocean. 100 kilometers offshore, a thick wall of white mist seals the perimeter. On the island, only 2 structures stand. One sits at the center, surrounded by the most stunning scenery. A classical mansion, sprawling, over 100 acres of compound. The other sits at the island's edge, on a patch of barren land, a 2-story bamboo house. Jin senses it clearly. She has become the master of this island. A single thought, and she can step inside. She opens her eyes. No crushing hunger like Viper. Instead, a gentle current of energy flows back into her through the contract. Her mind sharpens. Her body feels lighter. Every cell of her hums with calm. Jin's eyes light up. Maybe this is what fully bonding with the pendant actually looks like. The space Viper ended up with, it must have just been the barren patch on the edge, with the tiny bamboo shack. At first, Viper's zone had been the size of a basketball court, 10 meters tall at most. Only after she dumped massive quantities of infected cores into the space had it expanded, eventually reaching the size of a football field, 50 meters high. And after Viper bonded, the pendant had stayed as a pendant. Visible, physical, dangling around her neck. Viper had spent her entire life on edge, terrified someone would spot it and take it. Every time she needed to hide inside the space, she had to find a safe, concealed spot to stash the pendant first. Always anxious, always looking over her shoulder. Meanwhile, after Jin's bonding, the pendant has turned into pure energy. Invisible. Folded straight into her mind. Nothing for anyone to take. And not only is her zone massively larger, the resources inside are staggering. Wild boars, pheasants, and hares on the mountains. Cattle and sheep on the plains. Fish, shrimp, and shellfish in the waters. Countless fruits. Wild herbs. Medicinal plants. Why is the gap between her and Viper this extreme? Could the space be an ancestral inheritance? Something only a direct bloodline descendant can fully unlock? Maybe the answers are right here. In this space. A single thought, and Jin is standing in the central courtyard of the magnificent mansion. She takes in the scale of it. Up close, she realizes something fascinating. The exterior is classical architecture, curved tiled roofs carved with intricate detail, winding corridors, rock gardens, strange, beautifully pruned flowers. But inside, the furnishings are fully modern. Flat-screen TVs, central AC, leather couches, throw pillows. Everything. A flawless blend of aesthetic and function. But her attention gets pulled away fast. A magnetic tug. Something calling her. Jin moves quickly through the main hall. She heads straight for the room on the right side of the first floor, a study. Not too big, not too small. 3 massive bookshelves stretch from floor to ceiling. The shelves are packed with academic texts. Agriculture, livestock, climate, science. On an otherwise empty desk, a single letter waits. She can feel it now. That magnetic pull, it's coming from the letter. She steps forward, ready to open it. And freezes. To break the seal, she needs blood again. Stamped across the envelope in sharp black ink is a single line. To read this letter, drip blood into the circle. Any forced opening will trigger auto-destruction. Inside the circle, a single bizarre alien symbol waits. Jin's instincts tell her not to look too closely. One quick glance is enough. Her gut whispers that her blood is the key. Otherwise, the moment she stepped into the haven, that strange pull wouldn't have dragged her straight to the study. She presses the pinprick on her fingertip, the same spot she used to bond the haven pendant. After the bond locked in, she'd been so high on the thrill of exploring the haven that she forgot to staunch the wound. Now, a light press and a fresh bead of crimson wells up. She smears the droplet across the sigil inside the circle on the letter. The envelope flares. A rainbow of light spills out and condenses into 2 figures hovering in the empty air of the study. It looks like a hologram straight out of a sci-fi novel. When Jin's eyes focus on their faces, she breathes, "Dad? Mom?" 2 figures stand before her, a man and a woman, both looking no older than 30. The man carries a polished, sharp-boned handsomeness. The woman is cold, composed, built of iron. Their clothes are sleek, modern, almost futuristic. Both wear grave expressions. Their eyes hold a tangle of concern, worry, and something close to emotion breaking through. They're unmistakable. Her father, Everett Shaw, and her mother, Evelyn Ashford. Jin stands frozen. Her mind churns. They died 13 years ago. A plane crash. Didn't they? She feels the edge of a massive secret opening under her feet, and she can't tell yet if it's salvation or ruin. The woman speaks first. "Ginny, it's your mother." The man follows. "Ginny, it's your father." So she hasn't mistaken them, but the confusion still claws at her. She wonders, are these 2 just a stored recording? Or something closer to a conscious echo capable of thought on its own? And if they can think, can they tell their daughter isn't the same soul anymore? As if reading the question off her face, Evelyn speaks, her tone heavy. "Ginny, this is only a recorded hologram your father and I left behind. We don't know if you'll ever see it, but if you're watching now, it means the worst has come." Everett picks up, his voice low. The extinction event of Cerulea, what we call the 9th reset, is also the final cycle. Only at this point would you and your brother be able to find the letters we sealed in the study. A low hum fills Jin's ears. Her thoughts drop into white noise. She already sensed something was off. Her long-dead parents, suddenly reborn as something larger, something important. No random accident could explain that. And maybe the haven itself is something they prepared for her. She already knows what's coming. 3 months from now, the collapse. The acid rain that lasts half a month. more than half the population twisting into the infected. The mutated, warped, vicious plant life. Humanity crashing from the top of the food chain to the very bottom, scraping just to survive. But those threats alone aren't enough to call it an extinction event. Not enough to warrant tearing time and space apart to restart the world. Jin assumed if her parents went to the trouble of leaving this message, they'd explain it all. Why they died and came back. Where they disappeared to. What they did for all those years. What the extinction event really means. What a reset actually is. Evelyn only says, Ginny, you've just finished bonding the Haven. Your strength hasn't caught up yet. There's a great deal I can't tell you now. Saying too much will only put you in more danger. Just remember this. Stand with your brother. Support each other. Grow fast. Raise your strength. The time left for you both isn't long. Maybe 10 years. Maybe only 3 to 5. Everett adds, Ginny, when you reach Tier 4 gifted, come back to the study. You'll receive more then. Evelyn presses on. Ginny, you're going to ask, why in your memory was it someone else who inherited the Haven, not you? That's because had already foreseen at %, and from the 2nd reset to the 8th reset, and the first 19 years of the 9th, your body was steered by a corrupted echo from your past life. Your main soul has now returned safely. That corrupted echo has finished its role and has reincarnated as an independent soul. It left you only the memory records from after the 9th reset began. As for your adoptive family, your adoptive parents and little brother in that other world, once you're gone from their lives, they'll receive great blessings. Fortune, peace, good health, long life, prosperity. You don't need to worry about them. Everett takes over. The reason the Haven is this vast, this rich with life energy, it's because your splinter souls, and the ones before you across 8 previous bondings, gathered that energy and stored it here. In the 9th reset, this Haven was always meant to be yours the moment your main soul returned. The keep itself is being activated for the very first time. The rest? Don't trouble yourself with it yet. Evelyn's face softens. A warm, hopeful smile breaks through the iron. Prepare for the collapse, Jenny. I believe, this time, you'll do it. Your father and I will be waiting for you at waiting for the day our family is whole again. Everett's tension eases. His voice drops to something gentler. Ginny, hold on. We'll see each other again. And with that, the 2 figures fade out, dissolving back into light. Jin stands motionless. Inside her chest, a storm is rising. Too much information. Too fast. For a long moment, she just stands there, letting it crash over her. It takes a while before she can process any of it. And worse, parts of what her parents said were cut, redacted, static where the key pieces should have been. It leaves her with the strange sense that she knows a little, and also nothing at all. Maybe that's exactly why they couldn't tell her the full truth about the collapse. Maybe anything beyond a certain line just gets blocked. Jin isn't stupid, and she has years of reading these kinds of stories under her belt. If the infected and the mutated on Cerulea aren't enough to end the world, if they can only be called an internal threat, then whatever can actually destroy Cerulea, the real end of things, can only come from one direction. From beyond this world. She hasn't forgotten what Everett said. The words, the great filter. It's like stripping the gray crust off a rough stone and exposing the gem underneath. Once the shine is visible, greedy eyes are sure to follow. The thrill of inheriting the Haven dims almost instantly, but the collapse is already inevitable. Holding the Haven in her hands is another way out, another card to play. Her survival odds just went up. Considerably. There's also the other thing. The quiet unease she's carried since she woke up in this body. The feeling of having stolen someone else's life. She's been bracing for it, wondering if Cole will eventually sense that she isn't his real sister. And if he does, she could easily become the target of his grief. One flash of rage, one clean strike from him, and she's gone before she can even explain. But Evelyn and Everett already saw it coming. They laid it out for her. Even with parts of their message cut off, the core landed. She isn't an intruder wearing someone else's skin. She's the original owner of this body. And there's no previous owner coming back to fight her for it. That alone settles something heavy in her chest. Then there are her parents from her past life. She caught it. Evelyn's choice of word. Adoptive parents. In her past life, Jin had been beautiful from childhood. Her face almost identical to the one she wears now, the kind of beauty that scores a 95 out of 100. But her adoptive parents and her little brother? Plain, average, nothing that turned heads. She used to suspect she wasn't their biological child. She'd even asked them outright. They told her the looks came from further up the family tree, that she resembled an aunt who'd passed away generations back. And there was another strange thing. While her family all agreed she was beautiful, strangers saw her as completely ordinary. Walking down the street, no one ever glanced twice. The strangest part? There was one time she rode the bus, and every person around her got pickpocketed. Phones, wallets only, she walked off untouched. It was as if invisible labels had been stamped on her background character. Nothing special, negligible presence. Easy to look past. Easy to skip. Over time, she got used to it. At least no one ever harassed her for her looks. And sure, she never got any perks from them either. Now, after hearing what Evelyn and Everett said, she's certain those two operators did something. Something they set up before she was ever born into that old life. Thinking further won't help. No answers are coming in the short term. A family reunion has to wait, at the very least, until the internal threat on Cerulea is handled. As for the external threat, that's still far off. That's not what she needs to focus on right now. Jin sets the spiraling thoughts aside and starts exploring the old world manor-style grounds to see what's here. A few gardens in, she's already bored. The entire compound is made of old world, manor-style villas, beautifully finished, fully wired with every appliance she might need, but showing no sign that anyone has ever lived here. No toilet paper, no toothbrushes, no pots, no pans. It looks exactly like an apartment right after handover, move-in ready and untouched. The good news, the water running through the entire estate is low-grade Vitaspring. Nothing heavy, but there's a quiet pulse of energy in it. Long-term use strengthens the body, boosts overall health, speeds up healing of surface wounds. The effect matches what a Tier 1 gifted could do for enhancement and light healing. The electrical grid inside the keep is powered by the Haven's own energy conversion system. And every villa has between 1 and 3 floors above ground, plus 1 to 3 below, all of them stasis vaults. A small placard by each vault door explains what they do. Anything stored inside stays fresh, stays intact, stays uncorrupted, as close to frozen time as technology allows. But current energy reserves will only cover minimum operation for about 10 years. To conserve power, the Haven only carries a limited variety of edible flora and fauna. The catalog is broad, but quantities are thin, enough to feed her for 1 to 2 years, no more. Infected cores, mutated cores, and cores from warped plant life can all be burned as fuel to feed the Haven. From what she already knows, Jin figures she should start stocking enough food and supplies for 2 people, her and Cole, for a full decade. In short, she needs to start converting her assets and building up her stockpile. She steps out of the Haven carrying a few takeout boxes she'd bought downstairs earlier, still faintly warm, and drops them into an underground stasis vault inside the keep. She grabs a large bag of snacks on the way past and tosses those in too. Her phone is still lit up in her hand. She picks it up and calls Cole. Before she goes shopping, she needs to have a real conversation with him first. Does Cole have a Haven of his own? Where did the Haven pendant he gave her actually come from? In the novel, or more precisely, in the memory fragments she inherited from the 8th reset, none of that information was ever recorded. Just as the call is about to time out, Cole finally picks up. His voice comes through warm but worn around the edges. Jin, what's up? Something wrong? You need something? I'm in the middle of a critical drug trial right now. If it's nothing, hang up. If it's something, keep it short. Jin. Okay, so today's conversation isn't happening. Cole still has the mental bandwidth to run a drug trial. He probably has no idea the collapse is coming. In the original story, after hearing his sister was gone, he was wrecked with regret, hating himself for burying his head in work while she was left to fend for herself. If he hadn't, his sister wouldn't have fallen in the first few days after the collapse even began. Even so, in the original timeline, because Viper kept the Haven pendant on her at all times, Cole could still faintly sense it. He could feel that the pendant he'd given his sister was now being carried by Viper. Maybe, because of how unique the Haven pendant is, Cole already knows more than he lets on. Jin decides to strike directly at his weak point. She drops her voice into something small and shaking. Big brother, I've been bleeding. A lot. I don't know if I'm about to be gone. I don't want to go. But the pendant you gave me, I don't know why. It kept pulling blood out of me. I think I just saw Mom and Dad. I sent my location through iMessage. Please, come get me. And listen, do not call the police. Do not call paramedics. No one. 9 parts truth, 1 part, well, something else. The moment she ends the call, she pings Cole her hotel location and room number through iMessage. Cole immediately calls back. Before she can even hang up, her phone dies. Battery gone? Perfect timing. Jin heads downstairs to the front desk and rents a charger. The fee gets tacked onto her deposit. She also leaves word with the receptionist. If a Mr. Shaw shows up looking for her, hand him the key card. Back in the room, she plugs the phone in. Then she slips sideways and steps into the haven. This time, she's here to eat fruit. As for the Vitaspring, she'd already taken a small sip on her first walk through the keep. The water was crisp, faintly sweet. After drinking it, her body felt lighter, smoother, almost weightless. But the sip had been small, and the effect stayed subtle. The haven isle is thick with fruit trees. Different species, different growing seasons, different climates. But the energy here is dense enough that everything thrives. Every tree is loaded. Every branch bends under the weight. Jin works her way through a juicy honey peach. Then cherries, grapes, kumquats, lychees. Every piece is bigger, sweeter, richer than anything on the market outside. The flavor is on another level. When she spots a watermelon sitting round and full, she almost reaches for it, but her stomach is already pressed to the brim. There's no room left. She can feel it now. Energy flooding through her, close to bursting. Her whole body feels light, almost airborne. Her instincts whisper, the gift is about to awaken. It makes sense. The haven is saturated with energy, which means every fruit she just ate came from Tier 1 mutated plants. The plants inside this haven max out at Tier 1. Because Jin herself hasn't awakened the gift yet, the fruit feels potent to her. Rich. Overwhelming. Once her gift climbs higher, the same fruit will do nothing more than fill her stomach and restore a small amount of energy. But right now, before awakening, eating fruit from Tier 1 mutated plants will tip the scales in her favor, and she's inside the safest place possible. Wrapped in energy, shielded. Even if the awakening fails, she won't have to worry about the wild, violent energy in the air twisting her body into one of the infected. In here, that simply can't happen. A thought. A pulse. She steps through space and lands in the main living room of the keep. She crosses to the water dispenser, fills a glass with Vitaspring, and drains it in one pull. The glass lands on the counter. Jin drops backward onto the leather sofa, and she's out. Dark. When Jin opens her eyes again, it's 8 in the morning the next day. She slept for 10 hours straight. The first thing she notices is the smell. Sour. Pungent. Her gaze drops. Her skin is coated in a film of dark grit, maybe 2 millimeters thick, clinging to her like a second layer. This is the benefit of awakening on Tier 1 mutated fruit and Vitaspring. Deep body purification. It scrubs out the marrow, flushes the channels, purges every trace of toxin and impurity baked into the body. A baseline upgrade before the real work begins. People who awaken during the global acid rain, relying on the thin, ragged energy scraped from the air, face a much higher failure rate. Those who do survive awakening take anywhere from 24 to 48 hours to finish the process, and afterward, they're starving. They need to eat, fast, and a lot, just to replace the energy the awakening burned through. None of them get the deep body purification Jin just received. Their bodies strengthen, but only a little. Hard to even notice, unless they happen to awaken a strength-type gift. For everyone else, that first upgrade is barely a whisper. Jin gets to the bathroom fast and scrubs herself down. Out of the shower, she realizes she didn't bring a change of clothes. She pulls on the bathrobe and throws her dirty set into the washer-dryer. Now for the first time, she takes a real look inward. What exactly did I awaken? An image forms in her mind, faint, translucent. The white teardrop-shaped haven pendant. Inside the image, an island wrapped in mist. And next to it, something new. A second vision. An ancient tome. The material doesn't look like any one thing. Like gold, but not gold. Like stone, but not stone. And across the center of the cover, 4 bold words are inscribed, the Spirit Bestiary. Below the title, a tiny hexagonal spirit crystal is set into the cover. Clear as glass. What the hell is this? Jikian stares. In every apocalypse novel she'd read, gifts tended to fall into predictable categories. Mind control. Physical enhancement. Or the classic elementals. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, ice. Rarer types existed too. Light, shadow, space, time, precognition, language, poison, illusion, magnetism. She'd seen all of those. But a gift, shaped like a book? That's a new one. She focuses inward, pressing her attention against the tome, trying to parse what her gift actually does. The understanding comes fast. The hexagonal spirit crystal embedded on the cover is a physical representation of her mental strength. As for the gift itself, the Spirit Bestiary could also be called beast taming. Except it isn't limited to beasts. Through the bestiary, she can forge a master bond with any mutated beast or mutated plant that possesses sentience. Creatures without sentience, or with too little of it, or with strong hostility toward her, can't be bonded. The bond simply won't form. Put simply, it has to be a mutated beast or mutated plant with high enough sentience, low enough hostility, even a trace of goodwill toward her. Only then will the bond lock in. And once it does, every time a bonded companion evolves, a portion of that evolutionary energy flows back to her. It raises her mental strength. It strengthens her body. But if a bonded companion is killed, her mind takes damage with it. She'll need time to recover before she's whole again. Jin's eyes brighten. This is a gift that covers every angle. Technically, she only has one gift, but through it, she can bond with any number of mutated beasts or mutated plants, assembling her own pack. When enemies come, she can stand back. Stay in the shadows. Let the pack do the fighting. And the moment anything goes wrong, she steps sideways, back into the haven. Gone. She has to admit it. This gift suits someone who values safety. Someone like her. No. She corrects herself. Someone who values stability and caution. Of course, an actual pack is still a far-off dream. First problem. The number of companions she can bond is capped by her mental strength tier. Right now, she's only at Tier 1 mental strength, which means she can forge bonds with no more than 3 creatures. Tier 1 mutated beasts or mutated plants, and no higher. Push past that limit, and she won't be able to hold them. They could turn. Bite back. Jin smiles. Her pulse picks up. She can't wait to find her first mutated beast to bond. Most mutated plants can't move on their own, and their raw combat power falls well short of mutated beasts. Not worth considering yet. Her gift has real long-term potential, but it's fragile early on. On her own, she barely has any combat power. Which means her first companion has to hit hard. Or, at minimum, be fast enough to escape anything it can't kill. As for the animals already inside the Haven Isle, they only reach Tier 1, not bonding material. Better used as food reserves. Finding something outside. The outside world probably hasn't produced any naturally awakened mutated beasts yet. Too early. There's another option. Pick a normal animal she likes, then feed it Haven fruit and Haven-raised meat. Pair it with Vitaspring. Accelerate its awakening through food alone. But that kind of thing can't be rushed. Slow work. She needs companions she can trust in the apocalypse. Which means filtering carefully. Anything too rebellious. No. Anything too skittish. Also no. And, yeah, anything too ugly. Also no. An idea starts forming in her head. When it comes to pets she actually loves. Cats, obviously. Beautiful. Clever. Affectionate. In her past life, she'd always wanted a cat. But her mother wasn't into it. After she graduated and moved out on her own, work ate everything. Constant overtime. She'd come home and collapse straight into bed. No life that suited an animal. Pets need attention too. Besides cats, Jin likes dogs. Kids pick one. Adults pick both. So, both. Cat and dog. The collapse hasn't started yet. She can't exactly go bond a tiger or a lion right this second, can she? Decision made. Jin heads to the keep's stasis vault and pulls out a portion of last night's dinner for breakfast. Steamed minced pork with egg, salted fish with eggplant, stir-fried greens, and white rice. The food is still warm. The vault's preservation really does work. The flavor isn't incredible, but it holds up. After a quick meal, she finishes it off with a slice of that watermelon she'd been eyeing yesterday. Her clothes are dry. Jin changes into athletic wear and steps out of the Haven, landing back in her hotel room. She'd planned to sweep the Haven Isle with her mental strength. Just a preliminary scan. Earlier, when she'd walked out to pick watermelon, she'd already used her senses to get a general read. South of the main villa, a freshwater lake. The other three sides: crops and common fruit trees. Surrounding the planting zones, large warehouses for storing produce. Then a knock at the door. The sound arrives muffled, as if pushed through some kind of barrier. It feels like it's coming from the sky. Except the sky doesn't knock, which means it's coming from outside, the actual hotel room door. The moment she fully lands back in the room, a sharp beep cuts the silence. Someone is swiping a keycard at the door. Jin reacts fast. She throws her newly learned mental senses outward, sending a thread of awareness past the wall. The person in the hallway is exactly who she expected. Her brother, Cole. She quietly tucks away the small stool she'd pulled from the haven, something she'd been ready to use as a weapon, just in case. Click. The door opens. Cole looks wrecked. The sharp-boned, handsome face is worn down by dark circles under his eyes, a fresh shadow of stubble roughing his jawline. It gives him a haggard, mournful kind of beauty. When he sees Jin standing upright, intact, a few meters away, he freezes. He scans her slowly, top to bottom, takes his time. After a long moment, he registers what he's actually looking at. His sister isn't bleeding out, she isn't pale, she isn't injured at all. If anything, she looks like someone who just downed an entire stack of miracle tonics. Skin smoother than before, color high in her cheeks, eyes bright, focused, alert, maybe even more beautiful than the last time he saw her. Cole finally lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Then his brow tightens. His voice goes sharp. Jin, if you were fine this whole time, why didn't you answer the door? Even if you wanted to see me, you don't play games with your own health. Jin lifts one corner of her mouth. If I hadn't put it that way, would you have come today? Or would it have been months before I saw your face again? Cole doesn't have the energy to argue with her over something that small. Not now. He rubs his forehead, crosses to the sofa and drops down into it. He's been pulling all-nighters in the lab for weeks. 3, maybe 4 hours of sleep a night, if that. Last night alone he took a red-eye flight, transferred twice, and barely made it into G-City this morning. The entire way his stomach had been in knots. Terrified something real had happened to Jin. For her to pull a stunt like this to force him here. Whatever's going on, it has to be serious. His eyes catch on the coffee table. A red cord, snapped in half. In the trash can, a used single-use syringe. Gauze. Then he looks back at Jin and notices it. The white pendant she always wears around her neck. Gone. Where's the pendant? He asks. Jin answers with a half-truth, watching for his reaction. Oh, it dissolved. Turned into a streak of white light and flew off. Cole is on his feet in an instant. Flew off where? No, that's wrong. The thing should still be on you. Jin almost asks how he would know that. But before she can speak, she lets her mental strength spread outward, and she catches it. A faint, unmistakable pulse of response. Coming from him. Her eyes drop to the black cord around his neck, and the small, flat, pale green pendant hanging from it. Her gut knows immediately. That pendant contains a space too. As for why both of them can feel each other's spaces, their parents probably placed some kind of lock on it. A restriction. Cole sees her gaze settle on the pendant at his throat. He understands instantly. She's successfully bonded her own. His pendant is usually tucked inside his shirt. But today, with Jin's cry for help eating at him, he'd left it exposed on purpose, in case he needed to pull something from the space fast. A medical kit, for example. Emergency supplies. Cole trusts Jin. Completely. There was a reason he hadn't told her about any of this before now. He exhales. His voice drops. Quieter. Ginny, you want to ask about where the pendants came from. About our parents. The time is right. I won't keep any of it from you anymore. As it turned out, last October, Cole had received 2 pieces of jewelry items their parents had placed inside a bank safe deposit box 1 month before the plane crash. By standard practice, safe deposit prepayment runs in clean blocks. 1 year, 3, 5, 10, 15, 20. Everett and Evelyn had paid for something stranger. 12 years and 3 months. The term expired exactly 1 month before Jin's 18th birthday. Last October, the very moment the term ended, the bank reached out to Cole. They hadn't been able to reach his parents, so they went through police records and tracked down Cole, eldest son, listed primary contact. Did he want to renew the storage or retrieve the contents? They hadn't contacted Jin because at the time she wasn't yet of legal age. She was a month shy of 18, and even once she turned 18, she'd still be a first-year college student. not in a position to make decisions alone. So the bank went to Cole, the listed backup contact. Cole wanted to know what their parents had left behind. He chose to retrieve it. Inside the deposit was a locked suitcase. The password hint, a combination of his birthday and his sister's. When he opened it, he found 2 small jewelry boxes, each holding a pendant, along with a letter. In the letter, their parents wrote that the 2 pieces of jade were the last gifts they would leave their children. The flat piece pendant was for Cole. The teardrop pendant was for Jin, but for reasons they couldn't fully explain, everything about the pendants had to be kept hidden, from Jin specifically, for the time being. If she ever asked, Cole was to tell her it was a birthday gift from her older brother. The pendants required a drop of blood to bond. And once bonded, the user was to stockpile at least 10 years' worth of food and essentials inside the space. Cole was not to tell anyone about the space. Not even Jin, unless she'd already bonded her own. Breaking that rule would put her in danger. The letter closed with a single line, "Take care of each other. We love you both." The instant Cole finished reading, the aged paper dissolved into ash. Gone. Dust in the air. If he hadn't recognized his parents' handwriting for certain, and if he hadn't personally pulled everything from the bank vault himself, Cole might have thought someone was playing a cruel joke. He followed the instructions, pressed a drop of blood onto the pendant, and the impossible happened. He could feel it. A space. Inside the jade, roughly the size of a football field. Inside, a 500 square meter villa, 3 floors above ground, 3 floors below, and a well. The rest of the land was empty. Raw, black soil. Perfect for farming. Their parents' letter hadn't said a word about an apocalypse. Nothing about gifts. No mention of whether they were still alive. And if they were, where Cole is sharp. The fact that his parents had quietly prepared heirlooms like this, a decade in advance, right before a plane crash killed them, that couldn't be coincidence. Gifts that rare paired with instructions to stockpile supplies, it meant one thing. His parents almost certainly hadn't died. They were trapped somewhere. Stuck. Unable to come home. Leaving behind something this valuable, along with a warning to prepare, only made sense if they feared that one day he might get pulled into whatever had taken them. And preparation was never wasted. Why give Jin a pendant without telling her about the space? That part, he still couldn't figure out. But his mother had written the warning clearly. Revealing too much too early would do more harm than good. With no further context to work from, he refused to gamble with Jin's safety. He kept his mouth shut. In case whatever unknown presence had taken, his parents only targeted people who knew. If that was the case, better that he carry the risk alone. Over the next several months, Cole quietly leased a small grocery store. Used inventory restocking as his cover. Stockpiled enough supplies for both siblings to live off for 20 years. On top of that, he bought a massive bulk order of military ration biscuits, sealed vacuum packs, straight from the factory, enough to feed 10 people for 20 years. The soil inside the space could be farmed. That gave him a renewing supply of fresh food indefinitely. In short, the reserves he was building could carry the 2 of them comfortably for a lifetime. With plenty left over for barter, the past few months Cole has been running himself ragged. Day job. Supply runs, each run carefully timed and layered to avoid suspicion. On top of all that, after hours, he farms. His space now holds dozens of common vegetable varieties. A small pond he dug himself, stocked with fish and shrimp. 4 pigs, 20 free-range chickens, dozens of rabbits, and more than 100 lab mice. Cole lives in his lab because he discovered something. The crops and livestock raised inside his space carry a strange kind of energy. The most obvious sign: vegetables and meat from the space simply taste better, richer, and after eating, his mind feels sharper, clearer. For someone who lives for research, that was all the invitation he needed. His greatest joy in life is research. Cole couldn't resist. He carved out another section of soil and started growing medicinal herbs. The results blew past anything he'd expected. Terminal illnesses, cancer among them, responded to the space-grown herbs at double, triple, sometimes many times the efficacy of standard treatment. Cole sank into the high of one successful drug trial after another. Couldn't pull himself out. But there was a problem. These herbs couldn't be mass-produced, which meant the drugs derived from them could only ever reach a small, upper-class clientele. That wasn't the goal. That was never the goal. He wanted the poor, the working class, the people drowning under terminal diagnoses, to be able to afford these drugs. He wanted terminal illness to stop being a death sentence. But it was too hard. Not something one person could pull off. Cole loved medical research deeply, but he couldn't tell the world where the breakthroughs were actually coming from. He couldn't reveal the space. If he did, it wouldn't just be him in danger. Jin, as the holder of the teardrop pendant, would be exposed too. To stay under the radar of whatever unknown presence his parents had feared, to avoid becoming its target, Cole refused to drink too much Vitaspring, refused to eat too much of the space's miracle produce. Working 16-hour days, surrounded by colleagues running on fumes, gaunt, hollow-eyed, dragging themselves through every shift, while Cole alone looked sharp, rested, bright-eyed, glowing with energy. That kind of difference couldn't stay hidden. Anyone with half a brain would notice. As a researcher, Cole knows exactly how sharp his colleagues' eyes can be. So every day, after putting in 14-hour shifts at the lab, he slips into the greenhouse for a few more hours of work. He still allows himself only a small cup of low-grade Vitaspring, and only every few days does he risk a few bites of the vegetables, fruit, and meat from his space. Before stepping back outside, he even paints fatigue onto his own face. Now, sitting across from Jin, Cole pulls a makeup wipe from his briefcase and clears the haggard mask away. He steps into the bathroom to shave. When he returns, the exhausted stranger is gone. In his place stands a striking man, sharp-jawed, almost too refined for the room. Earlier, he was an 85 out of 100, somber, hollow-eyed. Now he's a 95, and 3 or 4 parts of his face echo Jin's own. Cole's skin, freshly cleared, is genuinely impressive. The only thing that beats it is Jin's, and that's because Jin's body has been through deep body purification. Jin can't help herself. She reaches over and pinches his cheek. Wow, your skin's actually smooth. Cole bats her hand away, irritated. I told you everything. Now it's your turn. Why did you decide to drip blood on the pendant in the first place? Earlier you said it drank a lot of your blood. What does that mean? And what's all this about meeting our parents? Cole can feel the shift in his sister's character. When she was small, Jin used to cling to him constantly, beg for attention, pull little pranks, a clever, mischievous kid. Then their parents went down in the plane crash, and her personality slid sideways. She clung even harder, panicked at small things, lived under a low cloud of fear. The bright, quick child went dim. Her grades, once ranked among the gifted, settled into mediocrity. What stayed sharp was her capacity to mimic. So Cole steered her into dance, and through that artistic talent, she tested into the arts program at Apex University, one of the top 10 universities in the country. Of course, even if she'd landed at an ordinary school with ordinary marks, Cole wouldn't have held it against her. But ever since she was 6, after a family visit to Apex with their parents, Jin had said again and again that she'd attend Apex one day. Their mother had studied there. Compared with the dry grind of academics, Jin always preferred to dance. She didn't like sitting still and thinking too hard. Now Cole feels the change clearly. The mischievous little girl from years ago is back. Sharp, sly, and very much enjoying needling her older brother. She can lure him in with a sentence and have him sprinting across the city to her side. They've barely been together an hour, and already she's pried every secret out of him while giving up almost nothing herself. He likes the change. A clever, quick-witted sister who knows how to hide her strength. That's a relief. Finally, he doesn't have to lie awake worrying that some smooth-talking stranger will sweep her off her feet. Several of the new drug projects he's been running have hit their critical phase. If Jin hadn't told him the situation was serious, he wouldn't have come back so fast, even knowing she was tangled up in a relationship. He doesn't know when the unknown presence will arrive, but the gut feeling won't go away. Soon, maybe. When the danger comes, he can't stand watch over her around the clock. She has to learn to grow on her own. Even if she falls for the wrong man and gets hurt, that's survivable. As long as he's still alive, he can step in behind her. And if he's not, well, the most likely answer is that the unknown presence has him. If she still doesn't know about the space at that point, maybe she stays out of it altogether. As long as the person is safe, the rest is recoverable. She's young. She has time. He'd leave her enough money to live on for 2 lifetimes. What Cole still hasn't grasped is that the unknown presence he's been imagining, something narrow, targeted at a few people, is actually a global infected outbreak. The collapse. And it's only the opening act of the real disaster. Jin watches him finish and figures she may as well show her hand too. He's already spilled everything, even prepared a share of his own stockpile for her. There's no reason to keep secrets now. She takes Cole's hand. Telling you would take an hour. Easier if I just bring you in. Relax. Don't push back, mentally. A second later, Cole is standing on the highest peak of an island. A few seconds after that, both of them are standing on the rooftop of a manor down in the valley below, Jin grins. Big brother, look. This is the space our parents left for me. Cole's pupils contract. It takes him a long moment to find his voice. You got this on the first bind? You didn't plant any of these trees yourself? Jin answers honestly. I bound it last night. I'm not exactly capable of growing an island the size of Hainan in a single night. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. Cole turns slowly. Hundreds of villas. The keep, well over 100 acres of grounds. Beyond the manor, walls, farms, herb fields, a freshwater lake larger than the manor itself. And earlier, from the peak, yes, he's almost certain he saw an ocean. For the first time in his 26 years, Cole, usually composed, usually cold, completely loses his grip. Wow. They really played favorites. Daughter first bias. How could they do this to me? My space is a tiny fraction of yours, and I have to plant the damn thing myself every single day. Jin squints at him, smiling. Big brother, if you'd known the difference up front, would you have given me the peace pendant or the haven pendant? Cole doesn't hesitate. The haven pendant. Obviously. I've been your father, your mother, and your brother. I didn't raise you for 18 years just so you could spend the rest of your life crouched in a field, planting cabbages. Jin leads Cole into the main study of the keep. The letter their parents left her is gone, already dissolved. So she summarizes the hologram message instead. Word for word, image for image, the way it was delivered. By the end of it, Cole isn't jealous anymore. He's worked it out. The spaces their parents left for them were probably the same size to begin with. Jin's just has a few extra features. Probably contingencies, layered in for the final reset, especially now that he knows Jin has awakened the Spirit Bestiary. For surviving the collapse, a space like Cole's greenhouse is plenty. One person doesn't need much food. Growing it yourself isn't that hard, but Jin's gift runs along a different track. Collecting and commanding bonded creatures. For a varied roster of companions, her space has to be big enough to give them real habitat. Mountains, lakes, forest, ocean. Otherwise, the bestiary can't breathe. Maybe across the previous 8 resets, Cole, even with the standard space their parents left, couldn't push back the threats from outside. So this time, the inheritance shifted. Jin gets the island. The bigger the gift, the heavier the duty. And there's another piece Cole has only just understood. After their parents died, his sister was occupied. A corrupted echo, spun off from her main soul, had been wearing her body. That's why her personality felt off, but never quite wrong. She still had her memories. He chalked the rest up to grief. Now that the main soul is back, Cole can admit it. Even the previous Jin was still his sister, but he prefers this one. He used to keep things from her because every time she came to him, she was looking for something to lean on. She didn't have a lot of independent thought to offer. Telling her too much would only have made her anxious. Today, the second she sat down across from him, he told her everything. Without thinking about it. Because somewhere underneath, he could feel it. The sister in front of him is grown now. Capable. Trustworthy. Maybe even able to carry weight on his behalf. And after seeing the hologram, he understands what their parents are really asking of him in this final cycle. They want him to back her up. Which means the burden of handling internal threats and resisting the external one has landed on her. Cole speaks. Food, daily goods, medicine, the rest of the essentials. I'll route through my chain of small grocery stores and the pharmaceutical plants the lab partners with. Nothing flagged. No bulk pulls that show up on anyone's radar. You focus on what you actually want. Canned goods, snacks, clothes, cosmetics, things for the companions you're going to bond. Weapons, too. I'll figure out a way to source those quietly. The two of them work through the asset list together. What gets liquidated? What gets stockpiled? Until tonight, Cole didn't know the stockpile was meant for an infected outbreak, or for high-tier mutated beasts and mutated plants. The medicine and weaponry he'd already prepared aren't enough. They have to scale up. Cole adds, also, your space has ocean, but not much in the way of seafood. We should bank some of that too. Jin nods. Yeah, good call. After several pages of inventory, Cole sits back. All right, I'll come with you to campus and file your leave of absence paperwork. And the bastard who tried to play both sides. The one who, in the previous timeline, got the foolish version of you killed. He's going to learn a lesson he won't forget. Cole's face has gone cold. He may have called the previous Jin naive with an edge of disapproval. But naive or not, she was still his sister. He won't let outsiders trample her. Even if Vance hasn't done anything in this life yet, Cole isn't letting him off. Not Vance. Not Viper, who indirectly got Jin killed last time either. The collapse hasn't arrived yet. Law still functions. Order still holds. He won't take their lives now. But when the collapse comes, that's when the books get balanced. Principle and interest. Jin shakes her head. Hold on. No rush. Try eating a few of the Tier 1 mutated fruits. Drink a sip of Vitaspring. See if you can awaken your gift first. She's been inside Cole's greenhouse before. The energy there only registers around 0.5. The plants and animals all sit in that range. Better than ordinary food, but not actually Tier 1 material. Until now, Cole has only ever taken a tiny sip of Vitaspring at a time, plus a few bites of fruit. Enough to keep him healthier than most, less prone to illness, with energy and decent skin. Not enough to push him past the threshold for awakening. Cole exhales. Fine. I was getting ahead of myself. Let's awaken first. Things will move faster after that. He takes the fruit and the Vitaspring from her and drinks. Not long after, he slumps onto the sofa. Jin drapes a thin blanket over him and leaves the space. She doesn't know how long the awakening will take. Could be 10 hours, could be 24 to 48. She's not going to sit around in the hotel room. She wants to hit the mall, the supermarket, the food street, and shop until her arms give out. Rice, noodles, oil, salt, the boring fundamentals, Cole will handle. For her, anything she likes, into the cart. Stepping out of the hotel, she spots a food street right next door. There's a saying, nothing serious gets done on an empty stomach. She decides to start there. But the moment she walks in, she sees two familiar figures from a distance. Vance and Bree. The two of them are pressed close together, sharing a single cup of bubble tea. He sips, she sips, they pass it back and forth. There's nothing platonic about it. Jin finds it strange. Back at the dorm, she'd overheard her 3 roommates gossiping that Bree used to be hung up on Vance. Maybe still is. But last night, Vance had stood under their dorm with a megaphone, screaming her name in public, confessing to the whole building. After Jin left, the news that he had a fiancé would have spread through every floor courtesy of Ms. Doyle. So how, exactly, are these two so cozy with each other today? It's odd, but she's not stupid enough to walk over and ask. That would just invite trouble. She hits a fork in the road. 2 paths into the food street. She takes the smaller, quieter one. She steps into a well-known bubble tea shop and orders the special, max size, all the toppings. The shop isn't packed. 2 orders ahead of hers. The drink lands in her hand fast. 1 sip. Perfect. The sweetness fills her mouth. It hits the spot. Not as good as the fruit in her haven. But bubble tea was never about taste alone. Bubble tea is about the feeling. She pulls out her phone, smiles at the cashier. Hey, 10 more of those specials, please. 10 strawberry milk teas, 10 mango milk teas, 10 fresh orange juices, and 10 of the lemon and lotus teas. Then, casually, it's for my classmates. The cashier laughs. You want us to deliver? No need, Jin says. I'll wander a bit and come back. She pays and leaves. Next door is a fried chicken joint. Same play. 50 orders of fried chicken. Anything more would be inconvenient to carry, and fried food doesn't hold flavor well past a certain point. Within a half-mile radius, she places orders at every reputable shop she passes. Then she pulls up an app, scans a QR code, and rents a 2-seat electric scooter. She rides it back to the original tea shop. Thank God she got her license the day she turned 18 and finalized it 2 months ago. By the time she's back, the tea is ready. The food street allows short-term parking. She pulls right up to the storefront. Leaning on the scooter, she picks up her orders 1 shop at a time. Bubble tea, fruit tea, fried chicken, stinky tofu, wontons, snail noodle soup, beef noodles, steamed buns, mixed noodles, takoyaki, skewered grilled meat. Every now and then, someone asks why she's buying so much. She tells them it's for a club event. The university district isn't far. Bulk orders for student clubs aren't unusual. The moment she's back on the scooter, she pulls out a small piece of bandage tape and covers the in-cab camera. She loads the trunk and the passenger seat with food, then drives out of the food street. She turns onto a side road with no surveillance and pulls everything into her storage room. A small frustration starts to set in. For shelf-stable, vacuum-sealed goods, she can move bulk through Cole's grocery chain. No problem. But for fresh food, this kind of runaround shopping costs time and energy she doesn't have endless supply of. How many times does she have to do this to lay in a decade's worth? Then she catches herself. She's already a gifted. In her haven, the most common animals and plants are already Tier 1 mutated. She just awakened, so her tier is still low. Ordinary food still meets her body's needs. Only her appetite has roughly doubled. Once her tier climbs, she won't be eating this kind of food much anymore. Not because it isn't tasty. the energy density is just too low. It can't keep up with what her body burns through. So in the long run, the thing she likes most will become an occasional indulgence. Variety, not staples. If she wants bubble tea, she needs to bring in the whole rig. A bubble tea machine? Wants fried chicken? The whole kit. Breading, oil, seasoning, fryer, the works, noodle press, bun steamer, automated tofu maker, vacuum sealer, all of it. She also needs to load a tablet with cooking tutorials and order a stack of cookbooks while she's at it. Her goal: whatever she likes to eat, the Haven will eventually have a dedicated shop for it. Granted, the odds of her personally cooking are low, but with the ingredients, the equipment, and the tutorials, there's always going to be someone willing to cook for her. Her brother, for instance. The keep has plenty of room, plenty of empty buildings. Now that her gift is awake, she releases her mental strength to scan the space. The keep isn't just the central manor. There are 10 rows of small 2- and 3-story buildings she hadn't fully registered yet. Ground floor, shop fronts. Second floor, offices. Third floor, small dorms. And every single building inside the manor can be deployed out into the real world. Once a building leaves the Haven, it loses the Haven's ambient energy supply. The storage rooms lose their preservation function, but the storage rooms have their own energy ports. Drop in an infected core or a mutated beast core, and the building powers itself. Preservation function comes back online. If a deployed building takes a hit, it can activate an energy barrier in self-defense. Each rooftop carries a large water tank and a solar panel array. That's why none of the Haven's buildings are tall. Easier to lift them out into the real world with mental strength. Of course, deploying a building without raising eyebrows means digging a foundation pit to drop the basement into. For a gifted, digging a hole is nothing. Bottom line, with the Haven Isle, Jin has a mobile base. If a threat overwhelms her, she can pull the whole base back in and move it somewhere else. The thought of building her own private food street brings a small, sharp grin to her face. That said, if she finds a really good dish along the way, she still buys some. Storage rooms preserve indefinitely. Cooking from scratch isn't half as convenient as opening a packaged meal. Even hiring a chef has its catches. What if the chef can't actually cook? And even if her future chef can cook, she can't summon him on demand every time a craving hits. So a backstock of cooked food is still essential. She points the scooter toward a major mall and continues her sweep. It isn't just food. She buys whatever catches her eye. Clothes, shoes, hair ties, earrings, plush animals, a pair of ridiculous house slippers, everything in multiples, even the unmentionables, pads, underwear. She grabs in bulk from the supermarket. Enough for a year. The rest she'll spread across multiple online orders to avoid any single one looking conspicuous. For her favorite skincare and makeup, she picks up 3 full sets in person. The rest will go through the apps later. Arms full of shopping bags, Jin heads toward the mall's underground parking garage and runs straight into Vance and Bree again. This time they're locked together against a red BMW sports car, 2 parking spots from her own. A long, hungry kiss. Vance's hand is sliding along the tight line of Bree's dress. The other hand is somewhere lower. DCH, theatrical, and an eyesore. Earlier on the food street, Jin had given them a wide berth on purpose. No point starting trouble. But she's already crossed half the garage with her bags. Turning back now would be more obvious than walking through. Earlier, on campus, she stayed out of confrontations because she didn't have the strength. Picking a fight could have gone badly. That was before. Now she's a Tier 1 gifted. Her mental strength and her body have both jumped several rungs. Even without a single bonded companion yet, ordinary people are not a problem. Still, brute force isn't the answer here. Underground garages have cameras. So she'll use mental strength instead. Her mental strength couples beautifully with her bond gift, but it also has general purpose uses. She can spin it into invisible threads, mind threads, and cast them out to scout objects nearby or at a distance. Or she can compress it into an orb, mind push, and use it to nudge light objects from a distance. Or she can sharpen it into needles, mind needles, and stab the body's pressure points, generating a sudden, lancing pain. These 3 tricks aren't much use against another gifted, especially a fellow mind type. Another gifted senses incoming mental work easily, dodges it, or shields against it with their own. But against an ordinary person, devastating. The collapse hasn't arrived. Jin isn't going to do anything serious to Vance or Bree right now. But if those 2 come at her, if they choose to make themselves a problem, she has no objection to teaching them a lesson. She keeps walking toward her car. As she passes the BMW, Bree's eyes go wide. She recognizes Jin. Not surprising. Jin's still wearing the same gray and white athletic set she had on when she walked out of the dorm last night. But Bree doesn't call out. Instead, she throws her arms more aggressively around Vance's neck, pulling him into a deeper kiss, performative, loud, French style. While Vance has his eyes shut, lost in it, Bree shoots a triumphant glance at Jin. The look says everything. He's mine now. Jin almost laughs. The trash she wouldn't even bother glancing at, this woman is treating like a trophy. The math escapes her. Bree's family is ordinary. Bree's looks are middling. What she has in spades is appetite, for status, for money, for clearance into the right rooms. Hooking a guy like Vance is a status flex? Public proof. Of course she'd parade it. In Bree's head, Jin must be silently choking on regret right now. Look at the prize you cost yourself by playing hard to get. Jin keeps walking, sets her bags down, pulls out her phone and unlocks the car through the app. Loads the bags into the passenger seat, closes the door. As she rounds the rear of the car toward the driver's side, Vance finally registers her. Jin, why are you here? His voice is panicky. He shoves Bree off him fast. Bree, still in heels, is caught flat-footed. She yelps and goes down hard. Her knee scrapes open, blood beating along the skin. Vance doesn't even look at her. He's already speaking, urgent and stumbling. Jin, listen, this isn't what it looks like. It was Bree, this trashy little... She came after me. Last night, after you didn't come down, after Ms. Doyle hosed me. Never mind. Look, I was upset. The guys dragged me out to a karaoke bar. I got hammered. And in that state, I confused her for you. And his voice gets smaller and smaller. Jin stands by the front bumper and lets him talk himself into a hole. Drink as an excuse. As if a man who's actually drunk performs that kind of session against a car. He's not drunk now either. He's greedy, wants both. The kind of man who eyes the next plate while still chewing. Scumbag. Vance, brazen, asks, Jin, why aren't you picking up? Where did you go last night? I was worried about you. Of course she isn't picking up. There's nothing to pick up. From the moment she got on the bus, she'd blocked Vance and the 3 roommates. She'd also turned on the setting that filters calls and texts from unknown numbers. He looks at her. She's in a plain athletic set, mask pulled up. Only her clear forehead and her steady eyes show. And still, to him, she's 10 times, 100 times more striking than Bree, decked out and made up like an offering. No Bree is a tossed-off thing, a throwaway. There's no comparison. You always want what you can't have. Vance tries on a soulful look and steps closer, voice softening. Jin, just give me one more chance. Bree, the others, they're nothing. They're noise. I'll handle it. The only one in here is you. Bree, Kat, Vex. They all swore that Ms. Doyle had been called by Jin directly. Eric's quiet inquiries had since confirmed it. Vance has filled in the rest himself. Jin must have heard about the engagement and gone into avoidance mode. She must have feelings for him. She just doesn't want to be the side piece. She's pushing him away with this drama because she has too much pride. He gets it. What woman, after all, can resist a man like him? He's confident. Bree is still on the ground. She hears Vance call her trashy, hears him strip her down to throwaway, noise, and her eyes fill with something that isn't far off from hate made solid. But the hate isn't aimed at the man insulting her. It's aimed at Jinnah, face like that. If only it were hers. She tries to push herself up, her ankles twisted. The joint sears. Vance closes the distance between him and Jin. 2 or 3 meters out, he opens his arms like he's coming in for an embrace. Disgust crawls across Jin's face. The man is arrogant, stupid, and small. She wants to kick him across the garage, and the only thing stopping her is that she'd outpace any normal college student by a wide margin. Bad for her hide-and-grow strategy. She steps back 3 paces and gathers her mental strength into a single invisible hand, mind push, and shoves it hard against both of his shins. Vance loses his balance, can't recover, pitches forward, and slams face first into the concrete. The worst part comes a second later. The garage floor was bare, just dust, no debris, but his most sensitive region feels like dozens of needles have driven into it at once. Ah! The scream rips through the garage. Jin looks down at him with a flat, polite smile. Wow! Maybe this is what they mean when they say bad luck follows a person. They choke on water, they trip on flat ground. Hands off me, by the way. I never touched you. Don't try to pin this on me. Vance is curled up on the floor, the pain so bad he barely processes her words. Ugh. Jin, please, get me to the hospital. Jin answers cold and clean. Don't say my name. It makes my skin crawl. We're not on those terms. Bree, a few yards off, sees Vance go down, and clocks where he's hurting. She forgets her own twisted ankle. She scrambles up and starts limping toward him. Vance, are you okay? I'll get you to the hospital, baby. She likes him. She likes his money more. He got hurt while out with her. Even if it isn't her fault, he's the type to take it out on whoever's nearest. She doesn't want to lose the man and the wallet. A few steps in, her heel slips. She goes down face first, hard. The kind of fall that only adds to a bad day. Cruel detail. Her face lands directly on Vance's limited edition sneakers. Bree shrieks, "My nose! My prosthetic, it came off. No." Jin slides into the driver's seat, starts the car, and rolls forward. As she draws even with the two of them, she stops. Lowers the window. A flicker of hope crosses Vance's face. "Jin, please, get me to a hospital. If this gets worse, my future GCK." She pours an entire bottle of toilet bowl cleaner over the two of them. "Vance, you have a fiancé. You have a girlfriend. You're juggling them both. And you still came after me. Karma hits hard. Maybe you should have just stayed down. And you, Bree, don't think I don't know. You and the other two took money from him to set me up. Disgusting. Reap what you sow. Fix yourself." Vance accidentally swallows a mouthful of bowl cleaner. Bree gets a faceful of it. They both try to defend themselves. Every time one of them opens their mouth, more cleaner goes in. Jin rolls the window back up and pulls away at a slow, leisurely cruise. She turns on the music, hums along. Today is a beautiful day. Everything is going my way. At the exit booth, beyond paying her overtime parking fee, she slides the security guard $14. "Could he please call cleanup down to that section?" She accidentally spilled some bathroom cleaner. The guard stares at her. He'd seen the whole thing on camera. He hadn't caught the audio, but the visuals had been more than enough. That couple was having the unluckiest day in human history. Just rotten luck. Hilarious, actually. Once she's clear of any cameras, Jin pulls every shopping bag in the car back into her storage room. She carefully peels the tape off the cabin camera and returns the scooter. She heads back to Apex University to file her leave of absence paperwork. About then, in the Haven aisle, Cole stirs awake. Jin returns to the Meridian, same room as yesterday. Before going out, she'd extended the booking for an extra night. Per the surveillance log, Cole had walked into that room and never walked out. If he suddenly appeared somewhere else, no one would notice on a casual glance. But any real audit would catch the discrepancy. The collapse is still months away. For now, low profile. She doesn't know who else in this version of the world has been reborn, transmigrated, or precognized. Who has awakened a gift early? In the original timeline, that is, the A3 set, Viper, 2 months out from day 0, awakened a support-type gift, precognition. Through fragmented dreams, she could see pieces of the future, and she could sense valuable items. Once the global acid rain hit and the infected outbreak ignited, she'd also awakened a wood-type gift. The world is wide. People sitting on quiet, lucky advantages. There's no way it's just Viper. But anyone with a brain hides until they're strong enough not to. Stockpile. Train. Protect. Maximize before exposure. Back at the hotel room, Jin senses that Cole has already finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom. She slips back into the Haven. Maybe because Cole has been drinking Vitaspring on and off for so long, taking the occasional bite of energy-dense fruit and meat, his body had already been quietly upgraded. The awakening took him only 6 hours, and the residue purged from his body was less than what came out of Jin. So, Jin says, curious, "What did you awaken?" In the original timeline, Cole hadn't awakened until day 0, and his gifts had been mind type and wind type. He could command large numbers of infected at once. He could even, in short bursts, hypnotize and steer lower-tier gifted or mutated beasts whose minds weren't fortified enough to resist him. What stands out is his speed. Like wind, there one moment, gone the next. Combined with high combat ability, it makes Cole, in that other timeline, a nightmare-tier antagonist. Cole, in this timeline, sounds pleased. My gift is mind type. Watching what you can do. Bonding mutated beasts to fight for you. I want something that runs along the same line. Mine isn't limited to mutated beasts or mutated plants. Anything with mental signal, anything with a mind, I can take temporary control. Provided their mental tier doesn't exceed mine, it's not a long hold. One tier below me, I get about half an hour. Same tier but weaker, only a few minutes. Anyone slightly stronger than me, all I get is a few seconds of distraction, and only if I catch them off guard. If they're guarded, no promises. Jin listens, and the picture matches the original timeline almost perfectly. The only thing missing is the wind-type gift. But when the collapse actually arrives, Cole is going to awaken a second time. Awakening early is a serious advantage. Cole can train his mind-type gift now, build raw mental strength, sharpen his technique, which means once the collapse hits, he'll be untouchable at his tier. A step ahead is many steps ahead. The goal is simple: be among the highest ranked gifted before anyone else even knows the rules have changed. Jin says, "Big brother, your gift pairs perfectly with mutated beasts that have weak minds and low intelligence, but win on numbers. Venomous bees, ants, that sort of thing. I can lean that direction too. Bond a venom queen bee, let the queen handle the swarm. On a normal day, they'd be inside the haven gathering nectar. When something comes after us, I summon them out to fight. The two of them have something most people will never have, a space their parents left for them. Beyond storage and farming, the spaces are massive force multipliers for breeding programs. And they need to use that. Hasn't every cultivation novel and gifted novel taught the same lesson? 99 out of 100 protagonists don't run because the enemy is stronger. They run because the enemy comes in the form of rats, ants, and vermin, in numbers that defy comprehension. Jin keeps going. Rats and ants get raised at home. A sip of Vitaspring once in a while, chicken bones and fruit peels for snacks. They're going to be far easier to control inside the haven than chasing them down in the wild. The bond holds longer too. Survival in the collapse isn't a one-on-one tournament. If swarm tactics work, no one fights honorably. She and her brother quietly seeding helpers ahead of time? Reasonable. Cole stares. That's an option? You're absolutely right. I was actually thinking, once I don't have lab time anymore, what to do with all the lab mice in my space. Now I see it. Keep them. Build them a damn rat fortress. Jin pauses. Rats are categorically not on the list of animals Jin would ever consider for the master bond. The only exception she can imagine is a treasure hunting rat. But even then, exactly one. A whole colony of bonded rats? The thought alone makes her skin crawl. But the lab mice are her brothers. As long as he's the one keeping them, fine. Cole, on a roll. We should keep some flying ones too. Venomous bees. Find 2 swarms, 1 for each of us. Cole again. Ants, spiders, venomous snakes, all useful. Cole, fully energized now. I've decided. My space goes fully into insects, rats, ants. The plants get repurposed for what the swarms eat. I'll stop growing food for myself. There's already enough banked. If it runs short, I'll mooch off my sister. A 26-year-old PhD biology researcher, casually freeloading off my little sister into the plan. Jin doesn't quite know what to do with this. He's her real brother. She can't exactly say no, besides, the Haven Isle is enormous. Adding a few dozen bonded companions plus their relatives and dependents isn't going to make a dent. Adding 1 big brother on top of that doesn't change much. No reason to be stingy about it, she nods. Sure, but if I'm growing more mutated plants and bonding more companions, I can't manage all of it alone. You're going to help me run the place. You don't get to eat without working. Family or not, split the load. Her space is closed. People only enter with her permission. And right now, the only person she trusts that much is her brother. No problem, Cole says. He'd been a little embarrassed at the idea of just sitting there eating her food anyway. Jin brightens. Big brother, I want to build a food street too. Help me track down all the kitchen equipment and machines. Then she lays out the dream. A bubble tea shop, a fried chicken shop, snack bars. The whole road. Cole, slightly slower this time. Right, no problem. I'll handle it. Jin's eyes are gleaming now. She turns to him with full hope. Big brother, whenever you have a free minute, download a stack of cooking tutorials. From here on out, I'm counting on you to make me good food. Big brother, you used to cook for the foolish version of me. You're not going to refuse to cook for the actual one, are you? Cole wipes invisible sweat from his forehead. How could I? I'm a good brother. It's just bubble tea, fried chicken, stinky tofu, snail noodle soup, takoyaki, skewers. I can learn. He sighs internally. The clever sister is back. She doesn't need him as a shield anymore. She might even become a shield for him. Just, this clever sister has a sly streak. She enjoys needling her brother. After the planning is done, Cole reapplies his sickly mask. The two of them take a taxi to Apex University. With Cole present and a freshly invented terminal illness story, not long left, needs care, the leave of absence paperwork moves smoothly. Jin's homeroom teacher, Lyra Snow, watches the two of them with quiet sympathy. She knows Jin lost her parents young. The brother is all she has left. In the face of life and death, words run out. While Cole is upstairs explaining the situation to the department head, selling the illness story for all it's worth, Lyra Snow draws Jin into the corridor and lowers her voice. Take care of your brother. Whatever he wants to eat, get it for him. Wherever he wants to go there together. And last night, I heard about Vance from the finance department confessing to you. Now that you're taking leave, just keep your distance from him. Time will do the rest, he'll forget. The Whitmores have money and pull. We're ordinary people. There's no winning. We just stay out of the way. Strictly speaking, this is the kind of thing a teacher should report to the family. But the brother is visibly dying. The man can barely keep himself standing. How is he supposed to shield his sister? And even if he could, it wouldn't be forever. If Lyra told Cole that some rich kid with an existing fiancé was harassing his sister, Cole would lose his composure. He'd go after them on principle. And in his condition, the result might be a heart attack on the spot. And that would be on her. Lyra Snow graduated from Apex last year dance program. She stayed on as a homeroom teacher and grad student. 24. Both teacher and senior to the students. Refined, gentle, sharp, without being cold. The students adore her. Jin is her most gifted dancer and her most striking-looking student. Lyra is fond of her. Knowing Jin is in trouble, she can't help but say something more. Jin, hand-caught in Lyra's, finds herself remembering this teacher's arc in the original timeline. In the original timeline, when the global acid rain rolled in and the infected outbreak ignited, Lyra Snow had stayed at Apex through summer break, picking up shifts at a children's dance school. By chance, she became one of the survivors stranded on campus. The infected count on campus had climbed. The survivors gathered in the Twin Tower buildings, where foot traffic had always been low, and the sight lines covered the rest of the grounds. Lyra Snow had been the kind of teacher who carried responsibility instinctively. The moment students started spiking fevers and falling unconscious, meaning either turning into infected or awakening as gifted, she had moved fast. She had quarantined every fever case. Based on whether they'd been hit by acid rain and on the severity of their symptoms, she'd split them across 4 isolation rooms. In the lightest symptom room, the people who hadn't taken a hit from the rain. Viper, lucky as ever, had successfully awakened her second gift, wood type. None of that would have happened without Lyra Snow's careful triage. Without that triage, the survivor group would have been steered by Vance, student council president, and his answer was simpler. Lock everyone with a fever in one big classroom, no distinction. To be safe, kill 10 innocent rather than let one slip through. In that scenario, anyone mid-awakening, newly gifted, still unconscious, would have been torn apart by failed awakening, infected in the same room, and likely turned themselves. Even though Viper could sense fortune and misfortune, even without Lyra's triage, she likely wouldn't have died in the early collapse. She'd have suffered. Lyra Snow had, effectively, saved Viper. After Viper awakened her second gift, she had deliberately led a horde of infected toward Jin and Vance. From the opposite Twin Tower through binoculars, Lyra Snow had seen it. Viper had spotted her watching. Being seen doing it didn't matter much in itself. Viper hadn't lifted a finger directly. She could play innocent, and what could anyone do, really? But Lyra Snow had probably also seen Viper vanish into thin air. A few seconds of thought, and anyone would arrive at the same answer. Viper had a space to hide in. If Lyra Snow leaked that, the pendant on Viper's neck would no longer be safe. It would become a marked treasure. Every survivor with the means would come hunting for the holder. So Viper had pulled another horde toward Lyra Snow's hiding spot, and used an axe to break down the office door Lyra was barricaded behind. Viper had assumed an ordinary woman couldn't possibly survive 7 or 8 infected at once. She'd left, satisfied. She was wrong. To survive, Lyra had jumped out a 3rd-floor window. She'd broken her leg. She'd dragged herself across the ground anyway. A rescue squad found her. Pure timing. After that, Lyra Snow, a woman with a ruined leg and a face she'd carved with her own hand to make herself unappealing, had become the lowest-ranked member of the South City survivor base. A janitor. She was the one who eventually told Cole that Jin had been killed by infected, led there on purpose by Viper. The Shaw siblings looked enough alike that Lyra had recognized Cole as Jin's brother. In the end, Lyra Snow had still died at Viper's hand. Back to the present. Lyra Snow is, in effect, owed something by both Shaw siblings, so Jin fully intends to protect her. The question of whether Lyra can awaken a gift, whether she'll be a burden, doesn't worry Jin. She has Tier 1 mutated fruit and Vitaspring in volume. If the first attempt fails, she'll run the awakening again and again. The one thing she can guarantee is that Lyra won't turn infected. But she can't tell Lyra about the collapse yet. Without convincing evidence, Lyra wouldn't believe her. And evidence, at this stage of the relationship, is too much to ask for. Jin squeezes Lyra's hand. Miss Snow, I'll remember everything you said. After my leave is processed, can I message you on iMessage? The plan is to slowly build the connection. When the prep is done, just before the collapse arrives, Jin will invent a reason and lure Lyra to where she can be protected. The story Jin plans to use. Her brother is fading fast. She's terrified. She doesn't know what to do. Could Miss Snow come stay for a few days? Room and board on Jin's tab, plus a generous gift envelope on top. Knowing Lyra's character, the answer is almost certainly yes. Cole, internally, that's my sister. Lyra is going to read the situation as a young student, recently harassed by a scumbag, suddenly receives terminal news about her only remaining family. No one else to lean on. As a teacher, Lyra would already feel some extra responsibility. The student wanting closeness for emotional support? Completely natural read. So Lyra answers easily. Of course. Reach out anytime. If it's urgent, call. You have my number, right? I do. 10 minutes later, the paperwork is finalized. The Shaw siblings leave the administrative building and head to the dorms. Jen needs to take everything with her. Anything she leaves behind could later be used to track her by scent. When she signs out at the dorm desk, the dormant, Ms. Doyle, fills her in on the full aftermath of last night's confession scene. Jin learns that the heart-shaped candle arrangement Vance had set up wasn't the only casualty. Every rose got waterbombed and trashed. Vance himself had been doused with a bucket of water, then beaten with a broom and a toilet brush by two extremely committed dormants. He'd shouted that he wasn't a scumbag. He and his fiancée had no real feelings for each other, that it was just an arranged engagement, that he'd only met the woman a few times, that he couldn't even picture her face, that his real feelings were for Jin alone. His friends had tried to back him up, but no one in the crowd was buying it. He had a fiancée and was confessing to someone else in public. That's a scumbag. End of discussion. Soaked in water, jabbed with a toilet brush, smelling like chemicals, and watching more dorm staff and two security guards close in, Vance had given up. He'd checked for Jin one last time. Nothing. He'd retreated to his own dorm to change. There's no other way to describe it. The dorm ants work fast and clean. The Shaws thank Ms. Doyle profusely. On the way out, Cole slips her a sizable cash gift. Jin explains she's taking leave to care for her sick brother. Over the next few days, she'll be hauling out a lot of luggage. She'll need to show the leave paperwork at the desk to be cleared out. When she gets to her dorm, Kat and Vex aren't around. Jin goes next door for the spare key. The neighbors say Kat and Vex got called to the hospital. Bree's hurt. No idea how bad. She could still answer her phone, so probably nothing serious. Jin, you visiting? Jin smiles. No, Bree definitely doesn't want to see Jin. After all, Bree's prosthetic nose got knocked off because of Jin. Accidentally, of course. The neighbor sneaks a glance out the door at Cole, who's waiting in the hallway. There's a clear family resemblance to Jin. Has to be the brother. He looks gravely ill, like someone with a clock running short. The neighbor's brain fills in the rest without needing to ask. After packing, the siblings end up with a backpack, a suitcase, and a large fabric tote. Light items that take up volume. Everything else has been pulled into the haven, down to the strands of hair that had fallen on the dorm floor. On the way out, Jin hands Ms. Doyle 3 bags. One bag is snacks from the supermarket. The second is 60 packs of military ration biscuits, courtesy of Cole. The third is apples, also from Cole. The first 2 are for Ms. Doyle alone. The 16 apples, she asks Ms. Doyle to share with the other dorm ants and the guards. 2 each. These are sub-tier 1 mutated apples. Eaten by an ordinary person, they boost the body slightly. The effect isn't dramatic, But when the collapse comes, the people with stronger baseline bodies have better odds of awakening a gift. The ration biscuits aren't remotely tasty, but they fill you up and they keep. People usually don't bother stockpiling them. But if the collapse arrives, they hold a person over. Jin already asked, "Ms. Doyle is staying on campus for the summer break?" Jin can't tell her not to. There's no story that would land without sounding insane. And honestly, home isn't necessarily safer. This is as far as Jin can help. She's done what she can. The rest is up to fate. Leaving Apex University, the Shaw siblings head straight for the high-speed rail station. They've booked tickets to Z City. Z City is their hometown. Their parents left them several houses and storefronts there. They need to liquidate property into cash. And, more importantly, stockpile supplies on a scale Apex University would never accommodate. Cole frowns. How do I file a leave of absence with the lab? From application to approval is at least a month. Jin turns Cole's own playbook back on him. Take a few personal days first. Sell the family house in Z City. Then go back to the lab and tell them your sister has a terminal diagnosis. A few months left. You want to spend the time with her. Her last wish is to travel across the country, around the world. If they won't approve a full resignation, ask for unpaid extended leave. We use the travel cover to collect regional supplies and source weapons abroad. Cole goes silent. Using either of their alleged terminal diagnoses as cover doesn't feel great. But there isn't a better story. Pretending he's the one who's sick won't work. The lab will demand medical records. Fine, Cole sighs. We do it that way. They reach the old family villa in Z City around 8 in the evening. The place is reasonably clean. Jin had come back for the May Day holiday and hired a cleaning service then, so the dust is manageable. Cole takes over the kitchen. Ingredients come straight out of the spaces. Jin can cook reasonably well but doesn't enjoy it. Back home, her parents handled everything from start to finish. Once she was working full-time, past life, before the collapse, before any of this, she stayed at the office until late. She came home and collapsed. If she could eat out or order in, she absolutely did. The kitchen in her rented apartment maybe got used 10 times in a year, mostly for instant ramen. The short version, she's lazy. The condition for that, of course, is having someone to take care of her. If she's on her own, she'll fend for herself. Cole's cooking is a small step ahead of hers. More importantly, he likes cooking, especially for his sister. While he's prepping, he keeps up a running self-praise. Jin, you are very lucky to have a hard-working, devoted brother like me. If you had to survive the collapse alone, you'd be eating canned goods every day. Or chewing raw fruit just to get through. Jin isn't exactly idle either. She's peeling garlic. Cole always claims the heavy work and leaves her the easy parts. He's clearly fishing for a compliment. His expression makes it obvious. As if he's afraid she'll miss the cue. She doesn't make him work for it. You're right. Having you cook for me every day is a real privilege. World's best brother. Cole's chest puffs slightly, and then immediately deflates with a new worry. Wait, what if you meet someone someday who also cooks well, also enjoys it, and wants to do it for you? You're going to get stolen. He used to worry that the foolish version of his sister would get tricked. Now the smart version is here, but lazy. If someone steps in willing to do all the work, she'd let them. Jin considers it. Does that kind of guy exist? If you spot one, send him over. A brother is great, but his cooking is mid, and eventually he'll have his own wife. She can't keep ordering brother meals forever. Cole pauses. Did he just hand his sister a partner spec sheet? If he hadn't said anything, she might never have considered that as an ideal type. He scowls. You're young. Don't get distracted by relationships. 5-star chefs have actual skill, sure. But they're middle-aged guys with beer guts. You won't like them. Jin thinks about it. He has a point. The garlic is done plump. Milky white cloves, stacked neatly. She opens a recipe app and starts browsing. The plan for the next few days. Stockpile a wave of regional dishes from Z City. For tonight, Cole has decided on coconut chicken hot pot. The coconuts come straight off the palms by the beach in Jin's Haven. The chicken is free-range yellow chicken, raised in Cole's greenhouse. He uses 4 fresh coconuts and a handful of water chestnuts to build the broth. Beyond fresh-cut chicken, he's set out meatballs, tofu, mushrooms, vegetables, sweet potato glass noodles. The dipping sauce is sauté paste, minced garlic, chili, a squeeze of calamansi and lemon, soy sauce, stirred together. Once the coconut broth comes up, sliced chicken and coconut meat go in. Lid on. 15 minutes. A bowl of broth comes out first. The chicken and the coconut both came from the spaces. The energy in them is gentle but rich, far above anything from a market. One sip of the broth, and the sweetness lights up the whole palate. The kind of clean, ringing flavor that almost makes a tongue forget how to behave. The chicken is tender, fragrant. Dipped in the sauce, it's a small miracle. Sweet, hot, salty, sour, savory. Every channel firing at once. The kind of meal that could get framed and hung on a wall. Jin could eat a whole bird by herself. The siblings exchange a look and a silent declaration of war over who gets the better pieces. The chicken is excellent. So is the coconut meat. So is everything else. Once the chicken is gone, they crank the heat, drop in a fresh coconut for more broth, and start on the rest. Zucchini, vegetables from the spaces, tofu, meatballs, mushrooms, sweet potato glass noodles from outside, all good. When they get thirsty or hot, they switch to fresh watermelon juice from the haven or chilled soda. Excellent. Deeply satisfying. After dinner, they clean up together. Dishes into the dishwasher. Cole takes the pot. Jin handles the trash. There are chicken bones in the trash. Bones attract rats and roaches. Can't sit overnight. Jin lets Cole know and heads out. In their villa complex, every block ends with a row of covered communal bins. No smell carries. After tossing the bag, Jin catches a soft scrape behind one of the bins, like something small crawling around, probably a rat. She doesn't bother running mental strength on it. She turns to leave. A few steps in, she hears a thin sound. Meow. Faint enough that, before her gift, she wouldn't have caught it. Meow. Meow. A newborn kitten. Stranger still. Jin understands what the kitten is saying. Meow's so hungry. Meow can smell chicken bones. Meow can't climb. Hoo-hoo. Meow's about to starve to death. The kitten is spinning in a tight little circle, pawing at the bin with thready, useless claws, trying to climb. Of course it can't. Jin runs mind threads quietly. A ragdoll. Coat dirty, but the breeding is obvious. About 2 weeks old. Tiny, weak. Looks like it might not make it. Ever since she awakened the Spirit Bestiary, Yin has been considering taking in a cute, easy companion as her first bond. The original plan was to wait until the supplies were locked in, then pick from a pet store or a cattery. If she stumbled into a stray that fit and was willing to come along, she'd take it. Pet store and cattery cats are tame. They sit in laps. They want scratches. Strays are independent, hardier, more guarded. Both have trade-offs. Honestly, Jin prefers the affectionate ones. The kind she can scoop up for a cuddle whenever the mood strikes. But the collapse is coming. The world is about to be full of teeth. A stray that's already survived the rough version of life would have a real edge. Reality, however, doesn't ask for input. Before Jin finishes deciding what kind of cat she wants, she's already met one with a sense of timing. She turns back, slides 2 bins aside, and lifts the kitten out gently. Easy, I'm taking you home. I'll get you fed. The ragdoll trembles in her palm weakly. It seems to understand. It doesn't fight. Or maybe it has nothing left to fight with. Jin hasn't decided whether to forge a master bond with this kitten yet. To bond successfully, the candidate has to have high sentience and no rejection of Jin, and the candidate has to have awakened a gift first. Ordinary animals can't survive the bond. The pressure of it would tear them apart. That said, the meeting is the meeting. Fate is fate. Her island is enormous. Adding one small cat changes nothing. Even if this kitten can't awaken a gift, or awakens one that's useless, she'll keep it inside the haven. She'll raise it as a regular pet, that's fine. The ragdoll's eyes are an extraordinary blue, clear as a pearl held to light. It lifts its small fluffy head and stares at Jin for a long moment. Then 2 soft mews. 2-legged human. You smell good. Meow Meow agrees to follow you. Just feed Meow chicken bones. Meow will let you pet Meow's precious fur. Jin's eyebrows lift. It's just chicken bones. Eat as much as you want. She has plenty. She just dumped them. So, going forward, leftover food carrying any energy can't be tossed in public bins. Risk of attracting creatures with sensitive noses. A Tier 1 mutated chicken bone, eaten by an ordinary animal, can trigger an early gift awakening. If the animal is friendly, fine. If it isn't, that's a quiet disaster waiting to happen. She extends her mental strength toward the bin. Pulls back what she'd thrown. Chicken bones, fruit peels, and wilted vegetables that still carry trace energy, and roots them straight to the woods inside the haven, where the wild boars live. The rest of the trash, the inert stuff, stays in the bin. No reason to recover it. Useful detail. Within a certain range, she can pull or place objects remotely. The kitten has no idea what just happened. It's too hungry. It starts mewing again, pitiful. Hungry. So hungry. Meow is about to starve to death. Two-legged human. Why are you moving? Do you actually enjoy the smell of trash bins? What a strange hobby. Jin breathes out. For a second, she truly wishes she didn't speak cat. She tucks the kitten against her chest and heads home. Fast. On the way, she passes Mr. Lowe, the downstairs neighbor, out for a jog with his dog. Mr. Lowe is in his early 30s. The dog is a tan toy poodle, tightly groomed, 4 short legs, scrambling joyfully, already outpacing the owner. Yip yip yap yap. Master just took me to meet a gorgeous Pomeranian girl in the next complex. So pretty. So fun. But the time was way too short. I didn't even get to charm her properly before Master dragged me back. I'm so frustrated. Does Master think every dog flirts as fast as he hits on those pretty ladies? Jin registers the poodle's commentary. That is a lot of information. Mr. Lowe slows his pace as he gets close. His eyes track her face. He looks like he's about to start a conversation. Jin's skin crawls. She speeds up and is past him in 2 strides. The chatty poodle keeps yapping at her back. Wait, that's a cat smell. Oh, right, that's the kitten, the mother cat from the next complex, dragged here last night and dumped in the trash. The runt. Smallest of 5. Sick, too. The vet said it couldn't be saved. Mr. Lowe mutters, almost to himself. The kid's getting prettier every year. Look at that face. That figure. Top shelf material. Shame. Brother's no joke. Better not poke that one. Jin had only meant to drop a mind thread near the poodle to get more on the kitten's history. Instead, she gets that. Looks like a polite, ordinary man. Inside, he's that. Lucky, they're selling the place soon anyway. Back upstairs, the kitten resumes mewing. Chicken bones. Meow Meow wants chicken bones. Jin knows the kitten is shaking with hunger. A 2-week-old kitten, already sick, doesn't even have full teeth yet. There's no chewing chicken bones. Even if there were, she's not letting it. She sets the kitten on the floor, ducks into the kitchen, finds a small, clean dish, and pours in a little Vitaspring. Easy. Drink some water first. I'll get you goat's milk in a minute. There are goats in her haven, but not many. Somewhere over 20. By luck, one nanny just gave birth. Question is, can a sick kitten this small-handle Tier 1 mutated goat's milk? Is the kitten too weak to absorb it? What if it can't digest it? While Jin is still weighing it, the ragdoll trembles forward to the dish. It sniffs. The bowl looks like plain water, but the smell coming off it is sweet, dense, magnetic. The kitten doesn't ask for chicken bones again. It lowers its head and drinks. By the time Cole finishes the kitchen and steps into the living room, there's a kitten on his floor, weakly lapping water. Sister. Where did the cat come from? Are you bonding it? Jin answers. Keeping it for sure. Bonding. Depends. Hey, do you think it can drink the goat's milk from the haven? Cole shrugs. No idea. You're the one with the beast gift. You'd know better than me. Jin nods. Fair point. Let me check the gift mark and see what it tells me. Jen closes her eyes and sends her mental threads inward into her own mind-sea and looks at the Spirit Bestiary. New text has bloomed across the cover. Beneath the small spirit stone, a line glimmers into view. Trait 1. Beast speech. Basic. Basic description allows the user to understand the intent that intelligent animals convey through their cries. So the trait isn't limited to cats and dogs. Birds, insects. None of it will be a problem. The trait is labeled 1. That implies a 2, a 3, somewhere down the line. She doesn't know how to wake the others. Maybe accumulated energy. Maybe a specific trigger she hasn't crossed yet. The book turns a page on its own. It doesn't stay on the cover anymore. The first page reads, Potential companion, Ragdoll cat. Age, 15 days. Status, unawakened, severely weakened. Care, feed 4 times daily. Tier 1 Vitaspring, 4 milliliters. Tier 1 mutated goat milk, 8 milliliters. Increase gradually as the body recovers. Jin looks up at Cole, beaming. It even tells me how to raise a kitten. The gift literally walks me through it. Cole smiles and ruffles her hair. It's past 10. Let me run to the pet store for supplies. You and the little one stay put. After the Vitaspring, the kitten feels stronger, but it's still hungry. It wobbles to Jin's foot and rubs its tiny fluffed head against her pant leg, putting on its best beg. Mew. Two-legged human. Mew wants more. Jin smiles at Cole. Go ahead. I'll take her into the space and get goat milk. She scoops up the kitten, and they vanish from the living room. Inside the space, Jin finds the mother goat grazing on the meadow. As mistress of the haven, she releases a thread of mental force, and the goat freezes, unable to flee, unable to fight. Jin lays the goat gently on her side and tucks the kitten in close so it can nurse. The kitten, already a little stronger from the Vitaspring, drinks deeply. It nurses until it can't fit another drop, then hiccups, small and adorable. Jin stirs up a bowl of warm brown sugar water and cracks 4 fresh eggs into it. She picks a few young corn ears from the farm, runs them through the kerneler, and sets the kernels on a banana leaf. Payment for the milk. The mother goat doesn't have high spirit. Her face is blank, dull. She bleats once or twice, and Jin can't parse meaning from it. Only a flicker of fear. Jin carries the kitten more than 10 yards away before the goat dares step forward and eat. A flicker of intent, and Jin returns to the villa inside the space. She opens the Spirit Bestiary to the kitten's page. Status, unawakened. Frail. Recovering. She tries a question just by thinking it. Can I bathe her? The care section rewrites itself. Care. Bath and Vitaspring permitted. Dry immediately afterward. Do not bathe frequently. Jin had only been testing. She hadn't expected an answer. Her surprise breaks into delight. Holy hell! This is a beast-keeping encyclopedia. It's like Google for pets. 10 out of 10. She tries again. How long until she awakens her gift? The book responds. A new line appears beneath the care section. Awakening progress 0.5%. She wants to ask more. But her mental thread is shoved out of the book. Like the Spirit Bestiary has had enough. Jin smiles to herself. Fine. I'll stop bothering you. She gets the sense the book has its own quiet will. Maybe its energy is low. Maybe it just doesn't know her well enough yet to be chatty. Fair, really. It's called the Spirit Bestiary, and she hasn't bonded a single companion. Asking it to keep talking when she hasn't earned it seems greedy. She carries the kitten to the bathroom and gives her a quick, warm bath. The kitten doesn't love water, but she can tell. This two-legged human is gentle. She won't hurt Mew. The bathwater hums with energy. Good for the body, surely. And Mew is afraid that if she fights, the new human will throw her back into the trash bin where it stinks. So she stays still. Jin skips the pet shampoo. The kitten is too young. She rinses several times in clean water, then dries the soft fur with a hairdryer. By the time she's done, Cole is back. 2 large bags in each hand, all of it pet supplies, a bed, kibble, treats, a cat tree, litter, toys, even nail clippers and bath supplies. Jin beams. Thank you. You got everything. Tomorrow we should track down a pet food factory, Cole says. Buy a few kibble extruders. We're going to be raising a lot more companions before this is over. Smart. You think ahead. Cole ruffles her hair. Wash up. Sleep early. You too. Good night. Half an hour later, Jin lies in bed and runs through what comes next. First, sell every property in Z City. Houses, land, whatever. Whatever the market gives her, take it. Convert everything to cash. Then, stockpile. She wants to load up on Z City's regional specialties. Snacks wherever she finds them. A little from each place. The top 30 restaurants. She'll order 10 tables a day, 10 people per table. Fruit, vegetables, fresh meat, only a small reserve. She prefers what grows in her space. But that means stocking up on seeds, saplings, chicks, ducklings, piglets, calves, lambs, freshwater and saltwater stock. The more variety, the better. For shelf-stable goods, rice, noodles, cooking oil, condiments, snacks, daily supplies. Cole's grocery network can handle it. When her gift and Cole's level up, they'll probably eat ordinary food less and less. But after the collapse, plenty of people will never awaken a gift. Stockpiling real food remains the right call. Still, not in massive quantities at home. When they go abroad, she'll buy bulk rice, noodles, cooking oil, and meat overseas. Bedding, clothes, shoes, cheaper to source straight from factories. Medicine, medical equipment, cold weapons, firearms, RVs, and off-road vehicles. All of it needs to be lined up in advance. Her thoughts drift, and she falls asleep. She still has 3 months. There's time. The next morning, Jin and Cole call several real estate brokers their cover story, relocating to another city for work. They list 8 properties between them. They want one-time payment, a fast close, and they're pricing 10 to 20% below market. For a week, the siblings drive separately across Z City and buy whatever catches their eye. The biggest haul is ready-to-eat food. What they can't easily buy in person, they order online. The outskirts of Z City have farms, orchards, ranches, fish ponds, shrimp ponds, and factories of every kind. Jin and Cole sweep through them all. A week in, all 8 property transfers close. 5 units go to brokers chasing a margin. 3 go to wealthy buyers looking for an investment. The villa the siblings have lived in for over 10 years sells too. They move every piece of furniture into the space. They leave the house empty. Jin's account climbs by more than $4.2 million. Cole's climbs by about $5.6 million. In a rented warehouse, Cole kills the cameras. Jin pulls everything they bought under the cover of inventory restocking for the supermarket into the space. Cole's space is more limited. He fills only half of his warehouse. He leaves room for emergencies. After it's all stored, Cole drives the empty truck through camera-monitored streets, then out into the outskirts where there are no cameras, and stages a fake delivery. His supermarket changes hands. The next day, Cole leaves Z City and flies to B City, where he works. He can't quit yet. He needs his research badge. Through the suppliers his lab partners with, he orders bulk common medicines and a full set of medical equipment. He also orders the machines Jin needs to open a food street and a pet food production line. Jin decides to stay in Z City a few more days. Z City sits on the coast. The scenery is beautiful, and ocean tourism runs strong here. She signs up for a yacht piloting course. Once she has the certification, she'll go to sea one night and stockpile a massive haul of seafood into the space. A yacht is expensive right now. For now, she'll rent. Once the collapse comes, she'll switch to free of charge. Piloting a small yacht isn't hard to learn. If you can drive a car and you have a teacher, you'll have it down quickly. The hard part is reading sudden swells fast enough to avoid rolling. Jin can spread her mental threads out in a full 360-degree sweep. If a big wave comes, she'll feel it before she sees it. Her instructor, Captain Liu, declares her certified after 2 days. The girl handles the boat better than he does. Nothing left to teach. That night, Jin rents Captain Liu's yacht and goes out alone, late. Her cover. She wants to know what night fishing on the open sea feels like. Captain Liu doesn't love the idea. Visibility at night is rough. It's dangerous. Jin is firm. If he won't rent to her, she'll rent from someone else. To make her case, she shows off her swimming, and she puts down a deposit large enough to buy the boat outright. Captain Liu stops resisting. He still nags. Wear the life vest. If anything happens, call the Coast Guard. If you can't get through, call me. Come back early. Jin laughs, half rueful. Yes, Captain Liu, I've got it. He looks her over once more, twice, making sure her state of mind is steady. Confirms she really just wants to go out there because she's curious, not for any darker reason. Then he hands her the keys. 8 at night. The sky is fully dark. The night is overcast. No rain, no moon, just a soft wind. Jin wears a tracksuit, a face mask, a tackle bag. She leaves the seaside hotel. If you're going to claim you went night fishing, you should at least look the part. The beach is still lively. Tourists walk the sand, build castles, grill, camp, sing karaoke under open sky. No one is in the water. Swimming at night is dangerous. So is sailing. The only engines she hears are the shuttle yachts running tourists to Moon Isle, 2 nautical miles offshore, a popular resort spot. Jin pulls smoothly out of the harbor. The tank is full. She has spare fuel on board and more in her space. Right? When the collapse hits, generators and fuel reserves will matter. Generators don't matter much to her personally. The villa inside her haven runs on power drawn from infected cores and on solar, but fuel. Fuel powers small vehicles. Fuel is non-negotiable. The catch, peacetime regulation makes large fuel stockpiles inside the country nearly impossible. She'll have to buy it abroad, bundled with the firearms run, or wait until the collapse and switch to free of charge. Jin sends out her mental threads to read the water around her. She slips around the swells. She slips around other boats. In coastal waters, she pulls in shrimp, crabs, clams, scallops. By the time she's more than 100 kilometers out, there are almost no other boats, and the seafood gets richer. She reaches her threads down into the depths. Whenever a large school passes, she pulls fish and seawater both into her ocean space, common fish, Mackerel, tuna, ray, sardine, pomfret, herring, squid. All of it. Common seafood. Her ocean space already has it. Even rare expensive species she has, just in smaller numbers. All night, Jin works the free seafood run, careful to stay away from the fishing boats. Halfway through, she refuels. By 5 in the morning, the sky starts to lighten. Close enough. She turns back. A night of work, and the count of fish, shrimp, crab, and shellfish in her space jumps. The ocean territory inside the haven expands, the white mist rolling back another 50 miles. The radius around her isle has gone from 100 miles to 150, turning that haul into Tier 1 food, though that has to wait until the collapse. Only then will the space have enough ambient energy. When Jin reaches shore, it's 8 in the morning. Captain Liu has been waiting for her. He hurries forward to help her tie off. He exhales. The girl really did just want a night out. No darker plan. He looks at her gear, the empty bucket, and laughs. How was night fishing? Don't tell me you didn't catch a thing. Caught plenty, Jin says. Threw them all back. It isn't a lie, she just threw them back into her own ocean. Captain Liu takes it as a joke and lets it slide. He checks the boat. No issues. They settle the fuel and the rental, and he returns her deposit. From her tackle bag. Really, from her space. Jin pulls a chilled box of cherries and a chilled box of lychees. Captain Liu, I brought these on board to snack on. Didn't finish. I'm leaving Z City today and can't take them with me. Please, take them home for the family. In the past 2 days, Captain Liu had told her his wife runs a small place by the beach while he runs the Moon Isle ferry. They have a daughter, 10, and a son, 7, both in elementary school. He'd shown her a family photo. All 4 of them smiling. They're just 2 people who crossed paths in the current. They'll likely never meet again. The only thing Jin can do is hand a little kindness to the people who treated her well. With luck, they'll survive the collapse too. The cherries and lychees are Tier 0.5 fruit from Cole's space. Eaten regularly, they raise the body's odds of awakening a gift. Of course, they can't awaken anything yet. Only after the collapse, when the acid rain pushes ambient energy past Tier 1, does a real awakening become possible. Captain Liu doesn't bother refusing. He sees she means it. The fruit is gorgeous, the box is still mostly full. He takes them gladly. My kids love both of these. They're in season but pricey right now. I've been holding off. Captain Liu, you and your wife eat some too. It's from me. Everyone gets a share. He laughs hard. All right. The wife and I will eat too. Jin says her goodbyes, heads back to the hotel, packs, and goes straight to the airport. She doesn't fly to B City, where Cole is. She flies to the Suzhou-Hangzhou region. The basic supplies are nearly stockpiled. What's left is finishing touches. So she's going to use the remaining time to circle through other cities, sightseeing as cover while pulling regional specialties into the space. Some sites, if she doesn't see them now, will still technically exist after the collapse, but not the way they look today. The homeland is still safe. Jin and Cole have agreed, inside the country, they'll work in parallel. Each one stockpiles, and they coordinate when they need to. Once they go abroad, they'll move together. In H City, Jin doesn't rush out to shop. She checks into a hotel first. Inside the room, she steps into the space. The Ragdoll kitten, fed Vitaspring and Tier 1 goat milk, has shed every illness she came in with. Her body is whole again. Right now, her awakening is at 100% and she's deep asleep. Awakening times vary between species and individuals. The Spirit Bestiary's page on the Ragdoll has updated. Potential companion, Ragdoll cat. Age, 25 days. Status, awakening. Countdown, 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Care, updating. In the villa's living room, the kitten is curled in a pale blue bed. She doesn't like the bedroom. She prefers being out in the living room, so the bed lives there. Jin doesn't want to be away if something goes wrong during the awakening, out shopping, with no fast way back. So she stays in. She leaves the kitten alone and goes to the next door villa to prep simple meals in bulk. 10 cookers of rice. Each pot mixed with corn kernels and diced sweet potato for dishes. 5 pots of beef stew with potato and tomato. 5 pans of sweet and sour shredded cabbage. 1 huge pot of tea-marinated eggs. Every ingredient is Tier 1 from the space. The beef is from cattle Cole had butchered and stored back in Z City. Jin doesn't love cooking. But once the collapse hits, if she and Cole aren't fighting, fine. The moment they are, regular food won't refill the energy they're burning. To get full, they'll need double the volume, and that costs time. So having pre-cooked Tier 1 meals on standby is essential. On nights when she can't go out shopping, Jin slips into the space and cooks. She portions everything into single servings, packs them in biodegradable foam containers, and shelves them in the storeroom. Pull one when needed. Eat. So on the nights she can't shop, Jin slips into the space and cooks. Single portions, biodegradable foam, on the shelf. Ready to eat. After everything is stored and logged in a spreadsheet, the Ragdoll has about 10 minutes left before her awakening completes. Jin confirms she's still stable, then goes to the master bath to rinse off the kitchen smoke. She changes into a comfortable tracksuit and heads down to the living room. The kitten is just opening her eyes. Compared to the filthy, foul-smelling thing Jin first scooped out of a trash bin, the one nobody wanted, this is something else. After Jin's careful care, the kitten has put on size. She weighs nearly a pound now. Her face still holds that early kitten innocence. Beautiful. Adorable. Her coat is pure white at the body, fading from white to soft brown at the ears and cheeks, and from white through soft brown to deeper brown at the tail. Pair that with deep blue eyes, clear as polished gemstone, and you get something that draws a sound from anyone who looks at it. A little prince in the cat world. Yes, it's a male. Jin comes over and lifts the Ragdoll up. Easy, familiar. She presses a kiss to his head. Snowbell, you've awakened, haven't you? Want to show me what you can do? Snowbell is what Jin named him. He likes the name. He doesn't know what gift means. But while alone in the villa these past days, he watched a lot of cartoons. Black Cat Detective. Ultraman. Journey to the West. Even Teletubbies and Sailor Moon. After the Vitaspring and Tier 1 goat milk, he's far smarter than ordinary cats. He learns fast. He understands what Jin means by gift. He answers with a tiny mew, a whoosh, and Snowbell vanishes from her hands. He reappears 5 yards away, on top of the scratching post by the window. Snowbell has wanted to climb that post for days, to look out at the garden. But he's too small. He couldn't make it. Now, with his gift awakened, he finally can. He licks a paw, eyes bright with anticipation, waiting for Jin to praise him. Meow. Two-legged human, Mew can fly now. Isn't Mew amazing? Tremble before Mew's might. Jin freezes. Snowbell. That isn't flying. That's spatial teleportation. Holy hell. Of course my cat would be like this. He doesn't awaken at all, and then he wakes up with one of the rarest gifts there is. The space affinity. The Ragdoll has just awakened. The space affinity sounds devastating, but right now he can only short blink. Maximum range. Under 10 yards. As for offense, what do you expect from a kitten under a month old? His claws aren't even fully grown. But space-affinity gifts have enormous ceiling. There's still time before the collapse. As long as Jin keeps the energy-rich food coming, Snowbell will grow fast. Higher tier, more skills. Potential companion. Ragdoll cat, affinity, space tier 1. Skill, short blink, basic care, Vitaspring and goat milk, unlimited. Add ground or pureed fish or chicken in porridge. Bond success rate, 99.99%. That's the latest reading on Snowbell's page. A space affinity companion is rare, and Jin already loves him. She'd bond him in a heartbeat, but she still wants to ask. Snowbell, I want to bond with you. Once we sign, I'll provide everything you need. You'll grow faster, but you'll also face more danger from the outside. Are you willing to come with me? Snowbell is small, but he's seen dozens of cartoons. He doesn't fully understand how dangerous the outside world is. But he knows this. Whether you're human, cat, pig, or Ultraman, when you awaken superpowers, you protect your friends, and you carry the world on your shoulders. If he backed off because he was afraid, if he wanted to stay an ordinary cat, wouldn't that waste the space gift he just awakened? A cat's path is the stars and the sea. Snowbell teleports onto Jin's palm, lifts his small head high, and lets out one serious mew. Two-legged kind? Isn't this just saving the world? How could it happen without Mew? Mew can do this. Word's a little too cool for his size. He even offers her a paw. Adorable. Jin holds back the urge to scoop him up and squeeze him until he squeaks. She sends a thread into the Spirit Bestiary, asking how to bond. The thought has barely finished forming when Snowbell's page flashes gold inside her mind's sea. The light spills out from her mind into the real world, wrapping both of them. Intricate sigils, fine-cut and glowing, spiral around the two of them and dissolve back into both their mind seas. Snowbell doesn't make a sound, but she feels what he feels. Joy. Hope. When the gold fades, She feels a soul-deep tether between them. Quiet, certain. The collapse coming has weighed on Jin, especially because she knows more than most. Cerulea isn't just facing internal disaster. There's something from beyond, too. Even with Cole at her side, she's been forcing optimism. Underneath, she's been afraid. Afraid the ninth reset still won't change Cerulea's fate. Her parents didn't hand her the weight of saving the world. They prepared everything they could, hoping she and her brother could carve out a path through the collapse. But a kitten under a month old just casually declared he was on board for the world-saving job, and meant it. That eases something in her. She can't carry this alone. The mission is too big. But this world isn't just hers. She isn't the only one trying to live through it. Cats, dogs, birds, fish, plants. Every living thing wants to survive. The world itself is fighting to survive. After her first successful bond, Jin feels a gentle current of energy flowing back into her, working on her mind and her body. Her mental strength climbs by about 50%. Her physical condition improves about 10%. Snowbell is small and frail-bodied, but his mental strength is striking. The feedback isn't a one-time thing. Every time Snowbell breaks a tier, she'll feel it again through the bond, which means, to climb fast, she needs more bonds. It tracks. The dangers ahead will only multiply. She can't fight everything alone. The more allies, the better. Time to look for the second one. Over the next days, between sightseeing and stockpiling regional specialties in H-City and S-City, Jin drops in on a lot of pet shops. But none of them sit right. Nothing tugs. She wants both a cat and a dog. The cat is locked in. The second has to be a dog. She's seen plenty of beautiful, sweet, smart, well-behaved dogs. Something is still missing. Even the Spirit Bestiary stays quiet. Her dog hasn't shown up yet. Today, after a 30-minute call with Cole, she hangs up and books an afternoon flight to Y Province. On Cole's end, his resignation went through. Through an old classmate, now a deputy at a private hospital, he secured a large run of common medications and a batch of specialty drugs, plus lab equipment, drug prep tools, and used medical machines. He also picked up the gear Jin wanted for a food street and a pet food production line. His cash is gone. Drugs, medical equipment, machinery, none of it cheap. He pulled it off because of one connection. The private hospital his upperclassman works at is upgrading its equipment fleet. The replaced machines are nearly new, most only a few years old. The hospital owner took a token payment and effectively gifted Cole equipment worth tens of millions. Not for nothing, of course. Cole had improved a few medications the owner's grandfather relied on. The man, over 70, with a heart condition, high blood pressure, insomnia, palpitations, and diabetes, is now eating 3 bowls of rice in a sitting and climbing 5 flights without a wheeze. No need to ask. Cole used some of his Tier 1 goods to bring the old man back. On the call, Cole was vague. He mentioned the man owns a gemstone trading company. Soon he's heading to Y Province, one of the country's biggest rough stone hubs, to source a new shipment. Cole suggested Jin come along if nothing urgent kept her elsewhere. Jin flashed back to the original story. People with spaces aren't limited to the female lead Viper or to the endgame villain Cole. Beyond awakened space gifts, there are people who carry inherited jade pieces or stumbled on antiques at flea markets. Bond by blood, and a storage space opens, like a man who, in the original timeline, would lead the North Haven survivor base in B City. Lock Ashby, his inherited jade can store. It can even expand by absorbing energy from raw gemstone. Only Jin's space and Cole's, that she knows of, can hold living things and grow crops. Other spaces are storage only. Could her own jade pendant absorb energy from raw gemstone, beyond infected cores and mutated beast cores? The more she stockpiles, the thinner the energy in the space. Apart from the original flora and fauna, still Tier 1, the new additions are stuck at Tier 0.5. The energy in the haven is running low. The bigger the estate, the bigger the drain. When she walks past mall jewelry shops, she watches the jade pieces. Nothing. No energy reading. Maybe the display pieces aren't fine enough. Maybe they're stored badly and the energy has dissipated. Maybe raw stone, uncut, unpolished, still holds what she's looking for. So when Cole invited her to a famous rough stone region, Jin couldn't sit still. She booked the next flight out. While she's booking, she opens iMessage and texts Cole, that handsome, generous, kind man you keep talking up. What's his name? Anything gift-related is off-limits over phone or chat. This isn't Cole's reply. Lock Ashby Jin? A name from novel canon, arriving via casual chat. Locke Ashby, the man who, after the 8th reset, holds the North Haven survivor base in B City, top combatant in the region. In the original story, he never appears on page. He's a name people drop. A heavyweight by reputation. His inherited jade is a storage space. It can't grow crops like vipers, but its time dilation effect runs much deeper, and it can expand by absorbing energy from gem-bearing stone. His gift is rare. Combat grade. Open-ended in potential. Locke Ashby has 2 gifts. One is time, vanishingly rare. He can speed up, slow down, even briefly pause time inside a defined zone. For a few seconds. A few seconds sounds short. In combat, a half-second pause decides who lives. And that's only what he showed early in the collapse. Mid-game, late game. When his tier climbs, the time gift gets more dangerous. At tier 10, the legendary cap, he might be able to reverse time. Invert the flow. Speculation, of course. The novel Jin read was unfinished. Top-tier combatants had only reached tier 4 to 5 when Cole rolled into the South Haven survivor base looking for Viper, looking for revenge. No matter how Cole tried to take her out, Viper kept slipping the blade. Heroine's plot armor, thick as concrete. The story kept hinting Cole would lose against her. Then it just stopped. His second gift is even stranger. 1 of 1 in the collapse era, pain multiplication at tier 1, double pain. He throws 1 punch, the target feels 2. The terrifying part is that the multiplier compounds. Tier 2, 4-fold, Tier 3, 8-fold. Tier 4, 16-fold. At Tier 10, every punch lands with the felt force of 1024. Stranger still, the infected don't feel pain. Doesn't matter. The gift bypasses sensation and strikes straight at consciousness. This is only what he shows. No one knows if it's everything. He might be holding cards. The novel's leads, Cade Strom and Viper of South Haven, never spoke of him with disdain. They spoke of him with sympathy, because everyone knew Locke Ashby's fatal weakness. His grandfather. Both legs paralyzed. An ordinary man. Locke Ashby is loyal to a fault. He's afraid something will happen to his grandfather when he's not there. So wherever he goes, the old man comes too. Wheelchair beside him. Protected under his own line of sight. Even with capable men assigned to the old man, Locke Ashby never fully relaxes. He gets distracted in fights. Cade Strom. Dual gift, Lightning and Shadow, once said as much. He valued family too. He couldn't go that far. He said Locke Ashby was too soft. Strong talent. No killer's heart. If Locke Ashby weren't carrying a visible burden into every fight, he'd have climbed further. Viper said anyone Locke Ashby refused to leave behind was lucky, but asked to do the same, whether for the grandfather who raised her or for her partner Cade Strom. She admitted she couldn't. Once, twice, sure, 10 times, infinite times. No. So the man's biggest weakness is his own grandfather, and this time, that weakness can be fixed before the collapse even begins. The old Ashby is being treated with the specialty drugs and tier 0.5 food Cole provides. His odds of awakening a gift are climbing. Jin thinks maybe she should slip old Ashby some tier 1 food, fast-track his awakening. Once old Ashby can defend himself, he stops being Locke Ashby's fatal weakness, and Locke Ashby's full strength gets unlocked. Jin isn't doing this just to win Locke Ashby as an ally. His potential and combat output are extraordinary, and right now he sits in the country's top 5 wealthiest. Plenty of reasons to be friendly, but what's really on her mind is the external threat to Cerulea. The unknown adversary, no one knows when it lands. If Locke Ashby has no fatal weakness, he climbs faster. By the time the external threat arrives, his tier will be high. Time and pain multiplication at full tilt. That's a serious arsenal. She wants to meet him now. At Y Province's K-City Airport, Jin and Cole reunite. Cole flew in on Locke Ashby's private jet. After picking her up, he brings her on board. A while later, they're back in the air. She doesn't see Locke Ashby. He's working in a private cabin. Jin and Cole sit in the public cabin with the rest of the staff. On someone else's ground, Jin isn't going to grill Cole about Locke Ashby. And honestly, based on what she knows of her brother, Cole probably knows less about the man than she does. In Cole's eyes, Locke Ashby is probably a rich fool. Easy to pluck. Meanwhile, in Locke Ashby's eyes, Cole is probably the rich fool. Cole doesn't say it, but the small smile that occasionally crosses his face, the one that says I just got the better end of that deal, gives him away. Jin feels mildly defeated. In the original story, after learning Deep knew he had died, Cole hardened into an apex villain. Now he keeps drifting toward Goofy. Where did the formula misfire? Don't underestimate what Cole gave old Ashby. A few medications and tier 0.5 food. It only sounds modest. Real impact. The old man's odds of becoming an awakened are far higher than baseline. That's invaluable. Money can't buy it. Rare beyond rare. And Cole traded for it with a batch of used medical equipment while bleeding his own cash to do it. As long as Cole still wants money and supplies, he's going to walk willingly into whatever pit Locke Ashby has dug for him. Worse, Cole isn't even running solo. He brought his sister, who happens to own a lot of high-tier food and medicine, a captain of industry, a capitalist, a man with, clearly, a very dark heart. Lucky for Jin, she knows from the original how Locke Ashby is. He's loyal, honor-bound. Otherwise, dealing with someone this calculating, she'd be running the other way. Even both of them combined wouldn't outthink him. That said, between the dark mode genius Cole and the slightly silly, slightly naive Cole here, Jin picks the silly one, because the silly one isn't walking through the dark alone, carrying her weight. There's still light in his life. Cole feels her stare and shivers slightly. He leans in, low. Sister, something wrong? Why are you looking at me like I'm an idiot? He has nothing of the gravitas of a doctorate-level researcher in this moment. Jin pats his arm and motions for him to sit. Nothing. Want strawberries and cherries? Cole's eyes light up. Yes. He has tier 1 food in his own space, but only because Jin told him to take it from hers. Not the same as her hand-picked. Strawberries his sister picked are sweeter. Jin pretends to fish through her backpack, really into the space, and hands him a box of cherries and a box of strawberries. Cole grins. His whole face brightens. Sister, you eat too. He pops one into his mouth, then holds one out for her, like two kids sharing fruit on a road trip. Jin, this is getting bad. He keeps getting goofier. Apparently it only happens around me. What now? He's my brother. I just have to spoil him. In the private cabin, Locke Ashby watches the warm scene through the cabin monitor. His usually cold face softens into a faint smile. So this Mr. Cole holds his sister close. The two of them propping each other up. Like him and his grandfather. His parents died in a plane crash 6 years ago. On the same flight as Cole's and Jin's parents, Locke Ashby picks up the thermos on the table and applies the lightest pressure. The stainless steel deforms in his hand. Tier 1. Tenfold strength. On a living target. Also tenfold pain. His eyes go far. This is his first awakening of the gift. The biggest bump he gets. Also the last. His inherited jade lets him carry his gift core back through the reset. Memories. Only fragments. Among those fragments, a few short clips of Cole. The man who tore down South Haven. Human-shaped catastrophe. Human, but able to command the infected. Cole hardened because his sister was killed by Viper, the right hand of South Haven. That's why Locke Ashby angled for Cole to bring his sister along. If Cole's sister stays alive, stays safe, maybe he doesn't go dark this time. Maybe this reset writes a different ending. The plane begins descent. Their target, our city in Y province, the largest gemstone market in the country. Jin finally meets Locke Ashby. Tall, broadly built, sharp-featured face. The cold weight in him keeps people at distance, but when their eyes meet, the man from the rumors offers a small, civil smile. Miss Ashford. A pleasure. His voice is gentler than expected, so he isn't as unapproachable as billed. Mr. Ashby. The pleasure is mine. After polite small talk, his assistant has cars ready. 3 Bentleys. Jin and Cole take the last car, riding with Locke Ashby's group to the hotel. They've booked rooms at our city's top hot spring resort, private villas. Personal butler service. Jin and Cole take 1 villa. Locke Ashby, his assistant, and 4 bodyguards take another. The 2 villas connect through a small garden. Today's plan: rest at the hotel, dinner in the afternoon, and the night gemstone market in the evening. The auction Locke Ashby is here for, both public and sealed bid, runs in 2 days. They came early to walk the small dealer stalls. Sometimes you find a deal there. Of course, without enough knowledge and experience, buying rough stone is also a fast way to get fleeced. Once they're settled, Jin and Cole sit down to talk. She learns Locke Ashby has agreed to cover every gemstone she and Cole buy in our city. In exchange, Cole only has to keep developing more specialty drugs for the old man. Both sides win. Clean trade. Cole hesitates, then voices his idea. 2 days before the collapse, we give the Ashbys some tier 1 fruit. Helps the old man fully awaken. By then, even if they suspect the fruit is special, the collapse is already on top of us. Awakened, infected, mutated beasts, mutated plants, all of it goes live. We just say we stumbled into a wild mutated tree. What do you think, little Jin? Cole wants to repay Locke Ashby. He still isn't dropping his guard. Tier 0.5 food and meds, rare, body strengthening, but explainable as a new formulation. Tier 1 food is different. One bite and someone awakens. Too obvious. They couldn't explain the source. Anyone smart could connect the dots. The siblings own a Vitasprings space that grows things. Where does the food come from? Why is it that strong? They'd have no answer. Smart people would land on the truth. The siblings own a space that grows. Both of them know the saying, a child carrying gold draws every wolf. The treasure brings the knives. Guilt isn't in the man, it's in what he carries. Who wouldn't want a hidden space that grows food and raises livestock? Don't test human nature. 9 out of 10 can't resist that pull. More importantly, Jin and Cole's gifts are slow burners. They both need time to climb. Early on, neither has the firepower to defend a space if someone tries to take it, so caution is required. Jin nods. The plan is solid. I had the same thought. Locke Ashby is worth befriending. He could be a strong ally and combat partner once the collapse hits. But we still need our own hidden cards. We can't put everything on someone else's character. Cole exhales, then teases. Good. I was worried you'd see his face and his wallet and start trading him tier 1 on the spot. Jin shoots him a look. Am I that shallow? If you're not shallow, why were you staring at him on the tarmac? Jin explains. I think he's already awakened. I wasn't sure, so I looked twice. Anything? Jin shakes her head. Not enough. Tier 1 awakened energy is faint, easy to mask. If the awakened isn't actively using their threads or their gift, you can't tell. She'd watched, she didn't catch him channeling, and he'd caught her watching. Before he got into the car, he'd given her a small nod. He probably thinks she's smitten with him. Wrong on every count, but fine. Cole has a good impression of Locke Ashby. Even so, he isn't handing over his newly resurrected sister to anyone, Locke Ashby included. In his eyes, no one in the world is good enough for her. He's her brother. He's going to protect her. End of subject. Good. Glad you're not interested. You're young. No rush on a boyfriend. Jin, she had no plans to look. She finds the idea of staying single perfectly fine. Independent, strong, self-determined. That's the truth. She thinks of her past life. Fresh out of college, her adoptive parents already pushing for marriage. She says, half joking, give it a few years and you'll be sick of me. Probably try to throw me out of the house early. Cole, flat out. Never. If you don't want to marry, I'll provide for you the rest of your life. Jin laughs. Really? Don't make me believe it and then say you were kidding. Of course, really. People don't have to marry to be happy. You date, you don't date. Your call. I respect it. As for providing, long as I have a meal, half of it's yours. It warms her. Cole might revise that view someday when he meets his own person. But right now, he means it. That's enough. Maybe when Cole eventually pairs off, she'll live alone. After dinner, both groups head for the night gem market. Getting in the car, the driver hands each of them a supplementary card. From Locke Ashby. They can buy any rough stone they want. The card limit is around $140 million per card. If it isn't enough, just say. Jin marvels quietly. The man is generous. 140 million card, handed over like a snack. She's getting a taste of the upper-class joy of spend like water. Never check the price tag. The market comes up fast. Jin suggests she and Cole split off. Locke Ashby doesn't push. He just says, call him if anything happens. They're all hunting for undervalued stone. Crowds attract attention. Crowds kill the deal. Locke Ashby clearly understands. Before heading out, he changed into casual clothes and plain sneakers. The shift drops a decade off him. He looks like a college student now. He's only 24. Young. The composure makes him read older. His assistant and 4 guards change too. Plain clothes. 2 pairs at moderate distance. Close enough to hear a shout. At an intersection, Jin picks the opposite direction. Locke Ashby has the inherited storage jade. Even if he hasn't fully awakened, the jade has accepted him. He'll feel which raw stones carry energy. If they walk the same direction, they'd reach for the same stones. Awkward. Worse, if her threads brushed his by accident, that'd be even more awkward. Hard to keep pretending normal after that. What's she supposed to say? Wait, you're awakened too? How'd you wake up? Oh, you can't say? Funny. Neither can I. Suffocating, just to imagine. Some things you just leave understood. You don't say them. The streets are crowded. Jin and Cole don't extend their threads from a distance. Only inside a stall or shop do they release them, just enough to feel the energy currents around them. Both siblings already use jade as their space's anchor. They can sense raw stones with energy resonance. Jin finds not every jade-bearing stone resonates. Only a few top-grade pieces, freshly mined, carry a trace. Dot quality alone doesn't equal energy. Probably high-grade jade is just a viable container. Whether the piece holds energy depends on what surrounded it underground. The energy in any single rough stone is a drop, nothing against the scale of their spaces. If they had real money, the play would be buying mines outright. That's how you collect energy at scale. With only tens of millions to their name, that isn't happening. The fast money play would be buy rough cheap, polish out the high jade, sell at a markup. But that draws eyes. That tells everyone you can pick winners. So Jin settles. Collect energy from gems. Buy a few of the best resonant rough pieces. Her space is already huge. Gem energy can't expand it further. It can only feed the flora and fauna. Good news. Once a stone gives up its energy, the stone itself remains. It loses some quality, but it's still there. She doesn't throw them out. They go back into the space. Once the space's ambient energy is rich again, the stones will recover. Cole's space is the size of a soccer field. By absorbing gem energy, he can scale square footage, fit more goods, raise more animals. Especially the biters. Venomous insects, rats, ants. A reserve force. Jin thinks it through. Her own space's tier won't solve with a few raw gems. So she prioritizes Cole's expansion. Every resonant piece they buy goes into Cole's space. Once the energy is absorbed, she pulls the stones back into her ocean haven. After a sweep through the night market, the siblings have spent the equivalent of about $1.5 million and picked up roughly 60 to 70% of the resonant stones available. The rest, too expensive for too little energy. Skipped. Over the next days, at the actual auction, they buy more. They use up nearly the full limit on both supplementary cards. Then they stop. Lock Ashby, on the other hand, takes a massive haul of raw stones. Word is, he's looking at acquiring a couple of mines. Jin marvels at his volume. Who knows how big his inherited space already is. When the auction wraps, Cole hands Lock Ashby enough tier 0.5 food to feed 3 people for 3 months. Repayment for the cards, Lock Ashby is satisfied. Even tier 0.5 is hard to find pre-collapse. It can give 20 to 30 ordinary people better than 90% odds at awakening. It also speeds recovery for an awakened like him after heavy energy expenditure, which means faster cultivation. Cole is satisfied too. The gem energy he collected has tripled his space. It's now the size of 4 soccer fields. Jin transfers 2 villas and a 30-storefront commercial building from her space into his for storage, planting, and animal work. Most of the planting in his space goes to toxic plants, what venomous insects and rodents like to eat. Cole shifts to collecting venomous insects, rats, and ants. Y Province sits in the southwest. The kind of creatures he wants. Abundant. Jin is squeamish about them. She still pushes herself to gather a swarm of venomous bees and several ant colonies for her own space, kept in a corner far from the villa. These 2 are the only insects she can stomach. Cole hires a local guide and 2 snake handlers, planning to push deeper into the forest for venomous snakes. While buying the region's famous mushrooms, Jin runs into the second companion she's been waiting for. At the entrance of the flower market, beside the produce stalls, a husky. The dog has been so destructive lately, his owner can't take it anymore and is selling technically. The owner has rigged a cardboard sign that reads, Husky, rehoming. Not $9.98, not $98, not $9.80, just $9.80, and the husky comes home with you. Includes 3 bags of dog food and several toys. P.S. This husky is a champion-grade home destroyer. If you can deal with that, we can negotiate. The husky lies leashed in front of the sign, the picture of dejected. His clever eyes glisten with a wronged, mournful look. Almost teary. His owner, a thin man, 25 or 26, sits side saddle on an electric scooter, phone out, smirking, occasionally tapping a reply. Pleased with himself. Now and then he glances at the husky. There's distaste in the look, fatigue, a trace of regret. The moment Jin sees the husky, the Spirit Bestiary reacts. A fresh page opens in her mind. Potential companion, husky. Age: 6 months. Status: awakening progress 15%. Energy insufficient. Awakening stalled. With sufficient energy, the awakening can complete. Bond recommendation: 5 stars maximum. Jin steps over. Hi, are you actually selling him? The man jumps to it. Yes. Selling. Selling. Miss, if 980 is too much, I'll throw in some food money. Listen, he is a handful and he gives me migraines, but I raised him. Don't dump him. Don't take him to a hot pot place. Please. He doesn't wait for Jin's next question. He explains himself. My fiancé and I are getting married. She can't deal with the destruction. She told me to rehome the dog before the wedding. Honest to God, this dog destroys something small every day and something big every 3 days. Sofa. Blankets. Curtains. Shoe rack. Completely shredded. He's strong. I can't keep up. A father's love has limits, you know. I love him. I can't keep cleaning up after him every single day. And I'm not losing my fiancé over a destructive son. Jin. You can tell he loves the husky a little. Just not a lot. He keeps going. I tried gifting him to friends. 2 of them. They both brought him back the next day. One of them almost stopped speaking to me. So I came here. Last shot. Miss, I'm being straight with you. Everything I'm saying is the truth. Don't take him and bring him back. Don't take him to a hot pot place. Jin asks. Has he always been this destructive? Or is this recent? The man scratches his head. The last month or so. No clue why. The vet says he's healthy. Nothing wrong. Jin does the math. About a month ago, the husky must have caught some kind of trigger and partially awakened a gift. Early. The awakening hasn't completed. So he's in this state. Too much energy, too much drive, wrecking everything he touches. Jin crouches and reaches a hand toward the husky's head. The dog reads it fast. New owner, maybe? He pushes his soft, fluffy head up into her palm and looks at her with naked hope. A tiny woof in the back of his throat. He even leans his body in. Jin understands him. Pretty sister, be my new owner. Take Bear home. Bear is easy to keep. Bear will be good. Less destruction. But sometimes the paws have a will of their own. That part isn't Bear's fault. The corner of Jin's mouth twitches. She smiles. I'll take 'em. Market price. A 5-star bond rating means real gift potential. A 6-month-old dog isn't full grown, but he isn't tiny either. With energy-rich food, he'll catch up fast. Compared to Snowbell, a kitten who just learned a short blink, claws barely set. This husky has real combat potential soon. Snowbell will scout. Snowbell will defend himself. Snowbell won't be a fighter for a while. This husky could be a battle partner. Jin doesn't want to take him for free. Once the collapse hits, if she crosses the original owner again and he tries to claim the dog back, that's a problem. She also can't overpay. Overpay tells the world she knows something about this dog that the seller doesn't. Market price for a 6-month husky, 3,000 to 8,000 yuan. This one is well cared for. Glossy coat. Healthy bulk. If he weren't a wrecker, he'd sell easy. Jin offers 8,000 to. About $1,100. The man hesitates. Miss, I told you straight up. He's destructive. You really want to pay top dollar? Aren't you worried what he'll do at home? He'd love to take $1,100. The husky has chewed through several $1,000s of his furniture. Still, there's some attachment. If she's paying top dollar, then any future mistreatment isn't on him to question. But he asks anyway. Jin answers, I like high-energy dogs. He's my type. I live on the outskirts. Open fields. He can run. Maybe help watch the sheep. I'll build him his own little house in the yard. Whatever he wants to wreck out there is fine. Arc closing tableau. The protagonist's open palm resting on the husky's head. The bestiary page still faintly active in her Mindsea register. The owner still poised on his scooter mid-thought. The cardboard sign still leaning where it leaned, $9.80 legible, never on image, narrator territory only. The young man gets it. Right. Outskirts. He won't have anything to wreck. The destruction is just unburned energy. Give him space to run. Give him sheep to play with. He'll be fine. They settle the deal. The man throws in plenty of food and toys. Jin hires a courier with an electric trike to haul it back to her hotel. When she gives the address, the man freezes. She's at the most expensive hotel in the city. A private villa, no less. Of course she's loaded. No wonder she paid $8,000 when I'd have given the dog away. The thought lands bitter. Forget house wrecking. She could afford a new house every week. The destruction was never really the husky's fault. It was mine. I couldn't keep up. Jin walks the husky off, ruffling his head as they go. From here on out, you stay with me. The husky grins, mouth wide open. Woof! New owner. I love you. Hugs. Hugs. You're my favorite. He bumps his soft fluffed head against her tracksuit pant leg. Then he turns back, throws his old owner a pointedly cold look, and waves a front paw. Bye, never seeing you again. The young man, self-styled dad of the husky, clutches his chest. 100 million invisible blades. Raised this thing from a pup, and the moment a new owner shows up, this is the thanks. Jin keeps walking, picking up more mushrooms. Anything that looks good, she buys in bulk. If anyone asks, she runs a restaurant. Need to stock up. Simple cover. Saves 1,000 questions. She drags a small cart. When it fills, she hires another courier and sends it to the hotel. The villa's butler signs for it. The husky walks at her heel like a sworn bodyguard. Sharp eyes track everyone passing. Anyone who gets too close earns a warning bark. The young man trails for a stretch, watches, then turns away. Yeah, she's loaded. She's already burned through several thousand on mushrooms. He gets back on his scooter and quietly leaves. The husky watches the receding back of his old owner. He lets out a soft bark. No content, just sadness. A dog never chooses to leave its human. He couldn't help his instincts. He'd ruined enough of his old owner's life. If leaving meant his old owner could live better, then he'd accept leaving. He'd already braced himself. If by nightfall no one bought him, he was going to wait until his old owner got distracted by his phone, chew through the leash, and slip away on his own. Jin picks up a large bag of dried mushrooms. She feels his low mood through the bond. B's speech tells her the whole story. The old owner just walked off. Jin crouches and rubs his head. Husky, I'm not leaving you. From now on, you're with me. He tears up. Eyes shining, full of intelligence. Woof, woof. Sniffle. New owner is the best. I love you. How do I show it? Oh, there's a rat over there. She'll love that. Whoosh. The leash rips out of Jin's hand. The husky is already gone, streaking after a rat that just slithered out of a drain. Jin. Legend says huskies don't listen, are stubborn, are impossible. Hers seems to be the exception. He communicates more clearly than Snowbell. He just thinks like that. High spirit. Limited intelligence. Jin doesn't know what to do. She can't sprint after a dog through a crowded street. She extends a thin net of mental threat to slow the rat. Mental force is intangible. It can only push physical objects with the lightest touch. Against a rat, that's enough. The husky catches the rat fast, clamps it in his jaws, comes trotting back, beaming. He drops the rat, bitten once, dying, but not dead, squeaking, at Jin's feet. He looks up, waiting for praise. Woof! Woof! Owner! Owner! Look, aren't I amazing? I caught a fresh rat for you. A gift. Jin, I appreciate the thought, but please, keep the gift. After the mushrooms, Jin picks up a few mushroom spawn bags too. She'll plant them in her space. An infinite supply of energy mushrooms, never run out. She walks the husky back toward the hotel, not far. Counts as a walk. As for the rat, she asks the cleaning staff to take care of it. The husky stares blankly. Why did owner throw the rat away? I worked hard for that. Does owner not like me? Not like my gift? His head droops. His tail droops. Pictured perfect pity. 3 seconds of sadness. Then his head pops up. His nose flares. Wait, what is that smell? That smell I can't resist. He starts to bolt toward it. Catches himself. Stops. Looks back at Jin, who's walking unhurried behind him. He picks up the dragging leash with his teeth, brings it back to her, and presses it into her hand. Hold tight. Don't let me run off. Woof, woof, woof. Owner. Hurry. Something up there smells incredible. Like the thing I ate that one time. You'll love it. I'll try not to eat it. Saving some for you. Jin. She has to admit. Not the smartest dog. Adorable. Whatever good thing he finds, his first thought is her. Even if his idea of good thing doesn't always match hers. This time, though, isn't a rat. This time he's right. It's the energy bleeding off a wild, mutated plant. Jin grips the leash and moves fast in the direction the husky pulls. She arrives at a park. By a lake stands an old tree. No one knows the species. Coiled around its trunk are deep crimson vines. People are gathered, watching tree workers prep to cut it down. Whatever disease this old tree caught, it's gone fast. Half a month, and it's bare, mid-summer. Every other tree around is full and green. This one has dropped every leaf, and the trunk has gone dry as kindling. But the deep crimson vines wrapped around it look full of life. The tree has to come down. Dry branches snap. A tourist underneath is a lawsuit. The reason Jin and the husky picked up an energy signature. A worker is removing the vines. He's already pruned a small section. But these vines act like they're alive. The moment he severs a stretch of root, they whip back and stab him in the arm. That's when he notices the thorns, sharp ones, all along the vines. By the time Jin arrives, the worker has bought a bandage from a nearby shop, pulled the thorns out, slapped the bandage over a wound that's still bleeding. He's gearing up to keep going. The shovel didn't work. Now he's switching to an axe. Chop the vines first, then dig the roots. The crowd is just tourists. They heard the strange vines were attacking people, so they came to gawk. Jin feels the energy pulsing off the wild mutated plant. She raises her voice fast. Sir, wait, don't cut. The man stops on reflex and turns. Huh? What? In Jin's mind, the Spirit Bestiary opens a fresh page. Potential companion, bloodvine. Status awakened. Affinity. Wood. Poison. Description. Absorbs animal blood and plant essence to strengthen itself. Bond recommendation. 5 stars maximum. Jin says, Sir, this vine is poisonous. Look at the wound on your arm. The blood soaking through the bandage isn't bright red. It's dark, almost black. Are you feeling off anywhere? Maybe go to the hospital just in case. A dual affinity offensive mutated plant. Genuinely rare. She waited a long time for something like this. Of course she's claiming it. Plant companion territory. Too many witnesses. She can't say any of that out loud. The worker looks down at his arm. The blood is dark red, almost black. His head is starting to feel light. His whole body feels weak. No strength left. The wound itches. Underneath that, a dull, deep throb. He stumbles back a few steps and sets the axe down on a flower bed. Miss, you're right. It's poisonous. My head. Please, somebody call an ambulance. The words leave his mouth and he drops, out cold. A janitor nearby drops his broom and rushes to catch him. A woman in the crowd dials emergency. Vines that attack on their own. Poisonous. The crowd is backed away by several meters. No one's getting closer. Jin keeps her distance too. She has her hands full holding back the husky, who's trying to lunge in for a bite. Idiot dog. You can't eat that. It's poisonous. It will bite you back. The hospital isn't far. The ambulance arrives in 10 minutes. The worker is loaded in. Before they came, Jin quietly stepped forward. She handed the janitor a bottle of mineral water. Really? Vitaspring. And asked him to flush the wound. Squeeze the poison out. The janitor knows the worker. He's told this could save him. He doesn't hesitate. After several rinses, the full bottle gone, the blood from the wound has finally turned bright red. The worker is still unconscious, but he's out of immediate danger. Tier 1 mutated plant venom isn't lethal at small doses. Without a heavy load in the system, it usually doesn't kill. After the ambulance leaves with the worker, the janitor heads back to the park office for a few minutes. When he returns, he set up a ring of plastic stakes and warning tape around the dry tree and the vines. He even hangs a sign. Old cardboard, red marker. Poisonous vines. Keep away. Jin. Now what? How do I dig it out with all this? She extends a thread, tries to talk to the bloodvine. By the bestiary's logic, it's already awakened spirit. Bondable. Otherwise, the Spirit Bestiary wouldn't have offered the option. She pushes a thought through. Do you want to bond with me and leave this place? Meanwhile, she'd already pulled the husky into a corner and lectured him until he understood. These vines are poisonous. You don't eat them. He gets it. He still stares at them with his very human-looking eyes. Drool tracks down his chin. Woof. Woof. Just one bite. A tiny one. That can't kill me, can it? Jin has no words. Idiot. If you keep staring at her like she's lunch, how am I supposed to lure this innocent vine onto my team? What surprises Jin? The bloodvine answers, mind to mind. Yes. Maybe the surprise shows on Jin's face. The bloodvine keeps going. If I don't go with you, the people here will clear me out within a day. Vinia didn't mean to hurt the man. He came to kill Vinia first. Vinia only wants to live. Vinia is willing to bond. Jin. She'd assumed mutated plants, even spirit awakened ones, wouldn't be as smart as animals. Wrong. The bloodvine's awareness is young, a little naive, but quick. A lot smarter than the husky standing next to her. Now the question, how to get her out without anyone noticing? The bloodvine surprises her again. My true body is one main stem. The other vines are offshoots. I grew them to feed faster. Hold on. The thick crimson vines coiled around the dead tree start withering, visibly. By the second, the main stem is reabsorbing every nutrient it spread out into the offshoots. The crowd has grown. Tourists who heard about the strange poisonous vine. They're watching, curious. Whoa, the vine looks like it's dying. Maybe attacking the man drained it, like a bee that loses its stinger, dies in 2 or 3 hours? No way. That's a huge mass of vines. The worker only got pricked by a few thorns. Who knows? Never seen anything like this. Strangled a tree to death and stayed alive. Even attacked someone. What if the novels are right? Energy returning. The end of the world. The speaker is clearly a fantasy reader. As it happens, he just stumbled onto the truth. His friend shoots him down fast. Energy return. End of the world. Come on, you're reading too much. There are weird plants all over. Carnivorous ones, pitcher plants, cordyceps. The boy who suggested it folds. Yeah, real life isn't a novel. Guess my dream of becoming an awakened cultivator died with this conversation. Jin glances at him. Decent constitution. Solid odds of awakening when the time comes. When the collapse actually arrives, even if he gets lucky and turns up a gift, what he'll want most is the ordinary life he just laughed off. In the collapse, even top awakened scrape to survive. Most of their family and friends will be infected, or ordinary people who need protecting. Every morning is a food math problem. Every day is a fight. Right now, a little over a month until the acid rain swallows the world. Jin pulls back from the thought and looks at the withered vines. People assume the dead vines are still toxic. No one approaches. They watch from outside the warning tape. Withered in under 10 minutes. Wild. Hey, my video just deleted itself. I hit the wrong button. What? Mine too. That was Jin. She'd spotted a few people filming. Right as their fingers moved to save, a thread of mind force nudged them off target. The bloodvine has agreed to be hers. One of her hidden cards. She'd rather no one upload that video. The wrong viewer, an early awakened, could read too much into it. There's no way the bloodvine is the only mutated plant on the planet. Not in this country. Not anywhere. Her husky partially awakened a month ago. He probably ate a tier 1 mutated plant at some point. The energy pushed him to the edge of awakening, but not quite over. Not enough volume to finish. Across Cerulea, certain regions have already crossed tier 1 ambient energy. The fluctuations are too small to detect from above, but enough that early mutated plants and animals have started waking up. So have a few human awakeners. State agencies have noticed. Responses are coming. She and Cole need to move faster. The longer they wait, the harder mass stockpiling becomes. Once Cole finishes his snake run, they fly out. First stop, Australia. Bulk beef, lamb, common grain. Then the States, for firearms and fuel. Then home, for the final push. By then, the runway is short. Back to the present. After the offshoots feed back into the main stem, the bloodvine shrinks. Compresses. By the end, she's a sapling barely 2 inches tall, hidden under the dead vine cover. She even changes the leaf shape and color. Stops looking like a bloodvine. Starts looking like a small, ordinary green vine. Harmless Jin sees the bloodvine is ready. She points at the sky and yells, "Husky, look, there's a dragon." A few clouds had merged into a long winding shape. Snake-like, fine. Dragon, generous. But people love to stare at things. The crowd's heads snap up. Jin uses the second to wrap the bloodvine in mind force. The roots come free of the soil clean. She pushes a thought. "I'm taking you somewhere. Don't fight me." Then she pulls the bloodvine into her ocean haven from over 30 feet away. The bloodvine, who'd planned to use her roots to crawl off if needed? Wait, my new owner has a planting space packed with energy, and she can pull me from over 30 feet away. If you'd told me sooner, I wouldn't have wasted energy disguising myself as a harmless vine. The bloodvine drops the disguise. The deep crimson comes back. She picks the spot in the haven with the densest energy and roots in. She starts inhaling ambient energy, like she's been starving for years. Jin pushes a thought into the haven. Vinia, keep yourself company for now. The bond will come later. Vinia answers, cheerful. Yes, owner. Take care of your business. Bond hasn't even been signed, and she's already calling her owner. Don't lose the gravy train. Latch onto deep pockets while you can. Outside, even the husky has his head tilted up at the sky. A bystander snorts. Dragon? It's some clouds shaped like a snake. Ha! The girl was messing with her dog. You actually fell for it. The husky tilts his head. Woof! Owner, what's a dragon? Can I eat one? I'd like to try. Jin. The blood vine is hers. Compact form. No one noticed. Jin turns and walks the husky back to the villa. Back at the villa, she pulls the husky into the space and sets him up with a tier 1 energy-rich rib bone feast. The moment he finishes, he's asleep. Awakening countdown. 8 hours. He'd already partially awakened, which shortens the runway. Jin had planned to bond Vinaya first, but the blood vine took in so much ambient energy that she's now evolving tier 1 basic to tier 1 intermediate. The process takes 12 hours. So Jin steps out of the space. Cole isn't back yet. Locke Ashby, back from inspecting the mines he just bought, has returned to the villa. Jin pulls everything the butler has signed for, stacked across the living room, into her space. No cameras inside the villa. As for arriving with little luggage and leaving with even less, that gets pinned on Locke Ashby. He'll carry the weight. Locke Ashby has been hauling gemstones and supplies in and out himself. Empty trucks pull up outside the villa, sit a while, then leave. Convenient. Her own goods can ride that same fiction. Once she's done storing, Locke Ashby comes by. After polite small talk, he gets straight to it. Tomorrow my private jet flies to Hong Kong. From there, an international flight into Asia. After my work in Asia, I'm going to the States. Are you and your brother in? Cole pulls out tier 0.5 food. Cole wears a peace pendant under his shirt almost always and protects it. From those two facts alone, Locke Ashby suspects Cole owns a jade pendant space, like his own. Cole's space probably has a particular feature too. It must absorb energy and convert ordinary food to tier 0.5, nothing strange. The world has reset 9 times. Of course Cole has prepared. Of course Cole knows things. And what Cole knows, he probably hasn't kept from his sister. What surprises Locke Ashby is Jin. She's too cool, too composed. Nothing about her reads like a college freshman. Locke Ashby has no idea Jin has awakened, or that she has her own space. Across the previous resets, the fragments he has of her amount to Cole's sister. Died early. She died differently each time. The constant, she always died right at the start of the collapse. He's offering to take both of them along because he wants Jin close enough to protect. He doesn't want her killed at the start again. He doesn't want Cole to break, go dark, ally with the infected, end up out of his mind. Jin has no idea what's running through Locke Ashby's head. She just sees that his itinerary aligns with hers and Cole's. He's also being unusually direct. He isn't pretending nothing's coming. Locke Ashby has tact. He doesn't ask what he can't ask. He just opens the door for continued cooperation. Jin thinks it through, then nods. Coming along works. If it's convenient, when you're handling business in Asia and the States, you could fold our share into yours, she continues. Right now we have about $3 million between us. We also have some wild fruit, unusual flavor. Curious if you'd be interested in another exchange. Value of the trade depends on how much food, firearms, fuel he's willing to share. Anything that improves gift awakening odds. Locke Ashby will not turn that down. Another 280 mil? By the prior pricing, that's the tier 0.5 food supply for 3 people for 3 months. Locke Ashby doesn't know if Jin is fully authorized. He assumes Cole runs the space. Jin nods. Deal. We'll work the details once Cole's back. She could close it on her own, could even put down a deposit. But that would tip her hand. I have a space. I have a gift. The hidden cards stay hidden as long as possible. Right now she has only 3 companions in play, and 2 haven't bonded yet. Caution wins. Live quiet. Feign weakness. Strike late. Locke Ashby agrees, and leaves. Back in his quarters, he reaches inward and connects to the gift core in his head, the fragment store. He hunts for more on Jin, specifically how she died each time before. Even with the energy food, Cole could feed her. Even without knowing the collapse date, Cole loves his sister. He'd give her the best of what he had. Under those conditions, She had a 90% shot at awakening at the start. Even with the weakest gift, she shouldn't have died 7 times in a row right at the start. That's catastrophic luck. Even no gift at all. Jin doesn't read like a girl who'd die first. She reads sharp, composed, likely to survive without a gift. Wait, why is he thinking 7 times? It should be 8. The world reset 8 times. Lock Ashby digs through the fragments? Nothing more on Jin surfaces. He gives up? He was just curious. That evening, when Cole comes home, there's a small black snake coiled around his wrist. The snake is no thicker than a chopstick, wrapped in a tight curl, head and tail tucked together. Quiet. Still, if Jin didn't have sensitive mental threads, she'd never have known it was a snake. Her scalp prickles. Brother, why is that on your wrist? Is it venomous? Cole laughs. Venomous. Not strongly. Won't kill anyone. Caught him today by accident. Inkling decided to come along on his own. Cole's mind control gift can't talk to animals directly, but he can read strong emotion, strong intent, off them. Before Jin can ask more, he keeps going. He's not here out of gratitude. The "I'm following you to repay you" line is fiction. He just wants my tier 1 fruit and Vitaspring. Cole had caught a haul of venomous snakes in the forest today, all caged off in a corner of his space, behind tight wire. This one is different. Smart. Affectionate. Other than meals, it refuses to stay in the snake enclosure. It wants to be on Cole. Cole lets it. A walking bodyguard, basically. Worst case, if a fight gets ugly, he can throw the snake. Small, but a mosquito's leg is still meat. Buys a second or two. Thought he keeps to himself. If Inkling overheard, he'd bite Cole on the spot. Jin pulls up Inkling in the Spirit Bestiary and sends a thread to talk. Cole's read is right. Inkling is sticking to him out of pure gluttony. Inkling's potential is high, but he's 2 days old. Not done growing. He needs Vitaspring for a few more days before he can finish awakening 5-star bond rating. Plenty of upside. Jin doesn't want him. Cold-blooded, soft-bodied. Not her thing. Not afraid. Just don't like it. Cole can have him. Inkling is too young to put thoughts into clean sentences. Inkling. Promise. No bite. Mama. Under Jin's gentle mental pressure, the little snake stutters out his vow. Inkling is the name Cole gave him. Mama is what Inkling has decided to call Cole. In Inkling's worldview, whoever feeds you is your mama. Can't wait until Inkling fully awakens and Cole can hear that. A grown man called Mama by a snake. I'm dying. Cole brings Jin into his space and walks her through the snake enclosure. Dozens of venomous specimens behind wire. Most don't have Inkling's potential. 4 or 5 trigger any reaction from the Spirit Bestiary, and the bond ratings cap at 3 stars. Same in the other enclosures. Spiders, centipedes, rats. Few standouts. Ratings range from 1 to 3 stars. Cole isn't fazed. His doctrine, quantity over quality. Saturate them with toxin. He doesn't need bonds with these. Lower quality is fine. Burn through a wave, raise another wave. No emotional cost. He picked unlovable creatures on purpose. Cute things. He couldn't sacrifice them. Don't call it cruelty. It's survival. Soft people don't last a month after the collapse. After the tour, Jin is covered in goosebumps. She rushes out and scoops up Snowbell to soothe herself. The kitten lies easy in her arms. He even shifts to find a better angle and lets out a soft mew. Owner. Mew is comfortable. Yes. To the left. Scratch a little harder. Right there. Snowbell knows the husky's coming home, that the husky's going to bond too. A less savvy cat would start a war. Snowbell is a savvy cat. He's barely a month old. Going head-to-head with a 6-month-old dog, he loses. Why fight? Better to act cute. Be small. Win owner's heart. In other words, a cat with strategy. In palace dramas, the survivors aren't the strongest. They're the cleverest. Watching TV has opened entire new worlds for the kitten. Jin doesn't know what's running through his head. She just tells Cole about the afternoon conversation with Lock Ashby. Cole nods. Going with him is fine. Saves time. Avoids hassle. The tier 0.5 fruit and produce in my space is gone though. All I have left is tier 1 pulled from yours. Jin smiles. Don't worry. I have tier 0.5. Picked up seedlings around the Z City outskirts a while back. The transplanted fruit trees have produced. They're at tier 0.5 now. Come pick what you need. Cole nods. Got it. The Asia leg goes smoothly. The States leg has minor friction. Nothing meaningful at their level. With his network, Locke Ashby pulls down a massive fuel haul. He gives Jin and Cole 200 tons, keeps 400 for himself. Locke Ashby and Cole even buy the tankers themselves. Back home, Cole keeps a few tons for personal use. The rest goes into Jin's space. During the firearms exchange, the seller tries to flip the deal. Armed robbery. Locke Ashby has to use his gift. He takes out a dozen men in one breath. Seeing he has it handled, Jin and Cole stay back. They don't move in. A few days back, Jin finalized her bond with the husky wind and fire, dual affinity awakened. The bloodvine has climbed from basic tier 1 to mid-tier 1. Cole sealed his bond with Inkling 2. The little snake awakened a dual gift of its own, shadow and poison. Even more useful, Inkling can now puppeteer dozens of ordinary venomous snakes at once, none of them awakened. Both siblings feel a flicker of confidence. They have something now. A real edge. Then they remember Locke Ashby, how he stepped into a circle of armed men and dropped one with a single punch. They reel it back. Stay cautious. Stay hidden a little longer. They are not strong enough yet. The deal flip in the States ended up saving them a fortune. The world tour wraps clean, and they return to the homeland with cargo bays full of supplies. 10 days until the global acid rain. 10 days until the collapse arrives in earnest. Across the country, the cracks are showing. Dozens of incidents, all mutated plants. Some reports describe vegetation that lunges at people. Others describe plants that sprout legs and migrate. Stranger reports, too. Fruits, vegetables, and herbs that cure terminal illness in a single bite. Animals have begun to shift as well. Mutated beasts attacking humans. Mutated beasts growing visibly smarter. Dozens of confirmed cases. The unconfirmed ones are surely far higher. On social feeds, videos and posts about the collapse keep climbing. A handful of people believe. They start stockpiling. Food, supplies, the basics. Most people scoff. Apocalypse rumors aren't new, just noise. The strange incidents have caught the government's attention. Plans are likely already drawn. The reason for keeping quiet is simple. Premature panic before the actual event would be worse than the event itself. And there is no clean defense against acid rain that turns half the population into the infected. Anyone caught in the rain has a high chance of turning. A small percentage manifests as gifted instead. Even those untouched by the rain, anyone who breathes air laced with the energy particles risks turning. Masks won't stop it. You can't stop people from breathing. Bunkers and oxygen tanks won't save anyone long-term either. Short-term hiding, maybe, but sealing humanity into shelters when you don't know who'll turn and who'll awaken, that just concentrates the infected. The more bodies in one place, the faster the spread. The best the government can do is run a cover story. They release a public notice. A virulent flu spreading abroad. A few carriers already inside multiple provinces. Citizens are advised to stockpile 1 to 2 months of food and avoid unnecessary outings. The notice does what rumors couldn't. People who shrugged off the collapse start to take supply prep seriously. Supermarkets, wet markets, online retailers. Every shelf is hit. Every checkout line stretches out the door. In the middle of it, the 2 mobile homes and 2 off-road vehicles Cole pre-ordered are finished. Reinforced everywhere. Double-layer bulletproof glass. Each sibling pulls one into their space. Inflatable rafts. Speedboats. Fishing boats. Several of each, all pulled into storage. The stockpile push is nearly complete. What's left is finding a safe place and waiting for the collapse to land. Locke Ashby has already extended the offer. North Haven is nearing completion in the outskirts of B City. If they want in, he welcomes them. But Jin still has business in G City. She turns him down for now. Locke had wanted to keep her close. He fears that when the collapse hits, Yin will fall early again, and Cole will spiral the way he did before. After the time they've spent together, though, Locke knows Jin isn't simple. She's almost certainly already gifted. And Cole is confirmed gifted. Locke felt the mental pressure radiating off him during the firearms exchange in the States. Once Locke is sure Cole won't leave Jin's side, he stops pushing. Before they part, he hands Cole a personal helicopter. Tutorial videos for piloting and maintenance. A full toolkit. A crate of spare parts. If a situation on the ground becomes unmanageable, they can always go up. The sky isn't entirely safe either. Mutated birds, infected birds, but for someone with a pocket dimension like Cole, a helicopter is portable. He can deploy it whenever he needs. Civilian flight regulations had kept the siblings from stockpiling aircraft earlier. Pre-approval. Licensed pilots required. A hassle. But during the collapse, a helicopter changes everything. Long-distance travel becomes survivable. As for learning to fly, for normal people, hard. For the gifted, with enhanced minds and bodies, manageable. Even in a crash, the gifted have options. Cole's mind-type gift includes a short-range mental shield he can wrap around his own body. Limited duration. Power-hungry. But survivable. After this stretch with Locke, Yin has a verdict on him. He is a real ally. Worth keeping close. And lately, with mutated Tier 1 plants showing up worldwide, Jin figures that pulling out a few Tier 1 fruits now wouldn't raise eyebrows about hidden farmland. Jin pulls Cole aside and murmurs a few words. Cole produces 2 large baskets of longans from his space and sets them down in front of Locke as a parting gift. If anyone asks, the cover story is simple. They stumbled across a wild Tier 1 longan tree. The 2 baskets weigh about 300 to 400 pounds. Once you discount stems, peel, and pits, the actual fruit yields less. But it's enough to bring around 200 people across the threshold of awakening before the real crisis hits. Locke has military connections. His uncle holds rank. A donation of this size will land most of those longans inside military hands, which is a good outcome. 2 baskets of Tier 1 fruit is generous, but not enough volume to make anyone consider snatching the siblings for a lab. Cole grins. Locke, do you happen to have a spare helicopter? I'd like one for my sister too. That's why they brought the longans. Locke raises an eyebrow at the baskets in front of him. He has a lot of people under him. 1 helicopter isn't nearly enough. Inside his space, he still keeps a small plane that seats over a dozen, plus 3 helicopters. Pulling out a second for Jin isn't impossible. Better. With this much Tier 1 fruit, he can approach his uncle and trade for 1 or 2 military-grade helicopters. Maybe a fighter jet, maybe a tank. He coughs. Of course, Locke says. Mr. Cole, you've been holding out. Thank you both for trusting me. I give you my word. I'll never tell anyone where these came from. If anyone asks, I found them. He turns to Jin and pulls a helicopter from his own space. It's the most refined of his 3 top-tier interior, comfort-first build. He had been saving it for himself. But he knows Cole only handed over Tier 1 longans because Jin nudged him to, so the best one goes to her. He'll ride the military helicopter when it comes. Less comfort? Probably older. His uncle won't part with a new one, but sturdier. More reliable than anything civilian. Locke pauses, then pulls out 2 modified Rolls-Royce limousines as well. I know you already had vehicles converted. Mine perform a bit better. Cole stows everything into his space, looking pleased. Jin smiles. Thank you, Locke. Once we wrap up our business, my brother and I will visit you at North Haven. Hope we're welcome. Locke catches her meaning, but answers as if he didn't. Always. The doors are open. Jin's and Cole's gifts both need time to grow. Early stages mean staying hidden. Even with the resources, neither sibling intends to plant a flag and run their own base. The Haven Isle could shelter thousands. Jin has 0 interest in that level of headache. More people means more problems. More chaos. Neither she nor Cole can avoid pulling things from their spaces. Long term, the people around them will start to wonder. They will start to whisper. And a gifted's pocket space is nothing like a pendant space. The gifted spend their own energy to store and retrieve. The act sends a faint ripple of spatial energy. Early on, their spaces are tiny, a few cubic meters at Tier 1, basically useless for hauling. Pendant spaces emit only mental waves on use. No drain, no cost. Even a plain storage space without farming capability is a fat target. Anyone would want one. If teammates ever turned on them and ended them just to take the pendant, that would be a sour way to go. But the world is fracturing. A real external threat is coming. Hiding on a remote island avoids the war for a while. Not forever. 5 years, 10 years. When the enemy that's 1,000 times worse than the infected arrives, no one who skipped the early hardening will survive. Joining North Haven, then, isn't a bad option. Locke is strong. He has supplies. He has military backing. North Haven will absolutely have a military presence. That's why it's the largest base in B City. Government-backed bases run cleaner than private ones. Compared to Locke's massive pendant space, a small pendant space on the siblings and becomes invisible. No one will know its real size. And the reason Locke runs the base instead of a military officer? In the collapse, strength is the latter. Locke is the strongest person in the entire base, and famous enough to give every rival base pause. With him at the front, the other bases stay back. Real authority inside North Haven might rest with someone else. But Locke's status alone makes covering for a few specific people effortless. When Locke first invited the siblings to North Haven, that was the protection offer. It was already on the table, the only thing missing. Neither side has openly discussed the collapse or gifts. The siblings have not used a gift in front of lock. Until they do, certain conversations stay locked. The plan is to wait until the collapse hits, scout North Haven in person, judge the rules and the atmosphere, then decide. If the rules are too tight, they'll stay independent. That's why Jin only said we'll visit, never will join. Locke catches all of it and answers anyway. Looking forward to it. Jin and Cole return to G-City. They lease a high-end apartment near Apex University. 12-month contract. Full year prepaid. The reason is simple. Jin's enemies are all in G-City. She wants to wait for the collapse and feed them to the infected herself. Until then, she doesn't sleep easy. These enemies are technically from the original timeline. The Jin they ended back then was a fragmented echo, not the Jin standing here now. But the body is hers, so the debt stays hers. If she lets it sit, the enemies grow stronger, or they vanish into a corner and quietly level up. Either way, payback gets harder. Worse, if one of them stumbles into a stroke of luck and remembers what happened during the 8th reset, fears retaliation, and decides to strike first. That's not a risk. Jin will leave on the table. She means to crush the possibility while it's still small enough to crush. Jin invites Lyra Snow out for tea. Originally, she wanted to find some excuse to lure Lyra to her place. But she doesn't have a place anymore. Over the last few days, Jin has been texting Lyra during downtime. She has a clearer picture of her now. Lyra loves her family fiercely. She has a younger brother in high school, a sick mother, and a father working 3 jobs to keep them afloat. Jin owes her, or to be more precise, in the original timeline, Lyra was the one who told Cole that Viper was the one behind Jin's death. So this time, Jin wants to extend a hand. Just a hand. Not the whole arm, not the whole family. Helping Lyra's family opens a door. What about extended relatives? Friends? Where does the line stop? So today, Jin invites Lyra to tea and brings along a sealed box. 2 pounds of cherries. Tier 0.8 fruit. Not quite enough energy to trigger a gift on its own, but during the collapse, it pushes the chance of awakening up to 95%. And even if it doesn't trigger anything, it locks in the body against infection. Better to teach someone to fish than to keep handing them the catch. Once Lyra has a gift, Lyra protects whoever Lyra wants. Lyra walks in with no idea what's about to land in her lap. She studies Jin, color in her cheeks, posture loose, no shadow under the eyes, and asks carefully, "Jinny, how's your brother doing?" Jin picked the corner table on purpose. Bamboo screens and potted plants on 3 sides. Quiet voices stay quiet voices. Not many other patrons today either. Jin leans in. "Lyra, have you been following the news? Someone grew a giant watermelon. People who eat it recover from illness. Healthy people get stronger, their skin clears up, and the government's pushing everyone to stockpile and stay home." Lyra is 4 years older. Jin still doesn't quite know how to address her. Teacher feels formal. "So Lyra it is." Lyra nods. "I heard. My roommate's convinced the collapse is coming. Dragged me out shopping. I don't really buy it, but stocking up doesn't hurt. If something does happen, at least we have something on hand. As for the flu, no one I know is sick, but better safe than sorry, so I picked up cold meds. Honestly, if you hadn't asked me out today, I'd be home. Just a few dance lessons left to teach." Lyra doesn't really believe in the collapse, but she follows the crowd. Most people do. Jin slides the cherry box across the table. Her voice drops lower. "Lyra, I think it's all real. I got these through a private channel. They heal, they strengthen. My brother was sick. He ate these and recovered fully. This box is for you. You can eat them yourself or split with family or friends. But don't go past 6 people. Spread thinner than that and the effect drops." Lyra figures Jin has been sold a story. But Jin looks too sober to argue with, so Lyra picks one out and bites. The cherry is sweet. Distinctly sweet. A faint warmth blooms in her stomach and rolls outward, into her arms, her legs. Her head clears. Even the bruise on her shin from this morning's class, already half faded. Lyra freezes. This cherry is real? A tier 0.5 fruit tastes a little better than ordinary. Healing is mild, easy to miss. A tier 0.8 fruit tastes outstanding. Healing is unmistakable. The body knows. Lyra falters. "This is too valuable. I can't accept this." Jin shakes her head. "I've already set aside enough for me and my brother. Past a certain amount, the effect plateaus. After that, they're just very good cherries. Don't be polite with me. And listen, through certain channels, I know something is coming. The state media is telling everyone to stockpile and stay home. The flu is just cover. Take leave from your tutoring jobs. Go home. Be with your family. Stockpile more food. Jin can't say, the collapse is coming. Not directly. But after handing over a fruit that proves itself in 3 seconds, her words carry. She still has to be careful. She still can't reveal the full picture. Lyra hesitates a long time. She finally accepts the box, but insists on transferring payment. She doesn't have much. If she had savings, she wouldn't be running grad school during the day, tutoring at night, and working summer jobs on top. She has nothing else to repay Jin with. She has no idea if her 8,000 in savings is even enough. Jin already has every supply she could possibly need. She doesn't need Lyra's money. She knows exactly what Lyra's finances look like. But if she takes nothing, Lyra won't accept the cherries. Jin pauses. Lyra, do this. Sometime in the future, if I ask you for one favor, within the law, within reason, within what you can manage, you say yes. Lyra reads it for what it is. Jin doesn't want her money. And 8,000 isn't pocket change for her either. If real trouble is coming, that money buys supplies for her family. A box of cherries that heal and a warning from someone who clearly knows more that isn't worth 8,000. It's worth more. Lyra speaks. 1 favor's not enough. 3 favors. Anything you ask, if I can do it, I won't say no. Jin smiles. Done. After they part, Jin heads down the food street nearby. Cole is waiting at a rice paper salad cart on the curb. Cole has just bought a serving from the vendor. 1 bite in, he's already raving. He's decided to buy 100 of them. Stockpile. He has no idea if the old man has finished making them yet. A minute earlier, he texted Jin on iMessage about commissioning a custom-built rice paper salad machine. He has even downloaded the tutorial videos. The plan, apparently, is to start his own street operation later. Jin was the one who originally wanted to open a food street. Now Cole, apparently born to cook, is more invested than she is. Jin walks down the sidewalk. A blue convertible sports coupe rolls up and stops a few yards ahead. Jin. It is you. Damn it, I've been hunting for you. That stunt you pulled in the parking garage? We're not even close to settled. The driver is Vance Whitmore. But the woman in the passenger seat isn't Bree. A closer look. Sharp features. A cool, distant set to the face. Bare face today. Hair pulled into a high ponytail. White tee. Jeans. Viper. Jin came to G-City with one purpose. To use the chaos of the collapse to push these two off the board. She didn't expect both of her old-life enemies to be sitting in the same car. Convenient. If they stay attached to each other after the collapse, she won't have to make 2 trips. But this is strange. Didn't Viper write Vance off? A man who had a fiancé and still chased other women. Wasn't that beneath her? Vance confessed to Jin one night and was holding hands with Bree by the next morning. Half the city knew. Viper would have known. So why is she riding in his passenger seat now? Viper has likely awakened her gift fortune sense. Foresight, in essence. Pity. The pendant space the original Jin handed over to her in the prior timeline is no longer in play. Even if Viper sensed the collapse was coming, stockpiling at scale would be a nightmare for her alone. This time, she could still cite Vance's affair as grounds to break the engagement and walk away with 30 million from old Whitmore. Still, 30 million in supplies alone through a collapsing market? Impossible to hold. Which probably explains exactly why she's in this car. Jin watches Viper. Reading her, Viper watches her right back. Viper speaks first. Jin, right? Cooperate with me. I'll let you have Vance. Vance had been assuming Viper was just jealous of an old crush. His mouth drops open. Viper, are you out of your mind? We registered. We're married. And you're handing me off? Ever since Jin's mental gift took out a sensitive part of his anatomy in that parking garage, Vance has been non-functional. Fieldwork has gone south. Permanently. His feelings about Jin shifted from infatuation to hatred. Bone-deep hatred. He couldn't pursue any other woman, so when Viper offered marriage and demonstrated some strange edge, he agreed. A marriage in name only. No physical. But Viper treating him like a poker chip is a step too far. He's not merchandise. You don't give him away. Jin's expression flattens. These two not only got together, they got married. Of course they did. Without the marriage, the Whitmore family would treat Viper as an outsider. They might pay a settlement, but once the collapse hits, the Whitmores wouldn't keep her under their wing. Jin cuts in. Do I look like a charity bin? And what makes you think you're in a position to offer a deal? Viper's fortune sense is clearly active. She's probably already detected that Jin has a hidden space, and that the bond is locked. No raw theft possible. So she pivots to a trade. trading using Vance, a deadbeat, as the offering. The audacity is offensive. Viper opens her mouth to add something. Jin cuts it dead. Not interested. She turns and walks straight toward Cole. Viper's face darkens. She steps out of the car immediately. Vance shouts, "You can't park here." But he gets out anyway. Cole sees Jin coming. He hands her a fresh rice paper salad. "Sister, hot off the cart. Try this. I've already had 3. On the public bench beside him sit 2 grocery bags, wall-to-wall rice paper salads. The vendor grins, beaming. Just 1 short of 100. Try it, miss. Guarantee. 1 bite. You're hooked. Jin wants to, but Viper and Vance are closing in. She's not afraid of them. The problem is, society still has laws. Right then, from the corner about 20 yards away, a panicked shout cuts through the street. A tiger broke out of the zoo. Run! Someone got bitten. There's blood everywhere. Move. Move. Then a roar. A man's scream, loud, ragged. Ruar. Ugh, my backside. Jin hears the roar. Listens harder. Something off about it. The roar is small. A little childish. Definitely not an adult tiger. She and Cole exchange a look. Both of them break for the source. Caution is the rule of the moment, but a gifted can't stand by while an ordinary person is being savaged by a mutated beast. Jin has Bloodvine concealed, retractable, ambush ready. Cole has mental control over mutated beasts. An inkling, fang-loaded, riding his wrist. Self-dash defense isn't the issue. They round the corner, a tiger cub, maybe half a meter long. Locked jaw on a middle-aged man's backside. Jin blinks. Just a cub. That explains the half-baby roar. The man, on his knees, has a woman's purse clutched in his hand. He flings it away. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have grabbed it. I'm giving it back, see? Mr. Tiger. Please. Let go. Ah! The last cry is the cub's teeth reminding him. The cub seems to understand. It actually loosens its bite. The man clutches his bloodied backside and tries to bolt. He doesn't get far. A traffic cop catches him at the elbow. Purse snatching. You're not going anywhere, pal. The cub doesn't pursue. It tilts its head and looks straight at Jin, 20 feet away, curious. Then it turns, picks up the purse in its teeth, and pads off. Light. Quick. Watching the cub stay calm, the crowd settles. Someone calls out. Heard this cub bit a hand off someone before. That true? Looks too small, too. Exaggerated. Didn't bite anything off. Just 1 bite. Deep enough to bleed a lot. The guy was stealing a phone. Wait. Is this a police tiger? Trained to bite criminals? The newsstand owner cuts in, laughing. Not even close. Let me tell you. This cub's from the Siberian tiger exhibit at the zoo. 2 months old. This is the 3rd time it's broken the fence and gotten out. First 2 times, no real damage. Too small. First time it went after a kid who'd been poking at it through the bars. 2 pinprick bites on the kid's backside. Zoo paid the medical bill, the rabies shot, plus emotional damages. Cub didn't even make it 10 feet before they grabbed it back. Second time, a week ago. Same fence trick. This time the cub chased a child trafficker, followed him several hundred feet, and bit him on the backside. The kid being trafficked got rescued. The zoo got a thank you plaque for that one. This time, well, another thief. Followed him all the way out the gate. Sharp little teeth. But 3 strikes. 3's the limit. They'll probably ship this one off somewhere else. 2 months old. Just a hair bigger than a full-grown house cat. About 12 pounds, soft and clumsy enough to make people want to hug it. But the cub is sharp. It clearly has aggressive tendencies and clearly knows where the line is. No serious injuries. And a strong preference for the meaty parts. The backside specifically. Painful enough to teach a lesson. Not lethal. Jin can't help herself. She follows the cub. She wants to bond it, badly. Badly. The Spirit Bestiary opens to the matching page. Potential companion, Siberian tiger cub, 2 months. Status, already awakened affinity. Steel-type bond recommendation. 5 stars, yes. The first look kind of bond. The cub, even self-awakened. No fruit needed. Steel-type gifts hit hard. Solid defense. And a tiger, apex predator by birth, is dangerous before anyone counts the gift. The problem is that this cub belongs to a zoo. How does one extract an innocent baby tiger from a zoo? Jin frowns. Cole reads her face. The bright, hungry stare locked on the cub. He gets it instantly. The cub is in. Jin has chosen. The two of them walking together draws eyes. Same striking features, same family resemblance. If Cole peels off, Jin can move solo. Less attention. Better access. Once the cub doesn't resist, Jin can pull it into her space from 10 yards out. Cole glances at her. Sister, I'll grab the rice paper salads. Call me later. Got it. Go. They split. A's for Vance and Viper. The second the word tiger hit Vance's ears, his face strained. He sprinted back to his car, calling out to Viper to hurry. If she fell behind, he'd leave her there. Viper deployed her gift. She read the field. Even chasing Jin and the brother, clearly already gifted, wouldn't yield anything. The brother had a pendant space too, smaller than Jin's, but still locked. Still a sealed bond. Painful as it was, she could detect treasure but not hold it. Real strength wasn't there yet. She bites it down. She turns, climbs back into Vance's car, expression ugly. If only Jin had taken Vance up on his confession back then. Then Viper could have lifted the pendant before the bond locked in. Viper has a quiet certainty. When the collapse fully arrives, a second gift will manifest. Her strength will jump. When that happens, taking the pendant by force becomes possible. Once the cub doesn't resist, Jin can pull it into her space from 10 yards out. Legality of theft? The collapse is here. Who cares about the law? Strength is the throne. The strong rule. The weak bend. Viper's eyes go cold. Jin extends her mental sense, scans the crowd, and confirms Viper has stopped following. She files Viper away. For now. Some things have to wait until the collapse arrives to settle for good. If Viper thinks Jin is a soft target, easy clay to mold, Viper has miscalculated. Jin keeps trailing the cub. The zoo isn't far. The cub, purse still locked in its jaws, weaves back to the front gate. It walks straight to a middle-aged woman and sets the purse down beside her foot. The woman had watched the whole chase. Stunned out of thought, she'd taken off after the cub on instinct. Mid-pursuit, the cub had stopped to bite a phone snatcher's hand, held him until the crowd grabbed him, which is how the original purse snatcher slipped out of the zoo, what no one expected. The cub then dodged every staffer and security guard trying to grab it, kept the chase going, and actually returned the purse to its owner. It even found the right woman in the crowd. The woman stares down at the bag. There's blood on the handle. The contents she still needs. The bag itself, well, hard to throw out, hard to use. It'll go home and live in a closet. Forever. 3 different sources of fluid on that bag now. The thief's backside, the phone snatcher's hand, and the cub's saliva. Zoo staff have circled in, ready to scoop the cub up. The mother tiger had a litter of 3. The other 2 cubs are sweet on the keepers. Easy handling, easy hugs. This clever one, is different. Doesn't like being picked up. Always slips the grab. The keeper has called for backup. Multiple guards are closing in. What happens to the cub next is the supervisor's call. Past 2 breakouts, once the cub got what it wanted, it followed staff back to the holding pen, near the mother's enclosure. Pliable enough. Not this time. The cub pivots, sprints, and runs straight to Jin, who is standing in the crowd about 10 yards out. It rubs its fluffy head against her pant leg. Roar! The roar carries no menace. It's the soft, plaintive sound of a kitten begging. 2-legged human. I smell so much energy on you. Will you keep me? The cub knows what a keeper is. It has had keepers. So why couldn't it pick its own? One with more food, more energy. A tiger cub typically nurses for 6 months. But this cub awakened. Mother's milk isn't enough anymore. Ever since it stole and ate a sweet-smelling stone, its stomach has been growing. Its appetite has been growing. The keeper's meat ration is small. Every day, the cub has to bully its sister and brother for theirs just to get 3/4 full. Same with the milk. It drinks twice as much as the other 2. The mother and the siblings don't love it for this. To them, it's a bottomless pit. A food thief. Every day, 300 rounds of wrestling with weaker littermates, no real outcome, just irritation. The cub just wants to eat. Is that wrong? Today, finally, a 2-legged human who looks like she'll keep him fed. After playing the hero out there, the cub trots straight over and asks to be adopted. Jin vibrates internally. Yes, yes. 1,000 times, yes. To everyone watching, it just looks like a tiger cub rubbed her leg, and she went stiff with shock. A keeper steps closer, calling out from a few yards away. "Miss, don't be scared. He's gentle. He won't bite." Jin forces a flustered laugh. "I'm not scared. He's so cute." She thought she was the only one watching the cub. Turns out the cub was watching her too. Meant to be. The only problem now, how does she get him out? Wait, maybe it's not that hard. Jin opens a mental channel. "Little tiger, I want to keep you, but there are too many people here. I can't just walk away with you. Going through official channels won't work. The state would never approve a private citizen adopting a tiger, but the rules are about to break. Once the collapse hits, the country will encourage gifted to bond with mutated beasts as combat companions." Jin can't wait the 9 more days, though. The cub has caused too many incidents today. They might ship him out before then, and once he's gone where? So, little tiger, run into the topiary bushes over there. Stay hidden. I'll move you somewhere. Don't fight it. The cub interprets "move you somewhere" as a cage and a shipment. It still doesn't understand how she'll dodge all the other two-legged eyes. The cub knows it has powers. It can move metal. But every use leaves the body weak. It needs a mountain of food to recover. So it keeps the power quiet. Maybe this two-legged woman has the same kind of trick. So, to onlookers, the cub rubs Jin, then drifts over and sniffs a few other people's pants. Even rubs a kid's leg in passing. The crowd lets out shaky laughs and steps back. Then the cub bolts into a dense topiary garden, animal-shaped shrubs head high, and vanishes from sight. Guards and keepers rush in after him. Jin blinks. He even ran a misdirection. Before vanishing, the cub had touched several other people. Decoy contact. So when he disappeared from her side specifically, no one would single her out. Jin locks onto his location with her mental sense and pulls him cleanly into the Havenile space. Watching the keepers and helpful bystanders search for the missing cub, she silently apologizes. Then she pulls out her phone, fakes an urgent call, and walks away. She finds Cole soon enough, 2 large bags of rice paper salads in each hand. A traffic camera sits nearby. Cole drops a thought into her head. Did the cub make it home? Jin's eyes crinkle. She reaches into one of the bags and pulls out a salad, biting in. "He came willingly. Walked right to me." Over the next several days, Jin goes out once a day. Mostly for air, mostly to see what's changing on the streets. The rest of the time, she's in the Havenile, training her companions and her plant bonded. She can't bond the tiger cub yet. Her gift is still Tier 1. To bond a 4th, she needs Tier 2. 3 more bond slots open up at that threshold. Tier 1 to Tier 2 requires the ambient energy density to climb, which means waiting for the collapse to land properly. Jin does have her first trait, beast speech, letting her converse cleanly with any mutated creature with real intelligence. So the cub understands her completely. As long as she keeps feeding him, an unbonded cub will still follow her commands. "Point name," he goes. But without a bond, Jin can't draw mental and physical reinforcement back from him. And if the cub ever lost control and turned on her, the attack would land at full power. A bond, by contrast, includes a backlash clause. Any companion who turns on its owner takes the hit themselves. The bond also lets Jin instantly sense if a companion is being controlled or compromised, so she can dial the backlash up or down on demand. A bonded companion can also borrow her mental strength through the bond mark when running low in combat. The bond also acts as a tracker. Owner and companion can sense each other's location and distance. Most usefully, in combat, Jin doesn't have to speak orders or push thoughts through. She just activates the Spirit Bestiary in her mind, and the order arrives instantly. Faster command transmission. Far faster. Spoken orders take a couple of seconds. Mental thought pushes, 1 or 2. Bond mark commands, 1/100th of a second. Holding the Spirit Bestiary active drains mental strength continuously, and both parties have to focus hard. Built for combat, not chit-chat. For everyday talk, voice or thought push is easier. Over the next few days of training and mock combat, Jin's companions and Cole's inkling get used to each other. They can't yet operate as a unit, but they don't friendly fire either. Cole keeps helping Jin expand the farming and breeding zones in the haven. Vegetables, fruit trees, egg incubation, free-range chickens, ducks, geese. He harvests the ripened produce in the space and stockpiles it. The food street is fully stocked with equipment and ingredients now. Anytime Jin wants something specific, Cole cooks it on the spot. If he doesn't know the recipe, he watches a tutorial and figures it out. He's also expanded his own swarm: venomous insects, spiders, rats, toxic ants. The colony is thriving. Everything's ready. They wait. Outside, online, under the cover of the flu, more people are stockpiling. More people are staying home. Most jobs that can run remote are running remote. Mutated plants and animals appear everywhere. Reports used to be a few dozen a week nationwide. Now nearly every ordinary citizen has run into a case personally, or knows someone who has. Pre-collapse, though, the mutated tier stays low. Once they spend their power, they need a long stretch to recover. They can't pull energy from the air efficiently yet. So most of the mutated cause limited damage. Unless it's a tiger, a venomous snake, a blood vine, or a poisonous plant, most ordinary mutations can be put down with a knife, a gun, or basic strategy. A mutated rat grows large and fast. A trap and rat poison still take it out. Pet cats and dogs that mutate mostly learn how to open doors, change channels, raid the snack cabinet. They damage the apartment harder. That's about it. Hens lay 3 to 5 eggs a day instead of 1. Bigger eggs, better nutrition. Rabbits switch from grass to meat. Some attack people. 1 bullet handles it. 2 if necessary. Plants mostly mutate in beneficial directions. None develop human-level intelligence. They just become tastier and more nutritious. Toxic plants that mutate get aggressive. If you can't beat one, you can run, then come back with weed killer. Ordinary people aren't stupid. After enough mutations, the room reads itself. The world is changing. When neighbors run into each other now, the greeting has shifted. It used to be, "How are you?" Now it's, "Have you seen any mutations? Anyone in your circle awakened yet?" Because humans are changing too. More and more people are awakening gifts on their own. A school might have 1 or 2 awakened. An apartment block. The numbers aren't huge, but they're not legend anymore. Countdown 4 days to the collapse, Lock Ashby calls. He thanks the siblings again for the food. That batch of Tier 1 longins pulled forward awakenings for over a dozen of his inner circle and several hundred members of the military. 2 of them awakened pocket dimension gifts. Tiny, 1 cubic meter to start. The pocket spaces can't absorb energy from gemstones, but they can absorb energy from food. Eat enough tier-rated food, and the space grows. Even Locke's 70-year-old grandfather, after consistent doses of Tier 0.5 food and a small amount of Tier 1 longin, awakened a gift fast. His gift is nothing exotic. Speed. Pure speed. He can bolt. Self-defense excellent. Hand him a knife, and the chopping speed is no joke either. Old Ashby is delighted. He drills daily with the younger trainees. Reckons he's good for another 30 or 40 years. Beyond his standard belt knife, he's ordered a full set of throwing blades for accuracy training. Call me Ashby the Blade now. Fierce stuff. Watch yourselves. His new catchphrase, 3 days before the collapse. Lyra Snow texts Jin. She has awakened Ice type. Her gratitude is overwhelming. She finally understands. The cherries didn't just heal. They strengthened the well. They opened the door to a gift. She tells Jin she owes her 10 favors now. Jin has nothing specific to ask. She just says, to make sure you can keep your word. No matter what happens, find a way to survive. Lyra's reply is steady. Understood? Jin talks it out with Cole. In the novel, meaning the 8th reset, none of this happened pre-collapse. Nothing this widespread. I think the early stage mutations skewing positive is Cerulea trying to save itself. The more strong positive mutants there are at the start, the better the planet's odds when the violent energy rolls in. Then negative mutations start outnumbering positive ones. The early positives are the ones who pin down and remove the negatives. Cole nods. I think it's not just our parents leaving safety nets. Other people who survived earlier resets must have learned. They left their own safety nets too. Jin doesn't have the full answer. But whatever's behind the shift itself is positive. That's enough. The last 2 days, the siblings stay in the lease department instead of the haven. They want to be physically present in case the collapse arrives early. Jin works through a hacker. Handles Cypher, one of Locke's people. Cypher fed on the longin trade and has now awakened a hypercognition gift. His already top 10 in country hacking has stepped up another tier. Jin asks Cypher to locate a few specific people. Viper and Vance are both in the outskirts of G-City, holed up at the old Whitmore Villa, no movement in days. The interesting bit, Bree is set up in a high-end apartment near the main villa. According to Cypher, Bree is pregnant, and she's announced loudly that the baby is Vance's. She's there on bed rest. Whether the baby is actually Vance's, open question. Cypher pulled a record. The day after Eric ended things with her, Bree booked a nose job. The day after that, with the bandage still on, she met up with her backup boyfriend, a sports student, at a hotel. There's also one update that's not surprising. Ever since Jin's mental strike in the parking garage, Vance has been non-functional, permanently. That's why, even though Vance loathes Bree now, he keeps her in luxury. If the baby is his, it might be the only one he'll ever have. Then again, once the collapse hits, if Vance can find a healing-type gifted, his issue might be reversible. Jin won't let him live that long. The whole point is, the enemy doesn't get to recover. Vance's quiet support of Bree is, of course, hidden from Viper. Viper has known for a while. She lets it ride. She doesn't need Vance's love. She doesn't need his fidelity. What she needs is the Whitmore family treating her as Vance's wife. So she actually helps cover for Vance, performing the happy couple act in front of the Whitmore patriarch, helping mask Vance's issue. If old Whitmore figures out Vance can't father an heir, Vance loses access to family resources unless his gift turns out strong. The Whitmores have 3 grandsons. Plenty of redundancy. The other 2 roommates from Apex, Kat and Vex, the ones who tried to sell Jin out for $50,000, are still in the Apex University dorms. They aren't art students. They just happen to room with Jin and Bree. Their families don't have money. Summer break, both stayed on campus to work part-time. After mutations spread visibly, neither Kat nor Vex plans to head home. Their hometown is rural. Mountainous, lots of plants and animals. Survival materials are easy. But if this becomes a gifted-dominated world, the strong will gather in cities like G City, not in the mountains. So they stay. More opportunity in the city. Maybe a gifted boyfriend. Maybe a gifted boss. Maybe, best case, they awaken themselves. Jin smiles. Convenient. I won't have to track them down. Kat and Vex tried to sell Jin for cash. Jin won't end them. She'll just give them a taste of their own medicine. She'll find them a buyer, not even a real buyer. Jin doesn't need pocket change. She'll just hand them over for free. Maybe, being honest, Jin's revenge is exactly what Kat and Vex would want. They stayed in G City to latch onto strong men. Climb the right one and life is set. Whether the climb pays off or breaks them, that's a different question. The day before the collapse, the high-rise apartment. Outside the window, the sky is a thick black ceiling, smeared through with deep sullen red. Jin stands at the window, Snowbell in her arms. She strokes the cat's fluff slowly. Snowbell's blue eyes narrow. The fluffy tail flicks now and then. The husky lies sprawled on the floor, gnawing a chew toy, sharp eyes drifting toward the sky. Half philosophical, half ready to bite the next thing that moves. The bloodvine's main body sits inside the haven, roots deep, drinking ambient energy hard. One offshoot wraps around Jin's wrist as a deep red bracelet. The tiger cub, after 10 days of Tier 1 meat at every meal, has ballooned. He's now nearly a meter long, almost husky-sized. He lies sprawled at Cole's feet, eyes shut, faking sleep. Inkling, coiled around Cole's wrist, is still chopstick thin. Today, he's not pretending to be a bracelet. He's lifted his head to stare out the window. Lightning splits the black ceiling. Thunder rolls in. Then the rain begins. Light drops at first. Then heavier. The acid rain that drags the world into the collapse has finally arrived. The air thickens with unidentifiable energy particles. The body responds, surge, alertness, then a creeping irritability with no source. This rain doesn't just turn half the population into the infected. It turns animals too. And it kills off most ordinary plants in the process. For a long time, Cerulea will be a battlefield. Gifted, mutated beasts, mutated plants, the infected animals, all in the same arena. The harder the rain falls, the wilder the energy grows. Cole's face flushes. His temperature climbs. His head swims. He pushes the words out. Jin, I think the second gift's coming. Are you running a fever yet? Jin steps over and feeds him another piece of Tier 1 fruit. She steers him to the couch. Nothing yet. Probably needs more time. The acid rain runs 15 days. No rush. Cole's vision blurs. Jin looks calm. Good. He swallows another bite of fruit and lets his eyes close. Soon, he's unconscious. Jin pulls a small bloodvine offshoot out of storage, plants it into a large pot, sets the pot on the balcony, and cracks a window. The rain lashes through the railing and soaks the pot. The bloodvine doesn't hesitate. It pushes a tendril straight out the window into the falling rain. The husky perks up. Eager. He wants out there too. Snowbell and the tiger cub rise as well. eyes locked on the storm. Curious, hesitant, Jin opens 2 more windows. If you want to try it, go. I'll keep your minds and bodies stable with clean energy. You won't lose control or fall apart on me. She presses a switch. The motorized roof on the right side of the balcony slides open. 10 square meters of balcony become a half-open courtyard. Acid rain falls straight onto the right side. The companions surge out into the rain. Snowbell, the husky, the tiger cub. Even Inkling slips out, abandoning his thin disguise. Back to his real shape, 3 fingers thick. The bloodvine's pot crawls itself outward another meter, taking every square inch into the rain. Acid rain carries denser, violent energy. Survive it and the gains are real. Benefit 1. Body strength jumps somewhere between 5 and 50% over those who didn't bathe in it. Depends on physiology. Benefit 2. For those already past their first gift, a slight bump in the chance of awakening a second. Magnitude unmeasurable. Cost. For ordinary unawakened civilians, exposure to acid rain raises both the chance of awakening and the chance of turning. Both shifts, 10 to 20%. For those already past the first gift, the chance of turning drops to almost 0. Bottom line, anyone planning a melee combat path who can withstand the rain's purge should soak in it. Strengthens the foundation. After 2 gifts manifest, additional bathing only adds more body conditioning. The chance of a 3rd gift, or of mutation into infected, becomes negligible. Cole doesn't need the rain to awaken his 2nd gift. Jin keeps him inside. Once the 2nd gift lands, then he can soak. Her companions and Bloodvine chance of a 2nd gift through rain exposure is low, but the body conditioning still adds up. Through the bond marks, Jin watches every one of them, mental sense pushed outward. Then, Inkling's breathing thins. The yellow gold of his eyes fills with a thread of red. He's losing the fight against the violent energy. Jin stops caring that snakes give her the jitters. She walks straight to him and drops a tier 1 mouse in front of him. The mouse came from Cole's swarm. Inkling will only eat mice. Thank God she put gloves on first. Inkling flicks his tongue twice. Thanks her. Then his jaw unhinges, and the mouse goes down whole. Clean energy hits his system. His breathing rebuilds. Jin drops another mouse in front of him. Insurance. The husky lets out a yip of protest. Snowbell and the tiger cub stare hard at Jin. The look says, "Why does Big Brother's snake get the special treatment, owner?" Jin sighs. Inkling is the weakest of the 4. He almost broke. The others would have held. But 3 pairs of wounded eyes is too many. She reaches into the space and pulls out each one's favorite. For Snowbell, a bowl of dried fish with shredded chicken breast. For the husky, a bowl of bones. He only loves bones. Meat without bone is wrong. For the tiger cub, a tray of fresh beef. The portions are big. Eating will take time. Jin holds an umbrella over them so the rain doesn't ruin the food. All 3 companions glow. Owner is more devoted than any other owner. Inkling, still chewing his 2nd mouse. Fine. Emergency conditions. Couldn't do a leisurely meal anyway. Then Jin feels something tug at her wrist. She looks down. The bloodvine. Vinia, you want a snack too? A blood drink? Chicken, duck, pig, or beef? The bloodvine wobbles its leaves shyly. A bowl of duck blood vermicelli, please. Thank you, owner. The bloodvine's version differs from the human dish. The blood is fresh, half clotted. The noodles are made from energy-rich vegetable pulp blended with rice flour, then pushed through a noodle machine into colored strands. That's how the plant gets its energy. Beyond animal blood, the bloodvine can absorb plant-based energy too. Jin rolls her eyes. She fetches a bowl of fresh duck blood and a bowl of fresh pressed colored noodles, undried, and sets them by Vinia. She'd been making batches of those colored noodles to dry and store. The bloodvine had helped itself to half and demanded the rest stay undried. Tasty or wet. Vinia doesn't need an umbrella. Acid rain is also a meal. 2 suckered tendrils unfurl, lift the bowls, and start working through the noodles. Beside her, the tiger cub finishes the beef in seconds. He paws the empty tray. Roar! Owner. Another tray. A glutton of a tiger. He out-eats everyone else combined. Jin pulls out another tray of mutton and another of chicken. Tiger cub eats 3 trays per meal. Lucky the collapse has arrived. After this, she can let him hunt. He can absorb cores from the infected and mutated beasts to fuel himself. Otherwise, 5 meals a day, 3 trays each. Even the Haven Isle would buckle under his appetite. As the cub grows, his appetite grows. He's already eaten through almost all the Tier 1 meat in storage. What's left is Tier 0.5, energy too thin to evolve a creature. Lucky again, since the rain started, Jin can feel it. The pendant mark in her mind is steadily pulling free energy out of the air. Energy density inside the space climbs hour by hour. The violent component of that air energy seems to vanish on entry. The space evidently has a built-in filter, which is exactly why Jin hasn't awakened a second gift yet. Most of the energy her body absorbs goes into feeding the Haven Isle. The Spirit Bestiary also pulls energy in, but the draw is small compared to the pendant, so it stays in the background. After 3 days unconscious, Cole stirs. Awake. Second gift confirmed. Wind type. The discomfort is gone. Clear-headed. Just very, very hungry. The body burned through most of its reserves fighting the violent energy. And these last 2 days, all he's had is Jin dripping water past his lips. Jin doesn't ask. She just hands him several pre-packed Tier 1 meals. Cole eats 6 before he stops. Jin, how are you? Did you awaken your second? He's been sure she should outpace him this lifetime. If even he just got a second gift, Jin must have something. Jin shakes her head. I didn't awaken a second gift, but the pendant pulled in massive amounts of energy and bumped its tier to 2. And I did awaken my second trait, the Bondmaster trait. Cole is curious. Which one? It's clear all his sister's growth funnels into beast bonding. Jin's first trait was beast speech, clean conversation with high-intelligence mutated creatures. Not flashy, not weak. Even unbonded mutated will work for her if she keeps them fed. Spirit possession, Cole has a biology background. He knows what parasitism is. But fused with bond keeping, the mechanic isn't obvious. Jin explains. Simply, my body can shift from physical to non-physical. I become an energy form. Then I can possess a mutated beast or mutated plant. The host has to be one of 3 things: already bonded to me, lower in mental strength than me, or holding a friendly affinity rating toward me. Otherwise, the body rejects the possession. Jin's mental strength scales with her tier. She has 3 companion bond reinforcements stacked on top of that. Unless an enemy is mind-type gifted, or unless they've stumbled onto some rare advantage, at her tier, almost no one can outrange her mentally. Each tier rise opens 3 more bond slots. The mental reinforcement scales up. Eventually, Jin becomes effectively unbeatable within her own tier. Cole pulls in a long breath. This trait of hers is technically tied to bond keeping, but functionally, it's a second gift. A second gift built for hiding, for disguise, for reconnaissance, for taking someone out without ever being there in person. He asks fast, if the host body gets hurt or ends, do you take the hit? Jin shakes her head. No. Holding the possession just costs mental strength. Of course, if a bonded companion ends, my mental strength takes a heavy blow. Recovery takes time. If she only had 1 bonded companion, losing that one would put her down for a while. As her companion roster grows, the loss of any single one matters less, and the Haven is her safety net. As long as a companion has a breath in them, she can pull them into the space and keep them alive. As long as she doesn't run headfirst into death, even losing a fight, she can run. Cole had been quietly pleased a moment ago. His wind-type gift is rare, useful, but he hadn't wanted to flaunt it in front of a sister who hadn't manifested a second gift yet. Then she dropped spirit possession on him. Once you're inside a host, can you take control? Jin thinks for a beat. At Tier 1, no just possession, no override. At Tier 2, I should be able to take control for short windows. Higher tier, stronger override. The pattern holds. Cole crosses his arms. Jin, the Spirit Bestiary. First trait, second trait. Is there a third on the way? Jin blinks. In theory, yes. It would take a specific stroke of luck. But even without a third, what she has now is already absurd. Any mutated beast? Any mutated plant? She can bond. Even unbonded, she can press them into service. Add spirit possession on top. She's untraceable. Add the Haven Isle as the trump card. For raw survivability, no one in her tier comes close. And as for fighting strength, as long as Jin doesn't fall, the snowball just keeps growing. Every chapter, she reinforces. Cole eyes her like she's a cheat character. Lucky thing, he mutters. This cheat character is my actual sister. Jin rolls her eyes. Who compliments their sibling like that? The last 3 days, between meals, even between naps, the companions stood in the rain. Their bodies hardened. None awakened a second gift, though. The chance of a second gift through rain exposure is small. Most of what the rain offers is body conditioning. The companions begin pulling back from the balcony. The diminishing returns have hit. More rain wouldn't add much. Cole drags a long bench onto the balcony, plans to camp out there. Jin coughs. Brother, have you considered a more comfortable conditioning method? Cole tilts his head. I've collected a fair amount of acid rain over the last 3 days. Half of it sits in the master bathtub, the other half in the second bathtub. We can soak. Eat energy fruit while we soak. Comfortable. Limits the violent energy from running away with us. Acid rain can't be brought into the haven. The space's filter strips out the violent component on entry. And the violent component is precisely what triggers the body conditioning. Cole exhales. Fine. The bath sounds better. Better than standing under the sky like a wet dog. The reason Jin doesn't put the companions in a bath instead, soaking absorbs the violent component faster. Speeds the conditioning but raises the risk. Jin knows her own body. The first sign of trouble, she eats clean fruit. Or steps out of the tub and into the haven. The space scrubs the violent residue. No matter what, she will not let herself turn. The companions can't make those judgment calls in time. Their minds are still young. They might miss the warning signs. Direct soaking would be reckless. So rain on the balcony for them. Slower, safer. The siblings each take a bathroom. They keep 1 or 2 layers of skin-tight clothing on, just in case. 2 hours later, both step out and reconvene. Mine bumped about 40%, Cole says. Mine too. But not all of it is the rain. We were eating energy food the whole time. 10 more days of rain ahead. The siblings soak once a day. They keep watching the companions soak. Half-hour sessions, 3 or 4 times a day. Lots of small doses. Safer than long ones. By the time the 15-day rain ends, both siblings and all the companions cap out at roughly 50% body enhancement. Jin calls Locke and shares the method. Locke still has stockpiles of tier-rated ingredients, partly from her trades, partly from buying up mutations from civilians. Below Tier 1, but bulk volume. Locke applies the same approach. He, his inner circle, and the awakened in the military. Everyone caps their physicals. Lyra Snow doesn't have nearly enough tier-rated food on hand to neutralize the violent energy in a soak. Jin doesn't share the method with her. Too much risk for too little reserve. Day 15. The acid rain stops globally. A lot of people exhale. Finally, the rain had thinned to drizzle by then, but no one had dared go out under acid rain, not for 2 weeks. What they don't know, when the rain stops, that's when the collapse really starts. Ugh. Infected. How are they infected here? Honey, wake up. It's me, your wife, the mother of your children. Daddy, why does Daddy look like that? Get back. Stay back. The whole of Cerulea, ground zero in every direction. Once the rain started, cell signal, landlines, TV, all of it stuttered. Most of the time, dead air. Only short-range radio held steady. Day 1 of rain, the lag was barely noticeable. The state pushed the message out hard. TV, online news, social feeds, short video apps, carrier SMS, anything that still worked. The information went out clean. Estimated rain duration, half a month. Effects of the rain. Benefits and dangers of direct exposure, all listed. Then the warning. Anyone who runs a fever and falls unconscious. When they wake, they may have awakened a gift, or they may have turned. The state instructed the public to isolate any feverish loved ones. Tie hands and feet if possible. During the fever, only water. No medicine. No interventions. For people living alone, at the first sign of fever, isolate yourself. Once a feverish person wakes, watch them for 30 minutes. If they stay coherent, the awakening succeeded. Untie them. Feed them. They'll need calories. If they wake up vacant, mind in pieces, skin going gray, pupils shrinking to pinpricks, eyes bulging, aggressive. They've turned. Take them out fast. A scratch or a bite carries the virus. An ordinary person can turn within minutes, at most 24 hours. A small percentage of ordinary people resist the virus. Those few often awaken a gift in the process. For the gifted, infection from a basic infected rarely turns them. Not impossible, just rare. A high-tier infected, or a heavy viral load, can still take them down. The gifted get a longer window, 24 to 72 hours. With a healing-type gifted nearby, or sufficient tier-rated food, survival odds are decent. And it isn't just humans. Animals turn too. Plants mutate. The state pushed all of this on day 1 of the reign. Day 5, most broadcast towers went down. Cell coverage collapsed, but the radio function on most phones still picks up state and local emergency broadcasts. The early warnings reduced civilian casualties significantly, but the warning never reaches everyone. Some people always think, not me, not mine. A child runs a fever. Many parents and grandparents can't bring themselves to follow the protocol. 3 days of just water? Tied down? My baby? A spouse runs a fever. Once tied, the patient wakes confused and pleads. The infection signs aren't obvious yet. Family members soften and untie them. People living alone, many decide they're the lucky ones. They'll awaken. They don't tie themselves down. And if I don't awaken, why should anyone else live either? That's why, even with full warning from day 1, countless still fall. The truth is, when the rain first hit, only about a quarter of the population turned outright from the violent energy. The rest got infected and turned later. Tying an infected down only buys time. Their strength is far above an ordinary human. They break out fast. What tying does is give the family a better window to take them out before they break loose. Once the symptoms are clear, end them first. But these are people from peacetime. The thing they have to end is a husband, a wife, a child, a parent. A pet they raised like family. At the early stage, partial signs only, no visible aggression. Who could swing? Who could justify it? What if a cure shows up later? What if drinking a pill brings them back? That hope, that single hope kills entire households. So even tied down, families freeze when the moment comes. The infected breaks loose, goes for the nearest pulse. Mind gone, memory gone. What's left is the bite reflex. When the rain stopped, the outbreak unfolded everywhere. People who ignored the warnings. People who knew them and still couldn't pull the trigger. Both groups went down. After the rain stops, Jin and Cole leave the apartment. They could hide indoors. They could vanish into the haven if infected reached the door. Neither sibling wants that. In a collapse, hiding works for a stretch, not for a lifetime. They have to use this window. Take out as many infected as they can. It's the only way to sharpen combat instincts in real conditions and grow strong enough to outlast what's coming. Survival to the end runs through the early kills. The leased apartment sits on the 31st floor of a recently built high-rise. 4 units per floor. 2 elevators, stairwells on both ends. Power went out on day 7 of the rain. Elevators are useless now. Jin and Cole step into the hall. On their floor, 2 unfinished units, 1 finished but empty, then theirs. Part of why she picked this place. Less social load. Fewer complications. They take the stairs down to the 30th floor. 30th. The closest scream Jin heard came from this floor. She pushes mental sense outward. Unit 3001. An old man, fully turned, slamming the door of a guest bedroom. An old woman and 2 kids, a boy and a girl, 12 or 13, trembling behind it. Master bedroom, a middle-aged man unconscious, probably mid-awakening. Living room, a middle-aged woman on the floor. Blood on her neck, blood on her arm. Status unclear. Unit 3002, 2 women, 1 unconscious and tied. The other awake, dragging a sofa to barricade a door. A separate room, a young man, already taken down, already headless. Unit 3003, another bloodbath. A man fully turned chasing his wife and daughter. The wife with a kitchen knife, planted between him and the kid. Unit 3004, a young couple, both turned. The husband only just turning, probably bitten by his wife. Jin gives the call. I'll take 01, you take 03. Cole doesn't argue. Unit 01 has potentially 2, infected, the old man and the downed woman. But Jin has her companions. Both siblings have spaces to escape into. If anyone asks, they cite an invisibility gift or a teleport gift. Jin uses her telekinesis to unlock Unit 01 from the inside. She has the strength to break the door. But replacement doors aren't a thing right now. Survivors still need to live behind these doors. So, telekinetic unlock, cleaner. She and Cole had agreed on this in advance. The door swings open. Live human breath rolls in. The old infected snaps onto her instantly. The grayed out whites of his eyes, the pupils reduced to 2 black dots. The look is wrong in every way the brain registers wrong. A low ha-ha rasps from his throat. Mouth and hands smeared dark. He drops the bedroom door, wheels around, lunges at Jin. The middle-aged woman on the floor stirs, tries to push up. Her skin is going gray. Her eyes are red-rimmed. Pupils shrunk down a notch. Go, run. She's mid-turn, a sliver of self left. Then the bite reflex takes over. She staggers up. pivots toward the door. The old infected is feet away. The blood vine on Jin's wrist drops the bracelet shape, lengthens, whips around the old infected's ankles. He goes down hard. A tendril near his head sharpens. 2 leaves stiffen into blades and ends him. Jin steps to the side, clear of his thrashing arms. The fingernails are black, long, blood-fouled. She doesn't want to scratch. Even with a stockpile of energy food, she can't guarantee resistance to the virus. Jin hesitates a moment, pulls a Tier 1 tomato from her bag, actually from the space, and tosses it to the half-turned woman. Eat it. The woman is half gone, but her face shows something else. She'd been bitten on the neck and the arm. She'd been bleeding hard. She'd been crawling toward the door. Not at Jin, at the old man. She was going to block him. The woman's eyes flash with hunger. She catches the tomato on instinct, bites in, doesn't need a second prompt. Red juice runs over her bloodied hand. She licks her fingers clean. 2 yards away, the old infected lies still. The bloodvine's blade work is done. The old woman watches through the bedroom door crack. Then bursts out. You wretched girl. You ended my husband? Kill her. I'm calling the police. She glares at Jin, but she stays 4 or 5 yards back. The infected on the floor. The bloodvine, the half-turned woman tearing through the tomato. She's not stupid enough to come closer. Jin just stares. I see. The old man was clearly turned for a long time, so why hadn't anyone handled him? Because of this woman. She refused to allow it, which is probably why the daughter-in-law took the bite in the first place. Pointless to argue with this kind of person. Jin checks with mental sense. The old infected hasn't formed a Z-core yet. Too soon. The woman's symptoms are visibly receding. Jin tosses her another tomato, then turns to leave. The old woman screeches. Wait, you wretch, don't you dare leave. End that bloody daughter-in-law of mine first, or I'll tell the police you killed my old man. Jin almost laughs. That's the play. The old woman knows perfectly well that her husband was past saving, but the daughter-in-law, who's pulling back from the edge, that one she wants finished. Jin says she's holding herself back. After the second tomato, she won't turn. She walks out. After the first tomato, the daughter-in-law steadies. Some clarity? She glares at the old woman. She goes for the second tomato. The old woman lunges to grab it from her. This is a treasure. A useless thing like you doesn't deserve it. Save it for my son and grandson. The daughter-in-law freezes mid-bite. She loves her son. Of course she does. But she can also feel, viscerally, that she needs this tomato right now. Jin keeps walking. A few yards out, she calls back without turning. If you don't finish both tomatoes, you'll turn. And once you're gone, some other woman will spend your money, live in your house, and take it out on your kids. The daughter-in-law thinks of her older daughter. Without her, the kid will live under a son-first biased grandmother who'd starve a granddaughter. And her husband, likely gifted now, will remarry. The kid won't get treated well. She stops hesitating. She dodges around the old woman and finishes the second tomato. The old woman wheels on Jin. You must have more tomatoes. Hand them over. Me, my son, my grandson. None of us have eaten any. You ended my old man. The least you can do is compensate me. 2 tomatoes won't cut it. Anyone with a working television knows. Beneficial mutated plants produce energy food. Energy food heals. Strengthens. These tomatoes. Those tomatoes. The legendary kind. And this girl is also walking around with a blood vine that ends people. Of course she has more. The blood vine, full size now, has shifted from Jin's wrist to her waist and arm. Hearing the demand, 2 long blade leaves flick out toward the old woman's face. If Jin says the word, the plant ends her. Jin's voice goes flat. Vinia. End her. She'd already pushed a parallel order through the bond mark, faster than her mouth could move. Vinia. Just scare her. Don't actually hurt her. And whatever I say next out loud, ignore it as a real order. Yes, owner. The blade stops 5 centimeters from the old woman's face. Not 50. The woman freezes. Color drains. Lips shake. She doesn't speak. She wets herself. Then, gone. She bolts back into the apartment, slams the door. The lock turns. The deadbolt drops. Bullies the weak. Bows to the strong. The classic kind. Jin snorts. I've seen this trick before. In Unit 3003, Cole has finished the middle-aged infected. The wife and daughter cling to each other, sobbing, but they hold it together. They know Cole was saving them. They offer apples, biscuits, candy. Money is meaningless now. Food is the new currency. Cole refuses. He shuts the door for them and moves on. That's the spread of human nature. Some scream and demand more. Some thank you and pay it back. Both siblings move to Unit 3004. Together, two infected pile against the door. Cole's mind gift locks them. Feeble wills, easy to pin. The windblade and the bloodvines leaves fire together. Both go down. They keep moving downstairs. Jin lets Snowbell, the husky, and Bandit out. From here on, Jin and her 4 companions take a floor. Cole and Inkling take a floor. Venomous snakes don't have an edge against the infected. The infected don't fear poison. But Inkling has a shadow-type gift. He pulls the killing intent and the bloodlust off the infected, both byproducts of the violent energy gone wild. All of that classifies as shadow energy. When Inkling drains the killing intent and the bloodlust, the infected blanks. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? The bite reflex briefly forgets itself. That state makes them easy targets for Cole's mind gift, and Cole's windblade finishes them off. Jin has the numbers. 4 companions to Cole's 1. But her clearance speed isn't necessarily faster. Snowbell, the Ragdoll, is a kitten with a noir cartoon worldview. Mew is here to save the world. But she's still 3 months old. Soft-coated. Loves cuddles. Tell her to hunt infected, to chop heads, to splash blood. Too much for Mew. Snowbell tags along but stays observation and support. Wait, an infected just lunged at the kitten? Snowbell's tail puffs. Mew. She blinks out. Teleport. After 2 months on energy food, Snowbell can blink up to 70 or 80 meters. Not the few-meter kitten she was. And her space-type gift has a new use. She can teleport an enemy she can't fight away. Somewhere else. Snowbell isn't useless. She's the panic button. She just teleported an infected dog through a hallway window. 20 floors up. The dog landed. It didn't get back up. Jin pinches the bridge of her nose. Snowbell, we don't drop things off high floors. What if someone's down there? Snowbell mews, sheepish. Then Mew will sweep with mental sense first, confirm no one is below, then drop. Jin sighs. Real combat is going to take Snowbell some time. Snowbell isn't entirely useless. When teammates are in trouble, she teleports them, or the infected, out of range. Mostly the infected, to keep the team's rhythm clean. When she's swarmed, though, she can only pull 1 teammate or 1 enemy at a time. The husky has dual gifts, wind and fire. On paper, lethal. Indoors, with civilians in the building, Jin keeps him on wind. No fire risk. The husky also prefers wind. Fire tends to set patches of his own code on fire, but his wind control is rough. While taking out an infected, he tends to also take out a wall, a door. Sometimes the floor demolition expert in fur. Civilians the husky saves are afraid to file a complaint. A wrecked apartment versus a mutated dog with anger issues. They swallow it. You can't reason with a mutated beast. Bandit the tiger cub is steel type. Jin already prepped his accessories. Metal anklet, stainless steel collar, metal belt. Bandit can reshape any of his metal jewelry. Needle, throwing knife, short blade, cleaver, brick, ball, mini spike, mace. Most of the time, Bandit is reliable. The only catch civilians who see a tiger cub start screaming, avoiding him on instinct. Otherwise, pure firepower. But Bandit has a habit. He likes biting backsides. Once, mid-fight, he couldn't help himself. He bit the backside of a female infected, pushing it out at the wrong angle. 1 bite, silicone. Mouthful of silicone. Disgusting. And he caught the virus through the bite. If Jin hadn't pulled him into the haven instantly, the violent energy would have torn through his system unchecked. She fed him 5 trays of fresh Tier 1 meat to detox. Fully neutralized the viral load. Otherwise, infected tiger. Lesson learned. Bandit hard quit the backside biting habit. Against infected, no more teeth, only claws and gift. The bloodvine is, by elimination, the most reliable of the bunch. Causes no incidents. Even when she's out hunting, she always leaves a tendril behind on Jin for protection. Jin sighs internally. Vinia, you're getting a bonus. She holds back her spirit possession. Too special, too valuable as a hidden card. Better to test it later, when no civilians are around. 2 hours in, the building is clear. A handful of newly awakened gifted from the floors realized hiding wasn't a strategy. They picked up fruit knives, cleavers, baseball bats, clothes-drying poles, and fell in behind Jin and Cole. The only way to get a real night's rest is to clear every infected in the building. Then the surrounding blocks. Once the building is clear, Jin and her companions have run a real fight. Their command rhythm is sharper now, against basic Tier 1 infected. Those with mental energy under 30% of Tier 1, 3 of her 4 companions can take on multiple at once. Worst case, they retreat clean. Snowbell can also retreat clean. Jen and Cole split next. The new awakened tag along, also planning their first kills. Jin sees them as the first batch willing to step out and engage. She hands them tactics for free. 3 or 4 to a group. If you find a beneficial mutated plant, no toxicity, harvest a piece. It restores gift energy. The greenery in the complex has lost more than half to the rain. What's left is mostly hardy, ordinary vegetation, with a sliver of mutated. The mutations split into beneficial. Fruits and leaves get tastier, more energy-rich, more medicinal, and aggressive, actively attacks people or animals. Sometimes the line isn't clear. Judgment call. Jin points as she walks. This shrub probably has light toxicity. These weeds, the magnolia, the hibiscus, non-toxic. The mango leaves, likely allergenic. The weeds, specifically common lawn grass, most died. The survivors went from ankle-high to half a meter. Non-toxic energy plants. The most abundant in the complex? The new awakened glance at each other. A buzz-cut guy steps up first. Yanks out a fistful of grass blades, water still beating on them. He bites in. This is rough. He pulls a face. But he doesn't spit. He chews fast and swallows. Rough is real. So is the energy load. He'd been awakened a few hours. Eating ordinary food at home, he never quite filled up. This hits the right channel. Grass tastes terrible, but it's real energy food. 1 bite of energy grass equals dozens of bites of regular food. The others see the buzzcut chewing grass. Nothing for it. They follow. Clutch handfuls. Eat on the spot till full. Stuff their pockets with the rest. Then head out for their first kills. Once you accept I'm out here eating grass raw, taking out an infected stops being the bigger horror. Jin calls back over her shoulder. Push through. Get strong. Earn your way back to real food. Save the world is too abstract. Earn your way out of eating grass that lands. Is taking out the infected ugly? Yes. Brutal. But anyone who wants to sleep through a night, eat a real meal, clears the building, then the block. Then more. Jen picks the building with the highest infected count and starts at floor 1. Cole takes the second highest building. More awakened join through the morning. Hawthorne Court is fully cleared in half a day. The work isn't done. Jin and Cole gather outside a kindergarten gate on the north edge of the residential block. A malignant mutated vine sprawls here, thick and dense, swallowing an entire building. Some glass and wooden doors hang broken, and the vine creeps inside. A rookie gifted living nearby found this patch first. She came hunting for edible mutated plants, but the vine snared her wrists and ankles, dragged her several yards, and nearly hauled her inside. Her gift is fire, which happens to counter wood-type vines. She loosed a few small fireballs. The vine flinched in pain and released her. That is how she escaped. The acid rain lasted half a month. The kindergarten closed long ago. The building looks empty. Wait, not quite. Someone is still here. Only, they are gone. Jin's mind reaches inside. In the guard room beside the main gate, she finds 2 white skeletons. 1 male, in a security uniform. 1 female, in an apron. Maybe the kindergarten cook. Maybe a cleaner. The infected leave gray bones behind. These 2 are white. That means both were ordinary people when they died. A shattered picture frame lies on the floor. The photo inside shows a plain, middle-aged couple and a boy of 7 or 8. There is no trace of the boy in the room, but in one corner, something still lives. A white rabbit in a cage. The rabbit has clearly gone unfed for a long time. It looks thin and half dead, flattened against the cage floor. The wire cage is diamond mesh, gaps neither large nor small. Yet the vine's tendrils curl around the bars and never dare reach through. Around the cage lie scorch marks, plants burned black. So the rabbit has mutated too, a beast now. Its gift looks like fire, but not quite. If it were fire, the burned area would be wider, cleaner. Jin pulls her senses back. Cole has read the situation too. He frowns. Little Jin, this vine patch has hit 50% of Tier 1. It has probably formed a core, and there is a lot of it. This won't be easy. We plan first, then we move. Don't rush. Cole's mind control gift works well on the gifted, on the infected, on mutated beasts. Against mutated plants, far weaker. Plants don't move easily. Their minds stay dim. Most can't communicate at all. Jin nods. I know. Let me try talking to it first. She uses beast speech, pushing a thread of intent toward the vine. She gets one crude reply. Eat, eat, eat. A flicker of a mind. Not much. Hard to reach. And this vine has already eaten 2 people. Today, it tried to drag in that rookie too. Humans have become one of its favorite foods. It cannot be left standing. Jin watches a long moment. For Husky, fire paired with wind fits best. Wind feeds fire, spreads it. Likely the fastest way to end this vine. But that would take down the 3-story building. And if the fire spreads, it might hurt the mutated rabbit in the guard room. Still, there are options. Snowbell can blink a body a short distance now. The catch: no obstacles. She can't teleport through walls yet. Outside the guard room window, the straight line distance from Jin to the cage is under 20 yards. Jin can pull objects into her space from range. An obstacle between her and the rabbit doesn't matter. She talks it through with the companions and Cole first. Then Jin blinks from 30-odd yards out to the edge of the thicket. She throws the blood vine. The malignant vine lunges to wrap her, and instead, blood vine, force-fed growth by Jin, surges up and coils around it. Jin seizes the moment. She wraps her full mind around the rabbit in the guard room and pulls both rabbit and cage into the island space. She takes the cage too, in case the rabbit is a beast with high aggression and destructive power. Locked in her space, free to rampage as it likes. The rabbit can wait. Seeing Jin hit her mark, Snowbell, perched on her shoulder, blinks again, carrying Jin back 30 yards, clear of the vine's reach. After that, no one moves. Jin, Cole, and the companions only watch as Bloodvine splits from a single lonely strand into many branches, swallowing a huge stretch of the malignant vine. The startling part: over 20 of the vines have grown green energy cores at their base. These cores are Bloodvine's favorite food. Each is small as a mung bean, but packed with dense energy. In 10 short minutes, the malignant vine that had nearly buried the whole building is buried instead by Bloodvine. And the dark red Bloodvine looks even more frightening than the lush green vine ever did. Bloodvine burps. Then, its branches retract fast, thinning down, converting to energy for the trunk to absorb. The branches could just wither and drop like dead twigs, but that wastes some energy. Same as the first time Jin met Bloodvine, when it molted right in front of everyone. It is the collapse now. Everything mutates. A Bloodvine shifting size is nothing strange. Every scrap saved is a scrap earned, so Vinia won't waste a single branch. All of it converts back to energy. Bloodvine, well fed, shrinks into a small, dark red bracelet again, curling around Jin's wrist. She'd braced for a hard fight against that malignant vine. A little force, and the whole building would have come down. And instead, Bloodvine treated it as a feast and ate it all. Vinia really is a fierce piece of work. After a meal that big, Bloodvine reaches out to Jin. Owner, Vinia is so full, so sleepy. Vinia wants to go back to the space and sleep. On the Spirit Bestiary, Bloodvine's page reads, Status, evolving to Tier 2. Against all odds, Bloodvine is the first of her companions to hit Tier 2. Then again, it just happened to meet a huge patch of same-type vines with cores, and Bloodvine had already stockpiled nearly enough to level. Jin strokes Bloodvine's little leaf. It has puffed itself round on purpose, so it won't cut her. Go rest. Tell me if you need anything. Bloodvine nuzzles her fingertip. Nothing else. Just the pure, rich energy of the space. That's enough. Bloodvine returns to the island space, finds a spot with good light to root, and sinks into sleep. On the Spirit Bestiary, status evolving to Tier 2, 24-hour countdown. 1 day. For now, Jin has only 3 companions left to fight with. She strokes each of their heads in turn. Snowbell, Husky, Little Tiger. From here on, my safety is on you 3. Vinia's a plant, and it's already almost Tier 2, so you'd better step up too. Snowbell, encouraged. Mew, mew, mew. She's decided she'll find a way to take down the infected herself. The owner said whoever takes out more infected gets a bigger share of cores. Of the infected they hunted today, about 1 in 5 grew a core in its head. Those are gifted infected, harder to end than the rest. but the cores inside are essential for the gifted and for beasts who want to level fast. Without cores, drawing only on the energy in the air, growth is far too slow. Husky barks once, confident and clever. Ha! Just tier 2? The great husky will get there fast too. Owner, take me hunting again. I'll be the first to evolve. Little tiger's competitive streak sparks too. Roar, roar, roar. Ha! You think you'll be first? Dream on. Second to tier 2 will be the great tiger. After following husky so long, little tiger has picked up the habit of calling himself the great. Jin is pleased. Healthy competition between companions helps them all improve. Cole means to cheer Inkling on with a few words too. Then, never mind. He's afraid Inkling improves too fast, its body growing bigger and bigger. Every time his sister sees Inkling in its true form, she flinches away from both of them on instinct. Who told Jin to be scared of snakes? Sigh. Let it run its course. And Inkling's growth pace isn't bad as is. Next, the siblings keep clearing shops, streets, and green lawns within 2 kilometers of the complex. Then night falls. They're in no hurry to return to Hawthorne Court. They find an empty shop and step into the space for dinner. The companions who fought all day get a meal and some rest too. Once the night deepens and the companions have recovered, Jin plans to head to Apex University, 5 kilometers off, to check on Kat and Vex. The old Whitmore house where Vance, Viper, and Bree are staying is over 20 kilometers away. With Viper's gift for foreseeing the collapse, the Whitmores have surely prepared. Not an easy target. At minimum, Jin should wait until Bloodvine finishes evolving before going near the Whitmores. Safer that way? After dinner, Cole asks, Jin, didn't you pull a mutated rabbit into the space? Go take a look at it. If it means real harm to humans, then spicy Sichuan rabbit head plus a rabbit and carrot stew sounds excellent. Jin, right. Thanks for the reminder. I did pull in a rabbit. She'd tossed the cage into the trees back then, some distance from the villa. As master of the island space, Jin has absolute control. One thought, and she stands in that grove. The cage that held the rabbit has a large hole torn in it, and the rabbit, Jin, sweeps with her mind, searching a long while. At last she finds the grimy white rabbit. It has somehow crossed dozens of kilometers to the farmland around the villa, specifically to a carrot patch. It sits there, hugging a carrot, nah, eating happily. Half an acre of carrots, 4,000 or 5,000 pounds, nearly gone, devoured by this rabbit that has been starving, who knows how long. Is its stomach a portal to another dimension? Jin. Fine. This rabbit dares help itself and eat that many of her carrots. It will work off the debt. In the space, she has only grown 2 acres of carrots. This rabbit has cleared half an acre, 5,000 pounds, about 5 pickup loads. Furious as she is, she can't help being stunned by how much it eats. This thing out-eats even little tiger. The more it eats, the stronger its gift. But at this rate, she truly can't afford to feed it. First, learn how much it eats. Is it always this hungry? And what exactly is its gift? Is it worth a contract or even keeping? If she spends 5,000 and gets 100 back, then tonight she makes roast rabbit for a late snack and calls it done. Just then, the rabbit's page in the Spirit Bestiary surfaces in her mind. Potential companion, Bolt Rabbit. Gift attributes. Lightning type, storage space type, cannot level. Gift level, tier 1. Recommended contract rating, 5 stars. After reading the page, her urge for roast rabbit vanishes on the spot. What, she just ate? She isn't hungry at all. Snack or no snack, skipping one won't kill her. Lightning type, one of the strongest combat gifts there is. As for storage space, since she has the island space, that gift hardly matters. But for a companion, a small storage pocket that carries key items is far more convenient. Later, if she doesn't want to reveal her own pendant space to others, she can have the rabbit's storage cover for her. And this means the rabbit didn't eat 5,000 pounds of carrots in one sitting. It stored them. Not bad. Not bad at all. It even has the instinct to stockpile. But this little thing hasn't worked a day and already made off with that many carrots. This debt gets settled clean. She rushes it and grabs both long ears. Ha! Caught a carrot thief. Stir-fried rabbit, stewed rabbit, roast rabbit, salt-cured rabbit. How do you want to go? With beast speech and a fairly sharp mind, The rabbit understands every word. Its red eyes go wide. Its front paws, still hugging a half-eaten carrot, plop, drop it to the ground. The little rabbit trembles with fear, but the fear lasts only 3 seconds. The rabbit thinks, it survived a vine that terrifying. What's this compared to that? So it neatly wraps all 4 paws around her wrist, nuzzling up to curry favor, and replies with intent. Two-legged human, I'm so young. How about you fatten me into a 200-pound rabbit hog first, then eat me. By then, there'll be plenty of meat, and you can cook me any way you like. Jin, as if she'd buy that. Does it take her for a 3-year-old? She's never heard of a 200-pound rabbit. Well, it's the collapse now. Maybe such a thing exists? Wait, that's not the point. This cunning rabbit dares steer her off the point. This rabbit is genuinely clever. It even knows how to dangle a bribe. She stops circling. Work for me. Room and board covered. You in? The rabbit agrees at once, tone dead decisive. Yes, boss. No problem, boss. There's even a note of joy in it. Right? It's the collapse. Finding a boss who covers room and board, good food, good shelter, isn't easy. If you don't latch on now, when will you? She goes on. Your job is fighting the infected beasts, mutated monsters, and mutated plants, too. I'll do my best to keep you alive, but injuries are hard to avoid. The rabbit affirms flat and firm. I know that. I watched biohazard movies with old Wang, and I've got plenty of experience outsmarting vines. I can handle it. Rest easy, boss. Jin, she's out of words. This is one crafty rabbit. She carries the filthy rabbit back to the main villa and gives it a proper wash. While she's at it, she asks how the non-levelable storage space gift came to be. The rabbit confesses honestly. There was a hamster in the cage beside mine. It awakened a gift too, but it was too weak. The vine reached in and ate it. I managed to snatch back 2 of its cores, each the size of a rice grain. After I ate them, 2 more spaces opened up inside me. The rabbit gestures wildly, describing it, each space about 20 square meters, 5 meters high, 200 cubic meters. For a small animal, more than enough. By the rabbit's account, 1 space is like the outside. Things placed there spoil. The other freezes time, so things keep. The rabbit stored every dug-up carrot in the space that keeps. Old Wang the guard and his wife died on the 5th day after the collapse. The hamster died on the 8th. In the early days, the rabbit survived on scraps of rotting vegetable the old owner had left once. It dared eat only 1 meal a day. After that, it lived on the hamster's cores, dense with energy, enough to barely sustain it and fire off its gift a few times. That let it sever a few vine branches, scaring the vine off from coming close. Gift nearly spent, the rabbit fell back on its storage. It pulled water from a filter a few meters off, using its mind. That's how it survived to today, starving for over 10 days. So when it reached an island of nothing but pure energy plants, and found a whole patch of its favorite carrots, how could the rabbit hold back? So things unfolded exactly as she'd seen. Clever as it was, guessing these carrots surely had an owner, it couldn't control itself. Its paws had a will of their own. The rabbit says wistfully, Boss, I can give all the carrots back. When I finish the jobs you give me, count it as my wages. Jin, no need. Keep them. Just don't fill your space up. Leave me some room to pretend I'm storing things. 200 cubic meters. After 5 truckloads of carrots, there'd still be plenty of room. She understands the principle. If you want the horse to run, you feed the horse. As long as the rabbit isn't clearing 5,000 pounds of carrots every meal, they can sit anywhere. Once she hits tier 2, she'll contract both little tiger and the rabbit. And the rabbit's storage. Isn't that a backup storage for her too? The food inside stays fresh, and it doesn't drain her space's energy. Later, once they're closer, or once it levels higher, the rabbit won't be able to eat this many tier 1 carrots. It'll bring the carrots out on its own. Only then can it eat tier 2 carrots, or higher. Washed clean, the rabbit's coat turns snow white, soft, and fragrant. Its cuteness spikes. A fur fanatic, she can't resist a few strokes. The rabbit's name she picks casually, simple and clear, Bolt. She'll have many companions later. Name's too complex, and she won't know which one she's calling. Snowbell the Ragdoll, up on her cat tree, stares at this rabbit whose coat is even whiter than hers, whose frame is even smaller. She feels her standing in the family under serious threat. Before this, the darling the owner loved best was her. As for Husky and Little Tiger, big-bodied, fond of tearing around, rolling in the dirt all day, no love of cleanliness, hard to bathe often. Most of the time, the owner just pats their dog and tiger heads a few times. Only after a bath does the owner hug and kiss them a little more. The one the owner loves most is still Snowbell, raised from a kitten. Snowbell loves clean, has a small frame, and knows how to act coy. A kitten like that, who could resist? But Snowbell is timid. She doesn't dare take out the infected. The space gift she evolved is support only, mostly for fleeing. Now the owner has a fluffy rabbit, whiter than her, smaller than her. Will the owner still love her later? Snowbell frets. Snowbell resolves to rise. In the end, surviving this world on looks and charm alone won't last. Isn't it so? She isn't even old, and already faces falling out of favor. Only strength keeps a cat's place as the owner's favorite, undefeated. So Snowbell starts eating cat food made from energy meat, frozen food, water. She eats until she can't eat more, then returns to her cat tree and hypnotizes herself with intent. I must rise. I must be stronger. Mew Mew must become super fierce. Meanwhile, Jin blow-dries Bolt's coat. Then, from the pile of pet supplies she'd prepped, she pulls out a cartoon rabbit bed, a water bowl, and a food bowl. She finds Bolt a room on the first floor, too. Bolt doesn't like sleeping in the living room. It likes a small space entirely its own. She tells Bolt to use the bathroom for its business and teaches it the pet version's smart toilet. To make it easy, there's a small ladder beside the toilet. A cover sits on top, leaving only a 5-centimeter hole. Flushing runs off a remote. Press the button with a paw. Bolt. Bolt. Out of words. Being a human's pet isn't easy. Just the bathroom alone comes with this many rules. Bolt settled, Jin turns to prepare for the trip to Apex University with Snowbell. As for Cole, she doesn't really need him along. Handling Cat and Vex, even if both have awakened gifts, they're only rookie gifted with little combat experience. With 3 companions, dealing with them is no problem. But Cole would never rest easy letting her go alone. Nothing for it. Let him come and satisfy his old mother hen heart. Snowbell she has to bring. Bloodvine is still leveling. Without Vinia beside her, at least she needs Mew Mew close to feel safe. Meet an enemy she can't beat, and Snowbell blinks her clear. Jin goes looking for Snowbell in the villa. She finds her fast, lounging on the throne at the top of the cat tree, set by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, Snowbell's favorite spot. Only, Snowbell seems to have fallen deep asleep. Jin calls twice and can't wake her. Impossible. Snowbell isn't hurt. Normally one call and she's up. Just then, Snowbell's page in the Spirit Bestiary surfaces. Species Ragdoll cat Snowbell. Gift attribute. Space type. Gift level. Tier 1, 99%. Status. Evolving to Tier 2. Awakening a new skill, estimated 1 to 2 days. Care tip. Prepare plenty of energy food. Please do not disturb. Jin? Hold on. After a full day of fighting, Snowbell's experience bar was only around 68% of Tier 1, lower than Husky's 75 and Little Tiger's 78. In short, the slowest to level of the bunch. For cores, she only got 2 attributeless ones. Why has she suddenly become the second companion to level and awaken a new skill at the same time? Jin can't guess that after she brought Bolt home, the slightly clingy Snowbell sensed the threat and started rising on her own. Jin had thought a space-type Snowbell could only blink, with no way to kill directly. It looked a touch weak, but blink is a strong support skill, and she never once looked down on it. Still, seeing Snowbell able to level and awaken a new skill, Jin is thrilled. An attacking space-type gift, rarer and harder to come by than storage space. To leave her as a support cat only would be a real waste. Jin refills the empty cat food and water, and sets a stack of Tier 1 cat cans beside them. Snowbell knows how to open cans. Without Snowbell along, whether to still go to Apex University, she'll need to talk it over with Cole. Just now, Cole is at the free-range poultry pen. He's directing a pack of snakes to work, collecting chicken, duck, and goose eggs into baskets. The whole process demands great care. Any snake that breaks an egg gets a mental jolt. Most are venomous. A few aren't. Cole does this mainly to train his mind control gift. And incidentally, collect eggs. Yes, just incidentally. One thought, and she appears beside Cole. Seeing the scene, her whole body feels wrong. She's scared of snakes. Seeing that many eggs coiled up and dropped in baskets by snakes, her appetite vanishes on the spot. But her snake fear index ticks down. -1, -1, -1. So they're venomous. Venomous snakes that want to eat have to work for her and her brother too. The thought that these snakes are free labor, needing only food and shelter, living rent-free in her brother's space, and they look a lot more agreeable. Jin tells Cole about Snowbell's leveling. Don't lean too hard on Bloodvine and Snowbell. What if later you hit a situation where neither can help, and you're in danger? Apex University. We should still go tonight. I'll come with you. Early collapse. The danger isn't that high yet. The siblings should press the attack more. Bank experience, across different situations, stay a step ahead, lead every step. They have the space anyway. Can't win, they can hide. Jin, all right. Then let's set out now. The siblings take a modified off-road vehicle from the space and drive straight for Apex University. With the power fully out, the streetlights are dead, of course. There are a few vehicles moving on the road now, though not many. There are pedestrians too, but very few, all in a hurry, faces full of wariness or panic. There are the infected wandering the road as well. They spot distant headlights, hear the engine, and give chase, or run into the road, trying to block the car. But their minds aren't strong. Cole's mind control gift subdues them in a moment, and they meekly clear the way. Jin can't help praising him. Brother, your gift is handy for clearing a road, Cole preens. Naturally. Your brother's fierce, you know. No match for the little monster Jin, but against other gifted, he's absolutely a top hand. Nearing a large bridge close to Apex University, Cole has to stop the car. Someone is blocking the road on the bridge, robbing people. Not the infected. A group of gifted, more than 10 of them. Jin's mind picks it up. The 2 cars ahead of them, going up the bridge, have been stopped by that group. If they were just robbing a little food, not stripping people clean, leaving a way to live, Jin meant to turn a blind eye. Not her business. After all, in the collapse, keeping low and hidden is the wise course. It isn't that Jin is cold, unwilling to shield ordinary people. It's that since the collapse, the law holds no force. This kind of thing happens nearly everywhere. Handle it here, and it springs up there. Everyone's gifted. The other side only robs some food from ordinary folk. Jin can't very well take out a dozen people over that. This world still has infected, mutated beasts and stronger enemies to come. Dealing with them mainly falls to the gifted. Lock the robbers up in a cell? Once caught? Who guards them? Who feeds them? Call the police? The acid rain ran long. No power, no network. And now the public offices have shut down too. There's simply no way to call? Beat them and let them go? After they leave, if they hold a grudge, they'll turn crueler on ordinary people. Then what? It's the collapse. The rule is, big fish eat small, the strong endure. Try to police everything, and the best move is building a survivor base, worrying day after day over food and hygiene for a crowd of ordinary folk. Grind yourself down, and you might not even get a thank you. But the moment something goes wrong, the crowd's on your head, cursing. Leave that to the government, or to the truly charitable, or to those who want to build their own faction. Jin decides, mind herself. When she can protect herself, and something crosses her that she can handle, she'll step in a little. Only, Jin's mind picks up more. That group on the bridge is stripping the 2 stopped cars of everything, taking even the vehicles. A middle-aged man tries to resist. An ice blade takes him in the knee. A boy of 6 or 7 is scared into wailing. Then a scar-faced man, vicious, seizes him by the throat with one hand and lifts him. The boy's mother sobs and begs, over and over, to spare her child. A long moment later, as the boy is near choking out, the man flings him hard to the ground. Then it's the young mother the man drags off. Jin's mind pushes further ahead. She sees scenes she cannot accept in the small mart at the bridgehead. Those who resisted, mostly beaten until they were gone. The old, the men, the children, penned like livestock in a cramped room. The women stripped, degraded in turns. Most aren't taken out, only caged. In the guards, words. When the infected come, they make shields. When food runs short, they become stored rations. In this vile crew, not only gifted, there are ordinary men in their prime too. And a few young women, pretty, leaning on the crew to survive. Jin's hands clenched tight. Lives at stake violation. This she can't ignore. Otherwise, every ordinary person crossing this bridge will have no way to live. These scum, handed a scrap of power, brandish it, raising the butcher's knife against their own weaker kind. Sparing their sorry hides adds little strength against the infected and enemies from outside. Instead, they turn their power mainly on their own kind. Jin looks at Cole. He's a mind-type gifted. His mental strength no less than hers. He's surely seen what's happening on the bridge and in the mart. Cole reads the killing edge in Jin's face and knows her intent. He says, "Let's get out and walk over. The off-road vehicle, store it first before it takes damage. As for the space, they'll just pin it on Bolt's storage." Jin nods. The siblings get out fast. Now there's a thin white rabbit on Jin's shoulder. She curls her mind, stores the off-road vehicle, and hurries toward the bridge. Bolt hasn't contracted yet, but communicating by intent with Jin goes smoothly. Learning the owner means to deal with the two-legged scum on the bridge, Bolt resolves to perform. It'll show the owner the carrots weren't wasted. This working rabbit is worth more than its price. Bolt leaves a line of intent. "Boss, I'll scout ahead for you." Then the little rabbit becomes a streak of white lightning flashing onto the bridge. In under 3 seconds, it appears 100 yards off, where the dozen-plus gifted stand. Jin. For running speed, she doesn't even match a rabbit. Good thing this one's family, truly worthy of Bolt Rabbit. Wonderful speed. The little rabbit reaches the field first. Ruthless, no chatter, it first drops a bolt on the scar-faced man dragging the young mother off to find a spot to work. Bolt controls the lightning precisely, striking only inside the man's body, leaving those around him untouched. The young mother he's hauling, that is, Scarface, has a body enhancement gift. Struck by Bolt's lightning, his whole frame shudders at once. He can't help a howl of pain. Ah, damn it, what little wretch dares shock me? And on instinct, he lets the young mother go. In the crew of over 10, not one is lightning type, but an underling with enhanced hearing and sight, sharp-eyed, points and reports. "Brother Scar, it's that rabbit that popped up. It hit yo!" His voice is loud, finger jab straight at Bolt, perched on a stone of the bridge railing. Nothing for it. Bolt's white coat stands out in the murky dark. Spotted, Bolt isn't afraid. It even sticks its tongue out at the underling, and feeling itself targeted, flashes to a different stone and crouches. Now Cole arrives too, leading Husky, Little Tiger, Inkling, and its pack of venomous underlings. Bolt seizes the moment. Everyone's fixed on Jin, Cole, and their fierce companion squad, no one minding the rabbit, and drops 2 more bolts on Scarface. Scarface crashes to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His body's enhanced, but only Tier 1 at 30%. No way to weather a shock. After all, lightning damage runs from the inside out. The young mother, free of Scarface, sees this, and instead of fear, snatches a roadside stone and smashes it hard into the head of the unconscious Scarface. These stones the crew hauled up on purpose, to block traffic. Who'd have thought they'd crack their own man's skull? The others don't mind. Scarface don't mind Bolt anymore. Bolt tilts its head, a little puzzled. Where's Jin? Did the boss not come? Makes sense. Her future owner has many companions but fights poorly herself. Staying back is fine. Safe. But Bolt doesn't know that Jin is, in fact, on the field right now. To avoid dragging the companions down yet still read the fight instantly and command in time, she's chosen to possess thick-skinned, well-padded Little Tiger. Now Jin is an energy mark, riding the king character on Little Tiger's brow. Jin speaks through the contract mark. "Little Tiger, this time I'll let you bite the enemy's backside. Ordinary people aside, anyone you see bite freely. These gifted are all morally rotten lawbreakers. Biting them out counts as ridding the people of a scourge." Little Tiger is instantly thrilled. Roar, he picks the fattest one, biggest backside, and lunges. Jaws of fangs wide, biting down hard. Jin releases her mind, vision a full 360, no blind spots. She turns to Husky. "Husky, this time you don't just get wind to play with, you get fire too. Careful, avoid the ordinary people." Husky at once spits a large fireball at the thickest cluster of enemies, then breathes a gust. Wind feeds fire, and the fireball spreads across several gifted. If a water type hadn't summoned a water sphere in time to douse himself and his crew, they'd have burned to ash on the spot. Cole stands atop a car roof, directing Inkling and dozens of venomous snakes, surrounding from four sides. Anyone who runs gets a lunge and a bite. Inkling's venomous underlings, fed energy food by Cole every day, have all awakened gifts, though most are poison type, and their potential tiers aren't high. From 0 stars to 3. But they win on sheer numbers. The crew's gifted try to slip away in the chaos. Barely a few yards, and venomous snakes strike from nowhere. The night is a snake's best cover. Inkling has a shadow gift too. It wraps 5 or 6 enemies in shadow mist, so they can't see, and they attack wildly, hitting their own. Cole has a wind gift, and shifts position before any blow lands. Bolt isn't idle either. Seeing Scarface out cold, it switches targets and keeps dropping bolts. Anyone fierce gets a bolt. Anyone who runs gets a bolt. Anyone who grabs an ordinary person for a shield gets a bolt. Above all, work hard, never slack. On the bridge, Cole, Husky, Bolt, and the venomous snakes can manage. Clearing them is only a matter of time. Jin orders Little Tiger. There are guards at the mart. They've grabbed goods and want to run. Little Tiger, chase them down. Anyone who runs, bite their backside for me. Little Tiger answers, and reluctantly lets the backside in his jaws go. So many backsides. The great tiger is coming. The mutated beasts and venomous snakes strike as one. In under 10 minutes, the dozen-plus gifted have all fallen. Because Jin gave the word in advance, none is fully gone. All still barely breathing, but close to it. Everyone gravely hurt, some out cold. Not ending these people isn't mercy. It's that Cole speaks up. Everyone, do you want them gone? He's asking the ordinary folk, the ones who'd hidden behind cover to dodge the gang blocking the road. They look at one another. They hate the road robbers, but told to end a life themselves, they can't. Even the young mother who smashed the stone into Scarface's head, seeing his head bleed, seeing him out cold, doesn't dare go on. She even checks his breath with a careful finger, and only relaxes when she confirms he's still breathing. These are the most ordinary people. The collapse came, and they weathered the surge of violent energy without turning. Their bodies, in fact, enhanced a little over before, roughly 5 to 20%. But faced with the gifted and their gifts, they all feel fear on instinct. They don't even dare resist. The potential to trigger a gift in most ordinary people was spent weathering the violent energy the acid rain brought. Later, no matter how much Tier 1 energy food they eat, awakening a gift is very hard. Higher tier energy food. An ordinary person can eat a little, no harm. At worst, indigestion, a stomachache for a while. But eat a lot, and there's a chance of bursting apart. Gone. One acid rain sorts people into ranks. Ordinary people are the lowest rung. The middle-aged man with the ice blade through his knee says, Even if we take them out now, what if they've got gifted family or friends? Won't those come looking for revenge? I'm just an ordinary man. I only want a way to live. I don't dare provoke these desperate types. An old woman says too, That's right, young man. You can command tigers, dogs, rabbits, snakes, that fierce. Can't you just deal with them directly? A heavy-set high schooler, hiding behind his grandmother, adds, Brother, are you afraid the police come after you later? You want to pin a killing on us? No chance. The boy's father stammers too. We took no real loss, young man. The lesson you taught them is enough. The young mother drops her blood-smeared stone. I don't take lives. He's still breathing, mind. If he's gone later, don't blame me. Right. If you want to blame someone, blame that rabbit that shoots lightning. She turns to Cole, still up on the car roof. Handsome, can't you just have your companions finish them all off? Cole knows. It's the early collapse, and these ordinary people, not yet awakened, place themselves on the lowest rung in their own minds, the kind anyone can bully at will. The vile crew's gifted wanted to strip them of everything, cage them as stored rations. The young woman would have suffered degradation of mind and body, and these people don't dare take out the enemy themselves. It's not that they don't want them gone, they just don't want to carry the weight of a killing. If Cole or the beasts he brought do the killing, then even if someone comes asking later, it can't be blamed on them. This is exactly why Cole and Jin only want to mind themselves and don't want to build any survivor base. Solve 95% of their trouble, and these people ask why not 100? Some are grateful, but those who resent are more. Cole doesn't cater to them. He only says, these gifted all have cores. An ordinary person who uses a core has a 45% chance to awaken a gift and a 5% chance to turn infected. Of course, there's also a 50% chance you stay ordinary. He says it because he knows the human heart is complicated. Everyone for themselves. When profit tops 100%, someone will defy the law. And the profit of becoming gifted is hardly just doubling your strength. The law collapsed long ago. He and Jin not taking these cores is fine. They already hold plenty of infected cores. A few more is just flowers on brocade. But for ordinary people, this is a chance to change fate. News of how to use cores can't stay hidden long. Soon someone will test it and spread it wide. Cole is only saying it a little earlier. If one or two here become gifted, at least their odds of shielding family to survive rise a bit. The moment he finishes, the young mother snatches up the stone and smashes Scarface's head savage. The man with the blade through his knee crawls toward a blonde youth nearby and raises his own knife. Even the old woman picks a stone off the ground. The heavy-set boy rushes forward, drawing the fruit knife he always keeps hidden in his pocket. The ordinary middle-aged man mutters, I want to be gifted too. Then he pulls a long hidden pair of scissors from his trouser pocket. Cole stops watching the bridge and leads the companions toward the mart at the bridgehead. As for Inkling and its venomous underlings, too slow crawling, so he'd stored them in the space earlier. At the mart, though only Little Tiger blocked the way. Most of the guards there are healthy ordinary men. Only 4 are gifted, all gravely hurt by the tiger cub, unable to move. The doors the ordinary captives were locked behind have been opened. The women hurry to find clothes to put on, faces either numb and cold or stricken with panic. The old, the men, the children. Some weep for joy, some give thanks, some curse the rescue for coming so late. If it had come sooner, their loved ones wouldn't be gone. They wouldn't have suffered so much. Cole sighs and repeats it. Ordinary people who absorb a gifted's core can awaken a gift. He points out which 4 are gifted, and that on the bridge lie more gifted, gravely hurt, or out cold. He says it to let ordinary people know. Faced with the gifted, they aren't limited to standing there and being cut down. Ordinary people outnumber the gifted many times over. A dozen times even. Unite, and there's a way to live. A gifted's gift runs dry eventually. Everyone fears being the bird that leads, fears being beaten out first. But, bitter irony, when the lure of profit is big enough, one after another turns savage, scrambling until heads crack, unafraid. The moment Cole finishes, men, women, old, young, save 2 or 3 children too innocent to grasp it, all surge toward the 4 downed gifted and the crew's gifted on the bridge. Mine. I marked this one first. You marked first. So what? I take him out first. Gifted? Any more gifted? I want to be gifted too. Once the gifted who leaned on strength to bully ordinary people are wiped out, the long-oppressed ordinary folk will surely rise in fury to reclaim justice. Even the ordinary bad ones aren't spared. Pa, wanted to cage me for meat? I take you out first and feed you to the dogs. Just you scraps, leaning on 2 ounces more flesh than the rest, bullying me day after day. Ha, see if I don't carve 2 ounces off you for the dogs. Dog for real husky, alarmed, backs up a few steps, hiding behind the tiger cub. Mama, these 2-legged things without gifts are terrifying when they blow. The pup makes a face. It likes chicken drumsticks, likes pork bones, cow and goat bones too, and cooked at that. It truly has no interest in human bones. It isn't a waste disposal site. Don't feed the dog everything. Seeing things here basically settled, Cole calls the companions out and heads on toward Apex University. This spot is only a kilometer from Apex. The outside is this chaotic. No telling what the inside has become. Jin is still possessing Little Tiger. She doesn't want to reveal her spirit possession trait in front of these people, so she holds the possession for now. Once they reach an empty place, she'll surface. She has to say, the feeling of riding a tiger's head, mind-sweeping a full 360, is novel and fun. When the tiger cub fires off a gift or bites, She's immersed a first-person, full-view action film. Only the scenes run a touch grisly. Now and then a crimson drop spatters where she's possessing, and her vision takes on a faint red wash. Nothing for it. Collapse survival. If you can't get used to the blood and storm of battle, all you can do is flee, and pray for a stretch of peace. But fleeing doesn't last. Or why would this space have reset a 9th time? The past few times, her brother had surely opened his own pendant space. And her pendant space had taken a master too. Maybe Viper, maybe someone else. In the end, they couldn't survive by hiding in the space. The premise for the space to reset is that the whole of planet Cerulea, all of humanity, is gone. Mutated beasts and plants, 80% gone too. Clearly no one told her this. Yet Jin simply knows it. So she can't settle for quiet safety. All she can do is press on without pause. Cole steps out of the little mart at the bridgehead, and before he's gone a few yards, some pretty young women in skimpy clothes run up. "Handsome, take me with you. Just feed me, and you can do whatever you want with me." Paired with a come-hither wink. Me too. I know more positions than she does. Pick me. I've got a knee cup. Chest thrust out, proud. Harder to believe. There's even a young man, caked in grime, foul-smelling, but with his face wiped clean, revealing fair, handsome features. He steps up too, and pitches himself. "I'm very easygoing, and I really know how to play. Big brother, little brother, daddy, uncle, brother-in-law, cousin, son, or master, baby. Whatever you want me to call you, I'll call it all. Cole." Jin, possessing the tiger cub. Cole, long single, truly can't handle this much enthusiasm from this many people. His steps go unsteady, and he hurriedly triggers his wind gift and flees like the wind. Before he goes, he even forgets to bring Inkling. Inkling crawls slow. It shrinks itself, chopstick thin, and coils onto Husky's leg. Nothing for it. The tiger cub's aura is too strong. It can only pick dopey-looking Husky to cling to. Husky's sharp eyes fix on Inkling a long moment. Suddenly craving spicy chips. Never mind, this is a snake the boss keeps. Can't count it as spicy chips. Bolt rolls its eyes twice and copies the move. Flashes onto little tiger's back. The tiger cub wants to buck this insolent rabbit off, even wants to swallow it. But this thing, like itself, is one of the owner's reserve companions. Can't eat it. Besides, this rabbit looks small but moves fast and shoots lightning. Even if it wanted to eat it, it might not manage. Never mind. Out of respect for its taste for carrots and greens, it holds back. At least this colleague won't fight it for meat, so the tiger cub and Husky quickly chase after Cole too. Jin wraps 2 cores, gathered from hunting the infected earlier, in her mind, and passes them to that young man. At the same time, she sends by mind. Better to rely on yourself than to beg others. These are 2 infected cores. Eat them straight, and the awakening rate is 50%, the turning rate 20%, staying ordinary 30%. Try or not, that's on you. Before eating more energy plants raises the awakening rate. Those roadside greens, half a yard tall, not tasty but not toxic, and they count as energy plants too. An ordinary person eating an unprocessed infected core straight really does carry those odds. But the infected cores Jin hands over have been stored in her island space. The violent factor inside fully cleansed, the turning rate 0. In other words, it's half a chance to awaken a gift. Fail, and at worst you stay ordinary. And after eating energy plants, then a refined infected core, the awakening rate can climb another 10 to 20%. The young man only feels the voice is somehow familiar, but can't place where he's heard it. On instinct, he grips the red core and the earthy yellow core, each bean-sized, dropped into his palm, and quickly tucks them away. It's night, the little mart lit by a few candles, ordinary people all around. No one notices this small motion of his. Cole, companions in tow, has gone a few hundred yards. Confirming no other gifted around, Jin releases the possession. Cole asks, "Just now, why did you give that young man cores? And 2, no less." "Don't tell me, Jin. Jin sighs. "His name is Zephyr Yun, a classmate of mine. Relations weren't exactly good, but he's not a bad sort. Sharp and reckless enough to survive. Met him by chance. Help where I can. The dance major runs mostly female, with very few males, only a handful, all decent looking. In a class of many women and few men, nearly every one of these males has a girlfriend. Only Zephyr Yoon is the exception. Plenty suspected he liked boys, but Zephyr Yoon said he meant to try out as an idol later, set on becoming a top star. How could he date? Dating would only hurt his career. Before, Jin was pursued many times by Vance, who once sent gifts right into the dance studio. Zephyr Yoon was her partner then. He once told her, "Classmate Jin, at our age, what's there to date about? 9 times in 10 it ends in a breakup. Better to spend that time on a few more rehearsals." Jin back then was a soul short on the ability to think. She found the words sensible. And with Cole forbidding her to date before 20, she was slow to accept Vance's pursuit. But after that, hearing plenty of well-meaning advice from her roommates, she came to find their words sensible too. Back then, Zephyr Yoon was in that room of penned, old, children, and men. Quick-witted, he smeared dirt on his face, made himself filthy and foul, proof he didn't want the scum noticing him for his looks. These days, men who like pretty boys aren't rare. A young man out in the open is in real danger too. Zephyr Yoon, in a tight spot, knew to protect himself. After the rescue, he was one of the few who thanked them sincerely, without resentment or complaint. He knew he was alone, unlikely to grab a gifted's core. Grab one and he couldn't keep it. It might even become a life debt marker, so he didn't recklessly go with the gifted, afraid of injury, and hid in a corner. After seeing the other women offer themselves up, he realized following Cole was a decent way out. At once, he wiped his face clean, then pitched himself. His self-introduction pitched to hook the listener too. Able to bend and stretch, reading the situation, grateful to those who helped him, willing to lose face to survive. A person like that, once gifted, will surely do this world more good. One core paired with energy plants gives better than a 60% awakening rate. As long as Zephyr Yoon isn't too unlucky, failing twice running, odds are he becomes gifted. In the original story, there's no scene for Zephyr Yoon, proof he broke off from the Apex group. Later, he most likely never awakened and quietly went gone. Hopefully, this time, he'll have a different ending. Cole nods. If he's an acquaintance, a little help is the right thing. At that, Cole asks no more. After all, that Zephyr Yoon's tongue runs slick. Big brother, little brother, daddy, master, baby. Truly best not to dwell on it. What Jin doesn't know. This time her flash of compassion, handing over 2 infected cores of 100% purity, has made a fire-earth dual-type gifted attack and defense both. Combat power formidable. Later, Zephyr Yoon becomes the number 2 combat power of South Haven base. Alongside the original's male lead, Cade Strom, he'll dominate South Haven Lightning Shadow dual-type, forming a balance of matched forces. Cade Strom's gifts are both mutation type, rarer, stronger in combat, no doubt. But Shadow type has limits. Strongest only at night. And Lightning Shadow infected cores are rare. Leveling is harder than Fire Earth. Add that Zephyr Yoon's fighting style is famously shameless, dogged, full of tricks. And Cade Strom, facing him, wins only 50-50. But that's all for later. For now, Jin and Cole have reached Apex University. For easier scouting, the 2 big-bodied companions, Husky and Little Tiger, get stored first. Jin carries Bolt, Cole leads Inkling, and the 2 slip into Apex. It's summer break now. Plenty stayed at Apex, so the infected wandering the campus aren't few. Early collapse, most infected have no gift, far slower than an ordinary person. Gifted infected are fast, true, but their minds aren't sharp. Make a clear noise in another direction, and you can draw them off. So as long as you don't get boxed into a cramped, sealed space with them, or surrounded by a crowd of ordinary infected, or chased by a pack of gifted infected, an ordinary person's survival odds in the early collapse stay fairly high. Especially Apex students, university-educated, minds fairly nimble. Grouped and cooperating, they've taken out plenty of ordinary infected, gifted, infected they can't beat, they find ways to lure out. Right now, most survivors cluster in the largest twin lecture building. Inside that twin building, there are no infected at all. Clearly, without Vance playing the know-it-all, commanding blindly regardless of situation. Without Viper, that rot-in-the-grain worm, deliberately loosing infected during lure missions. The survival difficulty for Apex's survivors has dropped from hard mode to easy. Because infected move faster at night, combat crueler by a notch or two, Apex's gifted don't go out clearing infected at this hour. Jin and Cole, two living, breathing people just entering Apex's grounds, draw the notice of plenty of infected nearby. They turn as one, gathering toward the two, slow or fast. The fastest, of course, are all gifted infected. An ordinary gifted, seeing this many gifted and ordinary infected, would long since have been scared into turning tail. But to Jin and Cole, both at the threshold of Tier 2, these Tier 1 gifted infected are slow as death. Cole and Bolt charge the gifted infected at once. Inkling coils a tree, both eyes firing threads of shadow, weaving among the infected, drawing off their shadow-type emotional energy. The infected, drained of killing intent and desire, stand there blank, then are easily subdued by Cole's mind, gift, frozen dumb and still. Right after, they're either beheaded by a wind blade or struck to cinders by lightning. As for Jin, having contracted 3 companions, what's enhanced isn't only her mind, but her body too. Right now, her burst strength outmatches an ordinary body enhancement gifted. She draws a saber from the space and charges in too, seeking ordinary infected for close combat, dodging the gifted ones. In general, Jin can settle 1 ordinary infected within 10 moves. Fortunately, an infected's body has stiffened. No spray. Jin's pace against the infected, next to Bolt Lightning and Wind-type Cole, is a fair bit slower. But she's improving fast. Soon she can settle an ordinary infected in 5 or 6 moves. Earlier on the bridge, Jin didn't step in because her close combat skill wasn't yet sure. She feared harming an ordinary person by slip. And there's more. It's still the early collapse. Jin able to take the field herself against the infected is already good. Ask her to behead a vial gifted with her own hand. That's flesh and blood like her own. For now, Jin can't do it. 1 step at a time, truly cornered, no choice but to fight, and Jin won't back down either. After clearing the first wave of infected, more keep gathering behind. Jin frowns. Her aim tonight is only to scout Cat and Vex, not to clear Apex of infected. These infected, they can clear some, but most must be left to temper Apex's gifted. Otherwise, once they leave, Apex's gifted aren't yet grown. They'd be forced out of Apex to clear infected elsewhere. Not fighting on home ground, the danger far greater. This too is why, after entering Apex, Jin stored Husky and the tiger cub. But now, for some reason, every infected on campus is gathering this way. Cole senses carefully. There's a mind-type infected hiding in the back. It's driving the gifted and ordinary infected to mass on us. Jin's mental strength is high, but keyed mainly to the movements of mutated beasts and plants. Against a mind-type infected, she's no match for mind control cold Jin muses. Then its core is very useful to you. How about circling to the back and settling that mind-type infected? But the precondition is someone holding this wall of infected in front. Head on against a mind-type infected that can drive others, and short now of her 2 strong helpers, Bloodvine and Snowbell. Jin has no sure grip on victory, but Cole can. His mental strength should top that mind-type infected by a hair. Or the other side wouldn't need to send this many infected, meaning to wear them down a wave first. Still, to be safe, Jin decides to lend Cole Bolt for now. Bolt is clever and quick. Its lightning gift hits hard, and it particularly counters the infected. A fine helper. Jin, brother, let's split up. I'll loose Husky and the tiger cub. You take Inkling and Bolt, circle to the back and settle that mind-type infected. Cole is a touch worried. This many infected, gifted infected pressing this way. Right now there are dozens, near 100. Behind, ordinary infected keep pouring in. Can his sister and 2 companions hold? Or should he leave Bolt with her? Jin. Silly. Can't win, I can hide. Pull back a while. Once these infected are about to leave, I surface again. Call it guerrilla warfare. Cole. All right, I'm off then. In a fight, no dawdling. Cole trusts his sister won't gamble with her own life. Jin's mental sense is strong. No infected can slip up quietly and strike her from behind. Even if a stray infected bites her mid-fight, so long as she ducks into the space at once, the infected virus is cleansed fast. Cole sets Bolt on his shoulder, Inkling coiled at his wrist, wind under his feet, and streaks like a gust toward the mind-type infected. The infected trying to block him. A small part are hit by Inkling's shadow gift, and briefly forget what they're doing. The larger rest Cole handles. Cole's control over the infected is no match for that mind-type 1, itself an infected. The other side holds a native edge in same kind, unless his mental strength tops it by a full step. But as the infected it drives draw nearer him, he can use his own mind control to scatter their focus a few seconds. That lets him keep them pushing forward, rather than turning back to bar his way. Bolt, for now, holds off, saving its gift to help against the mind-type infected later. So Cole runs successfully against the tide of the infected army toward the stadium in the deepest part of Apex's grounds. And Jin summons Husky and the tiger cub, joining battle with a large mass of infected by the lotus pond, not far from Apex's main gate. Beyond human flesh, the infected also like energy-rich flesh mutated beasts. Apex doesn't have many mutated beasts. Any it had are basically eaten by the infected already. To draw this mass of infected, Jin takes a large amount of energy-rich fresh meat from the space. She uses Little Tiger's oversized bowl. This meat, too, was food prepped for him, of course. The infected, driven from afar by the mind-type 1, meant to turn and chase Cole. But the moment they catch the strong smell of fresh meat, they refuse to go. Too far off. How could a mind-type infected's command matter against good food right in front? A mass of infected, unable to resist the lure, rush at Jin. Little Tiger flies into a rage at once. Roar, roar, roar. Why use my food to bait the enemy and not that dumb dog's? Boo-hoo. Is it because it hasn't contracted with the owner yet? The owner plays favorites. Jin's face goes dark. She soothes Little Tiger. Because the infected have your taste. They only like meat, don't like gnawing bone. Little Tiger. Thanks. No comfort at all. The tiger cub, in its violent state, sends steel blades whistling. Faster, stronger, more precise. One steel blade settles one ordinary infected. Gifted, infected are more trouble, quick to dodge, and they counter with all kinds of gifts. Usually, it takes a long stretch of attacks to settle one. The place is fairly open, with pond water handy to douse fire. Husky first spits a volley of fireballs, then works its wind gift. Wind whips the fire into a mass attack skill, and in a blink no infected can get near it, and Jin circles behind the far slower ordinary infected swinging her saber. Once she can basically settle one ordinary infected in a stroke or two, she picks out some gifted infected of weaker attack, slower speed to spar. If any infected charges in very fast or is good at ranged attacks, fireball, wind blade, steel blade, space blade, all sorts loosed at her. Any blow Jin can't dodge, she ducks into the space at once. Inside the space, she can still sense the outside with her mind. Once the infected, finding no target, wear a lost look and switch to Husky or Little Tiger, or make to leave. Jin surfaces again and ambushes the ones about to go. Clearly the infected have the numbers, yet she plays them into dizzy circles. Percent and, we may not be human, but you're a real dog. Playing dirty. The infected, robbed of thought, can't fathom why Jin keeps vanishing and reappearing, and they don't connect it to a space that stores living things, too rare, only figuring her gift is invisibility or phasing. As for why, after going invisible or phasing, even her energy ripple fully vanishes. Maybe because this human ranks higher than them. By the time Jin, Husky, and the tiger cub have spent over half their mind and strength, Cole too has circled successfully to the back. She has Husky and the tiger cub gather infected cores, then leads them into the space to hide. 10 minutes on, the infected disperse. Jin surfaces again. This time she possesses faster, Husky. Husky works its wind gift and streaks like a gust toward the stadium. A few infected chase behind, but their speed is no match for Husky. They can't catch up at all. Jin's mind is strong, her scouting range far. She can sense Cole battling the mind-type infected. Right now, Cole is slightly on top. She doesn't go over. By the read, giving Cole another half hour or so, he should be able to bring the mind-type infected down. But mind-type infected are rare. Jin wants to get close and watch the fight, to learn from it. Only halfway there, Jin runs into something odd. To guard against ambush, she casts her mind wide, and hears a few faint amorous sounds, man and woman. The sound comes from a small building by Emerald Water Lake, a courier stop cum convenience store, print room, and so on. This small building isn't far from the Twin Lecture Building. Only 200 yards. By rights, the small building's defenses fall far short of the Twin Lecture Building. Ordinary survivors wouldn't choose to sleep here, but it's far from the crowd and truly better suited for something furtive. Jin is out of words. What hour is this? So many infected drifting outside, and these people still have the mood for that? Jin draws nearer and nearer the small building, meaning to speed up and leave. But those two panting breaths of a woman sound somehow a touch familiar. And around this little building, there seems to be a shield of mind force set up. Only, her mental tier is higher. The shield has no effect on her at all. Jin slows and senses it carefully. She finds it fast. This mind force shield seals sound and scent. The infected hear nothing inside, smell no living people, and treat them as if they aren't there. That mind-type infected has strong mental force. The shield would be useless against it, but it's too far off. And a mind-type. Infected, beyond eating human and beast flesh to grow, can absorb other infected cores to gain strength. So it doesn't lack food. It won't go drifting across the campus for no reason. Jin listens to that woman's voice. It sounds a lot like Cat and Vex. After a moment's hesitation, she carefully sends a thread of mind force probing inside. The people within are deep in their game, attention to the outside world dulled, and far too confident in their gifts. They don't notice Jin's probe at all. Fast, the scene inside surfaces in her mind. 4 men, 2 women, in a group act she can't stomach. Jin blurs the image on instinct, screening it out. But the sound stays clear. In that flash of probing, though, she'd already seen it plainly. Those 2 women are Cat and Vex truly, worn her soul's thin searching, only to find it with no effort at all. She'd been racking her brain over how to slip into the twin building and find these 2 among 1,000-odd people. And before she can lift a finger, she meets them at the roadside. Inside, 2 of them have finished. Cat leans against a big, burly man, his face dark and utterly plain. She coos. "Senior Wang, we've got a deal, right? Once contact's back, Lan Lan and I will help you lure Jin here. You have to look after us." The man called Senior Wang pushes Cat off, drags on a cigarette, and answers with disgust. "Ha! If not for you being Jin's roommates, with your plain looks, I truly wouldn't glance twice." The acne-scarred man beside him pulls Cat close. "Boss Wang won't, but I'm not picky. A woman's a woman." Vex, caught between the other 2, can't even speak clearly. "Thank you for the chance, boys." Jin's face, her figure, far prettier than ours. "She'll leave you satisfied, guaranteed." "Ah, gentle. Jin, damn it. These 2 wretches. She cut contact 3 months ago, and they still trade on her name for gain, and now mean to sell her out again. Jin had been thinking how to sell these 2 off once she found them, to let them taste being sold themselves. Turns out they've sold themselves off first, so that move won't work on them. She'd planned it because their old crime, tricking the original Jin into accepting Vance's courtship, was hateful, but not a killing matter. After all, Vance back then looked a fine choice on the surface. Tall, rich, handsome, and clean. Who'd have guessed that not long after the collapse, he'd shove his own girlfriend out to block the infected, just to buy himself a few seconds to run, and facing life or death. Men who do that are hardly Vance alone. Most human nature can't survive the test. So Jin had thought she only wanted to teach Cat and Vex a lesson, let them suffer a little, and let it go. But after she'd taken leave and cut them off, even switched numbers, a clean break, these 2 still trade on her name and are scheming to sell her a second time. Who could stomach that? While Jin considers how to handle them, she hears the ones inside, still talking. Boss Wang says, "Word is, a gang's taken the big bridge. Their leader, Scar, is a lecher. If Jin were still on campus, perfect. Once we're bored of her, we could hand her to Scar. Then, we could join their crew, too." The other men chime in. "Right. There's little worth grabbing at this school. And there's a teacher who awakened lightning. A dorm manager who awakened a space gift to keep order. We can't even rob ordinary folk too openly. Word is Scar's crew holds the mart at the bridgehead. Any woman passing, they play with whenever. Blissful. Not like us, stuck with these two plain ones. What? Calling you plain upsets you? The man saying it lashes a vine gift, whipping Cat and Vex hard. Boss Wang snaps. Monkey, ease up. Don't do like last time and play someone to death. If not for the infected outside making bodies easy to dump, even a corpse would be a headache. Relax, boss. I've got a measure. I still want to ride these two to taste our school's campus queen. His strokes lighten a touch, and Cat and Vex, to be hit less, keep bringing up Jin. Cat begs mercy while dangling a bribe. Please, ease up. My skin isn't fair enough. Welts all over won't look good. Save your strength for that vixen Jin later. Monkey sneers cold. More of a slut than you? Can you two really call Jin out here? How do I trust that? You're not stringing us along? Trash-talking Jin behind her back like this. Your ties with her can't be much good. Vex says, Jin and us are close as sisters. One call and she'll come. Even if she won't, we know where her home is. S-City, not far from G-City. An hour or two by car. The words are barely out, and instead of easing off, Monkey hits harder, forcing her to give up Jin's home address on the spot. The original Jin had kept no guard at all against these roommates. And with Cole buried in work year-round, never home. Last winter break, she'd invited all three roommates to her home to stay a few days for fun. Back then, the three flattered Jin to her face and burned with envy inside. Jin was beautiful. Fine. But her family was rich too, living in a villa this grand. Word was, there were other houses, shops, and her suitors were all heartthrob tier. Every good thing, snatched up by her. And Jin played coy on top of it. Vance, so fine a catch, pursued her that long, and she just wouldn't say yes. Maybe she was savoring being chased. So after the second semester began, they took Vance's money and talked him up in front of her. Who'd have guessed? Just as they thought Jin was successfully swayed, about to accept Vance, she vanished, then took formal leave without a word of goodbye to them. Said she was getting her brother treatment. True or not, who knew? They guessed Jin cut them off because she'd learned they'd quietly taken Vance's money, turning on them over such a trifle. Far too petty. Vance was a golden son-in-law countless women hunted and never landed. They took a little money, played matchmaker. So what? Jin lost nothing. Now, whipped by these men, Cat and Vex don't dare hate them. Instead, the one they hate most is Jin. Vex can't help cursing. Boo-hoo, Jin's a cheap wretch. Why didn't you stay at Apex? If you were here, this'd be perfect. Cat sobs too. Right. If Jin were here, they wouldn't beat us. They'd only bully her. Monkey means to keep going, but Boss Wang stops him. Enough, Monkey. Quit here. You whip them, and they keep bringing up Jin, wanting that top-grade goods and not being able to touch her. It grates on me. Acne Face says too. Right. I haven't even had my turn. Beat her out cold and it's no good. I've no interest in a corpse. Campus queen or not, lights off. They're all the same. The short, squat one, silent till now, speaks up. That's because you've never seen Jin. Anyone who has, who wouldn't want her. That face, that figure, truly beyond words. If I could have her, I'd cage her, make her bear me a few kids. Heh, what hour is this? And you want kids? Dreaming in broad daylight. Jin, hidden behind a large tree outside the building, hesitates no more. These 6 all deserve to die. Sparing them only leaves a threat. She won't deliberately lure the infected to turn them. That would taint the gifted cores with violent energy. Her island space can cleanse it, but that costs energy. In her space, she keeps a fair few venomous bees. She hasn't contracted them, but the swarm's queen, awakened into a poison-type mutated beast, has opened a mind dim, but enough to communicate. The Spirit Bestiary gives the queen only a 3-star contract rating. Because venomous bees are small, their attack limited. One move, a poison stinger. Solo combat power is low, but they win on numbers. The queen knows the island space is Jin's turf, and even offered up honey twice on her own. Truly a shrewd little bee. And the rest of the venomous bees obey the queen. Jin slips into the space, finds the queen, and talks with her a while. The queen seizes the chance to make a request. I hope the owner saves a contract slot for me. Later is fine. The queen doesn't go out much, but she'd noticed the companions the space owner keeps close grow fast, especially the 3 contracted to Jin, 2 already advancing to Tier 2. The queen figures, to take a step forward, she must win the owner's favor, earn more chances to go out and work. The cores the companions bring back brim with energy. The queen wants them, but her strength falls short, and she lives on Jin's turf, eats nectar, Jin grows. She daren't go stealing. The queen is a far-sighted bee. She wants cores but won't say so outright. She raises the contract instead. Nor does she ask to contract at once. Once she's a reserve companion, how could the owner not take her out hunting? Spare cores. How could none go to her? Hey? A clever bee indeed. Not for nothing did she often drift over to watch TV beside that fat cat. She learned plenty. Jin's face goes dark. She hadn't expected this queen, dopey as she looks, to be this sharp. She keeps a swarm in the space partly for easy honey, but truly did intend to contract one venomous bee. Then she'd have a whole swarm working for her. Jin doesn't circle it. Fine, I'll save you a slot. But not soon. You'll wait a while. Once she hits Tier 2, she'll have 3 more slots. 2 go to Little Tiger and Bolt. The 3rd she'll hold in reserve, in case she meets a fitting companion outside. For now, Jin rather wants a water or earth companion to raise her defense. Water, to douse Husky's fires easily, sparing accidental harm or too much damage to the surroundings. As for the queen, she leads her whole family to eat and live on Jin's turf. Without a contract's binding, she'll still work obediently. No rush. And the queen is small. After a contract, her boost to Jin's mind and body would be modest. Her main edge is a vast family. The swarm runs thousands strong. Jin lays out the hard part first. Goldie, take you out on a job, and your underlings that attack lose their stingers. Odds are they die a few hours later. If you can't bear it, then never mind. The queen is gold and black, mostly gold. Jin dubs her Goldie on a whim. Goldie loves the name. Good or not, doesn't matter. Having a name proves she's no longer kept loose, but a reserve companion the owner acknowledges. Her treatment will surely rise. Goldie says, once we awaken a poison gift, so long as we eat enough honey in time, we grow new stingers fast. We won't die. And if some of our kin fall, unavoidable. To grow stronger, how can there be no losses? Goldie, small and easily overlooked, had once eavesdropped on the owner and her companions. She knows the outside world now. Never mind bees. Even humans atop the food chain lie fallen everywhere. If she doesn't seek progress, then once the owner advances to a higher realm, easily finding a fiercer swarm, she might scorn them as useless and cast them from the space. By then, other beast clans outside will have fierce chiefs and core members, while their clan stays lowest, Tier 1 or 2, only food for the rest. A learned queen, she even grasps looking ahead to dodge the danger before her. Jin can only give a wry smile. She takes out an attributeless core for the queen to absorb. After absorbing, Goldie climbs at once from a frail Tier 1 at 30% to about Tier 1 at 40%. Not much progress, still far behind Jin's other companions. But against her old self, strength up a 1/3 in a blink. Goldie is thrilled, and so commanding her ordinary worker bees, Tier 1 at 5 to 20%, comes even easier. Jin leaves the space. Her mental tier tops the man who set the Mind Force shield inside. She wraps herself in Mind Force before moving, or pulls items from the island space, and those within never notice. Jin nears the little building and stops quiet half a yard from the shield. She waves a hand, and 151 venomous bees, highest tier, most potent, appear inside the shield. Jin tells Goldie by intent, "Go, 6 inside, not one spared. Remember, sting, then fly back this way at once." Goldie's mental force is low, and she hasn't contracted Jin. She can't answer by intent through the shield. Goldie proudly flies her favorite figure 8 in the air. That means, received. Then she leads her underlings in through a high vent of the building. The gifted men are still lost in that strange game of daddy, uncle, brother-in-law, paying no mind to the small buzz of bees. Even if they noticed, they wouldn't care. Probably just some honeybees trapped in the shield by chance. What could honeybees do? Jin casts her mind out, guiding Goldie to the large office where the 6 are. Now Boss Wang finally senses something wrong. Why so many bees? Fatty, How are you holding this shield? Fatty says, flustered. I don't know. I've been feeding mind force into it the whole time. He's a mind defense gifted. Low combat power, mind force that can't subdue, infected or beasts. But his use is real. A mind shield that screens scent and sound, so infected and beasts treat them as absent. Boss Wang's face darkens, his already large frame swelling a size bigger. He's a strength gifted. One punch can crush an infected skull. Acne Face flings Vex aside, a water sphere gathering in his hand. Monkey's vines fly wild. Fatty pulls the outer shield back, mind force long spent, barely enough, but he still holds a dense mind plate before himself. Wrapping the whole body means a wide shield can't be thick, easily broken. But flying venomous bees are small, nimble, and many. Hard to hit, hard to guard against. Every time a strike nearly lands on a bee, Jin's released mind force knocks it off course or blocks it. After enough of this, the men realize their enemy is more than this swarm. By now 4 of them are stung plenty. A numbing venom spreads from the wounds, itch and ache both. But the venom isn't enough to take their lives yet. Boss Wang snarls. Who's out there? Skulking like a rat. No honor. Come out and fight us. Jin never hoped to settle these 4 bees alone. She loosed them only to venom the men first, dulling their combat power, so Husky and Little Tiger don't suffer fighting outnumbered. She uses mind force to open the locked print room, appearing before the men. The room holds only one dim yellow headlamp, battery near dead. But the light is enough to see the newcomer. Jin. Why is it you? Cat, hiding behind a printer, still stung swollen. Face like a pig's head, welts and bruises all over. Goes wide-eyed, blurting it in disbelief. Vex lies on the floor, stung in more places. Only ordinary, she can't weather the mutated venom, and drifts half-conscious now. Hearing Cat's shriek, she turns her head with effort toward the door, and sees Jin watching her with disgust. These people wear not a scrap of cloth, an eyesore. Jin won't step close for hand-to-hand. She tells Husky and the tiger cub behind her, go, and she pulls the stingerless bees back into the space. 10 minutes on, the 4 men lie dead. Husky and Little Tiger use their wind and steel gifts to dig the cores from the men's heads. Jin recalls all the venomous bees to the space. Cat and Vex now bear 20-odd more swollen welts, barely breathing. Had Jin not pulled the bees back in time, they wouldn't have a last breath left. Neither has strength even to speak. Jin says, if you wanted to sell me out for gain, 3 months back, I heard it once in the dorm office. Now I heard it again outside this building. To spare a next time, so you can go. Never mind that they only meant harm without truly pulling it off. Had she not awakened a gift, no means to protect herself, just an ordinary girl, choosing to stay at Apex over break or home in the S-City villa, then these 2 would have led a pack of ill-intentioned gifted men to her door. Her end would be worse than death. The collapse is no place for moral debate. Vex and Cat want to plead their case, to beg Jin to spare them, to save them, but their mouths are stung shut. They can't even open them to beg. Jin spares them not another glance, an eyesore. She tells Husky to follow, and turns to leave. On the floor, only 2 remain, breath fading. As Little Tiger goes, he deliberately steps on them, bounces twice, then leaves. Ha! The Great Tiger holds a grudge. These 2 women are the owner's enemies, so his too. The tiger cub confirms both have stopped breathing, then trots after Jin. By now Jin needn't go to the stadium. Cole has settled that mind type, infected and returned. Before Cole's back, Jin casts her mind out, scouting inside the twin lecture building. No infected within, men and women housed apart, each classroom holding ordinary people and gifted, 2. Gifted paired with 4 ordinary people handle the night watch, patrolling. The highest tier, gifted among them, is a physics professor, Apex's youngest, most handsome associate professor, 32 this year, Elias Strom. Also the uncle of the original's male lead, Cade Strom. The original Jin had only seen his photo on the school forum, a refined, courteous scholar, but never took his class. Seeing his face clearly, the related memories surface on their own. In the original, Cade Strom was a business magnate. It was to find this uncle, only a few years his senior, that Cade led his trusted men to Apex, and by chance met the female lead, Viper. After Cade and Viper fell for each other, he helped her against Cole more than once, But Cade never knew Viper deliberately lured the infected to kill the original Jin. He only thought Viper failed to save a dying woman, and Cole took his grief out on her. In short, the original's male lead has sound enough values, just a touch blind, taken in by Viper. Cade reaching apex is likely days off yet, and Viper isn't here. No telling if they'll still get the chance to meet. Jin has no fondness for Cade, but so long as he doesn't tangle with Viper this life, she won't move against him. After all, Cade is a pillar of South Haven base. Keep him for dealing with outside threats later. Beyond Elias Strom, the next highest gifted in the twin building is the very dorm manager who once helped her drive Vance off. In this manager's classroom sit 20-odd women, ages 20 to 50-some. A few look familiar, dorm managers from other buildings, all with gifts. So the tier 0.5 energy apples Jin gave the manager earlier have paid off. Beyond that, the survivors have found plenty of food. Apex has several canteens and dining halls, and no shortage of food shops. In all, the food on hand feeds Apex's survivors for 2 months. 2 months on, once part of the broadcast station is repaired, comms will follow. Surely with new policy from above. By what she knows, Apex and a dozen-odd neighboring universities form a college district, the original site of South Haven base. In short, Apex's survivors, so long as they don't court death, staying put, clearing infected on and around campus, will later be founding members of one of the nation's 4 great bases. Thinking she'd studied at Apex nearly a year, she owes it a little grace. Jin quietly sets 2 large sacks of Tier 1 apples in a corner of the manager's empty classroom. 200 pounds total, several hundred apples. Inside, a handwritten note from Jin. For Apex's survivors, eat these apples to restore a gift fast, to spur a gift's awakening. Anyone just bitten by the infected can resist the virus. She uses her remote retrieval to set them down. Everyone in the room is deep asleep, and Jin's mental tier is near tier 2. They never notice. With these apples, Apex's gifted will surely strengthen a little, survival odds higher. As for Elias Strom, Jin won't gift him apples directly. The manager is warm-hearted. If Elias has no flaw in character, she'll surely share him an apple or 2, no more. A week on, when Cade arrives, the apples are likely eaten. That keeps Elias from using apples got from her to help his nephew. No chance. Apples set, Cole arrives. He asks by intent, Jin, there was fighting on your side too. What happened? He doesn't speak aloud because it's quiet all around, to avoid drawing the infected. Far off as he was, Cole had left a thread of mind force on his sister. But focused on the mind type infected, he only caught that Jin was safe, not the details. Jin steadies Bolt as it leaps into her arms, and strokes its soft coat. She answers by intent too. Ran into old roommates. She hides nothing from Cole, telling it all. Cole's worked 3 years but buried in lab research in a simple institute setting with little infighting. He's likely never seen much of the dark in people. This kind of thing, met once, is worth telling him, to spare Cole being fooled later. Say, meeting someone who feigns pity, feigns weakness, sweet-talking to lean on him for shelter. If Jin isn't with him and can't be reached, and Cole trusts, even gets lured into bed by someone ill-meaning, then what? The human heart is hard to read. Caution is wiser. Cole, helpless, rubs Jin's head. I'm not that dense. Am I the older brother? Or are you the older sister? Now you're lecturing me. But you, next time you hit something like this, don't rush in alone. Wait for me. This time, without the swarm, Husky and the cub couldn't have taken 4 so easily. Wouldn't you have fought them yourself? Cole rests easy with his sister fighting the infected, but close combat against 4 gifted who mean her harm, while they're unclothed. Ugh, the thought alone turns his stomach. This also sets Cole's later reflex. Women who feign pity, feign weakness, sweet-talking for shelter, ordinary or gifted, pretty or not, known before or not, he switches on auto-avoid, nothing for it. Meeting such women, he recalls the grim scene his mind swept over. 4 men, 2 women, fallen and stripped. The dead, their bodies seen, shamed a second time. Cole fears being fooled by some woman, and if she's tangled with another man who comes settling scores, cutting him down too, he mightn't lose. But such a mess, Once loud, surely shames. So women, even men who come to him for shelter, all get avoided. Safety and reputation both. The decision makes this long, single, older man harder yet to unsingle, but it quietly spares him much trouble. Leaving Apex, the siblings return to their rental to rest. A quiet night passes. Next morning, Jin and Cole keep clearing infected around the complex. Other complexes, the mall. The range widened to 5 kilometers. Bloodvine and Snowbell still aren't done leveling. The former needs 24 hours. The latter a day or two with a new skill besides. The moment one companion hits Tier 2, Jin advances to Tier 2 too, and she can formally contract Little Tiger and Bolt, strength up several times over at least. Jin means to grow stronger before going to the old Whitmore Villa. As for Cole, with the Mind-type Infected's core, plus the Mind Defense core Jin gave him, he isn't rushing to use them. He plans to gather 1 or 2 more Mind-type cores today and use them all tonight at once. That should break the bottleneck from Tier 1 to 2, formally advancing him. His combat power surely can't match his sister's ever-growing companion army, but it can't fall too far behind. He absolutely won't become his sister's burden. As an older brother, if he can't help her, fine, but to become her dead weight? Never. Goldie, after last night's fight, got plenty of attributeless cores as reward from Jin, 1 to absorb each day. Her strength climbs fast for it. Clearing infected today, they meet a pack of mutated feral cats with real malice toward humans. Jin has Goldie lead the swarm out to help, because these feral cats still hold a line, only hurting people and robbing food, not killing. Jin doesn't hunt them down. She just uses the venomous swarm to give them a taste of pain, hurt no more people, hunt in the wild, but don't rob ordinary homes. The one-eyed black cat leading them agrees. Whether it holds, she can't know. Jin doesn't take them in. Her space could hold many more cats, but she has too much to do. Limited energy. She can only leave them loose, not bathe and cuddle them like Snowbell. These feral cats run wild, unfriendly to people. Loosed, they mightn't obey her or fight for her. Cats are high IQ animals. Such uneven treatment would be unfair to the ferals. Better to leave them free. Maybe in future she'll meet a human gifted to fight beside. 1 Snowbell is enough. By evening, after a full day's clearing, the siblings return to the rental. By now, Bloodvine has finished leveling. The moment it succeeds, Jin feels it. A surge of mind and body feedback comes through the contract mark. In the island space, Cole goes to cook, while Jin tests Tier 2 Bloodvine's gift, adapting to the new strength. Tier 2 Bloodvine has, in general, stronger venom. It can self-regulate the dose, merely numb someone unconscious, or raise it to kill a Tier 1 rat on the spot. Against a Tier 2 foe, the venom surely can't kill instantly, but it can make plenty of trouble. That's a guess, though. No Tier 2 foe to test on yet. Beyond that, Bloodvine's sap isn't just venomous. A new branch has grown on the main stem, its sap fiercely corrosive. A poison gift is handy against the gifted and beasts, but weak on the infected. After all, the infected are already dead. No fear of poison. Before, Bloodvine handled the infected with its wood gift, its sharpest leaves as blades. But the new branch's corrosive sap is very handy on the infected. Jin even goes out to find one to test on. Bloodvine's sap sprays and the infected's head melts, its gray skull laid bare. A touch nauseating. But with this method, taking infected cores gets far easier. Bloodvine may be a plant companion, but its combat power is truly unmatched. Of course, that's also because it contracted early. Beyond absorbing cores, it can devour large amounts of flesh and essence from other creatures for its own use, growing fast. The other companions have fine potential too. Next, Jin formally contracts Little Tiger and Bolt. 2 new companions bring another surge of mind and body enhancement. Though Jin only just hit Tier 2, her base combat power already rivals a mid to late Tier 2 gifted, and that's her own power alone. Never mind her companions. As for the water or earth companion Jin wants, she hasn't met a fitting one yet. Such dual affinity beasts aren't rare, but their contract ratings all sit under 3 stars. Jin will wait and see. After all, a dual affinity beast isn't like Goldie, bringing a whole swarm to work for her. Water types have fish, shrimp, crab, clams. They can bring underlings too, but Jin won't have underwater fights soon. A companion that must live in water is useless contracted. Set aside for now. So the sixth companion's potential must be no lower than 4 stars, ideally amphibious. Otherwise, once she grows stronger, an early contracted companion far behind the rest gets almost no chance to fight, and would feel the gap keenly. Another day, and Snowbell the Ragdoll advances to Tier 2. She brings Jin another surge of enhancement. Snowbell is space type. At Tier 2, her blink range climbs from 70 or 80 yards to 200. And she gains the attacking skill she'd longed for most, Space Blade, the most basic attack of an attacking space-type gifted, Space Sever, Space Storm, Space Lock, Void Shatter. Those may come later. Snowbell, finally with an attack, is overjoyed. After a big bowl of dried fish, she starts drilling Space Blade's precision. But she still won't move against the infected. She practices on grass in the space first. Cut grass can feed the chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, goats. Nothing wasted. Jin lets her do as she likes, but she's decided. Tomorrow, clearing infected, she brings Snowbell. Jin vaguely feels that at her current strength, never mind a Tier 1 foe, even a Tier 3, she could hold a while and find a chance to flee, without leaning on the island space. Lonely at the top. In this world now, even people at Tier 2 are likely scarce. Just as she thinks it, in the neighboring villa, Cole, in seclusion absorbing 3 mind-type cores and 4 wind cores, emerges. He rushes to the main villa to brag. Sis, I hit Tier 2. Inkling did too. Ha ha ha. Jin, so Tier 2 experts aren't so scarce. Even her dopey brother made it. These experts are just keeping low in the early days. 2 companions evolved. The next day, Jin takes the companions to keep clearing nearby infected. Spurred by how fierce the others are against the infected, Snowbell finally dares move against them. Growing surer with Spaceblade, her Tier 1 infected harvest rate soon outpaces Husky and Little Tiger combined. She's a Tier 2 beast after all. Stronger than 2 Tier 1 companions is only natural. Jin and the companions grow used to Tier 2 strength. So do Cole and Inkling. That afternoon, the siblings knock off early rest and recover. That evening, they head straight for the west side of G-City, where the Whitmore family villa sits. Some debts, it's time to settle them. Over 30 kilometers away. On the road, the siblings can't avoid clearing infected in the way, and take out 2 more gangs of gifted meaning to rob passers-by. Then Jin decides clearing everything en route costs too much. Not knowing Vance and Viper's situation, they should keep at least 2/3 of their strength. So Jin sends Cole into the island space to rest, and she possesses Husky, letting Husky use its wind gift to move. Husky's run was already about 50 kilometers an hour. Now near Tier 2, its wind gift famously fast. Switching mid-trip from car to riding the dog, they arrive in under 10 minutes. En route, there's no shortage of infected and gifted coveting Husky's body, but none can catch it. Never guessed the spirit possession trait's most used purpose would be riding the dog to travel without tiring. Jin first sends Husky to the upscale complex near the Whitmore Villa, where the pregnant Bree is housed. With Vance impotent, this may be his only child. He might well appear here, though the child mightn't be his, but Vance himself doesn't know. Reaching the small park across from the complex, Jin finds a quiet spot and returns to the island space with Husky. She eats plenty of grapes to restore mind force spent on the trait. Husky gnaws its favorite pork bones, topping up spent strength. Little Tiger and the rest were fed earlier by Cole. And Cole leaves the space, casts his mind out, scouting inside the complex. Jin had shown Cole Bree's photo, and the hacker cipher had supplied Bree's exact address. Unit 701, Building 2, Number 11. So Cole locates Bree fast. His expression turns strange, because he finds Bree not in Unit 701, but in 702 next door. And she's in an act beyond description with a dark-skinned athlete in the living room. Cole, truly an eyesore. Good thing Jin didn't see this. Oh, no. Jin saw an even more mortifying group scene at Apex days ago. Cole, who thought this best not told to his sister, suddenly calms. Both of them are worldly enough. This trifle is a mosquito bite on steel. So when Jin finishes eating and appears beside him in the bushes, Cole tells her by intent outright. Jin's eyes light up. Oh, isn't this a fine chance to stir trouble? Hope that athlete lasts a while so we can fetch Vance here. What a scene. Let them turn on each other. Cole, the idea is vicious, but brilliant. At the siblings, strength, settling Vance is trivial. But killing him is nowhere near as satisfying as torturing him where it hurts. What he did to the original? Days ago, swearing love, then in danger, shoving her out to block the infected. This isn't just killing, it's mental torture. The pain of betrayal by one you love versus being shoved out by a stranger are wholly different. The former hurts far more. Vance doesn't love Bree deeply, even loathes her a little, but no man's stomach's being cuckolded. When he finds Bree using his money to keep another kept man, even the child in her belly likely not his, Vance will surely take a heavy blow, pain and rage both. With her 8th life memory, Jin wouldn't feel avenged without wrecking Vance. But this life, what Vance has done so far, is only mildly hateful. She came to avenge the original, but Jin still hasn't decided whether to kill him outright. A touch reluctant to, yet feeling even killing him is too gentle. Same for Bree. She'd betrayed the original for Vance's money, done vile things, but not to a killing degree. To cause them no trouble at all feels galling. If she does nothing, wouldn't all the original suffered be for nothing? But to kill over this feels not worth it. She's no bloodthirsty maniac. Bree's live adultery drama right now is truly a stroke of genius. Before, Bree sold out the original's whereabouts to Vance more than once. Else how would Vance have gotten so many chance meetings? Now she sells Bree out once. Hardly excessive. Heh! So Jin sends Cole back to the space and possesses Husky again. Soon she reaches the upscale villa complex where Vance lives. The complex's security holds strong, infected clearly cleared out by the gifted living within. Even the gate guards are now gifted, with gifted bodyguards and discharged veteran guards patrolling. Phones have no signal, but they use walkie-talkies. A complex this tightly guarded, a dog as large as Husky can't slip in easily, even at night. Other complexes lost power long ago. This one has its own generator, power from 7 to 9 each evening, even a quarter of the streetlights lit. No high-draw appliances allowed, but lighting is fine. Jin has Husky find a hidden thicket, enters the space, then reappears in the thicket, now transformed into the queen, Goldie. Jin possesses Goldie too. A mutated honeybee slipping in is easy, small, and airborne, but a bee's buzz is loud. Jin can only have Goldie fly higher. That way, even if a ground-gifted notices, at Tier 1 their attack range is limited, and the complex has no special situation now. No one wastes effort attacking a mutated honeybee. A mutated bee, so long as no one provokes it, won't sting at random. In everyone's mind, a bee that loses its stinger dies. Jin has ample honey. A mutated bee regrows its stinger fast. But it's the early collapse. Ordinary gifted don't know this. Who'd guess this tiny bee holds a gifted turned invisible energy possessing it, and that gifted's island space carries a person and N companions besides? Riding Goldie's secret entry, Gin reaches the upper floor of the Whitmore main villa. She doesn't drop the possession, using mind force to scout what Vance is doing. Vance is tearing up a men's magazine. Hands not enough. He's fetched scissors, cutting the glossy models into shreds. His once handsome face is now dark and twisted. Clearly, something's off in his mind. Today, Vance learned a famous surgeon living in the upscale complex had awakened a healing gift. He hid it from his family, swallowed his pride, sought the doctor out, and privately told him his condition. He handed over 3 attributeless cores, hard won, as payment, asking the doctor to cure his weakness. The healing doctor tried 3 times, spending his scant gift and couldn't restore his body. Can't rise is a man's unspeakable pain. Why, the collapse come. Have his eldest and second brothers both awakened gifts, and only he hasn't. If not for his sham married wife, Viper, awakened before the collapse, warning the Whitmores to stock up early, then he, an unawakened ordinary man, would hold no standing in this family. So many awakened. Why not him too? No gift, fine. But he isn't even a normal man. These past days, Viper won't even act out the married couple charade of sharing a room. She's begun finding excuses to move to the living room because she's eyeing his second brother, Preston Whitmore. Wait, The second brother, Preston, awakened a rather rare ice gift, not equal to Viper's fortune sense and wood dual gift, but his combat power is solid. More important, Preston is still single, though Preston has someone in his heart. A girl from an ordinary family, mother ill, 3 younger siblings all in school. Before the collapse, the family wouldn't let Preston be with her. Preston had arranged for the girl to work as a property manager at the complex, tucking her somewhere safe and guarded through the collapse. After the collapse, the girl's mother turned infected, one burden lifted. But she and her 2 siblings stay ordinary. Preston became the family's pillar, combat power stronger than the eldest, who awakened Earth. The Whitmores, less than ever, will let Preston marry her. Viper, by contrast, a rare dual gift. Welcome anywhere. Should she land Preston, the Whitmore elders would be delighted to see them together. What, Viper is Vance's wife? She need only say Vance was hurt there before the marriage, wholly unable. They never consummated it. Surely no one would care about this marriage in name only. So Vance's mood is foul now. He knows Viper means to cuckold him and can't stop her. He's only an ordinary man, an impotent husband unable to meet his wife's normal needs. What right has he to lecture a dual-gifted wife? Anger Viper, and she'd go straight to the neighboring complex to beat Bree into a miscarriage, and Vance would be left without an heir. His standing at home would sink lower still. Vance curses Viper a while, then curses Jin, who caused his fall in the parking garage, leaving him impotent. At last he grinds out a conclusion. Not one woman is any good. Soon he mutters again. Right, I still have Bree. Once Bree gives birth, maybe my child's born a gifted. The Whitmores prize filial values. Though none of their parents or grandparents awakened, among the blood relatives, only one uncle awakened, a water gifted. But neither Preston Whitmore, the business heir, no, the eldest is the heir, nor Preston, the family's new pillar, dares openly defy the elders. Wait, let me keep the brothers straight. The eldest is the business heir with earth. Preston is second with ice. Neither dares fully cross the elders. Vance feels that if only he had a child awaken a gift, then like his parents, he could hold his head high among the uncles and aunts. We're ordinary, but I've got 2 gifted sons and a gifted daughter-in-law. As for awakening a gift himself, Vance knows the odds are slim. Thinking of Bree, Vance springs up, taking a gold bar and a diamond necklace from the locked safe. Gold, in any era, is hard currency. The Whitmores stocked plenty. Vance prepared some too. The diamond jewelry, bought thinking Viper might like it, meant as a gift once his condition healed, and they'd truly wed. Now, it seems, no longer possible. Even cured, the partner Viper wants is a strong gifted. She'd never value him. As for the goddess he'd once adored, Jin, since she'd cost him his manhood, he'd turned love to hate. But since that chance meeting on the street near the zoo, hearing Viper confirm Jin too was awakened before the collapse, Vance knew, however he hated her, he could only rage in vain. Now the only one he can lean on, the one who lets him keep the lofty air of third young master of the Whitmores, is Bree, the girl he'd barely deigned to notice, looks only fair to middling, and a face full of surgery. Vance takes out the golden necklace and hesitates again. This hour, having Lee and Liu, who are gifted now, escort me to the next complex. Is that unwise? Were he still the old third young master, why hesitate? A young master ordering his guards is only natural. Never mind 8 at night, even 3 in the morning, going out needn't weigh a guard's feelings, nor would he worry about danger. Guards wouldn't dare not risk their lives for him. If he died, they and their families would never live in peace. But it's the collapse now. The weight of a useless son like him truly mightn't top a gifted guard willing to sell his life to the Whitmores. Meet the infected, and if he unluckily dies, at most Lee and Liu take a scolding. The Whitmores can't fire them. Gifted are scarce now. Less still can they touch the guards. Families now, times have changed. Jin, hidden on the rooftop, watching Vance's movements, scorns him inside. She enters the space and sends Cole out. Wrapped in Inkling's shadow gift paired with a mind shield, Cole appears on the villa's pitch-dark rooftop, unseen. After his gift hit Tier 2, his mind gift gained a defense branch beyond control. The very effect of that contemptible fatty. A mind veil around him so sound can't carry out and scent is hidden. Anyone with weaker mind force can't sense his presence at all, even probing hard. At need, he can raise the mind shield to block non-physical attacks. Cole locks onto Vance and begins his mind control. Yes, Cole's mind control, beyond infected and beasts, can subdue ordinary people and gifted with lower mental tiers weak of will. The wider the gap, the longer the control, the clearer the effect. Cole only reinforces Vance's existing thought. Right now, at once, go find Bree. As his mental suggestion sinks into Vance's brain, Cole faintly senses what the man's chewing over. Whether to call the two gifted guards, Lee and Lou, along. Naturally, don't call. Vance clings hard to life. Normally, without guards, he'd never dare go out alone amid infected, beasts, plants, and unknown dangers. But with Cole's suggestion, it's different. Infected and beasts and plants within 5 kilometers are cleared by the gifted. Bree's complex is only a kilometer from his villa. Going out will be fine. Not daring to step out alone, even at 8 at night. Can he still call himself a man? That last line strikes Vance's weak spot. He pockets the gold and diamond, grabs a flashlight, and slips out the villa's back door. A night guard sees him leave. Vance says he's strolling the complex. Safe enough? Guards always patrol. The guard doesn't stop him. Then, with Cole's mind control and Inkling shadow gift dimming his presence, Vance perfectly dodges every patrolling guard and slips out the main gate alone. The gate guard, drowsy, has slumped for a few minutes, nap, never noticing anyone leave. Same old trick. Jin possesses Little Tiger trailing Vance quietly, guarding against him being eaten before he's caught his cheat. Luckily, few infected are near. This is all upscale residential, low housing density, low occupancy. Cleared 2 or 3 times by the gifted now and then, it's safe. Were the streets below full of wandering infected, Bree wouldn't be in the mood to play grown-up games with anyone. For some reason, Vance is especially eager to see Bree at once. Finding the road empty, he runs straight to her. Panting, flashlight in hand, Vance climbs 7 flights. No choice. Bree's complex has no power. The elevator's dead. He steadies his breath, about to knock on 701, the large unit he'd signed over to Bree. Just then, the door of 702, seemingly unlocked, gives a soft click and drifts open in the wind. Vance frowns. 702 is also his, but he hasn't signed it to Bree. He stores plenty of supplies in 702, mostly things unused for now. Medicines, spare furniture, batteries, winter clothes and bedding, biscuits, bottled water. To be safe, he'd given Bree a key to 702 as well. If one day something befell him, then Bree, with all these supplies, could raise their child alone. Each visit, he'd never bother with 702, just a backup store, unremarkable. Every time he only went to 701 to see Bree. Of course, with no feeling for Bree, his visits total barely more than a handful. He'd housed her here nearly 2 months, yet come only 3 times. So why is Bree in 702 now? Fetching something? Wait, no. There are voices inside. More precisely, a man's coarse talk and a woman's soft cries. Baby, is it better with me or with that spineless Vance? With you, of course. Ah, the man's voice is a stranger's, but the woman's is familiar. Bree's Vance? His face goes green at once, a green glow even flickering atop his head. Were he still in his prime, cuckolded or not, Vance wouldn't rage like this. Before, when Viper showed interest in his brother, however angry Vance was, he could do nothing. Both were gifted. But now, at rock bottom, the child in Bree's belly, his one hope. Vance suddenly finds that Bree, whom he'd always scorned, is cuckolding him. The damage runs far too deep. Though Vance too has a wife, registered. He seems to have no right to demand Bree, only his mistress. Stay faithful. But he and Viper are married in name only. A marriage mostly of interest traded. Bree has no title, but he keeps her, and she carries his child. This lowly woman. How dare she betray him in his very own unit? Vance's eyes go bloodshot, near bursting with rage. He aches to storm in and take out the pair. But the timing now is too humiliating. He's being compared to the other man, and Bree said, without hesitation, the other is better. What Vance cares about most now is a man's dignity. He grinds his teeth, thinking, go in later. Listen a while more, and see just how much Bree has wronged him. Faint yellow candlelight flickers through the crack of 702. The pair inside seem to have finished, but the talk goes on. You bastard, gentler next time. I'm carrying your child. 3 months along, the motions can't be too rough. Ha! You and Vance finished not 2 days before you came to me. Who knows whose this child is? Might be Vance's. The dark-skinned athlete is no fool. He knows this woman treats him as a spare tire. She only wants his body, but he figures a toy delivered to his door, not playing, wasted. Besides, keep Bree, and he keeps enjoying the Whitmore family support. A life like that is far easier than men slaving to fight the infected, scavenge supplies, feed a family. Bree hurries to explain. How could it be Vance's? He and I spent a night, and the next day I took the morning after pill. Back then, Vance had only just had his first taste. He didn't much like me, but he was hooked on my body. He even agreed to date me. I meant to sleep with him a few more times, build feeling, then get pregnant so I'd rise easily. Who'd have known? The next day, he couldn't anymore. Saying the last part, Bree regrets it too. Why did she take that pill after her first night with Vance? After she got pregnant, she'd gone to Vance thinking he'd hand over a big sum for an abortion. Rich families like the Whitmores never lack women to bear their children, and Vance had a fiancé. Likely he wouldn't accept a child born before marriage. Who'd have guessed Vance told her to have it? Bree suddenly recalled. When she and Vance were both taken to the hospital, he'd clutched there and cried out in pain the whole time. So sharp, Bree guessed Vance's injury there was likely very hard to cure. Only, this child isn't Vance's. Once it's born, how does she slip that past him? Bree hadn't thought that far. She only wanted to leverage the pregnancy for more gain first. When birth neared, at worst she'd take the child abroad and vanish. Who'd have known? Before that step, the collapse came first. The very first day the acid rain fell, Bree called Trey, a sports student from another university in the district, to move into 702. Back then, comms weren't fully cut, the rain wasn't heavy. With proper precautions, going out was fine. The acid rain fell half a month. After it stopped, Vance did visit once. He brought some fresh energy produce, sat 10 minutes, and left. He didn't come often, but every 3 days sent guards with fresh ingredients. Bree couldn't bear to give up Vance's good supplies, nor to give up Trey. A weak woman with this many supplies needs a man beside her to feel safe. Trey hadn't awakened a gift, but his body's strong. Handling a few ordinary people, or ordinary infected, is no trouble. Bree's words are all true, but Trey isn't convinced. Think I'm that fool, Vance, that I'll believe whatever you say? Truth is, our first night at the hotel, once you slept, I used your fingerprint to open your phone. I found, in your contacts, Vance is labeled boyfriend, and the rest of us spare tires 1 through 5. I'm last, number 6. I know why. Among the spares, I'm the poorest and an orphan. If not for a good body, you'd never look at me, right? You came to me because that time you left the hospital, the others all happened to be busy, none free to fetch you. Who knows if you found someone new after? Bree's face changes. She'd never guessed Trey dared sneak into her phone. Just then, pregnant to lean on Vance, she deleted everyone she'd once dallied with, keeping only Trey, the one she'd truly been with. And she often wiped her chat history with Trey after each talk. Now she can't pull up the history to prove her innocence. Besides, what she'd done truly wasn't innocent. Bree, looking sour, says, "If you don't believe me, wait till the child's born and run a DNA test. It's truly yours." Trey still doesn't buy it. Ha! So what if it's mine? I'm not that impotent, Vance. I'm strong. Kids later, easy. And you're not the only one who can bear me children. It's the collapse. I can barely mind myself. Who's free to raise a child? I'll say it plain. If you can keep hold of Vance and have him raise the child for you, then I'm not against staying your kept man. Shield you a little in danger. But if you want me to take you and run, then live off me finding supplies to feed you and the kid. Forget it. Trey's words are heartless, but Bree herself is no fine thing. Even to call Trey a scumbag, she feels she has no standing. Hidden in the stairwell between floors 7 and 8, Jin and Cole listen close, faces full of delight. Eavesdropping on others. What a thrill. Jin frets. She hurries to Cole by intent. "Brother, how long will Vance keep listening? Why hasn't he burst in?" Bree's already putting her clothes on. Catching a cheat, the key is catching them in the act. Cole. Ahem. Don't rush, Jin. Let me feel it out. Cole, from earlier planting the suggestion in Vance, found his mind force can sense some of Vance's thoughts. Naturally, this doesn't work on ordinary people or gifted who are clear-headed, firm of will, sharply on guard. It's only that Vance was already a wreck, his negative emotions fierce, so Cole can catch a little. Soon, Cole conveys by intent. Vance has actually decided to pretend he doesn't know he's cuckolded and fooled, and swallow the anger. Jin is stunned. What's his thinking? I don't get it. No normal person would. But Vance isn't a normal person now. His sudden urge to visit Bree at night had one aim. If the child in her belly is a gifted, he could use it to shore up his standing among the Whitmores. Ordinary people split into ranks too. A man with a gifted child at his back versus an ordinary man with nothing to lean on. Everyone knows which to bully.
As for the child surely not being his, Vance thinks, so what if it isn't? He'd quietly told his mother he got a college girl pregnant. The fresh produce he'd sent Bree before was all his mother's help. In the old days, Vance's mother would never accept a loose woman, bearing an outside child for the Whitmores. His injury there, his mother knew a little. Not fully, she only thought it wasn't what it was, that children might be hard. Not that it was wholly impossible. Else, she wouldn't have tolerated his sham marriage to Viper, nor let him keep an outside woman, nor quietly helped cover it. In short, Vance's mother already took the child in Bree's belly as his. The guards who'd come thought so too. The child's father, the child's grandmother, all take the child as Whitmore blood. Outsiders won't meddle, won't suddenly get curious and run a DNA test for him. Now Vance's plan is, if Bree's child is born gifted, he kills the mother, keeps the child, and raises it as his own. Naturally, Trey the cheat, who knows this can't be left either. Even if the truth surfaces later, raising counts for more than begetting. So long as the child never learns its birth parents died by his hand, it can't help but care for him, its adoptive father. Of course, that not his blood truth is best never revealed, best kept forever. If the child Bree bears isn't gifted, then all three go naturally. Using him, Vance? Did they think it that easy? So Vance is in no hurry to storm in and settle with Bree and Trey. In Vance's eyes, Bree and Trey are both people who must die. Why quibble with the dead? The dead are beyond it all. Jin hears Cole relay Vance's thinking and is beyond words. She has to admit, Vance can bend and stretch, and his heart is vicious. The man is supremely selfish. In the original, you couldn't say he didn't love the original Jin, but that scrap of love was nothing against his own life. Now, to have an adopted gifted child to lean on, he can swallow being cuckolded and start scheming how to erase Bree and Trey without a trace once he takes the child. He doesn't want the adopted child finding out it isn't his, or worse, uncovering that he killed its birth parents. Just as Vance runs through 100 ways for Bree and Trey to die, the door of 702 is blown wide by a wind from nowhere. Bang, a loud crash forcing Trey inside mid-grapple with Bree, gearing up for another round to freeze. Thinking she still needs Trey's protection day to day, and best not push too hard, Bree half resists, half yields the coat she'd just pulled on, comes off again, dropping to the floor. At the loud sound, Bree also looks up toward the door on instinct. Vance's dark face and Bree inside in disarray. Trey without a stitch. Their eyes meet at exactly the wrong moment. Jin Hei, surprised, delighted. Who's going to follow your train of thought and wait for the child's birth to keep the act running? She doesn't have that kind of time. Others don't know, but Jin does. Children conceived before the collapse, unless the mother awakens a gift, have their innate gift potential long since burned up, weathering the acid rain's violent energy alongside the mother's body. In other words, 100% impossible to be born gifted. Only a very high purity core can awaken a gift after birth, something that good who'd waste it on a newborn. Better used on yourself or a strong guard. Awaken, and you can be sent to work at once. By Vance's plan, months on Bree, her and Trey's child, all three. Can't escape one word, gone. So better to tear the mask off now. Vance alone and outmatched, while Bree and Trey hold a big edge. and might win a chance to live. Jin doesn't mean to save these two, only that what they've done, however bad, isn't the towering crime Vance's is. He wouldn't even spare a newborn. She quietly gives Cole a thumbs up. That wind was perfect. The door of 702 hangs wide. The conflict between Vance, Bree, and Trey can no longer be hidden, laid bare in the light. Luckily, this floor is 2 units, no other residents here. The gifted are off patrolling, and the residents above and below are ordinary people. Fearing infected or beasts might attack, they don't dare step out to look. The awkward silence drags. Vance, out in the hall, speaks first, voice eerily calm. You two go on. Pretend I was never here. Jin. Damn it. She opened the door for him and he still wants to play a shrinking turtle. Luckily, Trey is quick. He grabs the floral boxers off the floor, yanks them on, and charges out. Wait, stop. Before Vance can open the stairwell fire door, Trey grabs his arm. Trey sneers. Third young Master Whitmore running where? You've seen me with your woman. Can you really let it go? Planning to fetch men to take me out. Vance's handsome face is black as a pot bottom. He grinds out, no. She's just trash who crawled into my bed while I was drunk. I never expected her to keep herself from me anyway. He knows even among ordinary people, muscle counts differ. Vance is fair and handsome, 5'11". Some self-defense training. But against Trey, 6'4" and powerfully built, he's a frail chick. Earlier eavesdropping, without seeing inside, Vance chose to swallow the anger. For an adopted, gifted child. Now he swallows it, because he sees the plain gap in strength between him and Trey. Why did he act on impulse tonight, coming here without a single guard? His head truly got kicked by a donkey. Vance fears a wrong word will set Trey on him. Worse, that Trey will take him out while he's alone. Vance even offers an olive branch. Bree, I don't want. But you, brother, with these muscles, your combat power can't fall far behind an enhancement gifted. How about it interested in guarding for the Whitmores? The pay's rich, with gifted guards leading the team. This apartment, call it a staff perk. Yours. Trey isn't handsome, his features only passable. But on his tanned face, hesitation shows plain. Strong as he is, he doesn't dare run missions alone. With a gifted leading, it's different. Safety far higher. And the standing of a Whitmore guard living in 702 versus the unmentionable cheat of Vance's mistress living in 702, wholly different. Trey claims not to care about the child in Bree's belly. But inside, there's a flicker of hope. The more an orphan he is, the more he craves a home. Else with his strong body, even in the collapse, he could live fine at Apex. One mouth to feed family, unhungry. Why risk being caught cheating, running to mind Bree? Trey wavers. You mean it? Not fooling me. Jin. Damn it, he's fooling you. Truly, all brawn, no brain. Fitting though. If Trey weren't easy to fool, how could he settle for being Bree's spare tire number 6? And knowing he's number 6, still come tend her so devotedly. Vance lives up to being supremely selfish. The cheat's about to climb over his head, and he can still float a job offer. Just as Jin frets, Cole sends a thread of mind control into Vance's brain. Vance's inner words pour out unbidden. Ha! Of course I'm fooling you, idiot. I only want to steady you, wait for Bree to give birth. If the child's gifted, I take it and call it mine. If not, I kill all 3 of you. Vance's face fills with horror. He tries to clap a hand over his mouth and finds his body bound by a strange force, his arm unliftable. That's Cole's mind shield at work. When the mind defense gift acts on parts of a body, it binds. Trey shocked, furious, and afraid hand faster than head. A fist, big as a clay pot, slams into Vance's head. Jin. Finally a fight. This is the right opening for catching a cheat in the act. Call it a fight. But really, it's Vance beaten one-sided. Vance had gone to the healing gifted yesterday. The man spent his whole gift and couldn't restore his prime. Vance didn't sleep all night, had no appetite today, choked down a few bites. No one at home cares whether he ate or how much. They only care how many infected the eldest the second, and his about-to-cuckold wife took out, and whether they hit danger. That angered Vance. More breakfast skipped for no appetite. Lunch and dinner skipped on purpose to see if he could draw any concern. Turns out at home, he's a ghost drawing none. 1 sleepless night, 3 skipped meals. Before Trey Vance is a plucked chicken. No strength to fight back. Trey's punch lands and his nose runs crimson. The trouble is, Vance's mouth keeps spilling truth. Don't think Bree's with you because she likes you. To me, she treats me like a walking ATM. To you, at most, a human massage machine. Trey, like a raging beast, glares. Shut up. Shut your mouth. And his fists fall like rain on Vance. Vance thuds to the floor, only able to shield his head, curling to take the blows. 2 front teeth knocked out. Vance's speech goes slurred. Huh. Even if you take me out, you're still spare tire number 6. I don't rate Bree, but she saved me as boyfriend. You a mistress's cheat, eating and living off me, and beating me too. What's so great about you? At this point, why still spill such truths? Jin looks at Cole, puzzled. Cole reads her and answers by intent. I dropped the mind control and the binding on Vance. The moment Trey landed the first punch. Meaning everything after is Vance speaking on his own, not Cole steering him. No strength to resist beaten one-sided. That's simply because Vance himself is this weak, unable to take a single blow. Trey, capable of being a mistress's cheat, is no paragon of character, but pointed out to his face like this, and by the very heartthrob Bree most wanted to cling to. The money behind her can't help burning with humiliated rage. Dopey as he is, he's not truly a fool. Say what you want, it's useless. You just said you'd take out me and Bree and my child with her. Releasing a tiger back to the mountain, Trey, won't do it. Vance today, he definitely dies. By now, Bree Codon has come to the door of 702. True, she craved good looks, good background, Vance's money. But she has some head on her. Vance knows the child isn't his. Now, she'll never get another scrap from him. Even what she'd gained must be coughed up. Even her small life is hard to keep. Heartthrob boyfriend, money behind the keep. How could any matter beside her own life? Bree says, Trey, take him out. We'll take everything we can carry from his place. What we can't trade for guns. I'll go with you. If you still want me, I'll live. Well, with you never look elsewhere again. The child and I won't need you to feed us. I'll go out and find supplies too. Keep myself and the child. In peacetime, fine, but it's the collapse. She isn't a peerless beauty, only above average. A surgically maintained face without upkeep? No telling what it'll become. She can't just live off a man. Better find an honest one to get by. Trey's fine. At least the child is his blood. A real father beats a stepfather. She'd long known this man says he doesn't care. But his body's honest. Mouth one way, heart another. Claims not to care about the child, yet often likes to touch her belly, feel whether it kicks. Bree's words plainly take Trey's side, which makes his fists fall harder on Vance. Trey encouraged hear that. She doesn't just treat me as a human massage machine. She wants to live well, with me, bear my children, strive with me for our little family's future. Someone once said men have 2 great pastimes, dragging good women down and coaxing streetwalkers to reform, calling it saving them. Trey's pastime is clearly the second. Trey's pastime aside, if he keeps this up, Vance truly dies. By now, Vengeance spits fresh crimson breath fading. His mouth no longer dares provoke Trey. Now truly afraid, he begins to beg. Please, spare me. I swear I won't come after you, and I'll give you plenty of benefits. Trey doesn't waver. The supplies Vance stored in the 2 large units are already ample. More, and Trey couldn't carry it anyway. And pre-collapse money is scrap paper now. However long the figure, it means nothing. Suddenly, Vance's mind lights up. My family's research institute has an awakening drug to turn ordinary people gifted. Free me, and I can give it to you. Becoming gifted, what Vance craves most. Though it's a thing, without form or shadow. It's the early collapse. No one's worked out how to use cores yet. Doesn't know absorbing them can awaken a gift by chance. Or that special refinement raises the odds. Hearing this, Trey's fist falling toward Vance's throat halts. Trey asks, "You mean it?" Behind him, Bree says anxiously, "How could it be real? Surely a lie." But even a 1 in 10,000 chance, Trey won't miss. It's the chance to become gifted. Bree, angry. If it were that good, he'd have used it himself. Would he save it for you? Vance spits another mouthful. The research not fully done. The drug 95% to become gifted. 1% to turn infected. I thought wait for 100%, then use it. This time not only Trey is moved, even Bree is. What? There's really such a drug? Why didn't you say sooner? This is Vance's fabrication, of course, but not wholly a lie. A little truth mixed in. The Whitmores did build an underground lab sited right in the upscale complex. But the project's only 2 or 3 days old. Fearing the government would notice they hadn't seized many ordinary people as test subjects. 10 were fed infected cores, 3 turned infected, 5 stayed ordinary. 1 couldn't weather the violent energy and died on the spot. Only 1 became gifted, and with a useless enhanced smell gift at that. In short, the Whitmore Lab's results only reach the crudest, simplest use of infected cores. No refining drug at all. Current awakening rate 10%, because the infected core awakening rate is so low. And success likely a junk, gift barely better than none. Vance clings so hard to wanting a gifted child benefit, gained no personal risk. In fact, used correctly, infected cores don't awaken so poorly. A strong-bodied person taking an infected core, well-fed on energy food, awakens at 60 to 70%. And failing, the turn rate is only 1 or 2 in 10. The Whitmore Lab's turn rate runs high because the ordinary people they seized are frail, or to stop escapes, beaten half dead, starved, even dosed with muscle relaxants. Body and mind weak, so the awakening rate is naturally low. Cores from beasts, plants, or gifted with far lower violent factor. Awakening doesn't rise much, but the turn rate can drop below 5%. The Whitmores finding infected cores easiest to get still test only with those. Cole, to gauge whether Vance spoke true, probed his mind, and learned the Whitmore Lab secretly abducts lone, ordinary people, against their will, for live experiments with infected cores. Before, Jin had thought that after settling Vance, she'd go settle with Viper. And the Whitmores she had no direct grudge with. But an illegal live experiment lab met, it can't be ignored. Vance doesn't know much about the lab, only that it's underground in the upscale complex. Jin and Cole will learn the rest bit by bit. She thinks and decides not to hide anymore. She pushes open the 7th floor stairwell fire door. Cole knows Jin means to let Vance die clear-eyed. He won't let her face it alone. Though the 3 ordinary people combined couldn't hurt a fingertip of hers, Jin and Cole appearing suddenly startles all 3. The super bright flashlight Vance dropped still runs stubbornly, and with the faint candlelight from 702's living room, the newcomers are clear enough. Bree speaks first, tone full of shock and wariness. "Jin, why are you here?" Trey didn't share a school with them, only the same district. But because Bree often trash-talked, Jin Trey knows her too, the top-tier goddess he'd never dare dream of. He's wary too, fists clenched. Slow as he is, he knows a young master like Vance likes guards along whenever he goes out. But Vance had seemed so afraid earlier. So Trey first figured he came alone. Else soon after Trey moved on, Vance guards would have shown. Could he have guessed wrong? Did Vance bring people after all? These 2 before him. But hadn't Vance and Jin quarreled? Trey can't make sense of it. Vance, though, seems to see a savior. "Jin, you came to save me. Save me." Jin smiles faintly. "Wrong. The reason you're here tonight, without a single guard, is that my brother used a mind suggestion gift to lure you here on purpose." Vance's muddled mind clears sharply. "It was you, the 2 of you. Just now, I couldn't help saying, those things couldn't move. That was you." Saying it, Vance is angered into spitting another mouthful of crimson. "Jin, why do this? I only confessed to you. You didn't want me, fine, but not to the point of hating me this much." Viper Bree, wanting him gone. Vance can find motive. Viper wants to discard him, the troublesome husband, to reclaim single status and pursue his brother. Bree has deceived him long, the child not his. Only with him gone can she be at ease with the cheat. But Jin, why? Vance figures even if Jin doesn't like him, she shouldn't hate him this much. They'd barely interacted. They never even spent time alone, never held hands. Last time he only wanted a hug, and she dodged, so he fell. And that happened. That price is heavy enough. If anyone should hate, it's him hating Jin. Jin tells Vance, by intent, because I dreamed a prophetic dream. Dreamed Jin accepted your confession, agreed to be with you. We became a loving couple. She lays out everything Jin knows the original's plot. All of it. But in the end, after the collapse, minutes after you swore Jin was the true love of your life, that you'd protect her at any cost, when a horde of infected came driven by Viper, you shoved Jin out to block them without hesitation. Jin was gone, and you were gone too. Jin's brother, to avenge her, went everywhere against Viper and her man. Fighting infected, day after day, he met no good end either. You tell me, should Jin avenge herself? If an enemy dies without even knowing how he wronged you, where's the fun? Intent transmits fast. Spoken aloud, a passage this long takes minutes. By intent, seconds. Vance's eyes go wide. If he truly were with Jin and shoved her into an infected horde just to buy himself minutes to flee, he really could do that. He is exactly that selfish. Before Vance clung hard against dying. Though he'd meant to kill Bree, her child, and Trey, he hadn't done anything. Only thought it. Just words. Is that a crime? Vance feels his crime doesn't warrant death. Trey and Bree leaned on eating and living off him to survive the collapse's hardest early days. You could say he did them a kindness, and they turned murderous meaning to take him out first. Truly, kindness repaid with cruelty. He can't accept it. But hearing Jin's detailed account together and how he treated Jin, Vance knows it might not be a simple prophetic dream. Maybe Jin met the rebirth or transmigration so common in fiction and film. Because in Jin's eyes, now there's no love, no hate. Only the coldness and disgust of seeing trash. Vance spits another mouthful. He knows today he surely won't survive. Jin and her brother didn't come to save him. Jin came to watch him die with her own eyes. Of the 3 women tied to him, he reckons he wronged neither Viper nor Bree. Let them gain plenty, even only Jin. If what Jin said is all true, then his death is deserved. Vance forces out his last words. Jin, I'm sorry. Then his breath stops. Vance's wounds are truly grave, but with a fierce will to live, he could have held a while longer. Those words could fool Trey, but never Jin, now gifted. Knowing there's no hope, straining for one more breath, is only self-torment. Better to stop struggling. Trey is still stunned. Why did Vance die like that? Where's the promised awakening drug? Jin doesn't heed Vance's apology. The original Jin can no longer hear it. Confirming Vance is truly gone, Jin spares the other 2 not a glance and turns to Cole. Let's go. As for Bree sold Jin's personal information many times, but never got anyone killed. This time, Jin sold Bree's information, once nearly bringing lethal disaster on her child, and Trey. But in the end, Jin also gave them the chance to resolve the mortal danger. Call it even. She's a pregnant woman after all. Jin can't very well beat her to vent. Call it grace for the innocent child. Instead, Bree seems to lose her mind. She suddenly lunges at Jin, shrieking, Jin, you can't leave. You came and provoked Vance to death. He'd promised us 2 vials of awakening drug. You have to pay up before you go. Trey stands too, snarling. Right, you 2 can't leave. Word is, your family's well off. Surely plenty of good things. Easier for you to get awakening drugs than us. Get us 2 vials before you leave. Bree, number 3 vials. The child in her belly needs a spare, too. Trey figures Jin looks frail. No way she's gifted. And her brother's mind suggestion gift sounds like a support-type combat power, surely low. They're on guard now. They won't fall for the mind suggestion again. Else to settle Vance. Why bother luring him here to have an ordinary man do it? Bree happens to think the same. Truly share a bed, and you're of a kind. Having meant to grant these two a pass for the child's sake, Jin rarely felt kind. Jin, having outed her own gifted status and still robbed blatantly by two ordinary people. Cole, killing them over this is excessive, but wholly letting it slide? No. Half a minute later, under Cole's mind hypnosis, Bree and Trey collapsed together, out cold. To keep Bree from a fall and miscarriage, Jin even cushions her with mind force. So Bree falls onto Vance's body, face to face at that. Bree's shirt still hangs open to her maid outfit on embracing Vance. Vance truly gone. Yen %#. By their constitutions, they'll sleep half an hour. Trey should wake first, but any sound nearby, and Bree wakes fast. Jin can already picture the scene. 10 minutes on, Jin pulls every stored supply from 701 and 702 into her space. Furniture, pots and pans, nothing spared. She leaves only 2 sets of sportswear, men's and women's, so they don't step out like this and offend the eye. Dare to rob Jin and be ready to be stripped clean. These things weren't theirs anyway, all Vance's. Jin doesn't lack ordinary supplies, but she can keep them, later donating to the government or a reputable survivor base to distribute to other ordinary people. Leaving the upscale complex, the siblings exchange a look and head well in sync toward the neighboring villa complex. They want to see just what the Whitmore lab is about. Meanwhile, Trey wakes to find Bree and Vance's body in a close embrace and shouts. Bree wakes too and screams. Once they finally calm, they find every supply in 701 and 702 cleared out. A bolt from the blue. These days, they'd only doted on each other, minding neither food nor future. Now both must fret over survival. Even 701 and 702, fine as they are no longer safe since they took out Vance. Vance came without guards, but the Whitmore guards will find them sooner or later. Trey and Bree leave the complex that very night, find an empty shop, break the glass, and block the gap with a table, hiding for now. Poor couples grieve over everything. And they aren't even a couple, only a cheat and a mistress. After Trey scavenges for days, the food he finds barely staves off starving, and he nearly gets bitten by the infected. With no choice, the two join a nearby faction holding a mall. Its leader, a gifted, called Big Blaze. Trey, tall and strong, stands out among ordinary men. Big Blaze welcomes him. Bree 19 this year, fair and shapely, looks not top tier, but not bad. She joins as Trey's family. Only days in, while Trey teamed out to scavenge with other gifted and ordinary people, Bree climbed into the bed of Big Blaze, who'd eyed her. With a gifted to lean on, who'd picked Trey only an ordinary man. Big Blaze is over 40 ugly, yellow-toothed, and lacking there. But none of that matters beside his being a fire gifted. Bree even offers, if Big Blaze dislikes it, to abort the child. But Big Blaze says, no need. He likes pregnant women. When Trey returns from his mission and finds the woman he guarded as a wife, sharing 2 of his 3 food rations going hungry for her sake, has betrayed him for Big Blaze. Trey, seasoned now by society's beatings, understands how vast the gap is between him and a gifted. However furious, he can only swallow it. What else? Settle with Big Blaze. Or with Bree, now Big Blaze's woman. He dares neither. Worse, Big Blaze likes to flaunt it, often bringing Bree to his quarters for their games. Trey, plainly awake, can only feign sleep. The old saying holds, sow the wind, reap the whirlwind. When your own stick beats your own back, only then do you know how it aches. Only now does Trey grasp how Vance felt seeing him and Bree tangle, why he ached to take them both out. Trey can't stand it, but still doesn't dare turn on Big Blaze. On a scavenging run, he falls back on purpose and slips quietly away. Before leaving, Trey privately asked Bree whether she'd come with him. Bree mocked and humiliated him a while and refused without hesitation. Through countless hardships, escaping the pursuit of endless infected, he walks back to Apex, reuniting with old schoolmates. To survive, they too often team out for supplies. At the university, the gifted still rule ordinary people voiceless. But at least Trey has minimal respect, and no one treats him as a toy. Long after the Apex area gets a unified name, South Haven Base, Around then, Trey hears news of Bree from others. Big Blaze got a younger, prettier woman and threw Bree to his underlings. Bree is gone, played to death by a pack of men. 7 months along. Hearing it, Trey only curses serves her right. The road was Bree's own choosing. A pity for the child. But he's young. Plenty of chances for children later. Not long after, on a mission, a female infected's claws rake Trey's unmentionable part. By their past experience, an ordinary person bitten by the infected. To stop the virus spreading and turning them, best cuts off the wounded part. The treasure Trey always prided himself on is thus gone. And by his own hand at that. A eunuch, now Trey. Suddenly deeply sympathizing with Vance again. From now on, he can never have a child of his own. Perhaps it's karma for betting Vance's mistress and taking Vance out. All that is later. Back to the present. Jin and Cole slip into the upscale complex again. The siblings' minds begin carefully checking the complex's underground structures. They focus first on the 3 adjacent villas under the Whitmore name. Nothing. Their villas do have basements, but only stocked with supplies. Beyond the 3 large adjacent villas in a corner of the complex sit 2 smaller, less lavish villas also owned by the Whitmores. Normally off-duty guards, drivers, and cooks stay there. These 2 are stocked with supplies too. And in the basement lies a deeply hidden passage, leading to the hill behind the complex. The complex sits back to hill, facing water not only a large artificial lake, but a scenic hillside. Atop the hill is a hot spring resort, one of the Whitmore holdings. The rich and their families below often went up to enjoy it. Since the collapse, the resort no longer takes guests. It's become another Whitmore supply store. But no one would guess the hill has been hollowed into a vast space. Beyond the entrance and secret tunnel at the Whitmore staff villas, there are 2 more tunnels. One leads to a well-hidden wild cave home, even to a troop of monkeys. The other leads to the hot spring resort atop the hill, with 2 exits. One in the secret chamber of the master's study, one in an abandoned well. Were it not for the key intel from Vance's memory that the Whitmore lab lies underground, who'd guess that beyond many open supply stores, the Whitmores hid another secret place? In the hollowed hill beyond a 6-story lab spanning thousands of square meters, there's a huge stock of grain, all manner of necessities, even an armory with firearms and cold weapons. The Whitmores, on Viper's foreknowledge of the collapse, prepared plenty. On these supplies and arms, the Whitmores could well found a survivor base and build their own force. Top financial conglomerates, this well prepared, aren't few. After all, this is the 9th reset of space and time. Surely more than the Whitmores learned of the collapse in advance through various means. The nation's upper echelon surely prepared plenty too. But due to certain rule limits, what they could foresee was mostly basic info, like when the collapse would come. On using cores correctly, only Jin, main soul, exiled 8 times, returned the last as a book transmigrator knows best. There's also Locke Ashby, who grasped the law of time himself and brought back fragments of memory from the river of time. But much awaits the collapse truly beginning, his mind growing stronger to recall more. That's why before comms cut, the nation didn't announce core uses. Jin knows these things, but never thought to speak them. Partly for her own safety, daring not reveal freely, partly the heavenly Tao consciousness's limits. If the total number and strength of Cerulea's gifted grow too fast, Cerulea will soon face the moment of confronting the outside enemy. To Cerulea's heavenly Tao consciousness, having the gifted slowly feel out core uses, weeding out a batch of the weak, buying more growth time for the elite top. Gifted is quite necessary. But Jin doesn't know this. Even if she did from a humane view, she wouldn't approve of the heavenly Tao's approach, prolonging the war to buy the elite gifted more time, while abandoning most ordinary people and low-tier gifted to die. Stretch it 10 years? 8 years. Their growth time is enough, true. But doesn't the outside enemy get ample prep time too? Jin only knows meeting an illegal live experiment lab. Within her power, she can't stand by. An ordinary person's life is a life too. In Vance's memory, the Whitmore lab had run only 2 or 3 days, seizing just 10 ordinary people. But now, what Jin and Cole's minds probe finds far more than 10 held in the lab, over 100. These are ones not yet experimented on. The ordinary people already force-fed infected cores number who knows how many more. What shocks Jin more? Those held aren't only ordinary people, but some gifted, with rather junk gifts, weak in combat, 13 in all. The project they want with these is another kind. How the gifted use infected cores to swiftly raise strength and where the absorption limit lies. Before, Jin thought the lab's backers were just 1 or 2 Whitmores. But in fact, none of the Whitmore gifted appear in the surface villas. Even old Whitmore, his 2 younger brothers, and the direct line descendants are mostly gathered in this lab. Among them, Viper and Vance's eldest brother and second brother, Preston. Even Vance was brought to the underground lab 2 days ago. But he didn't want to watch Viper keep showing favor to Preston. And the early awakening rate was low, so he wouldn't go along. No wonder past 10 at night, the Whitmore main villas hold only unawakened women and children, some servants, and patrolling guards. It turns out they're all gathered here for the live broadcast. Jin watches fury rising, aching to blow this crime-ridden lab sky high. She only dares think it, no blowing it up. Never mind the many innocent, ordinary people and gifted inside. The lab's surroundings hold much precious supply. Waste is shameful. The gifted here are too many, and some have special means. Viper, for one, can sense oncoming danger. Jin and Cole don't dare act rashly. On Tier 2 minds, they keep listening, meaning to grasp the lab situation first. Best to wait until Viper is alone, settle her first so she can't warn the Whitmores, then find the right moment to slip into the lab and sweep the whole family and their hounds inside and out in one net. Inside the lab, Preston says delighted the awakening rate with infected cores has hit 25%. Once it's over 95, I'll give it to Union. Once she's gifted to grandfather, you can't stop us being together anymore. Old Whitmore glances at Viper, trailing Preston, and only says, even if Sylvie awakens a gift, she surely won't be as strong as Viper. Old Whitmore, aged into cunning, sees Viper's mind plain. Lately, this granddaughter-in-law's attention is all on his ice-awakened second grandson, and Vance's impotence keeping a pregnant outside woman. Vance thought it well hidden, but old Whitmore has long known. After all, it's he who pays the guards, not that foolish grandson. Only for the grandson's face did he not expose it. A scene would help no one. To keep Viper a rare, dual-gifted, old Whitmore is glad to see her with Preston. But Preston's heart is set on Sylvie, a frail, pitiable White Lotus type who always feigns helplessness to win favor, not a woman as cold and proud as Viper. The grandson likes Sylvie, who treats him as her sky, needing his shelter, not a woman stronger than himself. Clearly eyeing him yet won't lower herself, only circling all day putting on airs, waiting for him to make the move. Preston rather likes being eyed by a strong woman, but bowing first is out of the question. If someday Viper wises up, sets down her scrap of pride, perhaps he wouldn't mind having his fill. A strong man with many women. So what? Sylvia's true love? His soulmate? No bar to Viper becoming his kept wife. And that she's his brother's wife in name. All the more thrilling. Truth told, his sister-in-law is a gentle, well-bred type, once bore a child. Frail body, but firm character. A genuine, delicate beauty. He wouldn't mind a pity the eldest awakened too. Preston muses, face darkening. His eyes flick. Feigning not to catch the matchmaking hint in old Whitmore's words, he says, I'll step out and check on Union. Viper follows calmly. It's late. You should head back to the main villa to rest. Preston, let me walk with you. Preston smiles gently. All right together then. You're a girl walking alone at night isn't safe. Let me see you to the main villa first. To keep Viper, Preston always plays attentive, but keeps careful distance, making himself look refined and gentlemanly. That's why Viper, knowing Preston has someone in his heart, still can't let go. She always feels a little more effort, and this man is hers. Of course, Viper doesn't much like Preston either. She only recognizes that partnering the Whitmores brings ample benefit. And Vance is too useless, while Preston is far superior, a better partner. Once Preston and Viper leave, the eldest Whitmore withdraws his meaningful gaze from Viper. Others don't note this, but old Whitmore reads his eldest grandson's mind well. The two, grandfather and grandson, step into a private office. Old Whitmore speaks. "Enough, Ashton. Don't overdo it. I know you scorn your wife. Renata bore two ordinary children, the younger, frail, and often ill. Renata had a hard birth. Her body damaged no more children. You want Viper to bear you a son, don't you? But the collapse has only just begun. We Whitmores hold the way to make gifted. Later chances to find a dual-gifted mother will be many. No need to sour brotherly ties over a girl like Viper. Too unseemly." Ashton Whitmore answers respectfully. "Yes, grandfather, I understand. I'll wait." He knows his combat power falls short of his second brother's, else a fine furnace like Viper he'd have fought to claim. And the third brother's feelings, Viper's husband in name, who cares about a useless man's feelings? On the Whitmore Villa rooftop, Jin and Cole hidden by a shadow mind shield, beyond words. What a tangle. Utter chaos. Good thing Vance is gone. Were he alive learning, nearly the whole family knew of his impotence, yet cared nothing for his feelings. He'd hate enough to die a second time. Jin and Cole meant to overhear key intel, and got an earful of filth instead. Both are beyond words. Viper not appearing at Apex this time. Jin had thought she couldn't. As in the original, both live her love-hate with South Haven's strongest gifted, Cade Strom, and dally with his uncle Elias Strom. Plus, no shortage of fervent admirers treating her as a goddess after her generous supply handouts from the space. She never guessed the novel's content shifted to the Whitmore base, with the useless husband Vance dragging her down, and Viper still thriving tangled with all three Whitmore brothers. Yet without the spring in the space, she lost her exclusive edge of vast stored supplies. Viper standing at the Whitmores, wrapped in glamour, seems favored. But really, all three brothers treat her only with falseness. They care only for the benefit she brings. Then again, Viper herself only pursues her own benefit. Without Jin's interference, Viper's standing at the Whitmores surely wouldn't be low. And the Whitmores, to grow strong by any means, will soon dominate G-City. But their rise stands on the blood and lives of countless ordinary people. Now that Jin has found it, she can't give them the chance to grow. To wipe out the Whitmores, the first step is quietly settling Viper, who can sense fortune and calamity. And Preston, the strongest in combat. Vance could be killed by words being weak and caring about many things. But that won't work on Viper, cold and selfish. What she cares about most is her own benefit. She doesn't mind face. After all, one with any shame couldn't wear the title of third young madam while courting the second young master. Viper's fortune sense isn't so miraculous. Jin and Cole both out-tier her, so its effect is far weaker. Only at very close range, or when Jin and Cole show clear killing intent, can Viper sense a little. So this time too, the moment Viper and Preston step out of the staff villa, Viper probes around repeatedly with her mind. Being close, Viper vaguely feels unease, but can't say what's wrong. Luckily, Jin had Cole return to the space before they left the tunnel, and she possesses Goldie. Goldie's position is no longer on the Whitmore rooftop, but on a tree outside the complex. Jin casts her mind out to probe, and doesn't place it on Viper directly, but on flowers and grass, some distance from her. Below, Preston notes Viper's action wary. He probes the whole complex too, but finds nothing amiss. He asks low, "What is it? You sense? Something wrong." Viper's fortune sense can foretell danger, but the exact scene needs a dream, awake only a vague feeling. Viper frowns. "Can't say, but this danger sense is faint. Maybe tomorrow's outing hits a tough infected." Preston relaxes. Then tomorrow, hunting infected and running the seizure mission will bring more gifted guards. The seizure mission means grabbing lone, unbacked, ordinary people to supply the Whitmore lab with test subjects. Viper's eyes flick, and she quickly changes tack. "Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe because you want to see Sylvie later. Something unexpected could happen. Not that I'm in danger, but things touching those near me feel fainter." Saying so, Viper of course doesn't want Preston seeing Sylvie late. Sylvie is ever the feign weak type. Men pity one long look, And what if they end up in bed? Viper doesn't care whether Preston has other women, but she hasn't risen yet and doesn't want Sylvie pregnant before she becomes second young madam and bears a gifted son, leaning on the child for favor, stealing the title she aims at. If Sylvie hit dumb luck and bore a gifted child, Viper might struggle to rise. Viper's plan is, after bearing a gifted child and securing her footing at the Whitmores, when danger comes, she'll deliberately not warn, even misguide, sending them on lethal missions so Preston Ashton and all Whitmore descendants not born of her die by accident. Then wouldn't the Whitmores belong to her and her child? A little Sylvie is just a hopping grasshopper. Keep her around as a diversion for Preston. She's a woman of grand ambition, meaning to rule the Whitmore base. Preston's eyes go deep. How could he not know Viper says this to keep him from Sylvie? But to keep Viper the more valuable cabbage, she's given a proper reason. He can't be too blunt and lose her face. Preston says gently, "So what do you think I should do tonight for better luck?" Viper lied to compete for favor. Call it lowering her proud head before him. Then he can give her some real response. Don't think he doesn't know his upright-seeming eldest brother is a little stirred by Viper, too. Not true feeling, only wanting a well-gifted mother to bear him a fine heir. Only Viper dislikes Ashton, so to keep her and himself, Ashton won't dare move on her short-term. Long-term is harder to say. What if, someday, the eldest awakens a second gift? The odds are slim, but not impossible. After all, an ordinary person on infected cores has a chance to awaken. Viper, seeing Preston's gentle, tender gaze, grasps his meaning. She knows with a good pick, no wall corner can't be dug. Viper dips her head, feigning shyness. How about we share a glass of red wine? A little help sleep. Rest well tonight. Better shape tomorrow for taking out infected. Viper, wearing the third young madam title, can't outright offer herself to Preston too cheap. Inviting a pre-sleep drink is the veiled offer. Only with a real relationship with a second brother can she righteously divorce the third. Becoming his proper wife, though, not easy. Surely a few rounds against Sylvie. But between an ordinary woman and a dual gifted, any man knows whom to pick. The final winner is surely her. Viper is fully confident. Preston chuckles meaningful. All right, I'll presume to share a few with you. 10 minutes later, Viper and Preston are on the rooftop terrace outside his room, drinking red wine and talking of moon and stars. Though the sky stays gray days after the rain, night thick with dark cloud, no star or moon at all. But the drunkenness isn't from the wine. Talking on Viper feigns drunk and rises. It's late. I've drunk too much. A bit dizzy. I should head to my room to sleep. Viper rubs her brow, steps unsteady, seeming to fall any moment. Just then, Preston catches her. After that, everything follows naturally. Through it, the vague unease in Viper's heart grows fiercer. But she only figures it's tomorrow's facing Vance's cuckold rage plus her harsh mother-in-law's obstruction. To climb to the top, this bit of danger is nothing. She absolutely can't miss a chance this good, and it can't be blamed on her alone. If Preston were a true gentleman, her plan couldn't succeed so easily, right? Jin flashes into the space. Cole asks, "You had Goldie fly above them and drop venom into their wine." Jin nods. Yes. Because this venom isn't lethal, and Goldie did it from range, neither noticed. Viper could sense rising danger, but she's too eager to succeed, so she overlooked it. Cole says, "Then we wait and act at midnight." The drug Jin dosed Viper and Preston with isn't lethal, but makes their gifts drain fast during strenuous activity. That venom is an accidental blend of Bloodvine's venom and another mutated plant's in the island space. Strenuous activity spends some gift anyway, so they don't feel it clearly. Once they're spent, gifts near drained is when Jin and Cole strike. By then, the two have no power to resist, and the rest of the Whitmores are deep asleep. Cole need only raise a mind shield to seal sound, and they can settle these two without a soul knowing. The Whitmores' strongest, and their danger-sensing crutch gone. The rest are post-collapse gifted, combat weak, all tier 1. Take out however many come. But Jin was never one to love killing. Moving on living people, she still feels pressure. Cole says, "Rest easy. If you can't do it, We only subdue the Whitmores. Then free the captive ordinary people and gifted, and let them take revenge. Jin shakes her head, then nods. Viper is my heart's demon. If I can't make her feel the soul's pain, I'll settle her myself. The rest as you said. Cole, Preston's mine. He treats ordinary lives in the low as grass death is deserved. Soon, night falls. 3 a.m, all still. Jin and Cole slip quietly into the Whitmore villa, entering Preston's room by the balcony. Cole raises a mind shield through the whole room, sealing sound, scent, and energy ripples under Tier 2. Jin, handheld flashlight in hand, steps in through the open sliding door, ignoring the clothes strewn across the floor. The pair on the bed, one thin blanket over the key parts, still entwined. Jin doesn't find it an eyesore. Their figures are fine. A pity they're about to be gone. Viper on the bed. Gift and strength near spent, plainly exhausted and drowsy, jolts awake at an unprecedented sense of danger and meets in the dark Jin's beautiful eyes carrying thick, killing intent. A gifted's body is enhanced. Even in dim light, Viper sees Jin's face clearly. Viper blurts, shocked. It's you! You want to take me out! So the danger sense she'd kept overlooking, thinking it minor, came from here. Viper asks, composed. I don't think I've ever wronged you. And Vance, you surely don't value him now. So why take me out? Having sensed Jin's storage space, Viper did mean to rob it, but hadn't yet acted. She'd meant to wait until stronger, then bring a pack of Whitmore gifted to Jin, overwhelming the few with the many. She never guessed Jin would come to her door first. Could Jin also sense future danger? Impossible. Viper's voice wakes Preston beside her. Preston flustered. Who are you? Why sneak into my room in the dead of night? And Cole, after setting 3 mind shields ensuring safety, steps in too. Cole says coldly, the ones come to end your sorry lives. Jin speaks too. Vance, I truly don't value. But you meant to rob my good things, didn't you? I foresaw it and chose to strangle the threat in the shell. Quite reasonable, isn't it? For Viper, no need to mention the past life. She held no feeling for the original Jin, if any, only envy and hate. She'd never think tricking away the pendant space, luring the infected to kill the original was wrong. Only by crushing her with the very fortune sense Viper prides herself on, plus a foresight beyond her own, would sting 1,000-fold worse. Sure enough, Viper's eyes go wide, disbelieving. Impossible. How can you know more, in more detail, than me? This is absolutely impossible. And Preston, hating Viper to the bone, at once shoves her aside, washing his hands of her. I have nothing to do with this woman, only a casual fling. You want to take her out? Fine, do it. I never wronged you. Spare me, and the Whitmores can give you endless supplies. We even have a way to awaken ordinary people into gifted, and to level gifted fast. He still doesn't know the Whitmore Lab's doings are exposed. He only thinks he's caught up in Viper's mess. Preston bitterly regrets. He doesn't even know what Viper meant to rob angering 2 Tier 2 mind pressure gifted, and right now, his own gift is under a 10th. Can't win, can only try to lure. Jin laughs. Preston's tack is exactly his brother's. Right after the blood vine coiled at Jin's wrist shoots out. At Tier 2, the 2 sharp leaves at the main vine's tip are keener by a grade no different from metal blades. Viper had thought she could still bargain with Jin. The Whitmores have vast supplies, a lab serving the gifted, and her fortune sense is still useful to them. If Jin kept her, she could serve as ox and horse, outwardly obedient, of course. Once her strength topped Jin's, she'd surely avenge this day. But Jin gives her no chance to plead. Tier 2 Bloodvine strikes straight for her throat. Viper's pupils blow wide in terror. On instinct, she dodges and at once pulls out pepper spray to counter Jin. But at under a 10th gift, her body barely dodges. Bloodvine's sharp leaf still leaves a red line on her neck, but off by a hair, it only bleeds, not lethal. Viper cries out fast. Please spare me, I'll do anything. But pleading is useless. Another bloodvine strand reaches, spraying a ring of corrosive fluid across her neck. Viper feels the pain at her neck surge 10-fold, 100-fold. Her throat rasps in terror and pain, then soon can make no sound at all. A minute later, Viper's head lolls aside. Gone. Eyes wide unclosed in death. Preston beside her is scared into a cold sweat. He wants to flee, but his body is bound by Cole's mind force, wholly unable to move. Can't even speak. This is dominance, absolute dominance of strength. Watching Viper, who'd been with him minutes ago, die in horror. Her throat a ruin, white bone faintly visible. Preston is terrified. This moment, he truly understands what it means to be fish on the block. And he can't resist at all. Only hope the two before him still have some use for the Whitmores and won't take him out at once. As for Viper's death, she wronged others first. Deserved. And these two likely mean to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, using Viper's death to make him obey. Preston aches to say, "I'll obey whatever you say, but at least give me a chance to speak." His eyes hold no more scheming or cold, only terror and despair. Cole Shaw can feel Dalton Whitmore's thoughts. His voice comes cold. The ordinary people, the gifted, your family dragged into that underground lab, they felt this same terror before they were gone, this same despair. They hoped your people would show mercy too, that you'd let them go. Did you? No. So he won't let Dalton go either. The terror in Dalton's eyes swells. He understands. Tonight there is no escape for him. So the underground lab's existence has already been uncovered by these two. Then, Dalton's hands rise on their own. They clamp around his own throat and squeeze brutal until he can't breathe. His mind is clear, but he can't even command his own body. What torment is worse than wanting to live, yet destroying yourself with your own hands? Maybe something. But for Dalton, this is the darkest moment of his life. Bruises bloom fast across his throat. His breath chokes off. His eyes roll back until there is no breath left at all. Not long ago, the two of them were still dreaming of riding a patron's power, of becoming the future heirs of the Whitmore name. And just like that, side by side they go under together. Jin tells Bloodvine to harvest the core. Then she turns and slips out of the room. The lantern in her hand winks out with her. Cole withdraws his mind force shield and turns to leave as well. In the dark, Jin possesses little Goldie's body. Cole heads into the island space. The two siblings came from a hidden cave on the mountainside, a monkey troop's den, and slipped into the Whitmore family's underground lab. Jin and Cole, plus their mutated beasts and mutated plants. 5 Tier 2 combat units in all, and countless Tier 1. Even a head-on fight with the lab's people wouldn't be a loss. But that would tip their hand. Alert the snake. In the supply cache beside the lab, there's a full armory, plenty of explosives inside. If the Whitmores felt cornered with a remote detonator in hand, everyone dies together. Jin and Cole have a space to hide in, but the ordinary people and gifted locked in that lab have nowhere to run. Inside the underground lab, Jin heads straight for the armory. Of course there are guards here, 2 gifted in charge of the whole supply cache. Where'd a honeybee come from? A mutated one, no less. The words come from a fire-type gifted, oddly short and squat. We've got that tunnel on the mountainside, right? Probably crawled in through there. Shame there's just the one. Otherwise, we could pen it up and have all the mutated honey we want down the line. That's from another one burly, a gravity type. The short one sneers. Look at the times we're in, and all you think about is your stomach. What if some gifted, who can command beasts, sent that mutated bee in here? The burly one doesn't buy it. Please, everyone knows energy food is the good stuff now. Those junk gifted and mutated beasts they've got penned up. No way their cores trickle down to small fry like us. The Whitmores already whine there's not enough to split. What's wrong with me wanting a little mutated honey? And your theory, who stays up half the night steering one bee in here to snoop. What's a tiny honeybee going to do? Still, just to be safe, the burly one flicks out a wave of gravity force. Goldie's body mid-flight suddenly doubles in weight. She drops a full yard before she can stop herself. But Jin's mind force holds her, and she rights herself fast. Doubled gravity is the ceiling of what the burly one can manage. This mutated bee's got some skill. Runt, you try. Bees are scared of fire most of all. Runt scowls. I told you not to call me Runt, but a fireball is already gathering on his palm, basketball-sized, and it hurtles toward Goldie with vicious force. Jin knows Goldie's defense and flight speed are both poor. There's no way she survives a direct hit from this fire type. Goldie's been spotted, and she's heard plenty. That's enough. The instant before the fireball engulfs her, Jin pulls Goldie into the island space. Runt looks baffled. How's there not even a body left? Was my fire really that strong? The burly one sees the bee is gone and doesn't bother arguing. He just walks off. He's got a second midnight snack to get back to. The burly one mainly watches the other living supplies. Runt watches the armory. If it ever came to a last stand, Runt only had to lob one fireball into the explosives, and everyone would go together. Runt watches the burly man's back and curses under his breath. Damn fat chubs. The food he handed the penned-up ones tonight was a third of the usual ration. Who knows how much good food he's hoarding? Bet he's sneaking off to stuff his face again. Why doesn't he just eat himself into oblivion? Then Runt draws a small pistol from the pouch at his hip and fondles it, unwilling to set it down. Watching the supplies is dull, tedious work. Their little skimming operation, the Whitmores, quietly allow it. The huge stock of weapons in the armory looked thrilling at first. After a while, it's just there. Runt doesn't dare touch the expensive pieces. The Whitmores wouldn't forgive that. Besides, the armory doesn't smell good. Runt has no reason to linger inside. He gives the pistol a toss, then heads into a tin-roofed shack to rest. Soon, Runt pulls out his phone, opens an adult video, and starts studying. The video keeps blaring, so he pays no mind to the faint sounds coming from the armory. Jin stands silent inside it. Her mind force spreads out and sweeps every gun, every round, every bomb, and no small number of blades into the island space. Before long, the whole armory is a hollow, empty cave. This time, Jin doesn't dare possess Goldie again. The hum of her wings is far too loud in the dark. She switches to possessing Snowbell. Snowbell uses her blink. A few flickers, and she's outside the supply cache without a sound. Right now, Chubbs is eating his fill in his tin-roofed shack. Salt-cured duck scallion chicken, dried squid, boiled eggs, chili, chicken feet, pickled bamboo, all vacuum-packed, ready to eat the moment it's torn open. The flavor's no match for fresh-cooked, sure, but it's still good. Compared to the penned-up ordinary people and gifted starved day after day, Chubbs eats 9 meals a day. Lucky for him, his cousin is the Whitmore first wife, and he himself is capable enough. His gift woke decently strong, so after the collapse came, he landed this cushy, danger-free supply job. As for his cousin asking him to keep an eye on whether her husband, Marcus Whitmore, was fooling around with other women down in the lab, does that even need asking? Of course he is. The 2 earlier batches of penned-up people, the ordinary ones who drank infected cores, failed, but happened to survive. Every woman among them, if she rated a 6 out of 10 or better, got taken care of by his cousin-in-law. The newest batch he hadn't started taking care of yet. Too many at once. Marcus overdid it 2 days back, so today he's surely resting. Still, Chubbs knows full well Marcus Whitmore isn't the old patriarch's favorite, but his say in the family carries far more weight than Chubbs's frail cousin's. So every time Chubbs reports in, he covers for Marcus, says her husband's an upstanding man, body and soul devoted to her alone. That's Marcus's wish, too. He goes after those women only because he wants a gifted son. He tells himself his true love is still his wife. Chubbs snorts in contempt. That kind of true love, even a dog wouldn't touch. Lucky me. I don't drown in love. I don't chase power. I just like to eat. He takes a bite of chicken thigh as he says it. Why's this chicken thigh taste so strange? The words barely leave his mouth before he slumps unconscious over the table. An elegant ragdoll cat crouches quietly outside Chubbs's tin-roofed shack. Jin drops the possession and scoops Snowbell up. Snowbell rubs against the back of her owner's hand, currying favor, and stays obediently silent. This is another use of Snowbell's space gift. She can teleport Bloodvine's venom onto the chicken thigh from a distance. Jin pays no mind to the unconscious chubs. She switches back to harvest mode and calls Cole out to gather with her. The Whitmores have hoarded far too many supplies. Jin no longer cares about the meager energy in ordinary food. Most everything else she has in plenty. Later, she'll donate it all to the country, so these supplies go to people who deserve them. Not to fatten up scum like this, people who'd point guns and bombs at their own kind. Once every supply is stripped clean, Jin and Cole move to the next stop, where the ordinary people and gifted are held. Jin switches between possessing Snowbell to blink and possessing Goldie to wind through the ventilation ducts. Before long, they finally reach the prison, where the underground lab keeps its ordinary people, its gifted, its mutated beasts. Yes, only after coming in did Jin realize the place holds more than those two kinds of people. There are plenty of penned-up mutated beasts, too. Some raised for meat, some raised for cores. The Spirit Bestiary has been quiet a long while. As Goldie carries Jin past an artificial pond, a new page suddenly surfaces. Potential companion, black turtle. Affinity water type, earth type. Gift level tier 1, 80%. Bond compatibility, 5 stars. Jin's gaze goes instinctively to the pond where a great many turtles are kept. At least 200-300 of them, big and small. Some sprawl on the sand. Some rest underwater. Some are eating turtle feed, live fish, small shrimp. Jin feels a little dizzy. So many turtles, and they all look alike. Which one is the 5-star turtle the bestiary is flagging? But she knows fast enough, because in the middle of the pond sits one turtle that is extraordinarily huge, extraordinarily black. The others range from walnut-sized to palm-sized. A few are as big as a wash basin. Only this one is the largest, its shell nearly a yard long. Small turtles crawl all over its back, and they seem to be massaging it. A few mid-sized ones keep ferrying fish and shrimp over, feeding them straight into its mouth. Jin, Lord of all turtles, beyond compare. It knows how to live. It really, truly knows how to live. Corrupt. It's really, truly corrupt. Jin immediately orders Goldie to fly to a spot right above this enormous black turtle's head. She begins to speak to it through her mind. Turtle, my friend. The moment Jin opens her mouth, the black turtle lifts its head, precise and quick. Both eyes fix on Goldie, hovering ahead and to its right. An aged consciousness comes through. Turtle friend. Call me his lordship. This lord has lived more than 180 years. Jin is instantly at a loss for words. This. A turtle 3 generations deep. The keeper leaves, and the turtle remains. No lie in that. Jin stays silent a few seconds. The turtle speaks again. Little human girl. Your knack is a rare one, able to slip inside a little honeybee. Speak. What do you want with this lord? You're not here to poach me, are you? Say it now. If the terms are worse than what I've got, this lord isn't interested. Jin. Right. How do the people here treat you? The turtle answers. Live fish and shrimp until I'm full. 10+ pounds of mutated fish, mutated shrimp, or mutated snake meat guaranteed every day. Kept a whole staff of servants for me, too. Look, these all came to wait on me. There's a smugness to the turtle's tone. Jin thinks is the Whitmore Lab running a charity now. More likely, they're planning to raise this black turtle to tier 2, then carve out its core. And once it hits tier 2, its meat is prime energy food as well. Jin asks, so normally do they ask you to do anything? At that, the turtle raises a foreleg in anger and slaps it down hard on the water. Columns of water surge up, then fall. But they veer around Goldie the bee Jin is possessing with precision. The turtle grumbles. Those bastards. Every single day they drain a fat tube of my blood. And plenty of my kin hauled off and never seen again. They've got this thing called a cannon. Fired it. Right in front of me, blew a monkey trying to run into scraps. What's the saying? Kill the monkey to scare the turtle. If this lord's eyes weren't failing, if I weren't slow, if I didn't have a lousy sense of direction, afraid of getting caught and blown to scraps myself, this lord truly wouldn't stay in this cursed place another day. And another thing if I sneak off, My children and grandchildren will all get hauled away to make turtle soup. Jin! An old turtle turned wise. This black one isn't bad. Not only does it converse without a hitch, it's even learned to wield idioms, swapping kill the chicken to scare the monkey for kill the monkey to scare the turtle. Jin says, I won't drain your blood. I won't carve out your core. And I certainly won't make soup of your children. Mutated fish and shrimp, all you could want. But they're in the lakes and seas at my home, and you'll have to hunt them yourself. Your kin. I can take them all in too, but I'll only provide the place. Forests, sand, lakes, seas, land, rich with resources to live on. Food, you find yourselves. So, want to come with me? However clever a turtle, so long as you grasp what it needs, you hold it in your palm. The black turtle is skeptical. Don't you brag. Your home's got lakes and a sea, both enough for one person to feed a few hundred turtles. Why don't you just fly to the heavens while you're at it? But before Jin can even prove it, the turtle rushes on. If the terms really are that good, this lord will absolutely go with you. But you have to tell me first, what's your angle? The turtle is gambling too. What if this little girl means it? She can slip inside a honeybee, sneak into this lab. That already proves she's no simple creature. The terms can wait. First, lure her into getting it and its kin out of here. The black turtle has hidden the one thing that matters most. The lab's people have said that once it hits tier 2, they'll crack its skull for the core. Said too that a turtle this big is meat enough for a whole banquet. The black turtle doesn't want to die, doesn't want to become a banquet even less. But it doesn't know that even unspoken, Jin has already guessed. She can see this old turtle has wanted to follow her for a while now. It's only afraid she means it harm. Afraid she's eyeing its core, and its flesh too. So it keeps probing. Jin says, I'm eyeing your gift, obviously. You can control water, and control earth too, can't you? When it's needed, you fight alongside me. The foes could be, infected could be, gifted, mutated, beasts, mutated, plants. But I'll do everything I can to keep you safe. I won't throw you out as a shield. She pauses, then adds in an earnest tone. After all, only a living turtle can work for me a good long while. Ideally, a few hundred years. And after I'm gone, I can pass you down to my child and my child's child, so my descendants keep you working on. A turtle you pass down 3 generations. That was never just a saying. The armored black turtle. Hearing the first half, a flicker of feeling stirred in it. It had met a good person. Hearing the second half, good grief, this girl is no ordinary human. Even so, the black turtle wants to enlist this very night. Running is off the table anyway. And doesn't this mean stable work, no fixed term, room and board covered, and its life very much guaranteed? The black turtle says sheepish now. Owner, when will you take me? Shelley can't wait much longer. No more, this lord. If this black turtle could speak aloud, its voice would have gone shrill the moment it opened its mouth. Jin's skin prickles. Watching a hulking 180-year-old turtle act coy, calling itself Shelley, it's genuinely hard to look at. But the turtle has clearly agreed to come along, and this can't wait. I'll take you somewhere. Don't resist me mentally. Then she wraps the turtle in mind force. A moment later, one person, one bee, one turtle all appear in the island space. Afraid the turtle thinks she's bluffing, Jin deliberately holds it aloft over the island a dozen seconds. She waits until it's looked around, until it clearly sees an island before it, ringed by a stretch of sea no small size, then sets it down beside a lake. Jin says, well, this place has forests, sand, lakes, good enough for you and your kin to live on. Of course, if you'd rather the shore, that works too. The black turtle is a land turtle. After mutating with its dual water-earth affinity, it can live on land, in freshwater, in the sea, all of it. But it still prefers freshwater lakes, used to a milder diet, can't stomach salt. The black turtle never imagined this little girl wasn't bluffing at all. Her home really does have lakes and a sea, plus endless mountains and forests and grasslands stretching on and on. A few hundred turtles are nothing. Even tens of thousands she could feed them all. The turtle bursts out with its loyalty. Owner Shelley and my kin, we want to work for you and your descendants our whole lives. Jin good. Come here then. Let's seal the companion bond first. Goldie the bee queen watches the whole thing, faintly sour. Plainly, she got here first. So why did the 6th bond slot go to this black turtle and not to her? But Goldie doesn't need to ask to know why. She's too small, with little combat strength. Bond with her, and the mind force and constitution she feeds back to her owner is small too. When her owner needs her, it's mostly to travel. Being able to communicate is enough, bond or no bond, it hardly matters. Still, she frets a little. This old turtle came later, and it's already made the official roster. She's got to reserve at least 3 of the next round's roster slots for herself. Goldie has a great deal she wants to say, but the more anxious she gets, the less she knows how to put it. She's only a little honeybee, whose mind woke not long ago after all. Jin watches Goldie loop figure 8 after figure 8, and guesses what the little one's thinking. She hurries to soothe her. Goldie, when I hit tier 3, the first thing I'll do is bond you. Don't fret. Goldie, boo-hoo-hoo. Owner, you're so good. I'll remember. Don't you dare trick me. Goldie, of course, if you find a companion who fits better and bond me a few tiers later, I won't hold a grudge. Owner, I love you. I'll brew you honey every single day. Jin, the one downside of many companions, every last one of them scrambles for favor. Sigh. A sweet burden, truly. The bond with the black turtle sealed smoothly. Jin takes another surge of mind force and constitution. She fills Cole in on the situation outside, switches to possessing Snowbell, and steps out of the space again. This time, she brings Inkling 2 grown to the thickness of a chopstick. Inkling coils around Snowbell's foreleg. His shadow-type gift can hide Snowbell well. Snowbell doesn't like snakes, but she knows this black snake is her brother owner's companion. A friend, more or less, and grudgingly bears it. Riding Snowbell's Blink, Jin gets a rough map of this underground prison. Zone C holds the mutated beasts, the same place Goldie led her in through the vent earlier. It's called a prison, but it looks more like a series of quarantine pens, the usual poultry and livestock, and rare beasts too. As for why the mutated beasts don't run, by Shelley's account, they're injected daily with some drug that leaves them without an ounce of strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be reduced to relying on its grandkids to feed it. A slap on the water is its outer limit now. The strength it can put out is 1/10 of what it should be. Zone B is all ordinary people, the largest area too. A cell holds 20, the smaller ones still a few. Zone A holds 1 or 2 gifted per cell. Out in the corridor, gifted guards patrol once an hour. Jin waits until the Zone A guards finish their shift change, then decides to begin the rescue. Through the bond mark, Jin gives Shelley in Zone C an order. Sheldon, old-timer, now's the time. After sealing the bond, Jin brought the black turtle out of the island space and didn't immediately pull all its kin back in. This moment is exactly what she was waiting for. Shelley right, owner. Time to raise some hell. The black turtle was sluggish before, mostly because of the muscle relaxant in its body, plus some sedative. But after the bond, Jin used Bloodvine to drain every toxin from its system. After eating its fill of Tier 1 fish and shrimp in the island space, the armored turtle is back at peak condition, and its level has surged Tier 1 90%. As for the other turtles, big and small, aside from a handful above Tier 1, 50% dosed with a little relaxant, the rest carry no toxin at all. Muscle relaxant costs money, after all. The Whitmores stockpiled plenty, but there were a great many people and beasts to control. So in the beast zone, only the higher level ones with real combat strength got the injections. The rest, they didn't bother with. Before leaving Zone C, Jin didn't only leave Shelley behind, she left Bolt and Bloodvine too. She had Bolt carry Bloodvine to detox the poisoned, mutated beasts across the zone. The moment they're detoxed, the beasts go weak for a few minutes and need time to recover. No need to worry that Bolt, famous for his speed, won't get clear. Besides, mutated beasts have mutated their minds, sharper, now friend and foe clear. No way Bolt saves them with the vine, and they answer kindness with a bite. Jin wants these high-level, high-combat beasts back to fighting shape fast. And she has Bolt, with his little internal storage space, feed them energy food after each detox. Grass eaters get Tier 1 grass. Meat eaters get Tier 1 meat. While waiting on the Zone A shift change, Jin already got word through the bond from Bolt and the Vine. Every mutated beast in Zone C detoxed and fed energy food. Bolt, Bloodvine, and the Black Turtle also passed word by mind to the rest of the beasts, striking a pact. The moment Jin gives the word, Old Sheldon leads the charge, and every other mutated beast follows into chaos. Breakout. They want a breakout. As for getting caught by those two-legged things, steamed, braised, fried. Nonsense. Stay penned obediently, and the end is certain. Steamed, braised, fried. Run, and there's a sliver of hope. It's the dead of night, exactly when most of the two-legged things sleep, when the guards are drowsiest. The best window for a beast breakout. Boom, boom, boom. From a good distance off, Jin can hear it. Zone C, where the mutated beasts are held, erupting with a great din. Even the ground and the rock face tremble with it. There's a faint roll of thunder, too. Every gifted guard across the prison knows something's happened in Zone C. Something big. In an instant, they all rush that way. This time, Zones A and B are left with essentially no one on watch. Otherwise, if Jin moved openly to rescue people, they'd catch the anomaly fast through the cameras and mind force sensing. Make chaos. Make big chaos. Draw everyone away. Through the bond, Mark Jin tells the armored black turtle, old-timer, be careful. Don't actually bring the mountain down on us. We're still inside. She knew the turtle's earth gift would be useful in this rock warren, but she never guessed this useful. The black turtle chuckles. Rest easy, owner. The scene just looks grand, that's all. Nudge a few things around, at most, the mountain won't come down. Jin. Given the armored turtle is over 180, it surely knows where the line is. Jin draws her mind back in and summons Husky and the tiger cub. Fast and brutal, they smash open the gifted holding cells. Around her wrist, she's still got a bloodvine seedling coiled, able to drain toxin from these gifted too. It's only a seedling, though not much intelligence needs Jin's command to work. Can't think or act on its own. But for Jin, that's enough. As for Cole, he leads Inkling to the ordinary people zone. Maybe the relaxant stock was running low because the ordinary people didn't rate the drug treatment. They're only bound with rope and handcuffs, movement restricted. Cole works his wind blade with growing ease, slicing the ropes off them with precision. The metal cuffs he can't cut yet. Those wait for the tiger cub with his steel gift. Since the gifted are few in number, Jin kicks in the doors, detoxes each one. Then presses into each of their hands a plastic bag with steamed buns, chicken thighs, apples, and a bottle of Vitaspring water. Before she leaves, she drops only a single line. Eat quick, get your strength back, then help me tear this rotten lab down. After so long locked up and tormented, no one's willing to just run. Hearing there's a chance to wreck the Whitmore lab, they're keener than Jin herself. The gifted doors suddenly kicked in, freed one by one. Some say nothing, some offer quick thanks, then tear into the food and water in the bags. A gale sweeping the clouds bare. Some with good teeth crunch through the chicken bones, don't spare the apple cores. This is precious energy food after all. Energy food in their bellies, the gifted's powers come roaring back. They surge out the doors and start their rampage. The Whitmore Labs people all wear white coats or guard uniforms or bear the letter D on a badge. Easy to spot. And the gifted locked up for days are ragged head to toe, easier to spot still. No fear of friendly fire. By now, in Zone B where Cole is, every cell has been broken open. No small number of the ordinary people are badly hurt, unable to move, or outright unconscious. The rest, mostly no combat strength either. Under Cole's mind gift suggestion, they all stay put obediently in the prison, no bolting to cause more trouble. The few healthy ones, Cole hands fruit knives so they can defend themselves. Every cell gets a good deal of food and water. Eat your fill, then you'll have strength to flee. By the time Jin arrives, Cole has the rescued temporarily squared away and has warned them carefully to stay put for now. The fight ahead will be brutal. The first thing was opening their cells, 1, to pass in food and water so they'd recover fast. 2, for fear that mid-fight, if something went wrong, like the cave collapsing, these ordinary people would have no chance to run. Of course, Cole and Jin will do everything they can to keep that from happening. The two siblings free every last penned, gifted, and ordinary person, but taking them into their own spaces for maximum safety. That's the one thing Jin and Cole can't do. They can't risk themselves just to spare a crowd of strangers from any danger at all. Storage spaces aren't rare, but a space that can hold living people no one has ever heard of another. If they took these people in, and later someone talked out of turn, the end for Jin and Cole could be worse than what the Whitmore lab did to its test subjects. Don't say the people would keep the secret. More than 100 of them. Who can guarantee not one turns greedy or lets it slip. A secret is a secret, precisely because only the ones inside it know. Jin and Cole regroup, bring a few companions, and head straight for Zone C, the loudest place of all. Just now, the gifted guards who rushed to Zone C found the troublemakers there were the mutated beasts, the ones supposed to have no fight left. A few sharp ones caught on. This might be a lure, the tiger from the mountain. Sensing the anomaly, they turn now to head back to Zones B and A. On the passage between Zones B and C, a band of more than 10 Whitmore gifted guards runs headlong into Jin and Cole. One of them, called Boyd, sneers face dark. The mess in Zone C that's your doing, isn't it? To free those penned-up gifted and ordinary people. Bold. Coming to Whitmore ground to make trouble, Jin has no time to trade words with the Whitmore hounds. All those ordinary people and gifted this lot helped haul them in and keep them caged. Even if they didn't do the killing themselves, they're accomplices. Scum who signed off on the Whitmores using the weak as live test subjects. Ending them is right. Through the bond, Mark Jin orders Husky and the tiger cub. End them. Charge. Snowbell rides on Jin's shoulder. She can use her space blade to end a life now, but she doesn't like getting close. Crimson would spray her fur. She prefers to strike from range. The Bloodvine's tendril coils around Jin's wrist. The instant a living thing draws near, it spits corrosive, toxic sap. Jin is Bloodvine's owner. Her toxin resistance is greatly enhanced. Even splashed with a little of the sap, it's only a faint itch. No harm. Goldie leads her venomous swarm. Inkling leads his venomous snakes. A while after the fight starts, they slip in quietly, ambush from the blind side, land one hit and pull back at once. A dozen-plus minutes later, the Whitmore gifted guards lie sprawled across the ground, some gone on the spot, some only unconscious. Of them, the share downed by venomous bees, venomous snakes, and the blood-draining vine is a third. The share downed by Husky and the tiger cub a third. The rest by Jin and Cole's own hands. Too many companions even claiming a life gets hard. They plant a few more knife strikes into the limbs of the unconscious ones, making sure they can't ambush anyone, and press on towards Zone C. Why not finish them outright? To leave them for the long-caged, gifted, and ordinary people to vent on. A clean, instant end is the gentlest death these ones could get. Better to let them taste being fish on the chopping block. No way to live, no way to die. A life worse than death. Zone C. Mutated beasts and gifted tangled in a melee chaos boiled to porridge. Both sides take losses, but on the whole, the beasts have the edge in numbers. And Jin's companions, every one untouched. Each a match for 100, ending foes in a frenzy. Bloodvine. I spit venom. I bind. I drink blood. I'm delighted. Where the vine passes flesh, melts to ruin. Even the ones not yet gone go dark, in the face not far from the end. Bolt one, strike eye, strike eye, strike, strike, strike. Where sweet little Bolt passes scorched black everywhere and the reek of charred meat. The black turtle. Ah, it lives up to its name as the king of stubborn survival. It lurks at the very rear now, and then flicking out a claw, a spike of earth, or a dart of water, struck from ambush, quietly ending no small number. It even directs the less clever mutated beasts don't just charge blindly. Coordinate. Split the work. Mind your affinity matchups. Badly hurt, pull back at once. While there's breath, there's a way out. Yes, slaughtering with its own claws, and commanding all at once, it lifts the beast's survival rate by a wide margin. And with Jin and Cole, plus Snowbell and Inkling 4 Tier 2 units, plus Husky and the Tiger Cub at the peak of Tier 1, in the fray, the whole battlefield tilts hard one way. Half an hour on Jin's side wins clean. By then, a few of the freed gifted, recovering faster with decent combat strength, run to Zone C and join the cleanup. But this isn't the end of the fight. The underground prison sits at the very bottom of the lab, well soundproofed. But their commotion was far too loud. How could the people above not feel it? The Whitmores and their inner circle don't have much fight in them. Their first thought is to run, and they order the gifted guards half to wipe out the prison intruders half to cover their escape. But right then, among the guards who'd always been absolutely loyal, Zane, the strongest steel type of them all, leads a band of his own into revolt. Most of the supplies here were things Zane and his men scraped together at great cost. The gifted and mutated beasts, too, were mostly hauled in by Zane's crew. The Whitmore's two strongest units, Dalton Whitmore and Viper, are both absent from the underground lab right now. The intruders down in the prison have drawn off no small number of hands. The one in charge of this base. Why can't it be him, Zane? The Whitmores did put up the money. But the age of money doing the talking ended long ago. Now it's the gift that talks. This is the perfect moment for Zane to revolt and seize power. So Zane leads his band of gifted guards against the Whitmore gifted headed by Marcus and the handful still loyal to the family. The upper floors of the lab are busy tearing themselves apart, so few come down into the prison depths. If the mountain won't come, go to the mountain. Jin again warns the ordinary people to stay put for now, though of course, if it feels like the mountain's coming down, still run. Leading a band of gifted and mutated beasts, the whole group storms upstairs in force. They'd figured what waited would be Whitmore guards braced and ready. Instead, what greets their eyes is a field of corpses, with a handful of Whitmore guards still fighting. Jin and Cole trade a look. Their mind force spreads, and quickly they grasp the rough shape of it. The Whitmores, in a power grab, all but overthrown. The ordinary Whitmores, dead to a 1. Of the gifted, only 4 left. Marcus Whitmore, a cousin uncle, 2 cousins, and a few trusted lackeys. Jin, what's the word for this? Dogs turning on dogs? Cole shakes his head. The Whitmores are without honor, without loyalty. They see only profit. The ones they drew in are the same breed. No honor, no loyalty, eyes on profit alone. Turn the blade on the family the moment there's a chance. No surprise there. The 2 siblings still have the temper for commentary. The gifted, trailing behind, tormented in Whitmore cages for so long, have no such leisure. The Whitmores got my parents killed, violated my wife. How can this scum die so easy? I'll end my enemy with my own hands. A gifted woman with fine, delicate features seethes. Marcus Whitmore, that animal, leave him to me. I'll carve him into 100 pieces myself. I remember the one who took me was Zane. I want to end him. With that, they all surge forward, some for the Whitmores, some for the Whitmore guards. Jin and Cole don't press to the front. They keep to the outer ring with their companions in support, now and then losing a wind blade, a steel blade, a space blade, a mind force shield, or having Snowbell blink someone clear, helping the gifted just out of the underground prison so they don't get careless and cut down. The freed gifted aren't strong, but with 2 powerful brothers backing them, none of them fall. The fallen, of course, are the Whitmores and those guards. A long while later, the fight ends completely. In this cave, crimson runs like a river. Thankfully, most of it is the enemies. The Whitmores in the cave wiped out to the last. Even Runt and Chubbs watching the supply caches are found and finished. The people dealt with next comes the matter of splitting the supplies in the cave. Aside from the armory and the largest supply cache already stripped clean by Jin and Cole, the lab holds 3 smaller caches, each about the size of a classroom, food, clothing, everything. The gifted combat strength restored know full well it was Jin and Cole who saved them. Without these two, their end would surely have been feeding their cores to the Whitmore lab. A few of the stronger gifted all speak up. You two saved us. Every spoil in the Whitmore lab belongs to you both. Yes, we've nothing of value in hand, no gift to offer our thanks. We can only keep this life-saving grace in our hearts, so they say. But not everyone thinks it in their heart. Today's fight plainly they lent strength to. Why shouldn't they get a share? Without any supplies, how do they survive in this brutal end of the world? Yet however unhappy inside, after seeing Jin and Cole's power with their own eyes, none dares voice a word against it. They only dare pray silently that Jin and Cole are generous, that where they eat meat, they leave a little broth to drink. With supplies this vast, fine. If the two of them take the lion's share, but surely they'll leave the others a little. As for the ordinary people badly hurt, they know they have no say. Just to be free to see sunlight again is enough to content them. Besides, Jin already handed out a round of food and water earlier, so everyone's full now. As for how they live after, that's their own affair. Looking at the fierce mutated beasts trailing Jin and Cole, and the blood-draining vine that chills the bone no one dares risk provoking the two siblings. Jin looks over the crowd, each with their different calculations, now the fight's done. She can't be bothered to expose the small schemes in a few of their hearts. If there were someone more ambitious, wanting to build a power of their own, they might seize this cave for a base and become king of the hill. But Jin has no interest in that kind of trouble. As for the supplies now in the cave, she says level. The mutated beasts in the prison I'll take. Some of the lab equipment I'll take back too. The rest, food, daily goods, I take none of it. Split it yourselves. Taking the lab equipment is to keep these people from failing to resist the temptation and using others as live subjects all over again. The dragon slayer in the end becomes the dragon. Lab equipment is precious. What matters is how it's used. What Cole can use, he keeps for himself. What's of no use, he'll hand to the government's people later, given the chance. The dozen-plus rescued gifted glance at one another, eyes full of astonishment and joy. They never imagined Jin wouldn't take the most precious things, food, daily goods. Mutated beasts could count as a food reserve. Their flesh and cores are all good stuff. But without muscle relaxant or sedative to control them, they're near impossible to manage, and no one has the means to feed them anyway. Jin wants to take them. Then let her. As for the lab equipment, not one of them knows how to use it. And even if they did, people just freed from being test subjects still shudder at the thought. They're afraid, too, that if it's kept, someone down the line won't resist the temptation and put it to use. Letting Jin take it is best. In short, no one has any objection. On the contrary, they press her to take some rice flour, cooking oil, daily goods, along. Cole gives a faint, cool smile. No need. We've a little food stored enough for the two of us, 2-3 months. More would only be a hassle. When it runs out, we find more. Food enough for 2 people for 3 months isn't actually much, Jin says mild. With supplies this vast here, saying it won't stir anyone's envy. The lab's stores could feed more than 100 people to fullness for half a year, with rationing a whole year. Still, a place this vast, the headcount will surely keep climbing to hold a stronghold this large. More people, faster the food burns. Whatever the case, with the food on hand, they can certainly hold out 2-3 months. And they're not fools enough to draw in too many people only to blow through the stores in days. Jin looks at the crowd, voice cold. Let me say this first. This is a fine shelter. You can stay and live here. But you're absolutely not to do the filthy things the Whitmore lab did. Otherwise, she pauses, gaze sharp as a blade. Be ready for my brother and me to come back and turn this place to a sea of crimson all over again. Among the freed gifted, some want to go home, though they can't be sure it's still safe there. Most would rather stay here, or bring their families to live together. A few others had families taken with them, now among the ordinary people group. None of this concerns Jin. She only asks everyone to clear off, then begins gathering up a whole array of the lab equipment from the underground facility. Exactly how she gathers it, no one sees with their own eyes, but they can roughly guess. They figure this pair of siblings must have a special storage space, a jade space, A spatial gift, something like that. Given that neither one wants rice oil or food because the supplies they've stockpiled surely aren't merely enough for 2-3 months, perhaps in their eyes, the lab equipment, mutated beast meat, and mutated beast cores are the more valuable things, while space is limited and can't hold too much. Jin can't be bothered with what others think. She already has several Tier 2 mutated beasts, and even Husky and the tiger cub are close to evolving. No need to fear these Tier 1 chicks, guessing she has a storage space. Besides this storage space gift, rare as it is, 1 in 100 gifted has it only with small spaces. She's not the only one. The black turtle and its brood of kin, Jin pulls all of them into the space. The other mutated beasts, the low combat, low intelligence kind, chickens, ducks, fish, shrimp, and the like, Jin takes into the space too. The fierce mutated beasts, the ones who put in no small effort earlier restraining the Whitmore gifted guards. True to her pact, Jin lets them leave the cave on their own through the exit. She even sends the tiger cub specially to lead the way. A pack of fierce beasts follows behind the tiger cub, nervous and cowed. Before the Lord of all beasts, who still dares throw their weight around. Before letting these fierce beasts go, Jin gives them a few words. No killing people. Unprovoked. Ordinary people, least of all. Of course, if humans strike first hunting to kill them, then fighting back is no problem. The collapse is a world where the strong devour the weak, after all. Jin and Cole leave the lab through the tunnel from the Whitmore family's little villa. Convenient enough to deal with the villa's guards while they're at it. Once the guards lose their fight, Jin has Cole use his mind control gift to question them. Did they take part in seizing ordinary people, gifted? Did they end any innocence? Those who joined the seizures but didn't kill all have their gifts stripped, turned back to ordinary people, so they can't lean on a gift to bully the weak. Those who ended innocence on top of the stripping lose a hand and a foot, too. Like that most of them won't survive. And before they're gone, they'll taste the pain of being bullied by the very ordinary people they once looked down on. Harder to bear than an outright end. The ones who took no part in the seizures? Nothing for it. They can only endure a beating. Who told them to work for the Whitmores to profit off the Whitmores? With the villa complex guards cleared out above ground, in the end, only the frail, the old, the women, the children remain in the 3 main Whitmore villas. All ordinary people, old or weak or women and children. Whether they did wrong or not, however much they know of the Whitmore lab underground. Once they haven't spent long in that lab and are limited in ability, Jin can't bring herself to move against a crowd of the frail, old women, children. And the dozen-plus gifted the Whitmore lab harmed, whether once settled they go after the frail Whitmore old and young, that too is beyond Jin's control. She and Ashton Whitmore's brother had a blood feud. That Whitmore is gone, the debt closed. But as for the rest of that Whitmore's family, not moving against them is already her limit. She absolutely won't warn them. Won't shield them. Tomorrow, the Whitmores will find the bodies of Dalton Whitmore and Viper in their rooms, with the gifted guards outside cut by half and their kin never returning. The sharp ones will pack their things and flee fast. Perhaps even without the caged gifted lifting a hand, the Whitmore gifted guards the 2 siblings beat, but didn't badly hurt, will, once recovered, go loot the supplies in the great Whitmore villas. Not just the supplies in the villas, even the villas themselves and the young, beautiful Whitmore women, all of it becomes plundered resource. The Whitmore umbrella of protection is gone now, after all. With only the frail old women children left, a mountain of gold and silver couldn't be held. None of this will Jin manage. None of it can she manage. So much of it. After regrouping with the tiger cub, Jin and Cole leave the villa complex. The sky is turning pale toward dawn. They find an empty, deserted spot and go into the space to rest. Jin and Cole don't plan to return to the leased apartment near Apex University. Nothing of theirs is there anymore. Jin says, "Big brother, the score here is settled. After we rest, we should leave G-City too." Before the collapse, they'd promised Locke Ashby they'd visit him in B-City once their own affairs were done. North Haven, where Locke is, falls under military control. If the base isn't too harsh on the gifted Jin, and Cole will consider joining, leaning against a big tree for shade. Running missions on a schedule is perfectly normal. They have to fight the infected, mutated beasts and mutated plants anyway to build their own strength. So we just fly a chopper straight to B City. But I've never flown one. I should practice the flying in the wildlands of the island space first. Better than risking a crash wreckage falling and hurting someone. Jin agrees. Since there's a chopper from Locke's trade, it'll surely see use down the line. It's the fastest way to travel after all. And practicing in the space avoids a crash 100%. Jin is the space's owner. If the chopper loses control, she can hold it aloft in midair with a thought. She herself can also blink to another spot in the space anytime. Jin, sounds good. Let's learn to fly first. I want to learn too. Both are beginners, so Cole decides they can't learn at once. They'll take turns. One flies, the other rides co-pilot. Something unexpected comes up, they can help each other. 2 days later. Husky and the tiger cub have both broken through into Tier 2. Bolt and the black turtle have both reached the peak of Tier 1, one step from Tier 2. And Jin and Cole, with Mind Force support, have successfully learned to fly. G City is more than 1,100 miles from B City. A helicopter runs about 150 to 180 miles an hour. Jin and Cole take turns flying, and 7 hours on they reach B City. By now, it's the 9th day since the acid rain fully stopped. Some of B City's key broadcast stations have been repaired. Jin takes out the military-grade phone Locke had sent over before the collapse and reaches him. The moment it connects, Locke asks, "You and your brother reached B City? Give me 5 minutes. I'll come get you both." Jin, "We did. How did you know we'd reached B City? By rights, the satellite surveillance up top shouldn't be repaired yet." Locke gives a light laugh and only says, "Later. See you soon." Jin knows the location of North Haven, but she still hasn't decided whether to join and can't be too conspicuous. Flying a chopper straight there would draw North Haven's military hard scrutiny. So she sets the chopper down a good distance from the base. Soon, Locke himself pilots a military chopper to where Jin and Cole wait. Locke knows this visit means Jin and Cole are considering joining North Haven, so aboard the chopper he briefs them. North Haven has taken in no small number of ordinary civilians and gifted. North Haven is vast, divided into an inner ring, a middle ring, and an outer ring. The outer ring is for newly joined gifted and ordinary people. The middle, mostly military, a few elite gifted. The inner ring, home to the core leadership. The military brass hold more than half. Locke's people hold a smaller share. Because the military's representative is Locke's uncle, both sides gather supplies. Locke prepared more. On the big matters, the two sides carry equal say. Still, Locke doesn't usually manage the base's affairs. His uncle handles all that. Locke mainly runs 4 elite gifted squads: Dragon Head, Dragon Eye, Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, together called Dragon Corps. Every member is elite among the gifted and has passed many tests, character absolutely trustworthy. Dragon Head handles science and medicine. Dragon Eye, reconnaissance and intelligence. Dragon Claw, high-intensity, high-danger combat missions in the field. Dragon Tail, cleanup and supply gathering. Locke leads Dragon Corps and is also captain of the Dragon Claw Squad. Once he's said all this, North Haven arrives. Locke takes Jin and Cole straight into the inner ring, setting the chopper down on the back garden lawn of a small villa. Jin's peak Tier 2 mind force sweeps out, and she knows this must be North Haven's inner ring. The houses here are all small villas, no more than 4 stories, in all sizes. Not especially fine, but strong in defense, built with the best materials. The greenery across the whole zone is tended with care. All of it benign, gifted plants. Energy fruit trees look bursting with life. Every kind of flower and grass vies to bloom. Nothing like the collapse, more like stepping into some secret garden. There are even small, friendly mutated beasts drifting about, now and then poking their heads out of the trees, the bushes, to watch curious. Jin asks Locke, "Is it all right you taking us straight into the inner ring?" Locke smiles. "It's fine. Have a look first. If you two agree to join North Haven, you'll live here from then on. You should at least see your future home." Cole thinks this Locke really knows how to handle people. Before they've said a word, he takes them straight into the base's inner ring, not treating them as outsiders at all. So long as Northaven's rules aren't too harsh, he and his sister would be reluctant to turn down joining. Though Cole and Jin both have spaces, they can't live in them forever. And out in the world, nowhere is safer or more comfortable than Northaven. Jin likes this place too. The style is a little like the villa complex in her island space. Only the houses in the island space are lovelier, finer, stronger in defense, with a storage cellar that keeps things fresh by feeding them energy. If she could find an empty patch of land and set down one or two of her island space villas, how fine that would be. But she still hasn't thought it through whether to join Northaven. Already she started wondering if she joins, where she'd put a mobile villa. And honestly, steered around by Locke a while, her thoughts drift off. She finds herself unconsciously imagining where she'd live after joining the base. This man really is something. Since the collapse is truly upon them, this meeting neither side bothers hiding their mind force fluctuations anymore. Jin's mind force is at the peak of Tier 2 Cole's, at the late stage of Tier 2. She doesn't know how Locke trained, but his mind force fluctuation has also reached the peak of Tier 2. Jin's gut tells her if she fought Locke head-on, she'd surely lose, even bringing every companion along. Locke's gift, after all, is a time type. Rarer even than a space type, and it grows crueler down the line, amplifying pain. A fight with him wouldn't just be hard to win, it'd mean suffering torment of mind and body both. Jin wouldn't invite that misery on herself. Meeting a foe like this, she'd use Snowbell's spatial blink to run far before any head-on clash, or use her possession talent to disguise herself and duck straight into the island space the moment things went south. So however strong, however cruel Locke is, so long as Jin doesn't fight him head-on, all his power comes to nothing. Can't find the person, what's there to fight? Feeling Jin's gaze on him so long, Locke asks Jin, "You're curious how my strength climbs so fast, aren't you?" "Jin, I am." "Locke, would you tell me?" Cole looks at Locke. "When did this fellow start calling my sister Jin, too? Are they that close already?" But watching the two of them, both perfectly composed, nothing untoward in it, he figures he's overthinking. His own cabbage is still intact, millimeters. Yet Cole stays quietly on guard, mustn't let a pig root up his family cabbage. His sister is lovely and endearing, and formidable besides. Someone liking her is only natural. But right now, nothing's settled. No time for romance. Romance would only slow their climb to strength. In short, any sprout of something untoward gets pulled up on sight. Cole thinks his wild thoughts, very much the single dog who can't stand seeing his sister leave the ranks before him. Locke catches Cole's gaze, gives him a smile, then looks at Jin. "Nothing I can't tell, really. I told you I'm the Dragonclaw captain. I often lead squads 1 and 2 on the most dangerous missions, not just in B City. Fight often enough, and strength naturally climbs a bit faster. Today's a coincidence, too. I happen to have half a day off. Come a bit earlier or later, and I might not have been at the base. As for what you wondered before how I knew you two reached B City, it's because in our Dragon Eye, there's someone who woke a Sky Eye gift. He can link to the surveillance satellites through a supercomputer and to a city's monitoring system, too. We've installed remote, solar-powered surveillance in a lot of hidden spots in B City's buildings. One military satellite came back online. Some functions damaged, precision not what it was. Image a little blurry, some static but usable for now. Put simply, someone on the ground can't be seen clearly. But a chopper flying south to north, up high, that surely can't go unnoticed. Jin hears this and says at once, leaning against a big tree for shade, just as I thought. The nation still has plenty of good things. Cole hears his sister's tone and knows her inclination to join Northaven has climbed a few more notches. He asks well-timed, "Might I ask if you have requirements for new members? Sometimes there's private business inconvenient to take a mission the base assigns. Can one decline?" Locke leads them into the living room of his small villa. The steward, after asking their tastes, brings up fine tea and pastries. Once Steward Chen withdraws, Locke says, "Barring the unavoidable, a Dragon Corps member takes at least one A-rank mission a month. A mission usually runs 1 to 7 days. The rest of the time is your own to arrange. But right now, early collapse, everyone scrambles for the tougher A-rank missions. No one wants to rest. Of course, injured or with private business not wanting to run a mission is fine too. After your set monthly A-rank mission, you can post your own missions or pick ones others posted. The freedom's still high. Seizing time and chances to grow strong fast is every gifted's shared aim. Locke only names the limits on Dragon Corps members. His meaning is, he wants them to join Dragon Corps. A Dragon Corps member's freedom runs far higher than the military's, but to grab more resources, no one's willing to rest too long, not on a mission. They're on the way to one. The half-day off Locke set aside today he'd meant to spend with his grandfather Old Ashby. But after waking his gift, his body far healthier, the old man at home won't sit still. No roundabout about it. Leading 2 close guards Locke had assigned him, he went off to the Outer Ring Gifted Mission Hall to take the DEF rank missions he can manage. That kind of mission has 20-plus gifted moving together off to some supply point to gather supplies, clearing a small number of low-danger infected, low-combat mutated beasts, and so on. Run into a foe past what they can handle, they turn and run at once. Send up a distress signal. Not much danger. The 2 guards Locke assigned the old man are both high in combat strength and quick-witted. Meet danger can't win. They'll carry the old man off. No trouble at all. In truth, Old Ashby has a speed gift, runs faster even than the 2 guards. Combat strength maybe not much, but life-preserving ability beyond question. Locke thinks a moment, then mentions his grandfather Old Ashby's situation too. Since founding, this base is half the old man's doing. The privilege stands bringing a few kin and friends to live in the base's safest inner ring, and letting those kin and friends take low-danger missions in the outer and middle rings. If you'd rather not join Dragon Corps where every day's some high-danger, mid-danger mission, then just take the status of my friends and live in the base's inner ring. I'll provide you a small villa. You can take missions in the middle and outer rings, no quota required, 1 a month or none at all. It's fine. See to your own living supplies. The one baseline no, doing anything that harms the base. This arrangement is flexible and free, essentially living off the base, no strings at all. Of course, much of the inner ring's core information and resources won't open to them either. Din thinks a moment, then asks Locke, "What mission are you running tomorrow?" "Could my brother and I tag along, see what an A-rank, a B-rank mission is like?" "Don't worry, we can sign a confidentiality agreement, and we absolutely won't drag you down." Anyone else Locke would surely refuse this kind of exception. But these 2 are no simple pair. Elite among the elite gifted. Even he, in a head-on clash with the 2 siblings, can't be sure he'd win. People like this, of course, you work to pull to your side. Better teammates than rivals who might one day clash over interests. Locke says I've got one tomorrow. An A-rank, as it happens. Bringing you both along isn't out of the question. Called tomorrow's mission, but really, they set out past 4 in the morning. 3+ hours on the military chopper reaches D-City's Wild Animal Park. There are a great many wild animals here before the collapse. These beasts already had real fight in them. After the collapse, it became a realm of mutated beasts and infected beasts all the more. And for 100 miles around, it turned no man's land. The nearby residents were few to begin with. The handful of survivors who knew a wild animal park was here all cleared out overnight. The Dragon Claw Squad's mission today is to wipe out the infected beasts. As for the mutated beasts, the ones with low malice toward people and easy to talk to, they try to tame. The ones with heavy malice toward people. Nothing for it, for the safety of ordinary people, they can only strip the gift, keep them from slipping into human population centers for a buffet. On the squad, someone woke a gift for talking to animals, but he's a new researcher, Tier 1, 30%. No combat strength himself. Sees a fierce beast and his legs go soft. Every time he talks to a mutated beast, it doesn't go too smoothly. As for how to strip a mutated beast's gift, before, they'd have relied on a gifted who woke a medical gift. After sedating the beast, they'd cut open the skull by hand to take the core, then stitch it fast, plus use a healing gift to speed the wound closed. Very troublesome and dangerous. Better to just end these mutated beasts outright faster. But they're a formal base's gifted organization, To protect the diversity of species, this is the only way. Otherwise, wipe out every mutated beast harmful to people, and the animals of this world grow fewer and fewer. When extinction reaches a certain point, who's to say the next species to go extinct isn't humanity? However, with Jin, a beastmaster gifted in beast speech, joining this mission, abruptly turns easy mode. They'd figured it would take a hard few days and nights of fighting to handle these mutated beasts. Who'd have guessed? Not half a day and it's done. Jin can't, freshly arrived, show her full strength before the Dragonclaw squad. She only summons space-type Snowbell Bloodvine, which can also absorb gift cores, and the Tiger Cub, who evolved to Tier 2 ahead of Husky. As for where her 3 everyday companions would be, Jin simply says her gift is Beastmaster, that she has a beast taming space only her companions can enter. At this account, no few of the younger ones who'd read Beastmaster novels find it marvelous. Whoa, so a beast taming space is really a thing. Truly no suspicion at all. What Jin has is in fact an island, space humans can enter too. Only Locke looks at her, his gaze full of meaning, though he shifts it away fast. With the Tiger Cub's dominion, Lord of all beasts, Snowbell's Blink and Snowbell's marvelous space blade for menace, plus the air of, won't listen, then I'll eat every last one of you, rolling off the Bloodvine, the whole pack of mutated beasts in the wild animal park becomes little brothers, every one obedient. There are even quite a few mutated beasts trying to fawn, wanting to follow Jin to earn a meal. One look at Jin's contracted companions tells them these ones live well. Their gift levels a whole big step ahead. But Jin has no open slot to bond just now. And early on, she doesn't want to bond too many companions of the same affinity, so she declines. Her next ideal companion is healing type or ice type. If she can't find healing in ice, she won't add more of the common steel, wood, water, fire, earth strength types either. Jin holds a meeting for the mutated beasts, the dozen-plus strongest, close to Tier 2 especially. She stresses again and again, no launching attacks on human living zones, or she'll stew the lot of them. The wild mutated beasts, big boss, what stew? Don't know? Never heard of it? But it sounds terrifying. Anyway, I don't want to be stewed. I don't want it either. Jin hears this and feels rather at a loss. Then she takes a few mutated sheep and a giant iron pot out of the space. She ends a sheep on the spot, stews a pot of mutton, and demonstrates for the pack of mutated beasts what stew is. The Dragonclaw squad members' complicated feelings all around lend a hand. They'd figured they came to spill crimson. Who'd have thought they came for a picnic? Water type gifted supply the water, fire types help kindle the flame, wood types provide firewood, earth types build the hearth, steel types help cut the meat. The mutton stew done, everyone gets a share. Every one of the dozen-plus strongest beasts gets a bowl of fragrant mutton stew. The mutated beast's eyes light up. Mutton stewed so good, a whole different flavor from eating it raw. But their 4 clawed paws can't manage a task as difficult as stewing food. Only those 2-legged humans can pull it off. Who'd have thought the aura on these humans looks weak, yet they hold such marvelous skill? So aside from a handful of beasts who still prefer raw meat, no small number are conquered by the savory smell of mutton stew, scrambling to recommend themselves to the other Dragonclaw squad members. The woman with the aura beasts love most, Jin doesn't want to take on new companions. Jin thought, but the other 2-legged gifted don't have companions yet, do they? The mutated beasts figure, so long as they work hard, feeding an extra 2-legged human is no great trouble, and the 2-legged human they pick only has to stew their meat into savory stew. Yes, after their mind sharpened, the mutated beasts don't feel that choosing to follow humans means being kept by humans. They feel they've recruited a human underling of their own. Plenty of mutated beasts want to recruit a human underling, dozens of them, but only 10 humans came today. Fighting over human underlings, the mutated beasts nearly come to blows. The Dragonclaw squad members fought over complicated feelings. They've said all they can on that. In the end, it's Locke who takes 2 military choppers from the storage space in his jade pendant, meaning to haul every mutated beast willing to follow humans back to Northaven. They're gifted with standout performance, each get a mutated beast as a combat partner. They eat a lot, sure, but their combat strength runs high too. And so long as they absorb enough infected beast cores and energy from insect colonies, the beasts' appetites shrink a great deal. No need to worry about feeding them. Locke is used to working alone, with no plan to pick a mutated beast as a partner. But he's glad to see these beasts join North Haven. The base's whole combat strength will surely climb by a wide margin. He never guessed just bringing Jin out to sample an A-rank mission she'd hand him a surprise this big. The mutated beasts who choose to stay have far lower friendliness toward humans. These are the ones who prefer raw meat too. But they all know their own measure. No way they beat these two-legged people. Besides, the strongest beasts among them have already joined the other side. So long as they don't want to be stewed, they absolutely won't go raiding human living zones. As for the mutated beasts who didn't come today, they too learn of this through the others' accounts. Telling Beast heard the news. Two-legged humans are vicious. When they hunt, they don't just chop the prey into little pieces. They cook it over fire before they eat. Truly terrifying. Second Beast. They say no human fears fire, and they can wield it too. Listeners, Beast Heavens, two-legged humans are that scary. I'm definitely staying far away from them. Yes, yes. Our deep mountains and forests are still safest. The human world is too cruel. They even dare use fire. Even as mutated beasts, fear of fire is a natural instinct, and few of the woken gifts are fire type. In their eyes, fire is the most fearsome thing of all. Humans, near every one able to wield fire, naturally become a more fearsome existence still. This gives the Dragonclaw squad a perfect template for later missions of the same kind. Use stewing meat over fire to intimidate, plus the lure of good food. Of course, if they don't want to tame the beasts, each just puts on a little fire show. Keeps a greedy mutated beast that couldn't be brought along from raiding human living zones for the sake of cooked food. Half a day on the Dragonclaw squad pulls out and heads back to base. Only, unlike the trip in one chopper coming 3 going back, each chopper carrying a great many large furry animals besides. To keep these mutated beasts in check, Locke, Jin, Cole, 3 Tier 2 units, each ride 1 chopper. 3+ hours later, they make it back to North Haven smoothly. The chopper set down at the Outer Ring's public landing pad. Nothing for it, only this pad is largest able to hold many aircraft taking off and landing at once. Seeing a heap of mutated beasts walk out of the choppers from afar, the gifted passing near the pad catch the scene with their mind force and are instantly stunned. Gifted onlooker, what's going on? Mutated beasts learned to fly choppers and invaded the base. Lucky Dragonclaw members in uniforms bearing the Dragonclaw logo stepped down from the military choppers soon enough. Gifted onlooker. Whew, scared me to death. Turns out it's the Dragon Corps' Dragonclaw squad back from a mission. Gifted onlooker. Why'd they bring back so many mutated beasts? Before most they brought was a few, and very few were fierce beasts. Gifted onlooker. Today's ones all tigers, lions, leopards, and such. Everyone fierce. Gifted onlooker. By rights, the mutated beast's Dragonclaw brings back all mean to fight alongside humans, forming combat pairs. Say, do I have a shot at snagging a tiger for a combat beast? Gifted onlooker, Ty, just you. Your gift is enhanced hearing. Your second gift only summons a fist-size fireball. Keep dreaming. Only our squad doesn't mind you. The gifted squad chatting away never dreamed Ty among them before long would be eyed and picked by an Earth-type tigress. Because he knew the fire show and grilled meat delicious. From then on, he'd live the happy life of being kept by a tigress, not really. This left the other squad members both envious and afraid. From then on, none dared raise their voice at Ty, afraid his tigress would feel they were bullying her pet and give them a swat. With translation help from Jin and another researcher who understands animal speech ping. A day later, these mutated beasts all find a two-legged human to their liking. Still before officially heading into battle, the mutated beasts must go to the researcher Peng and study language 3 days. Simple commands at least they've got to understand, otherwise taken into battle they'd be no help, but a hindrance. Mutated beasts after mutating have intelligence on par with a child of a dozen-odd years. Learning some common phrases comes fast. The quick learners especially can even earn a bowl of savory stew as a reward. Through this A-rank mission with no danger at all, Jin and Cole still decide to join North Haven, becoming members of Dragonclaw of Dragon Corps. Since Cole did research before, he's also a member of Dragonhead. When Dragonclaw has a new mission, he can choose whether to take part. Jin is a beast master, gifted in beast speech. Besides, when there's no mission out, she often gets hauled off to teach the mutated beasts. Jin and Cole's residence is the empty lawn across from the back of Locke's small villa. Jin takes out 2 3-story villas she'd carried with her, one for her, one for Cole. Nothing for it. The beasts the 2 siblings keep are a bit many. One villa isn't enough room for them. At the 2 of them carrying even villas on their person? Locke is astonished, but doesn't press to the bottom of it. Locke. Do you 2 have more of these special villas? I could trade infected cores for them. Jin keeps many companions. Her need for cores naturally huge. She thinks a moment, trades 1 carried villa to Locke, and tells him how to use it. With cores out in the world, the seller can preserve fresh food long-term, too. This function is far too useful for North Haven. Though Locke's near-limitless jade space can preserve freshness too, he has a great deal to do. He can't always stay at the base, being its cold storage. Locke uses a batch of rare supplies found only in the military, plus a large quantity of cores to trade for 9 more villas of this kind from Jin. Jin has hundreds of these mobile villas in her space. Trading away 10 is nothing, and leaving them empty in the space is a waste of resources. The more people who own space villas, the less her and Cole's 2 space villas stand out. She only trades 9 because right now the gifted's levels are generally still low. Good things needing the special villa seller's fresh keeping aren't many either. Wait until everyone's level climbs, good things in hand grow more trading, then isn't too late. Fed enough cores, Husky and Bolt both advance to Tier 2. Of Jin's 6 companions, only the black turtle bonded last is still peak Tier 1. After a few missions out with Dragonclaw, Jin feels she's reached the threshold of Tier 3. Among the companions, the one leveling fastest is the tiger cub who joined last. The tiger cub is single affinity after all, and steel is a fairly common attribute. Absorb plenty of steel cores and he advances smoothly. While the tiger cub climbs toward Tier 3 in the island space, Jin finally finds the 5-star healing-type companion she'd hoped for. Or rather, the plant companion candidate. It's a 100-year-old mutated willow sitting quietly by a lakeshore. Locke, Jin, Cole, plus a few Dragonclaw members, 2 Dragon Eye intel officers, 2 Dragonhead researchers come here on a scouting mission. Scouting missions are usually Dragon Eye's job, gathering intel. Today, 3 squads move out together, and Dragonclaw members are the most, because this mission's rank is very high. This lake deep in dense forest for some reason has mutated plants growing thick all around every one, reaching Tier 2, and 1 mutated plant reaching Tier 3. The energy it holds makes this one of the densest energy spots in the whole country. The anomalous energy here has been caught by a military satellite, so Dragon Corps members were sent to scout it. If it's an energy plant mutated in a benign direction, of course they must find a way to bring it back to base. If it's mutated in a malign direction, then they must strangle it in the cradle before it grows past control. Still on the military chopper, Jin already used her mind force to scout the situation around the lake below. One look and she locks onto the enormous ancient willow by the shore. This towering ancient willow is the strongest Tier 3 mutated plant here. The Spirit Bestiary in Jin's mind quiet a long while suddenly surfaces a candidate page. Plant companion candidate mutated ancient willow. Affinity, wood type, healing type. Level Tier 3. Skills, bind, strangle, leaf fling. Healing, detox, mind clearing, and spirit calming. Bond compatibility 5 stars. Bond success rate 30%. Note: how do you lure a tree that won't move? Now there's a problem. Jin's gift can talk not only to mutated beasts, but to mutated plants too. So, arriving at the destination, the 3 military choppers keep circling above the lake and forest, not immediately finding a spot to land. This is Jin's time to speak with the mutated plant by mind. If the talk goes smoothly, a fight can usually be avoided. Cole, Jin, how's it going? Cole can feel his sister's mind force probing again and again toward that 100-year-old ancient willow with its especially strong energy. Jin. This Tier 3 ancient willow refuses to talk to me. It's like it senses I'm coveting it. A mutated plant that can both attack and heal Tier 3 besides. How could she not covet it? Trouble is, the other side seems to want nothing to do with going with her. The energy level in her space has reached peak Tier 2, still short of this lake's Tier 3 energy level. With enough strength, no one wants to move from a rich place to a poor one to live. Jin lays out the situation she's facing in many minds' great strength and asks everyone to help her think of a way. Still, Jin's beast bonding ability really is too special, and the matter of her having an energy-absorbing space no one else knows at all. Ideas offered aren't few, but workable ones aren't many. Dragon Claw member, it's just a tree. Dig it, straight up. Wood type gifted. I'm a wood type gifted. I can sense this willow's roots run deeper underground than its branches and leaves above. Very hard to dig. And the willow branches are supple. Get close and it attacks, gives no chance to dig at all. As for digging up all the soil around the tree within a dozens of yards radius, never mind the enormous effort and time once dug, how do you haul it? Even with the siblings' storage space, surely it couldn't hold that, could it? Jin wants to say her space really could. But digging up the tree's whole home and hauling it off, that's the worst option. Even if the other side entered the island space unwilling in its heart, it wouldn't want to seal a companion bond with her. Cool private. How about you let Bloodvine go talk to it? If it won't come with you, drain its life energy dry. Bloodvine is peak Tier 2 now too. Its level isn't as high as the Willow's, but its affinity is domineering. It can absorb the blood and vitality of other plants and animals to use. And the Willow's attack methods against Bloodvine, also a mutated plant, do far less. So long as one tendril remains, it can regenerate without limit. Jin thinks a moment and still doesn't agree with this suggestion. How is this different from spotting a handsome man and when he doesn't want to be your boyfriend, telling him, refuse and I'll use force violate you, then end you? What's the difference? Getting the tree's body but not its heart. What if at a crucial moment it betrayed Jin? No good. Say when she or another companion needed healing, the Willow put on a show of working, but didn't try everything half a beat slow. Locked Private Jin. I wonder if your beast bonding space can absorb the energy in the air here. If it can, give it a try. Wait until the Tier 3 energy here turns to Tier 2, Tier 1. Ahem. Locke doesn't go on, but Jin can already imagine the scene the Willow will surely beg, in tears to follow her, though this method has no glory to it, is even quite wicked. But this energy in the air is ownerless, no reason. Only the Willow and the plants and animals around can absorb it, and she can't. Jin's eyes light up at once. She gives Locke a thumbs up. This way, good truly not costing a single soldier. The commotion of absorbing a large amount of energy won't be small, and this touches on Jin's trump card, the space. Jin, Private Locke. Let's split up for now. My brother and I stay here and give it a look. You lead the others to scout around first. Locke fine? Though the other Dragon Corps members don't know what the two are discussing, they roughly guess Jin must have found a workable way to deal with that 100-year-old ancient Willow. Only the specific method may touch on her trump card, not convenient for too many to be present. Dragon Corps members on missions barring life-and-death moments by default won't probe too deep into a teammate's trump cards. Everyone has their own secrets and trump cards after all. They find an open, exposed patch of grass, all Tier 1 mutated grass around, and set the two siblings down. Locked. Anything comes up, reach me anytime by the military phone. If the phone's got no signal, fire a flare. Jin. Okay, the 3 military choppers lift off, leaving here, for now. In this primeval forest, besides this lake's anomalous Tier 3 energy, there are 4 or 5 spots with peak Tier 2 energy. They mean to scout those too. The moment Jin and Cole hop down onto the grass, this mutated grass starts whipping sharp blades of grass hurtling at her. Lucky the grass's level is too low, wholly blocked by Cole's Mind Force shield. The blood vine in Jin's hand whips out too, draining a patch of the mutated grass around into dry hay. The grass farther off obediently stills at once. A few have opened faint minds, trembling their blades in fear. Mutated grass, faint mama. These people are too strong, can't be bullied, we'd better stay. Obedient grass. Jin pays no mind to this grass that only bullies the weak and fears the strong. After confirming the 3 military choppers have all left, she links to the jade space in her mindseat and begins fast absorbing the energy in the air. Cole absorbs energy with his space too, only not as fast as Jin. The two siblings' action makes the energy density around them drop fast. Before long, the mutated plants around, able to move, can't bear it pulling their roots from the ground, meaning to drive the two off. Jin isn't here to fight them. Energy in the air, whoever's got the skill, absorbs more. She summons the black turtle with its max defense at once, then possesses its shell. The Tier 1, Tier 2 mutated plants' attacks come hurtling in like a light scratching at the black turtle. Cole, riding his wind-like speed, leads the mutated plants on a chase in circles, running the grass ragged. The bloodvine drains the mutated plants that charge in a rare chance served right to its mouth, a free buffet. The black turtle crawls leisurely to the shore and starts catching fish and shrimp to eat. The fish and shrimp in this lake are all mid to late Tier 2. The smell alone is delicious, a level higher than the early to mid Tier 2 fish and shrimp in the Island Spaces lake. Jin's eyes light up. While the mobile mutated plants are all held off by bloodvine or led in circles by Cole, she seizes the chance to draw the lake water into her space. And not just the water, the aquatic life in it too, mostly passing by. She can't let it slip. The lake's water level drops several centimeters before long. This time, even the 100-year-old ancient willow on the far shore can't hold back, whipping its branches and leaves in a frenzy to signal protest. Ancient willow mind. Human. Don't push it too far. Don't think this makes me follow you. I'd rather be gone. Gone outside. I will absolutely not be your companion. If the ancient willow's roots weren't too massive, too hard to move, it would have charged over to fight Jin properly by now. Of course its branch has charged over a young willow just born, now late Tier 2. Still, even if mutated plants can shift position, the speed is very slow. The willow, especially able to move only by its roots, can't spread and climb fast like bloodvine. By the time the willow branch struggles to the far shore, to the spot the black turtle was before, the black turtle has long swum leisurely to the lake's middle, using its water gift to catch the tastiest fish and shrimp in the lake. That posture, call it perfectly at ease, and Jin possessing the turtle shell pays no mind at all to the willow's shrilling thoughts from the far side. Just like when she first arrived and sent invitations to talk, the willow treats them as unheard. The willow is only a tree. Though water is essential, it can't run down into the lake to fight a turtle. Besides, it just saw the Tier 2 mutated plant's attacks landing on the black turtle like scratching the turtle's itch. This turtle's defense is monstrous. Unless its own body at close range strikes the turtle's weak point full force, it can't hurt the turtle at all. So, however furious the willow gets, it can only shriek in helpless rage. Jin mind. Come on, come, hit me! You can't land a hit. The tone utterly rotten. If the willow didn't have its own mind-clearing, spirit-calming effect, quickly calming itself, it'd have been provoked into a breakdown. Ancient willow mind. Human, aren't you coveting my body, wanting to recruit a healing type? Mutated plant. Fine, I'll split off a healing branch to follow you now. Stop. A branch's potential and growth ceiling aren't as high as the main body, and its current level will be a tier lower. But healing-type mutated plants are rare, no one minds it being just a branch. But with a shot at the main body, why settle for a branch? Jin wants to seal a bond with a mutated plant. The stronger the plant companion, the higher the strength ceiling, and the more she gains, too. Jin doesn't want to back down. Jin pays it no mind. The black turtle happily eats its fish and shrimp buffet. She drains water, drains fish, and shrimp drains the energy in the air around. The willow. Though she can't tell what it's saying, it feels like it's cursing. The black turtle keeps happily eating and eating. Jin keeps happily draining and draining. Oh, and Bloodvine eats happily too. Cole is busy draining energy as well. The whole household, people and companions, has a certain beauty in not caring whether the willow lives or dies. The lake's water level has dropped 20 centimeters. The energy around gone from Tier 3 to Tier 2, and the willow's spirit collapses, bursting into a wail. Ancient willow mind. Wah wah wah, boo hoo hoo, oh oh oh. Jin, why does this feel like she's bullying a child? Though the 100-year-old willow has lived a century, it only woke its mind recently. And it's always lived deep in the mountains and forest, no contact with the outside world at all. However clever, its temperament is fairly simple. Every kind of emotion hidden not at all. Jin has punched the trunk hard a few times. She ought to soothe it with a few sweet apples too. She doesn't want to make an enemy of this ancient willow after all, but to bond it. Jin mind, follow me. My space has reached Tier 3. From now on I can still absorb energy from outside like this time, keeping the space's energy always high. Absolutely never below the outside average. Follow me and your body in the space will be absolutely safe. A branch can go out to fight with me, nothing to worry about at all. Attack when you want to attack, heal when you want to heal, plus plenty of friends to fight and play with. Well, isn't that far more fun than being alone in these deep mountains and forests? Jinn mind. You're a tree that's woken its mind. This world is so vast, the soil, the water, the sunlight, everywhere, all different. Don't you want to go see Jinn mind? Come with me, little tree. The ancient willow, hearing Jinn lay out trap after trap, painting frame after frame it had never imagined as already moved. Yes, though it's only a tree, who decreed a tree can't travel everywhere. Relying on itself is fairly hard, but finding some human willing to carry it around that seems not unworkable, that final little tree breaks the ancient willow's defenses outright. Because its branches and leaves are lush, its trunk tall, its canopy wide, every creature calls it the big tree. Some mutated beasts and plants that woke their minds even like to call it Grandpa Tree, old ancient one. Boohoo is 100 years so old, but it's only an infant whose mind woke not long ago. Who wants to be grandpa to a pack of other species plants and animals? Know this, the promising elders among their tree kind, living 1,000 years is no problem. The 100-year willow figures it has to live at least 1,000 years to be worth it. Counting by age ratio, it's only 1/10 through a tree's life, about the same as a human child of 10. How is it grandpa already? It's still a baby. Ancient willow. Mind. You called me little tree just now. Could you say it a few more times? Jinn! She only felt this 100-year willow, though not young in years, cries the moment it wants to cry temperament like a child's. So she called it Little Tree, never guessing it would love the name so. Jinn can understand the willow's mood. Everyone woke their minds not long ago who isn't a baby. If the willow likes to play at being young, then indulge it. Jinn mind. Little sapling, adorable little tree, my treasure, come with me. From now on, I'll take fine care of you, find you the nutrient soil you like best, water you, feed you, weed for you, drive off the bugs for you. Ancient willow. Mind I just said I'd absolutely never follow you, boo-hoo-hoo. If I say it and don't keep my word, won't I become a lying tree? Jinn mind, How does this count as a lie? What you just said, set no time limit. You can add a time limit right now. Within half an hour you won't follow me. But after half an hour is fine. As a tree, you've got to go with your own heart. Don't cling to stubborn pride and bring misery on yourself. Ancient willow mind. Oh, you make a lot of sense. Then I'll add a limit within half an hour. I absolutely won't follow you. Ancient willow mind. But I just said I'd rather be gone outside. That space thing of yours doesn't count as outside. Jinn mind. I'm only an ordinary person. Even becoming gifted stretches my lifespan, but it can't compare to you, a tree. When I'm near my end, I'll move you outside, find you a place full of energy to take root. That way, when you live to 1,000, 10,000 years and your life runs out, it still counts as being gone, outside. The willow. Right, she makes a lot of sense. One small human, how could a lifespan compare to a tree like it? It's a tree that wants to live 1,000 years, even 10,000. Traveling with this human a few years, a few decades, counts as enriching a tree's life experience. When it's tired, find a place with beautiful scenery fit for a tree to take root. Ancient willow mind. Then fine, half an hour on, I'll follow you. You've got to absorb plenty of energy. Pack up all the energy here and take it. Don't let me go hungry later. Having decided to follow Jinn, the willow's attitude toward Jinn absorbing energy flips 180 degrees. Absorb it? Go ahead and absorb. Absolutely, don't be shy with it. Take as much as you can carry. Ancient willow mind. Right, I've got some plant and animal friends I'm close with. Want to bring them along too. Is that okay? Like a family of hawks that nested on me, a little squirrel that dug a burrow in me, and the lovely foxtail grass across from me, the cricket that sings so well. This is wanting to bring the whole neighborhood along. But compared to Goldie with her 1,000-odd bees old, Sheldon with his hundreds of descendants, this request of the willows is nothing. Her island space is vast after all. Jinn mind fine. Bring them all. Ancient willow mind right. There's also a koi that loves swimming in my shade. Koi, stop hiding in the mud. Come out. We're going out to play with this human. Jin. This willow seems to have a bit of a social butterfly streak, extroverted temperament, flowers, grass, insects, birds, all its good friends. But this koi even has a name. And seeing her harvest the lake's aquatic life it knew, to find a mud hole to hide in, probably an especially clever fish. Besides, anyone who likes keeping ornamental fish knows koi, and such, are symbols of good luck. Jin, full of anticipation, uses her mind force to carefully scan and probe the mud holes at the lake bed around the willow. Sure enough, in one mud hole she senses a very special fluctuation. That presence seeing itself, found, hides no longer. A koi of mingled red gold and white red dominant is swimming up from the lake bed. The mind force fluctuation on it is actually tier 3 too. But because it's too good at hiding, and Jin and the others are only tier 2, they'd never noticed a tier 3 mutated fish existed in the lake. Jin only found this deeply hidden koi because her mind force boosted by many bonded companions is equivalent to early tier 3+. She searched carefully with direction. Koi mind. This dumb tree only grows rings, no brain, about to sold yourself and that's your business, but you sold me too. Who does a brother like that? Jin. This is a social fish, feels like it won't be easy to lure. Can it really follow her? Right then the Spirit Bestiary reacts again. Companion candidate mutated koi. Affinity water type, luck type. Level tier 3. Skills. Water orb, water arrow, floating water bubble. Luck blessing fortune shifts, new life at the dead end. Bond compatibility 5 stars. Bond success rate 100%. Note. Didn't see it coming, did you? It's actually been watching you in secret all along. Now it's decided you're its future owner. Figures meeting you is the luck god's favor. Its gut says following you means lots of good things ahead. It curses the willow only because it wants to koi mind. This dumb tree without me watching over it, I really can't rest easy. Fine. In a bit, I'll follow this human with you. Right, Willow. I want to seal the bond before you. I want to be the eldest brother. This is a fish under a year old, but it wants to be eldest brother to 100-year ancient willow. Ancient willow mind. Okay, big brother. Koi Jin. Speechless. So long as you two are happy. Confirming that both Koi and Willow are willing to follow her, Jin drops the courtesy and keeps absorbing energy nearby. The lake water she gathers no more of. By Koi's account, the reason this place has especially rich energy is that an energy-gathering stone natural-born sits at the lake bed. A natural energy-gathering stone-born able to draw the surrounding energy to gather. Now this is the good stuff. Jin draws the energy-gathering stone at the lake bed straight into her space. She leaves a little scattered energy-gathering sand so this lake's energy will still be a touch richer than the surroundings later, but won't exceed by much. And the energy-gathering stone Jin draws into her space will let her jade space auto-absorb a small amount of energy from outside without spending mind force to actively absorb. Keeping the space's energy level always a touch above the outside world, Jin puts half the energy-gathering stone in the fountain of the manor she usually stays in, half in the largest lake in the space. That way, whether land or water companions all can be well cared for. And Goldie, her hive in the small forest not far from the manor, can benefit too. From now on, the manor and the lake will be the richest energy spots in the whole island space, all the better for her and her companions to live, cultivate, and level up. Energy-gathering stone gathered next comes the matter of sealing bonds with the new companions. Jin once promised when she reaches Tier 3, she'd bond the bee Goldie first. But right now she hasn't reached Tier 3 yet, and she's already met Tier 3 companions. In other words, she has to rely on the energy fed back from bonding new companions to break through to Tier 3. And Koi and Willow, she'd surely have to bond, one after another. After talking with Goldie, she says she doesn't mind her bond order ranking behind 2 Tier 3 big shots. Nothing for it who told her level to only barely reach mid-Tier 2, now the weakest of the companions. If not for the vast numbers of bees, thousands of little brothers always busy brewing energy honey for their owner, plus her edge of a small body that flies, she might not even have secured a bond slot. Cole, guarding beside her Jin, first seals the companion bond with Koi, advancing smoothly to Tier 3. Then he continues sealing with Willow. Finally, she makes a trip back to this space and bonds Goldie too. So Jin, having advanced to Tier 3 not long ago, finds her 3 companion slots full again. At this, on the Spirit Bestiary's main interface, below the 4 characters of its name, a new reminder appears. From now on, each level up grants only 1 new companion slot, Jin. This gift adjusts itself on a whim too, but companions are prized for quality, not quantity, and if you really count by numbers with Goldie's B brother's old Sheldon's descendants, the companions she can summon are far more than these few bonded ones. After reaching Tier 3, Jin can feel her mind force and constitution greatly enhanced again. And there's a new talent besides life resonance. When she's mortally wounded, she can automatically, through the bond energy, draw life force from her bonded companions to swiftly heal her wounds. Of course, if the foe is strong enough to end her in an instant, say a person blown to pieces outright, there's no time to trigger the 3rd talent, and then nothing can be done. This mortal wound means even a heart or throat stab through can be swiftly healed through the life resonance talent. You could say this is a very domineering talent, lifting Jin's survivability by a great deal. Jin focuses her mind force on the Spirit Bestiary, wondering whether, on reaching Tier 4, she'll wake a new talent again. The result, the reminder below the Spirit Bestiary changes again. From now on, leveling up grants no new talent. After confirming Jin has received this, the reminder bar vanishes fast. As if saying you've already got 3 sky-defying talents, Beast Speech Possession, Life Resonance. Isn't that enough? Want another talent? Keep dreaming. Jin! A little sweat. Why does she feel this Spirit Bestiary is like it has a consciousness of its own, but using mind force to talk to it, she can't get through? Jin can only let it be. She steps out of the island space and smoothly takes Tier 3 Koi into the lake in her space. Willow's a little trickier. Its mother tree is too big, not convenient to pull all the roots up. Jin thinks a moment and lets out old Sheldon of the Water-Earth Affinity, asking whether it can control the soil around Willow and separate it all out. Sheldon mine can do. Owner guaranteed not to hurt a single one of its roots. If not for wanting to bond this willow, the owner wouldn't have found so much energy-gathering stone. From now on, the fish and shrimp in the island lake will climb in level fast too, meaning thanks to Willow, its food later will be tastier. Sheldon really likes this new friend Willow. Even without the energy-gathering stone business, what combat companion could refuse a healing-type companion? As for Koi, everyone's water type, and Sheldon doesn't mind another fish sharing its lake. That's a Koi able to bring good luck. Who could refuse being close to a Koi? So Sheldon helps out with great enthusiasm. First, it finds the most scenic spot on the island lake shore and digs a hole for the Willow's main body. Willow's branch goes in to look around and is quite satisfied with the place too. The tree hole in the space dug it goes back out and pulls the Willow with its enormous root system whole from the soil. Jin's thought stirs and she draws the tree into the big hole by the island lake shore. Sheldon goes in again, controls the soil and fills it back. Busy a good long while Willow's move is done, even its branch finds a fine second spot by the lakeshore to plant down. Normally, Willow only needs to split off a willow branch turned bracelet following at Jin's side to know the situation outside. Left wrist a willow branch bracelet, right wrist a bloodvine bracelet looks utterly natural and eco-friendly. Because she uses the combat-type bloodvine more often, it holds the right wrist spot. Though Willow's wood ability can fight too, only the main body on the field will do. A single willow branch's combat strength is near 0, and its healing ability is actually very small. Following outside, it's mostly there to watch the fun, be a lucky mascot. If Willow's healing ability is truly needed, then first let the little willow that is a branch take the field. The branch's energy isn't enough, and the mother tree's needed, then best to go back to the island space. But the willow essence the willow secretes can be gathered ahead of time, drunk down also with the effect of healing wounds, detox, clearing the mind, and calming the spirit. Moving into the island space, even its familiar neighbors and friends moved in with it. Willow is very happy, actively gifting Jin 3 drops of willow essence. Now at Tier 3, it can only produce 3 drops of willow essence a day. How strong 1 drop of willow essence's healing power is, Willow can't find a way to describe clearly either. In short, it can make a Tier 2 firefox with a broken leg regrow it. Used on a human, roughly the dose has to be raised, but even so, it's already very impressive. Jin decides from now on she'll gather willow essence every day. The little koi, one of its skills is summoning a water bubble that can float in the air. It rides inside the bubble, flying at Jin's side. It has water-type combat strength, can fire water arrows and water orbs. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. But the precondition is enough water around or a fairly damp environment. In a volcano, Koi couldn't bear it, the air too dry, unable to conjure water from nothing. As for combat in water, it's fiercer even than Old Sheldon because its body is far smaller and more nimble than the turtle's. Still, Old Sheldon's strength isn't attack, but defense. Beyond water-type combat, Koi stands out more for its luck ability. After watching Koi show off its water ability, Jin asks it to grant her a luck blessing. Koi mind owner, when we met, I already granted you a luck blessing today. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten the energy gathering stone so smoothly without hitting any snag at all. The energy gathering stone isn't only good for humans, for mutated beasts and plants too. A luck blessing can raise Jin's chance of getting good things and lower her chance of trouble. Besides, a luck blessing's effect shows clearly in probability. 1,000 arrows fired at Jin at once. By rights, she'd surely take a few. But with Koi's luck buff, she can dodge perfectly. Not a single arrow landing. Buying lottery tickets, the win rate would be higher. Act though it's the collapse. Now there are no lottery tickets at all. As for turning fortune around, escaping danger and such, not an active skill but passively triggered only when danger comes. Koi can't cast it actively and can't spell out its exact use either. As the name says, perhaps, when facing a danger it can't handle itself, the chance of receiving outside help rises by a great deal. Jin hopes ideally she'll never have the chance to use these two abilities. But living in the collapse, that's impossible. So thorough preparation is better. Familiar now with the new companion's abilities, Jin calls Cole, who's gathered no small number of peak Tier 2 insects, rats, and venomous ants in the lakeside forest, ready to go regroup with Locke and the others. The military phones Locke left them can show each other's location. Jin and Cole fly the chopper over. Reaching where the team is, they find them fighting an enormous swarm of wild mutated bats. In the cave the mutated bats den in, there's a batch of energy-gathering stone. Not as pure as the stone Jin gathered from the lake bed, but the upside is greater quantity. Only the cave's held by thousands of bats. The energy the stone gathers has to supply many mutated bats absorbing at once, so no Tier 3 mutated beast or plant appeared here before. The mutated bats attack with sound waves and shadow-type energy. After finding the Tier 2 mutated bats can't withstand these people's hot weapons, the bat leader quickly swallows and absorbs the blood and cores of hundreds of lower bats, temporarily breaking through to Tier 3. It commands thousands of Tier 2 bats to fight as one. Mutated bats can fly sound waves wound invisibly. Shadow attacks are clusters of dark energy that move flickering in and out like will-o'-the-wisps, very hard to dodge. Plus, the mutated bats really are far too many, a great hassle to handle. Fortunately, the sound waves aren't too strong, and a small cluster of shadow energy's damage is limited too. Among them are light-type and fire-type gifted, which happen to counter mutated bats. And everyone has a flamethrower they hold on barely. But a few of the weaker ones have ears and nostrils starting to seep crimson. That's the sign of not withstanding the sound waves. And a few others' faces pale, movements far slower than from being hit by shadow energy too many times. Dragonhead's two researchers, without much combat strength, have stayed on the military chopper, not coming down. Fully intact, only Locke and his two capable subordinates remain. Jin and Cole's arrival gladdens everyone. Cole flings out a large-range Mind Force shield. The sound waves are instantly cut off, and the shadow energy takes a while to pierce the invisible shield. Time enough for everyone to dodge. Cole then summons the tamed Inkling and its brood of little snakes, sweeping the low-tier bats clean. The Dragon Corps members all breathe easier, never guessing Cole's Mind Gift defense ability could be this strong. Jin sweeps her arm up and Husky appears. Gusts of whirlwind steer fireballs harvesting mutated bats in the air. Husky doesn't often get to play with fire this freely. It bounds, leaps, runs wild. That killing power stronger even than Dragonclaw's fire-type and light-type gifted combined? Husky loves demolishing houses, but when it demolishes an enemy's beast foe's home, it's a real thrill. Soon, the mutated bat swarm is nearly wiped out by everyone's combined effort. The bat leader is taken down by Jin's crossbow, but before Jin struck, Locke had already knocked it to half strength. The remaining bats aren't many. Seeing their leader gone, they scatter in a hurry. No longer daring to fight over the cave with the energy-gathering stone. The energy-gathering stone in the cave, of course, becomes the spoils. Since the quantity is enough, everyone who fought gets a share by effort put in, Jin and Cole included. Jin doesn't refuse, takes it. Later she can set it in the planting and livestock zones so she and her land companions eat a little better. Cole's space isn't large, no need to deliberately gather energy in one spot. He'd meant to give the energy-gathering stone to Jin, but Jin declines, telling him to keep it himself. This thing can be used out in the world too. Carried on his person, the energy around will be a touch richer than others. Cole, seeing his sister already at Tier 3, feels the urgency too, not wanting to become the one dragging her down, so he keeps it. He quietly resolves to work even harder. Before Jin and Cole came, Locke and the others had explored 2 spots with fairly rich energy. The Bat Cave is the third. At the 2 earlier spots, they'd found a little energy-gathering stone too. At the 4th spot with fairly rich energy. After the Dragon Corps members check carefully, they find no energy-gathering stone here. But just what causes the energy here to be richer than elsewhere? Dragonhead's 2 researchers gathered many samples and found no result at all. Jin, big brother, look at this weed. Is it a little different from the same grass elsewhere? Near its base, it's a touch purple. Dragonhead's 2 researchers hearing this look over curious too. They find the thing Jin's holding is the most common roadside weed. Truly, as she said, aside from the base being a touch purple, no different from other weeds. Researcher, huh? I haven't tested this grass yet. Researchers asked. Me neither. Why didn't it occur to me to test it? The 2 look at each other and immediately take out lab tools, starting to test this most common weed. Cole. This grass's base has a special extra component. You'd have to analyze it with instruments to know. The 2 researchers use instruments to test and analyze. Cole doesn't join in further. Cole mind. Jin, did you find something? Jin nods and tells Cole her finding by mind force. She learned this grass's properties through the 3-star bond candidate page the Spirit Bestiary flagged. This is a grass able to absorb violent energy, refine and release pure energy, collectively called purifying grass. It can filter out the violent factor in the air's energy, lowering the violent factor content in the air. It's not a fixed species of grass. Any weed, so long as its base has this purifying ability, can be called purifying grass. Purifying grass's energy-gathering effect is far weaker than the energy-gathering stone, but the upside is greater numbers, and it can be planted further, regenerating without limit. If purifying grass can spread widely, then, once the air's energy is purified, ordinary people won't succumb to violent energy's invasion and turn infected, even bitten or scratched by the infected and infected with the Z virus. Perhaps they could rely on purifying grass to purify the excess violent factor in the body. Only after Dragonhead's researchers study this purifying grass with instruments they find its current purifying effect is too slow. Unless purifying grass grows as plentiful as weeds everywhere, or its level rises several tiers, or a dozen-odd acres worth of purifying grass is refined and concentrated into 1 bottle of purifying serum, only then could it suppress a lightly Z-virus-infected person from turning infected further. For now, none of this is practical. They simply don't have enough purifying grass. But finding purifying grass that clearly suppresses the violent energy factor and resists the Z-virus is always a good thing. Whether expanding the scale of planting or raising the level of the grass, given time it can be done. This finding matters greatly. Jin worries the researchers can't study the grass's properties thoroughly in the short term, won't value it enough. She thinks, then tells Locke the purifying grass information by mind force. Locke knows Jin's gift can talk not only to mutated beasts, but to some mutated plants too. Sometimes, her grasp of mutated plants is more detailed even than a plant expert's. Locke immediately values this purple-based purifying grass, wishing he could dig up all the grass and soil in this valley and haul it back to base. Fortunately, their team has wood-type and earth-type gifted. Packing up this grass is easy enough. After testing purifying grass placed in a time stasis storage space and taken out after a while doesn't lose its vitality, and its energy refining property doesn't vanish either. Transport becomes simple too. At the 5th spot, with rich energy, they find a large amount of purifying grass again. The Dragon Corps members finish the scouting mission and head back with spoils packed full. Thank you. Without your reminder, we'd never have found. This weed holds such marvelous use. In the several time resets before, purifying grass had never appeared. That's because the earlier times Jin died when the full collapse began. This time, though, Jin has risen her gift, powerful across the board, as if she poured the talent points of 8 or 9 lifetimes into this one. Jin truly has handed him surprise after surprise, delight after delight. Wait until purifying grass spreads widely, perhaps the end of this collapse won't be far off. And with the air already brimming with pure energy, they could absorb energy from the air directly, no longer relying on infected cores, mutated beast and plant cores, refined through many methods to over 90% purity before use in cultivation. At first, Locke had braced for 5 years, 8 years, 10 years of fighting like past lives. He knows this final time reset, with so much preparation from before their growth, will be far faster. By the prophecy-type gifted's prediction, the final battle may come sooner 3 years out. But it's not only humanity preparing. Their outside enemies will gain more trump cards too. Locke always has a sense of urgency. He worries 3 years is too short, human gifted still not grown strong enough. At the same time, he worries 3 years is too long. 3 years on the outside, enemy grown to a degree humanity can't withstand. This is the final time reset. They cannot fail again. Now on this small purifying grass, or rather on Jin, he sees for the first time humanity's hope of victory. Jin doesn't know Locke pins such hope on her. She feels she found the purifying grass because little Koi's luck blessing took effect. Jin, it's nothing. I just got lucky, right, Locke? Next time you go out on a dangerous mission, or a gathering mission, remember to give me a shout. Little Koi is tier 3 now. It can grant a luck blessing to 3 people a day. She and Cole surely have to take a slot each. Besides her brother, the one Jin's closest with, is Locke. She could share Koi's luck blessing with him once too. Locke is the one in charge of their Dragon Claw, even Dragon Core, even all of North Haven. Locke lucky getting more good things, and their whole base, even other bases, could catch the benefit. Jin has always been clear her being strong alone isn't enough. Everyone must progress together, so there's more strength to resist the outside enemy later. Jin's gut tells her at Locke's level he surely knows of the outside enemy's existence too. Locked. You really are lucky. From now on, dangerous missions or gathering missions, I'll form a fixed team with you. Jin's current luck seems traded with the misfortune of several past lives. Fortunately, in the end, this time she too is favored by the luck goddess. Cole. So, shouldn't you bring me along too? Jin. That depends on whether you've got some important research mission. Mine type is strong in combat and defense, and hugely helpful in research too, able to observe minutely many things others miss. How to make purifying grass refine more efficiently, level up faster, whether the purity property can be copied and transferred to other mutated plants. These experiment projects are ones Cole and Dragonhead's 2 researchers just laid out, each topic vital. Cole is very interested in these topics too. He's told everyone at Dragonhead they must let him in when researching them. There are many good at fighting at defense, but those with talent in research are rare, so Cole likely won't take part in many of the coming missions out. Cole shoots Locke a resentful glance and falls silent. That evening, back at the villa, Cole asks Jin privately. Jin, you've got feelings for Locke, don't you? Q. Jin, you've got feelings for Locke, don't you? Jin, why would you think that he and I are pure teammates? Big brother, why is your head full of all this romance stuff? Cole, maybe he really is overthinking. Over the month and more after Jin keeps forming a fixed team with Locke for high danger or gathering missions. Cole, meanwhile, spends most of his time buried in the lab, doing deep research on purifying grass with Dragonhead's researchers. Now and then he'll go out on a mission with them too, but the main aim of going out is to test the effect and improvement of various special environments on purifying grass. Beyond wiping out the infected and gathering supplies, the whole of North Haven's greatest task is planting purifying grass. Today, Cole sees Jin back from a mission out. He comes to the lab to find her sharing happily. Quay, Jin, the purple river water you and Locke brought back last time can give many ordinary mutated plants the purity property too. This is a major breakthrough. Where'd you find that purple river water? Can we get more? Jin knows how important purifying grass is. You could call it the Z-virus's bane. Purifying grass will spread across the earth one day. Still speaking of this purple river water, Jin. It was when Locke and I went into some cave looking for energy-gathering stone and accidentally fell into an underground cavern, found an underground river with purple water, a great deal of it. This mission out was to scout that underground river situation thoroughly. No small number of new surprising finds. At the time, little Koi said it felt something odd about that cave. Clearly a cave near no lake or river yet, with a faint trace of water vapor. Jin investigated the source of the cave's vapor and carelessly fell into a very hidden pit. For her safety, Locke actively jumped down after her. Speaking of which, after the two fell into the underground cavern together, an unexpected thing happened besides. The mind force Jin cast out swept the underground cavern as fairly high at the very bottom black-purple river water. With fairly deep river water to cushion Jin falling, wouldn't die. She can swim. But that watercolor, who wouldn't fear it on sight? What if it were poisonous? Right then, the blood vine was evolving to Tier 3. Jin didn't want to drain its strength, hadn't let it split off, letting it evolve in this space. The willow branch's growth speed and ability to climb the surrounding cliff aren't that strong. The summoned companions could only fall freely with her. Goldie could fly, but its body's too small, it could only tug at her hem. In that hair's breadth moment, what Jin thought of was ducking into the island space. But Locke, afraid she'd meet misfortune, had jumped down after Jin couldn't look only to her own safety and abandon a teammate. Through their time together, Jin understands Locke's character. Not only is he strong, he has a benevolent heart, doing all he can to make everyone better off. Perhaps this ties to his grandfather and uncle both being military and himself once thrown into special forces 2 years. Jin isn't that noble, she only wants to protect herself and her brother, so she doesn't dare show many trump cards before other teammates. But for someone like Locke, it's hard not to admire him. So suspecting the river water poisonous, her first thought was ducking into the island space to escape danger. Her second, that she couldn't abandon a teammate and risk him alone. And so her mind force surged, sweeping Locke several yards away in the air, into the island space along with her. Her biggest trump card exposed before another. After entering the island space, Locke was at first shocked she truly had a space that could hold people. And its area so vast, its energy half a tier higher than outside. But he was very sensible, immediately swearing not to tell a soul what he'd seen and heard today. And actively revealing to Jin that he'd never used his time gift before others. Jin had known this long ago, but that was through her transmigrator memory, not the same as Locke willingly telling her. This also meant Locke trusted her deeply too. Locke himself has a jade space that can hold supplies, only it can't hold people. Meeting danger, he can also rely on pausing the time around himself to preserve his life. The kind where other people and things can't move, but he can. Just now, if Jin hadn't acted faster than thought, sweeping him into the island space with her mind force, Locke too had noticed the underground river's strange color, ready to pause the time around himself and Jin. Locke himself has a jade space that can hold supplies. He was ready to instantly pull an open-top inflatable boat from his storage space and steer it by mind force to fling below them. If he'd done so, they'd have fallen onto the inflatable boat on the river's surface, not straight into the underground river. But he's only Tier 3 now. Pausing time within a 1-yard radius of himself, he can manage 30 seconds. Together with Jin, 5-6 yards off, he'd have to multiply the time freeze zone several times over, and the pause would shrink to just 5 seconds. In so short a time, Locke really wasn't fully certain he could precisely find the never-used inflatable boat hidden deep in his storage space and speed its fling below the two of them. By comparison, in a crisis, Jin's island space is still better duck in and it's absolutely safe. Surely there's a touch of envy, but the thought of seizing it, none at all. Locke speaks very sincerely. Jin, the space's owner, can feel that Locke, the outsider, holds no malice toward her at all. Only then does she fully set her heart at ease. She even takes Locke on a tour of her upscale villa complex with its 90-odd mobile villas. Looks like, from now on, my base management and I have to prepare more good things to trade you for these mobile villas. Locke wants these mobile villas not for himself, But for the base, the function of dropping an energy core in a villa's cellar to preserve things is very practical. But for Locke, who has a space, this function is nice to have, no loss without. Jin, sure, so long as you offer a fair price. I have to feed so many companions. The cost really is a bit high. To make companions evolve fast, none left behind, it's not enough to have just enough energy. You also need certain special high-grade resources suited to each. Jin has no small number of common resources in hand, but high-grade resources can't meet each companion's cultivation needs, especially the evolution resources for space-type Snowbell and lightning-type Bolt, less common affinities very hard to find. Northaven's willingness to trade resources with her is a mutually beneficial thing. No wonder her space holds so many mobile villas. She alone could never use them all. Perhaps it's precisely to prepare for trading for the many high-grade resources her companions need. After that, Jin and Locke explore the underground river together by inflatable boat. Still to keep their Dragonclaw teammates outside exploring other areas from worrying the two don't linger at the underground river too long. After confirming the underground river water isn't poisonous, in fact very good for the human body, the two gather no small number of samples, then head out first. As for how they got out of the underground river, relying on Little Koi's ability to sense the density of water vapor in the air, they found another safe, easy-to-walk exit. This time exploring the underground river they went in through that entrance. Cole, hurry, and tell me, what new finds did you two make this time? Seeing Jin's expression, Cole knows his sister has surely found something he'd care about greatly. Otherwise, after finishing a mission out, she wouldn't come find him at Dragonhead's lab before he clocks off for the villa in the evening. Jin, big brother, one of your important research topics is wanting higher-grade purifying grass, or rather, purity plants, right? Ta-da! Look what this is. As she speaks, Jin pulls a large bag of purple moss still clinging with a little soil from her space like presenting a treasure, and a large barrel of purple seaweed soaking in water. Both moss and seaweed are purple, and unlike the purifying grass they found in the wild, all Tier 1, the lab-cultivated purifying grass barely raised to Tier 2 by various methods, this moss and seaweed are both Tier 3 plants. Without any combat strength, only able to absorb violent energy, refining the violent factor especially fast. The moment Cole sees these two, it's like picking up treasure. He tucks them straight into his own space, and without a word, dashes into the lab. Jin, big brother, wait, you don't have much of the purple river water left, right? Let me get you some more too. This is Cole's personal restroom with no surveillance camera. Cole leads Jin straight into his own space. After absorbing a great deal of energy from the air and from Jade Cole's space, has expanded several times over too. Now it's over 15 acres. Though it can't compare to Jin's island space, it's plenty for his use. Jin has old Sheldon use its earth gift to quickly dig a large pit for a water reservoir. Then she releases the purple river water she'd gathered into the island space, until it fills the basketball court-sized reservoir before them. Jin, there's plenty more in my space. Tell me when you've used it up. Cole, sure. Out of the space, he grabs the 2 plants Jin gave him and dashes into the lab. Jin shakes her head. Leaving the lab building at the entrance, she runs into Locke, coming from another direction. Having just found so many Tier 3 purity plants, Locke of course gathered no small number too, and just handed them to the Dragonhead captain. Jin considering that her brother joined Dragonhead not long ago, if he waited for the Dragonhead captain to hand out lab materials, the amount he'd get might not be much, slipped him some on the side. Some experiments aren't convenient to run outside. Cole can run them in his private space. After all, in this space with no violent energy factor at all, perhaps the results would differ. But the Dragonhead captain doesn't know Cole has a space for planting, so the lab materials needed are especially plentiful, only Jin can help him get them. Locke guesses a little, but doesn't stop her. On the contrary, he helps Jin cover before the other Dragonclaw members when she gathers a large amount of Tier 3 plants and purple river water into her space. She keeps feeling that after these 2 recent missions, her relationship with Locke has grown far closer. Perhaps it's because they share a little secret. Jin and Locke, keepers of a shared secret. The base made home, the household grown to 9, and a secret kept between 2. You've seen your brother go rest. You've been running missions non-stop. You must be tired. Speaking of tired, aren't you more tired than me? Are you heading to the villas now? Locke shakes his head. I'm going to see my uncle and check whether he's got anything you need over there. The top gifted in the civilian population are recruited by Locke's Dragon Corps, but the top gifted in the military have always been managed by his uncle. When there's good stuff, both sides trade on a regular schedule. Jin's eyes light up. Great, go on, I need... Locke doesn't wait for her to finish. Space type, lightning type, wind type, anything that could help your companions break through to Tier 3. I understand. If they've got it, I'll definitely get it for you. Jin smiles. Then I'll trouble you. Locke sees the girl's bright smile and on instinct answers with a mild smile of his own. He lifts a hand, meaning to ruffle Jin's hair, but with his hand already up, he feels the gesture too intimate and switches to rubbing his own nose instead. No need to stand on ceremony with me. We're good friends. Jin returns to the villa. After washing up, lying in bed ready to rest, she suddenly recalls that exchange at the lab entrance. Just as Locke finished saying good friends, a middle-aged woman researcher happened to walk by one of the lab's deputy directors. Seeing them, she asked surprised, Captain Locke, you and Jin are dating? Why didn't you tell us I was even planning to find a chance to introduce my student to you? Good thing I didn't get around to it. At the time, Jin was baffled. She and Locke stood a yard apart, looking nothing like an intimate pair. How did they get mistaken for a couple of... The key thing was, right then, Locke sent her a thought. Jin, help me, block the unwanted attention. Then he answered the middle-aged researcher calmly. Auntie Chu Jin and I are still getting to know each other. My personal affairs don't need you to worry over. Though he said not yet settled, his tone clearly carried the meaning that we do have feelings for each other, currently in the ambiguous stage, more than friends, not quite lovers. For some reason, Jin didn't speak up to explain either. Maybe it's that she and Locke really have been close lately, so on instinct, she went along with his words. Once the middle-aged researcher left, Locke said, This Auntie Chu is famous for her matchmaking. She once tried to set me up with her niece, a doctor. Though I refused, she just switched to someone else. She figured the ones she introduced weren't quite a match. Locke apologized. Sorry, saying that just now might make people misunderstand you and me. And it blocked your potential suitors, too. Jin's answer at the time was, It's fine. It's the collapse now. I'm not thinking about personal romance for the moment. Speaking of which, you counted as a shield for me, too. Call it helping each other out. Because of Jin's standout looks, plus her formidable companions, she has no small number of pursuers in the base. Only she spends all day with the Dragonclaw members, and her attitude toward strangers is fairly cold and distant. The men interested in her rarely dare hover in front of her. Among the Dragonclaw members, there also seem to be 2 young men who like to steal glances at her. Only seeing her always act alone with Locke, they figured she and Locke have feelings for each other, and reckoning their own strength no match for hers or Locke's, they didn't dare confess. Letting Locke be her public shield really could cut some unnecessary trouble. Once Locke confirmed she wasn't upset, he told her to rest well, then left to find his uncle. On the soft, comfortable big bed, Jin hugs Snowbell, taking a deep sniff of the fluffy cat belly. Snowbell mews and shifts to a comfier pose, letting her owner scratch under her chin. Jin strokes the cat now and then, but her mind isn't on it at all, and she's not sleepy. She keeps feeling Locke doesn't simply see her as a shield. Could he have some feelings for her too? Maybe she's overthinking. Before, Jin truly hadn't weighed the matter of personal romance. If they can't resist the outside enemy, humanity, will all perish. Where's the time to talk of love? Now her thinking has changed. Precisely because it might be only a few years before humanity perishes, having lived 2 lives. She's never once been in love too great a loss. And when it comes down to it, Locke is handsome, of fine character, strong in ability, a very fit dating prospect. She suddenly recalls how over a month ago, Cole asked whether she had feelings for Locke. At the time, she swore up and down that she and Locke were pure teammates. Now she feels her face heat a little. Jin goes into the space and has the willow use its mind-clearing skill on her. The tangled thoughts swept from her head. Before long, Jin drifts off to sleep. Elsewhere, after Locke and his Uncle Hale finish talking, Hale suddenly changes the subject. Just now I heard old Wang at the lab say you and that Jin girl in your Dragonclaw squad are dating. Locke. Auntie Chu loves gossip. He knew she'd tell others. He just didn't expect the word to reach his uncle's ears in so little time. And he clearly told Auntie Chu still getting to know each other. How did it become him and Jin dating by the time it reached his uncle? Locke's head throbs a little. He only realized recently that he has feelings for the girl a bit different from before. His feelings have only just budded. He really can't call them deep yet. But living so long past life included, it's the first time anyone stirred his heart. Once Locke settled his own feelings, he isn't the hesitant type. He thinks first, get the person into his bowl, before the girl too excellent gets snatched by someone else. The girl doesn't seem to understand love yet. He could borrow the pretext of being each other's shield, spend more time alone with her, slowly boiled a frog in warm water. But he hasn't even won her over yet, and the word's already out. His planning wasn't thorough. He'll have to apologize to the girl again later. Locke rubs his brow. No, I haven't won her over yet. Hale takes a sip of tea and mocks with a laugh. Oh, you're useless. Locke. I think that Jin girl's not bad. Maybe she doesn't like your type. How about I introduce her to your cousin? Locke. His cousin Dane Hale runs the Special Forces Strength type and Steel type gifted, also excellent. 4 years older than Locke, 28 this year. Locke says, I'm 24, Jin's only 19. Having feelings for her, I already feel like an old ox grazing tender grass. A bit beastly, don't dare be too direct. Isn't cousin too old? Besides, cousin's dark and huge like a bear. Jin definitely wouldn't like that rough type. Locke has always admired and respected his cousin Dane. Unlike Locke, who only went to the army 2 years to sharpen his survival skills, and is more interested in business, Dane is truly devoted to country and people, a Special Forces soldier worthy of the name. Romance isn't absent for Dane, but it holds a very small place in his heart. If Jin were with him, who knows how many days would pass without her seeing him once? Stepping into his father's office, Dane hears his cousin calling him too old, rough. Little Locke, it's been a while since we sparred, hasn't it? Care to go around on the training ground? Thanks to his large frame, greater strength, and always keeping up high-intensity combat and fitness training, in recent years, Dane and Locke's private spars run about 6 to 4. He takes 6. Locke is far more nimble good with technique. His 2 years in the army, he could go toe-to-toe with Dane, with the potential to become a soldier king. But this kid, though talented, has his heart elsewhere, doesn't stick with long-term training, so his combat naturally falls off. Oddly enough, after the collapse came, everyone got busy, and it's been a long while since they sparred. Locke says, gloomy cousin, you know my gift is pain multiplication. Now I'm tier 3. When I go all out, it's 10 cubed, meaning strength and pain both amplified 1,000 times. I throw one punch, and unless the one hit is also tier 3, and especially good at defense, the foe vanishes on the spot. Normally dealing with enemies, he only raises strength and pain sensation 10 to 50 times because that's enough. If he truly goes all out, he can only throw one punch and he needs to quickly replenish the purest energy after, or he'll fall into a weakened state. That weak point, he doesn't need to tell others. His uncle and cousin are family, know the weight of it, and won't leak his true strength. That way, they understand his power better. When they meet infected mutated beasts, mutated plants, hard to handle, they can hand them straight to him, instead of sacrificing the lives of many ordinary fighters. Hale says astonished, well now this kid's been holding back. At tier 2, you only use 10-fold amplification. I thought at tier 3 you'd raise it a few dozen times at most. Dane, why is this kid's gift climbing so unreasonably like it's been fed chemical fertilizer? Beating a little brother really has to be done early. Wait till the kid grows up and he won't win anymore. Dane calmly changes the subject. I hear your squad found an underground river with no small amount of good stuff inside. There aren't many missions needing me personally lately. One of these days, let's go explore that underground river. One more thing. If you like the girl, be quick. I've no interest in romance, won't compete with you, but that doesn't mean others won't. Jin rests a day at the base. Early the next morning, Dragonclaw again posts the Underground River Exploration Mission. The underground river is vast, with a large amount of purple river water and purple plants able to suppress violent energy. This will surely become the key site they explore next. But a little different from the previous exploration mission, they must split into 2 small teams. And not only Dragon Corps' Dragon Claw members take part. The military side too, no small number of Tiger Claw members will join. The elite-most force of the two special gifted squads will form a vanguard team in charge of deep exploration. The rest will explore the middle and outer areas. At 9 a.m., Locke calls Jin to explain the mission and asks whether she wants to join the vanguard with him. If he didn't know Jin has an island space to duck into in a crisis, Locke would absolutely never call Jin into this dangerous unknown mission. Even though she's one of the base's top powers, most of Jin's strength comes from her bonded companions. However fast her communication with companions, it needs a little reaction time. What if a companion's reaction is half a beat slow? In a crisis, even a 0.1 second delay can end the life. Jin's own strength isn't bad, but her defense is a touch weaker. But knowing Jin has the island space as a trump card, Locke won't hold back from letting her take the risk out of worry. Jin thinks a moment. Her gift can't stay hidden forever unused. She asks, "Are the other Vanguard members trustworthy?" Locke gets her meaning. Meeting an extreme crisis, she might use her trump card ducking into the space. Locke says the Vanguard's small character absolutely guaranteed, strength also top tier in the base. If you decide to join, besides you and me, there's Zed, who you often see. Before the collapse. Zed was Locke's driver and bodyguard, before that his teammate and second in command. Locke saved his life. He hurt his leg, no longer fit to stay in the army, all his family gone. What weighs on him most is repaying his life-saving benefactor. So he's stayed by Locke's side as driver and bodyguard. Even when Locke said he'd open a security company for him, make him CEO, Zed refused, saying he's alone. One full belly means the whole family's fed. What's the use of making so much money? He insisted on staying by Locke's side. In short, a man who knows gratitude. Zed woke an ice gift before the collapse and a second light gift after all, thanks to Locke giving him no small amount of the pure energy plants Jin provided. Zed's gift is truly useful for exploring the underground river. Even carrying flashlights only meets basic lighting needs. Against some mutated beast and plants long dwelling in darkness, ordinary light has little suppressive effect. But a light gift carrying energy and damage is different. And when a fight's needed in the underground river, the endless river water greatly aids Zed's ice gift. On many prior missions, Locke charged at the front himself, always leaving Zed at the rear to look after Jin more. Zed doesn't know Jin has many trump cards. Seeing a fairly strong attack, figuring she might not dodge it, he'd block in front of her himself, and got hurt not lightly once because of it. After Jin gave Zed a drop of willow essence to heal his wound fast and solemnly asked that in future such situations he needn't shield her. She has her own means. Zed agreed, but clearly wore a "next time I'd still dare" look. He'll absolutely obey Locke's orders. In short, Zed really is trustworthy. Locke continues. Besides Zed, there's my cousin Dane Hale, and his trusted second, Sky Shu, the two strongest in the military special forces squad. Jin has heard Locke mention Dane, captain of North Haven's military special forces squad. He risks his life even more than Locke on dangerous missions and rests even less. Many S-rank dangerous missions. So long as he has time, he'd never push on to Dragon Corps. A soldier like that is absolutely trustworthy. And even with his cousin Locke, whose strength he knows well is very strong, he's caring and protective, charging ahead himself when danger comes. Even knowing she has a jade space to hide in, he'd absolutely never form a mind to seize it. At most, on dangerous missions, he might want to bring her along to ensure the team's survival rate. As for Dane's second Sky, Jin doesn't know her well, but someone Dane trusts so is surely of good character. Locke introduces Dane's and Sky's gifts to Jin. Dane is Strength type and Steel type. Sky is a mutated Shadow type. She can not only control shadow energy, she can turn intangible for a short time to dodge attacks. Very useful for exploring the dark underground river. Pausing, Locke suddenly reveals a secret. Sky's liked my cousin for ages. That rotten log has no clue. You can rest easy about her too. So long as she still wants to be my sister-in-law, she'll absolutely have no ill designs on you. Jin, didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Locke. Locke isn't the type to meddle. In others' romance, he's always respectful, blessing, not intervening much. But his uncle's half-joking words that Jin might not like his type, wanting to introduce his cousin to her, still displeased Locke. Introduce what you... He has to seize this underground river trip to get his cousin off the market first. Cousin has no clue. Then he'll help him and Sky make more chances to be alone. So Locke has even prepared 10 vials of a strong potency draft, made by chance by some Dragonhead researcher during their work. This potency draft is marvelous so long as you feel a little distaste toward the other's behavior. It won't have a potency effect, but a strength boost effect instead. Put simply, Dane is already a strength type gifted, boosted further so long as he truly doesn't like Sky. His body having no reaction at all, he could easily push her off. However strong Sky's commanding elder sister heir, she's still a girl, her strength not especially great. Could she really do anything to him? If Dane truly has a fondness for Sky too, then this draft will amplify that fondness without limits so strong he can't ignore it or lie to himself. But out of respect for Sky, Locke won't directly use this draft on the two of them. He plans to find a chance to give the draft to Sky, explain its effect, then tell her that his uncle wants to introduce a match for his cousin, and let her decide whether to use it. Locke figures with his cousin's intelligence and shrewdness, there's no way he's wholly unaware of Sky's feelings. If he had no interest in her at all, he'd have moved her to Squad 2 long ago, not always kept her in Squad 1. Not saying it outright is only because the collapse came the future unclear, still not fit to talk of love. Both are the type who value duty, even if they liked someone, they'd hide it deep. Because there's still the country countless people needing their protection. So even romance, which might waste time and scatter focus, they don't dare think about. Afraid, too, that after saying it, if the unexpected happens and one of them is lost, the other would find it even harder to bear. But now the hardest infected have nearly all been cleared. Cities across the homeland have finished building safe bases and phone communication systems basically restored, only the internet still down. Even ordinary people without gifts can rely on various methods to avoid being hunted by the small number of ordinary infected left. The situation's pressing but not so urgent. Not so urgent they haven't a moment for private talk. Dane has worked over 2 months straight without a single good night's sleep. From a humane standpoint, he's carrying out the underground river exploration, a mission of very high importance, but not too great danger. Doing a little flirting on the side is perfectly doable. Didn't he just hear his uncle the base's high leader starting to want to introduce him a match? This counts as receiving approval from superiors and elders to go ahead and date. In short, Dane absolutely has to date. Jin had no idea that when Locke called her talking business, his head was still full of thoughts on how to sell out a potential rival, his own cousin. All because of guarding against the chance Jin might take an interest in Dane, the most excellent person in the base besides himself. As for Zed, no threat at all. Zed's spring has come too lately. He's fallen for a Dragonhead woman researcher, and has shown that girl his attentions many times. Jin knows this well. Jin smiles. So Locke cares about this kind of thing too? Fine then. I formally agree to join the vanguard. Locke has a whole heap of wicked schemes churning inside, but on the surface stays upright and mild. Then rest a bit more. Don't eat lunch carelessly. Have something good. 1 p.m. Gather at the base's A1 airfield. We set out on time. At 12:40 I'll call to remind you to head out. Sure, Locke. You mind your health too. And you don't need to call to remind me I've got the time down. Locke says properly, it's fine, this is my responsibility as captain. Jin can't well stop him, or it'd be like she won't let him be a responsible captain. Hanging up, Jin rubs Lolt's ears and shrieks with excitement. I really feel Locke's tone with me is especially gentle and patient. Could it be he's flirting with me? Bolt's ear fur is about rubbed off. Helpless, it pulls a fresh Tier 3 carrot from its little space. As for the large stock of Tier 1 carrots from before, it minded them taking up too much room, and long ago had Jin bring them to North Haven's canteen, trading for a few Tier 2 lightning cores. Bolt says wisely, Boss, you're definitely lovesick. If you've taken a fancy to that two-legged fellow, just go grab him. If he won't listen, trick him into the space. In the space, you're the master, and then whatever you want him to do, he'll do it. Guaranteed, he could scream himself hoarse, and no one could save him. Ever since getting its own tablet, Bolt often watches shows Jin downloaded before for fun, and has offered a very Hooligan suggestion. Jin's face darkens. She snatches Bolt's favorite carrot away and says annoyed, I let you watch TV so you'd learn more about human society. How'd you learn only garbage? Bolt. What's garbage about this? In their rabbit world, it's very common. If you like someone, charge right up and issue an invitation to make baby rabbits. Otherwise, how would rabbits' reproductive ability be so mighty? Snowbell leisurely eating dried fish mocks owners being bashful. This dumb rabbit understands nothing of human dignity. Owner, how about this? You don't want to pull him into the space to do this and that, so make more chances outside for him to do this and that with you. The shows say this is called walking into the net yourself. Snowbell, you shut it too. From now on, you two spend more time cultivating, less watching TV. Snowbell and Bolt? Companions too clever isn't a good thing either. She can only count herself lucky Locke doesn't understand beast speech. Otherwise, her improper designs on him plus her frequent fantasy that he likes her would be wholly exposed. Before long, the Underground River team sets out again. The small military chopper Jin rides is piloted by Zed. Jin, Locke, Dane, and Sky all sit in the rear cabin. The rear cabin's been modified seats on both sides 60 centimeters apart, facing the aisle center by default when not fighting, convenient for talking directly with teammates across the way. When fighting, they can rotate freely 180 degrees to face the windows. A fairly roomy aisle in between. This is to accommodate gifted bringing their mutated companions. However, right now, besides Jin, no one else has a mutated companion. And Jin, aside from the willow-left bloodvine right on her wrists, has her other companions stored in the space. They don't like the noise when a chopper takes off. The Dragon and Tiger squad members sit one to each side. Before boarding a chopper, if there were same-gender members, Jin would instinctively find one preferring to sit beside them. When the chopper's aloft, it sometimes meets flocks of infected birds or mutated birds with strong attack drive. Though the chopper runs on cores with energy guns and energy cannons designed to handle these beasts fast, the chopper can't avoid shaking mid-fight. Sitting beside a same-gender person, no worry that mid-fight, if the body sways too hard, it'd brush against the opposite gender person beside her. But now Jin knows Jin likes Dane, and she herself seems to have feelings for Locke, so naturally she can't keep following her old habit. Sky has no intention of sitting on her side either, her gaze often drifting unconsciously to Dane beside her. Sure enough, liking someone sometimes can't be hidden. The one in it is lost. The one outside sees clear. As for Dane, he's using his steel gift to make a gun, seemingly unaware of Sky's gaze. Jin carefully turns her head, glancing at Locke, only to find he's just looked at her too. Their eyes suddenly meet. Jin calmly finds a topic. Locke, hope this time we won't get attacked by a bird flock like last time. She absolutely can't admit she was stealing a glance at him. Wait. When she stole a glance at him, he was looking at her too. Why should she feel guilty? Locke smiles. Forgot already today. We haven't used Koi yet. Through many tests, Jin found Koi's luck blessing lasts a day, true, but not 24 hours. Rather, whenever the blessing starts, it auto-expires at midnight that night. The later the blessing begins, the touch stronger the luck it grants. At 12:40, when Locke called to remind her to gather, he'd said ahead of time, Koi's ability to save it until they enter the middle stretch of the Underground River, the area they hadn't explored the two prior times, then use it. And use it on the three of them, Jin, Locke, and Sky. Jin doesn't ask why not use it on cousin Dane. Maybe Locke has some special thought, or maybe it's out of concern that Sky has only a single gift and is a girl. Jin suddenly recalls, so long as there's no Koi luck blessing, every chopper trip meets a few waves of infected birds, or mutated birds attacking on their own. Sure enough, not long after the chopper climbs high, they meet the first wave of infected birds. Zed gives the warning and everyone in the rear cabin goes alert, working the energy gun and energy cannon controls on their seats, borrowing outside mind force to aim. Having agreed each person's zone ahead of time, there's no monster-stealing squabble. With Mind Force as a cheat tool, the energy guns firing at infected birds hit near every shot. Aside from a few infected birds with mutated speed or especially strong defense needing several shots, basically no big problem. Only when hit by the infected bird's various gifts, even with the chopper's energy shield researched by Dragonhead and Tigerhead scientists, It can't avoid shaking, swaying left and right, up and down. Sometimes it can even be spun 360 degrees. This time it isn't spun that hard, but it's tipped past 90 degrees a few times. Jin's body several times leans without meaning to against Locke beside her. When there are many seats, preferring to sit tight against a teammate is for the case a safety belt loosens. The teammate beside can pull you back in time, help steady the body. On past missions, Jin has never sat tight against Locke. She doesn't know the others well, and the Dragon Squad's women aren't many. Most of the time, one side of her was a woman member, the other Locke. Of course, if her brother were present too, it wouldn't fall to Locke. But before, even with bodies leaning together, Jin wouldn't think much of it. This time, though, she notices her body leaning against Locke. Even through 2 layers of combat suit, she still feels like she's taking advantage of him, and quickly uses the safety belt to sit up straight, steadying herself, waiting for that round of fighting to end. Locke, of course, noticed Jin's small motion just now. What's this? Didn't the girl before wholly not regard him as a man to guard against? Why does it feel this time like she's deliberately avoiding body contact with him? Unless the target is Jin, Locke never sits tight against young women members, preferring to do the hard job of piloting himself. After all, his status and looks are both fairly excellent. There really are no small number of women members with other thoughts. Locke himself has no such intent, so of course he avoids it. For those not single whose partners are set best to avoid suspicion too. Breaking the rule before letting the girl sit beside him at the time, Locke hadn't formed any thoughts, only knew the girl had no such intent toward him. She didn't like sitting tight against a strange man, one he'd invited into the squad himself, so of course he'd be more considerate. He never guessed he'd now quietly fret over this. Could it be that lately his behavior's a touch obvious, and the girl sensed his feelings, so she's deliberately avoiding him? Locke's gaze is deep. In the end, he still suppresses some thoughts not fit to say. It's fine, he can wait, so long as he stays by her side, blocking all the excellent men coveting her or any she might take an interest in. When the day comes she wants to date, naturally, she'll see only him. In this moment, Locke realizes what he thought was just a little liking has in fact held a fierce possessive desire, this surging, wholly unable to accept her belonging to another. But so as not to scare the girl, Locke shows nothing amiss on his face, smiling gently at Jin. He pulls a small box of Vitakid milk from the space and hands it over. That was high-intensity fighting just now. Nerves very tense right now. Have some milk to relax. He remembers she likes this brand a touch sweet, the flavor kids like. There's plenty of good fresh milk stored in his space too, but not convenient to drink on a chopper. Jin, seeing Locke didn't notice her small motion, breathes easier, takes the milk, thanks him, and drinks. It's the sweet milk she likes. Across the way, Dane's teasing voice sounds. Little Locke, is the milk only for Jin? Give Sky and me 2 each. Locke can't pursue a girl himself, and here he is obstructing my pursuit. This bothersome cousin. If everyone gets milk, how can he show his special care for Jin? Dane's spoken up, so Locke can only smile kindly and give Dane and Sky 2 boxes of milk each too. But he still quietly plays a trick. What he gives them is the plain fresh milk Jin most hates. Then he calmly pulls out a box of Vitakid milk and drinks. Dane thought this kid didn't know how to pursue a girl. Turns out he knows well, full of little tricks. Pity Jin only figures Locke did this to play matchmaker for Dane and Sky, deliberately giving them 2 identical boxes of plain fresh milk. As for his milk, the same Vitakid as hers. Maybe it's because Locke has the same taste as her, likes sweet too. One of life's 3 great delusions, he likes me, is truly frightening. Fortunately, today stays smooth. Aside from this one wave of infected birds, no more aerial attacks. They reach the mission site smoothly near the underground river's safe entrance. The chopper they used Locke has put away, to guard against him being unable to return in time or hitting trouble, delaying the return plan of the middle and outer exploration team after 3 days. The squad's large chopper isn't put away, but left with 3 people guarding it. During exploration, if members are hurt or tired, they can also return to the surface chopper to rest. The 5 rest a bit, then enter the underground river first. The rest of the team follows behind. That way, if the underground river holds some further unknown danger, it's the few strongest going first. The underground river has danger too, no small number of mutated fish and fierce water monsters in the river. But on the whole, so long as you don't go into the water, or when you can't win quickly leave the river back to shore, you can escape the fight. So the overall danger level isn't high. This is the situation met in the twice-explored middle and outer areas. The stretch traveled before had no incident. Reaching the deepest area explored last time, Locke says, "Ahead is unexplored territory. We've walked a few hours already. The stretch ahead has no shore path. Only travel by boat. Rest 2 hours first, eat something to recover strength, then keep going deeper." No one objects. In this dark, damp, underground environment, it's not fit to cook on the spot either. What everyone eats is energy food Locke pulls from the space prepared ahead by the cooks he'd instructed. All made from Tier 2, Tier 3 mutated beasts and plants. Tasty and energy-rich, able to quickly restore spent strength. And gifts. No small number of ingredients are products from Jin's space, too. Because she and her companions can't finish them, Jin brings them out to trade course with him. After dinner, finds a private spot in turn to handle personal hygiene. Jin summons Sheldon and Bolt, both having eaten a hearty dinner in the space, to stand guard, so the others can seize the time to rest. 2 hours pass in a blink. Jin puts the oversized Sheldon away, keeping Snowbell and Bolt outside. She also puts Koi in a portable clear plastic fish tank kept outside too. She uses a plastic tank because a glass one shatters too easily and can hurt someone. Getting Jin's instruction through the bond, Koi blows bubbles in the tank, and 3 streams of luck blessing quietly settle on Jin, Locke, and Sky. Jin and Locke, familiar with the luck blessing's effect, only feel like a light breeze brushing past. Sky, experiencing the effect for the first time, tilts her head oddly, feeling like there's wind, but not sensing it clearly. Locke pulls out a motorboat big enough for the 5 of them. The motorboat's engine noise plus its bright headlights will draw the attention and attacks of no small number of water monsters. This too is unavoidable. But luckily the motorboat's speed is fast enough and its bottom is reinforced with mutated beast material. Defense still very good. Most water monsters can't catch the boat's speed, so they can dodge a lot of trouble too. The motorboat runs ahead, flickering in and out a few hours, stopping midway to deal with some fast, hard-hitting water monsters, gathering a little purple moss and algae at various stretches. Of course the slain water monsters are all gathered up. Who knows, they might be useful for refining a Z-virus antidote. Just as Jin thinks the road ahead will be the same, unchanging, from afar they see the stretch ahead is no longer pitch black, but glows a faint, hazy purple. The once rushing river also grows much wider, looking more like an underground lake. As the motorboat gradually nears this underground lake, everyone sees clearly the source of the hazy purple glow. Turns out the rock walls around and above the underground lake are covered in a kind of glowing purple mushroom. The water sources feeding this underground lake number over a dozen, big and small, but even the largest can't take a motorboat further. The largest branch allows only 2 or 3 people abreast. And if you use Mind Force to trace one source up, you'd find the water keeps rising coming from the ground. Locke pulls out his military phone, opens the offline map app he'd downloaded, and says, "Above this underground lake should be where many lakes gather." Rough guess the water sources of this underground lake and river seep down from the lakes above. As for why the river water turned purple, maybe it's tied to all the glowing purple mushrooms around here. Around the underground lake are 4 or 5 empty underground caverns, the water inside much shallower, many spots walkable directly, the glowing purple mushrooms more plentiful too. Locke says these glowing purple mushrooms must have some special use. Let's gather more. To speed things up, let's split into 2 small teams. Dane has no objection and volunteers. Sky, Zed, and I will take the 3 spots on the left. Little Locke, you and Jin take the 2 on the right, okay? Though Dane has a bit of a wish to watch his cousin's fun, when it counts, he still knows to make a chance for his cousin to be alone with the one in his heart. Locke, of course, hopes to be alone with Jin. But with Jin deliberately keeping distance from him on the chopper, being alone with him now in a dim underground cavern might make her avoid him more. Besides, his aim this time is clear: help his cousin off the market. After getting Jin's agreement by mind, Locke says, "We're all trustworthy family, no need to hide anything. Everyone knows I have a storage space in my jade pendant." Actually, Jin has a jade pendant space too, just a bit smaller in capacity. meaning both Jin and I can promptly gather glowing purple mushrooms into the space to preserve them. Best to have Jin and me split up, that way we can use the spaces to the max. Locke looks at Dane. You and I have the strongest combat, surely we split into 2 teams too. So in the end it becomes Locke and Sky 1 team. Dane, Zed, and Jin 1 team. As for why not Locke and Zed together, by Locke's telling it's the fear of hitting danger, the fear that Dane would have to be the main force and couldn't look after Jin. So he has to put Zed beside Jin as her bodyguard to feel at ease. Jin has many companions, true, but her own combat strength is only fairly middling, and no one knows Jin's space can take in living people. Jin has no objection to this arrangement, because Locke told her by mind that he's deliberately making a chance for Sky and his cousin to be alone. He has a few things to say to Sky privately. Dane's a bit unhappy with the arrangement, but can't find a fit reason to object, so can only say, "Then let's meet every hour." Next, the 5 pick 2 adjacent caverns and go ashore to explore. In the caverns, besides glowing purple mushrooms, there are some other unnamed purple plants, only they don't glow. Called teaming up, but really it's 2 people, 3 people no more than dozens of yards apart. Each does their own gathering. That way, meeting danger hearing a sound, they can rush over to help in time. The cavern Locke and Sky go to isn't far from them either, just over 100 yards. The purple plant zones in the underground cavern have no small number of dark and damp-loving insects, but before entering the underground river, the group got plenty of insect-repellent powder and spray from dragonhead and tigerhead researchers. These insects dislike the smell and steer clear on their own. The first hour passes uneventfully. The 5 meet at the middle cavern. When Sky looks at Dane, her expression is a touch unnatural, but the cavern light is dim, and Dane doesn't notice. Dane only glances at Sky, confirms she looks unhurt, and shifts his gaze away. Dane says this spot's safe, basically no danger. It's just 9 at night now, let's gather 2 more hours. Then find a spot to rest first. Locke has no objection. Fine. And using the pretext that the cavern's not dangerous, Locke continues. Since there's no danger, let's go by our familiar teaming. Me, Zed, Jin, 1 team. You and Sky, 1 team. Dane blinks. Didn't you say that it'd make it inconvenient to store the picked glowing purple mushrooms? Jin knows Locke's deliberately making a chance for Sky and Dane to be alone, so she stuffs Bolt into Sky's hands. It's fine. Bolt, my companion, also has a portable space, about 20 square meters, just can't be upgraded. You 2 storing the picked mushrooms for it works the same. In the base, 1 in 100 people still has a small storage space gift. But Jin herself having a jade pendant space, her companion also having a storage space, that really isn't common. Dane looks at Bolt with interest. Really want to keep a rabbit like this? Can store things, and it's a rare lightning type attack power, even stronger than Old Lou's. Old Lou is the storage space gifted in Dane's fixed team. After reaching Tier 3, the space is 300 cubic meters, his main gift being Earth-type self-protection, no problem, but combat a touch weaker. Of course it's only because Old Lou isn't here that Dane dares say this, Sky says annoyed. Say that in front of Old Lou, he could bury you alive. Bolt nestles in Sky's arms and without any ceremony, climbs skillfully to her shoulder, showing it won't get in the way of their work. Before long, the 5 split into teams again. Dane actually has a bit of a mind to ask Locke already arranged himself and Jin into 1 team for his own gain, so why bring along that lightbulb Zed? Wouldn't tossing Zed to them be better so it's just the 2 of them? Dane even asks Locke by mind. Locke only answers, I'm afraid being alone would make Jin uncomfortable. It's not that far along yet. With a lightbulb there, she'll be more at ease. Dane keeps feeling his cousin's a bit odd today, just like before whenever he pranked the guy Locke unable to beat him by force. Would pull all sorts of wicked schemes to plot against him, but thinking it over, he finds no problem. He and Sky are teammates who've cooperated many times. Even if she toward him, there'd be no problem. He understands Sky's character well, some words. If she wanted to say them, she'd have said them long ago. Not speaking up means she knows now isn't the time for such things. Dane doesn't know when the right time is either. For his cousin wanting to date, he strongly encourages and supports it. It's the collapse, after all. If you've got someone you like and don't seize the moment, what if there's no chance later? As for the outside enemy existing beyond the infected chaos, Dane knows a little too. But when it comes to himself, he unconsciously feels he must rein in personal desire, put duty first. Years in the army formed this habit. He can't change it even if he wants to. So Dane, without a shred of suspicion, leads Sky off. At the cavern on the other side, Jin asks Locke by mind, "Locke, what are you scheming?" Clearly the 5 of us could act together, gather all the purple plants in one cavern, then move to another. What's splitting into 2 teams being more efficient? It's not much faster. They don't need to rush in so short a time. Locke chuckles. The girl's not so slow has some cleverness after all. So, while gathering purple plants, Locke recounts by mind what he just told Sky to Jin. He doesn't want Jin to misunderstand that he and Sky have some secret he can't tell her. Jin's eyes go wide. Didn't expect Locke to be this kind of person, even scheming against his own cousin, but Jin doesn't quite get why he'd do it. Isn't it a match your uncle wants to introduce to your cousin? What's the problem? Locke tilts his head, looks deep at Jin, and calmly admits, my uncle really is playing matchmaker recklessly. That girl's very fine, can't marry my cousin, so I can only help my cousin off the market first. Locke will show his best side before Jin, but won't hide his dark side either. This is who he really is, after all. If the girl fears this side of him, then he'll try to rein it in, hide the dark deep in his heart. Jin really wants to ask, who is that person? Very fine. How fine? Does Locke like the girl his uncle wants to introduce to Dane? But these words, the more Jin wants to know, the less she dares ask directly, afraid a slip would expose her own feelings. Her little head droops and she answers, "Oh, so that's it," with no intent to keep asking. Locke feels the girl's lost interest in chatting, only thinks she's scared off by his scheming even against his own cousin. She actually didn't care at all about that girl he mentioned. Does she not understand his care for that girl? Or maybe she understood, but guessed that girl in his mouth is her, afraid that spelling out their relationship would be awkward, so she plays dumb and doesn't ask on. Locke, normally sharp and decisive, becomes hesitant, unconfident, fretful over gains and losses when it comes to romance. Actually, he and Sky both never daring to speak up without an outside push, afraid speaking would cost the friendship too. No different from each other. Precisely because he's tasted this pain of one-sided love, Locke especially hopes Sky truly uses the potency draft he gave her and gets her wish, as if foretelling that sooner or later he'll get his wish too. The antidote to the potency draft is simple. Just soak in cold water a few minutes and the effect's gone. In this underground cavern, small water pools are everywhere. They've tested with instruments, the water here isn't poisonous. In fact, very good for the body. Besides the small pools, unlike the underground river and lake outside, have basically no large aquatic life, only some Tier 1 small fish and shrimp because the water's too shallow. So Locke has no worry that Dane and Sky will have some accident from the draft. Sky must have truly made up her mind, ready to act, deliberately pulling Dane to pick a cavern fairly deep inside, far from Locke, Jin, and Zed. The glowing purple mushrooms inside are a bit bigger than outside, the glow a touch stronger too. Sky pretends to be bitten by a venomous insect, gives a small yelp, as if in pain, covering her right arm with her left hand. Dane rushes over at once, asking anxiously, "Sky, what's wrong?" Sky seizes the moment he nears unguarded, and quickly presses a few times on the small, potency draft vial in her right hand. A faint fragrance spreads in the air. Dane breathes a few whiffs and feels something off. "Sky, what are you doing? What did you spray?" In just a few short seconds, he feels an indescribable heat rising from deep in his body. Bolt had been picked up by Sky earlier in greeting. Sky doesn't understand its rabbit speech, but common human phrases. Bolt often watches TV and can grasp. Right now, Bolt lies obediently in the bamboo mushroom basket Dane carries 20 yards off, not coming to bother them. These two humans are in heat, it gets that. This is Sky's first time doing such a thing, but having decided she has to do it well. Seeing Dane notice, she smiles and sprays the vial a few more times at his face. Dane. With the indescribable feeling in his body growing fiercer, Dane feels no need to ask. He knows what this is. Dane's face darkens, but he doesn't dare speak loud, pressing his voice low, saying angrily, "Sky, how could you do this kind of thing to me now?" In this place. Sky had deliberately held her breath a good while just now, so she breathed in very little of the stimulating vapor near none. She stands up, moves to a spot a dozen-odd yards off, ready to keep picking glowing purple mushrooms, as if the one who sprayed the draft at Dane weren't her. But Dane, hit by the draft, can't stay so calm. Reason tells him to get away from Sky at once to avoid something uncontrollable. But his body has its own mind wholly beyond control, striding fast towards Sky. After a heated kiss, Sky struggles to push Dane off and asks aggrieved, "I hear your father wants to introduce you a match." "Dane, what are you doing?" "Dane." At last he understands what that kid Locke was scheming. Dane hurries forward, wraps his arms around Sky, and explains fast, "There's no such thing. My father just doesn't know about you and me." He deliberately used me as an excuse to needle that insolent kid Locke off. Sky's already tested the guy's feelings, knows he's not without feeling for her, and doesn't mean to actually do anything in this underground cavern. She kicks Dane straight into the water pool behind him. "You and me, aren't we pure teammates? Nothing special about it." Dane, turned into a soaked chicken, finds soaking in cold water soothes the strange heat in his body, and isn't in a hurry to get up. He sits in the pool, wipes his face and says, "Sky, if you only see me as a pure teammate." "Why'd you spray this draft on me?" Sky's short-haired, dashing face flushes red, but she says stubbornly, "I just saw nothing dangerous around and cooperated with the Dragonhead researchers to study a new drug's properties. Can't I If you're unhappy next time, I'll switch to spraying someone else." "You dare to—" Not caring the draft hasn't worn off, he surges up again and wraps his arms around Sky. This time, Sky can't break free. When the two teams meet again, Jin notices Sky's lip is bitten till it bleeds. Dane's clothes are soaked through, looking bedraggled. But he grips Sky's hand tight, refusing to let go. Locke glances over and knows what happened. "Oh, looks like I'm about to get a sister-in-law." With that, he tosses over a backpack. "Cousin, change into dry clothes first." Dane catches it precisely and scolds angrily. "Rotten kid. I'll settle accounts with you later." Only then does he let go of Sky, take the backpack, and head back into the cavern. Zed is very confused. How did these two perfectly fine suddenly end up holding hands? Sighs suddenly he misses the one in his heart. "This time I'll go solo. I want to gather more plants here to bring back for Fern. She'll definitely love them." Jin, aren't they out on an important gathering mission? How to turn into a mouthful of dog food? Zed finishes and turns to leave. "Don't go too far. In an hour, gather and find a spot to rest for the night." Zed waves. "Got it." Bolt, seeing him go solo, seemingly a bit pitiful, hops after him and climbs into Zed's plant basket. It's a considerate rabbit. It'll shuttle between Zed's team and Dane and Sky's team every 10 minutes, storing the gathered plants. "Owner, you can do it. Go grab that formidable two-legged fellow." This is Bolt sending a thought. Jin blinks, glancing at Locke a touch guiltily. Locke smiles gently at her. Sky figures she knows who Hale wants to introduce as a match for Dane now. No wonder Locke's anxious. But she doesn't blame Locke. If not for that kid pushing, she and Dane might have had to wait till the collapse ended to come together. Not that that would be bad, but what if the collapse couldn't be ended? Wouldn't they miss each other? Even dead, they'd feel the regret. This way now is very good. However busy the work, it's not that you can't steal a little free time to date. Sky teases, "Little Locke, don't just talk about me. You have to try hard too." Locke smiles back. "Sure, I'll try hard." Locke and Jin return to the cavern they were in earlier. This time, Jin can't hold back and asks directly, "Locke, what did Sky tell you to try hard at?" Locke doesn't hide it. "Trying hard to get off the market." Jin. She'd guessed but didn't expect it really is as she thought. Locke had meant to go slow boil the frog in warm water. But he fears acting too slow, the little frog already in the bowl, hopping back out. Besides, even a rotten log of a cousin got off the market. Why should he be lonely and single? Jin's a bit dazed. "Oh, getting off the market's good. Locke, do your best." Boo-hoo, looks like Locke's about to be taken. She can't keep liking him. Suddenly, Jin notices something off. She says a touch unhappy, "Locke, you've already got someone you like. And you still used me as a shield in front of Fern. That's not right. What if the girl you like misunderstands?" If this man hadn't used her as a shield, steering her toward a relationship that's more than pure teammates, she wouldn't have thought wrong, and then felt Locke's a very fine dating prospect. So Jin, did you misunderstand? Jin. Locke's so nervous his palms sweat. Jin, I like you. If you don't dislike me, do you want to try dating me? Locke doesn't ask that Jin like him as much. Many couples starting out, it's one who likes and one who doesn't dislike, able to try dating first. Over time, surely Jin would gradually develop feelings for him. Jin had just picked a glowing purple mushroom till it drops to the ground. She almost thought she'd misheard. Seeing her stare blankly at him not answering for the longest time, Locke is a bit disappointed, but still says gently, "Of course, if you don't want to date yet, then at least give me a chance to pursue you. When you do want to date, tell me, okay?" The confession seems gentle yet hides a domineering edge. She can only date him. Wanting to date anyone else, no chance. How about let's just start dating right now? Locke, I like you too. This is the finest sentence Locke has ever heard. Zed is very glum. This mission, going deep underground to explore and gather supplies, finished very smoothly. No danger the whole way, but his 4 teammates all paired up. Before going underground, everyone was a single dog. Coming out mother only, he's still a single dog. On the speedboat leaving underground, Zed's aggrieved gaze looks at Dane up front piloting while holding his new girlfriend Sky's hand. Can't bear to watch him. Dane, aren't you and Sky being a bit too intimate? Dane speaks with righteous eloquence. I'm not neglecting duty. Besides, Sky and I have liked each other for years, only now coming together. What's wrong with a little closeness? Only this makes up for the sweetness we missed before. Gone is his former sparing of words liking, but firmly not saying. And Sky spelled it out. How would he dare play at seeing yet pretending not to know any more? He looks rather like he fears that if he's not proactive, not a little eager, his about-to-be wife would fly off. Sky had said this time she drugged him wanting a proper answer, wanting to end her past one-sided love. If he didn't like her, didn't want to date her, then say so early so she could switch to another team. Sees being young, she could still switch to liking someone else. Next time someone catches her eye, she'd absolutely never play the secret crush game, but go straight up and ask if they want to date her. Not want to, then switch. It's the collapse. No need to be too strict with herself. In short, no matter what, she has to taste love before facing a stronger enemy of unknown strength, lest she die on the battlefield not knowing what love feels like. Dane always feels Sky likes him more. Look, she can't hide it even trying. He likes her too, or why always keep her close, to look after and protect? But there were too many things more important than romance. Sky confessed to him, but also spelled out she doesn't absolutely need him. Her feelings seem not as deep as he'd thought. How can this woman be like this? Her mouth says she likes him, yet she's already thought of finding someone else. Dane never thought of finding another slow to dare speak. Because his missions are more dangerous, higher intensity, he feared that if one day he couldn't return, he'd fail Sky. But when Sky truly said she'd go find someone else, he couldn't bear it. He can't die. Absolutely can't die. Die and his bride-to-be would run off with another one. So now Dane doesn't care about embarrassment anymore. So long as he's not fighting or busy, if a hand's free, he has to grip Sky's, using action to show he values her greatly and to declare his claim. Sky, always strong, rarely shows a bashful look, but still lets Dane hold her hand. What finding someone else it was, all to trick the guy. Without a few needling words, he wouldn't know to cherish the present. Zed, stuffed full of dog food, quietly turns to look at the couple at the boat's rear. Jin, held by Locke, sits astride his lap. Locke kisses Jin's forehead, kisses both cheeks, kisses the tip of her nose. About to keep going down, Jin buries her face in his neck, embarrassed. Locke, there are people around. Locke wraps his firm arms around the girl's slim waist and coaxes gently. It's fine, just treat them as air. Air, Zed. Jin's still very shy. What if a water beast attacks and we can't react in time? It's fine, Zed's keeping watch. Tool, Zed. Locke gently rubs the head of the girl with her top knot, coaxes her to lift her face, first reaches to cup her chin so she can't dodge, then kisses down domineeringly. This time, the kiss lands, of course, on those rosy lips. Jin's eyes go wide, mouth opening in surprise. and the man seizes the chance to slip in, tangling with her a while. Locke sends a thought. Good girl, treasure. Close your eyes. Jin answers by thought. How are you so skilled out? Did you before? Locke never kissed anyone else. Learned from studying materials. Jin. Wait, he never had a girlfriend before, so why study materials on this? Locke. The other day, once I realized I liked you, I started looking up materials to study. Well, did I learn pretty well? Absolutely can't give his girlfriend a chance to say he poorly. Jin barely manages to push him off, breathing hard. It's passable. Though this exchange wasn't spoken aloud, only the two of them knowing, it's still embarrassing. She surely can't say she's very satisfied kissed till her legs went soft. Locke's gaze deepens. Oh, so Treasure Jin isn't satisfied enough yet. As your boyfriend, I need to practice and try harder to improve more. With that, he kisses down again. Jin. Didn't expect Locke dating to be this style. Like he means to compete with cousin Dane, absolutely refusing to lose. Dane and Sky often hold hands. He doesn't just hold hands the moment there's a chance. He hugs her, kisses her. Truly hard to withstand. Busy as she is, Jin still has to spare a little mind force to watch the other three on the boat. She finds Dane's just stolen a kiss from Sky too, saying, Sky, let's kiss more once we're home. Rest easy, your husband's kissing skill is absolutely not bad. This is him quietly comparing with Locke. Sky rolls her eyes barely together, and he's already calling himself husband. And his kissing skill kissed her lip till it bled, and he still dares brag. As for Zed in the boat's middle, he holds a heap of glowing purple mushrooms and some non-glowing purple plants, and is arranging flowers, muttering under his breath, once we're back, I'll go confess to Fern. She doesn't agree, I won't go. A girlfriend, everyone's got one. Jin. The kid nearly fell ill from envy. Fortunately, after returning to North Haven, Zed takes his bouquet made of glowing purple mushrooms and goes to confess to Fern. When Fern moves to refuse, he grabs her and won't let her leave. On top of that, she actually has a fondness for Zed too, or she wouldn't often accept his gifts. Refusing before was only to get to know him a bit more. After a while, observing Zed's character and ability are both very good. Fern goes along and agrees to be Zed's girlfriend. She'd thought this time the guy would finally let her go. She's in a hurry to get back to an experiment. But he lifts her and spins her around in front of everyone. Ah! I finally have a girlfriend. Fern, can I kiss you? Fern? Struck dumb, there are still plenty of colleagues watching. She raps Zed on the head. Kiss your head! Put me down now, and you're not allowed to call me by pet names. A grown man cooing pet names all day sounds too weird. Zed. Why is your girlfriend so fierce? Clearly doing research, yet fiercer even than Jin and Sky over in the combat-focused Dragon Claw and Tiger Claw. Oh well, she looks pretty cute when she's angry too. Zed grins foolishly. Beat means love. Scold means care. His girlfriend likes him plenty too. After Jin returns to base because Locke has zero intention of hiding it, dragging her along everywhere now and then draping an arm over her shoulder, circling her waist just short of grabbing a loudspeaker to announce to the whole base that he's dating. Their relationship simply can't be kept secret. Still, Jin agrees to this. They're not celebrities, no one's stalking their romance, no need to hide. So, news of the two being together soon reaches Cole at the lab. These past days, Cole has barely returned to the villa to rest in the lab every day. And even resting in the break room means going into the space to keep running experiments. After hearing his sister and Locke are together, he goes blank all over. He returns to the villa complex and finds only Jin there. Locke's gone with his uncle to report on the underground river. Cole says upset. Didn't you say you and Locke were peer teammates? His good sister was back not long, and she's already been swindled by that Locke. Jin blinks. Big brother, you don't want me to date? Or do you think I'm the type who forgets her own brother once she has a boyfriend? Cole? He clearly came to question his sister. How did he end up questioned instead? Still, Cole hurries to answer. Of course not. I know you, Jin. You're not that type. Then that's settled. Even if I have a boyfriend who becomes a husband, even kids later on, you'll always be my most important family. Don't tell me that once you marry and have kids, you won't value this sister anymore. How could that be? A sister is always my most important family too. Besides, he doesn't even have the shadow of a girlfriend, never mind kids. Then you want me to break up with Locke, only finish missions, no dating. I don't mean that. I just want to see whether he's sincere with you, whether he treats you well. If he dares bully you, Jin smiles. Then you and I deal with him together. Absolutely, I'll never forgive him. Jin has nearly finished soothing Cole. So when Locke returns from his business, he finds his future brother-in-law, though not fond of him, doesn't object much, says a few harsh words, then hurries back to the lab. Jin knows Cole cares about her greatly, but her brother loves the research work too. Now that she has a boyfriend, Cole can focus more on research, worrying and missing her a little less. After Cole leaves, Locke clings to her again, hugging Jin, refusing to let go, like he's starved for touch. Jin, barring certain moments, there's no way I could bully you. I don't love you enough as it is. Jin! She'd meant to ask, when would he bully her, but she feels the man's kiss growing fiercer. She thinks she understands. Chapter 111. Racing to Tier 9. Fortunately, Locke still knows restraint. He doesn't push things to the limit the moment they're together, giving Jin time to adjust gradually. Afraid, too, that rushing would scare off the girlfriend, he'd only just coaxed into his hands. The young people's romance sails smoothly, and the research work at the lab goes just as well. The glowing purple mushroom's pure energy property is stronger than the pure energy plants found before. Most crucial, its pure energy factor also carries a strong assimilation ability, a kind of contagion, making other high-tier mutated plants carry the pure energy property too. With these glowing purple mushrooms in hand, they can artificially cultivate many kinds of pure energy plants, including but not limited to medicinal herbs, grains, fruits and vegetables. Eating grains and produce grown from crops with faintly purple roots, meaning pure energy, whether ordinary person or gifted, the body's short-term resistance to the Z virus rises sharply. As pure energy plants spread across the country, even the globe, the violent factor in the air grows thinner by the day. 4 months on, the violent factor density drops below the safe line. The energy in the air, no refining needed. The gifted can cultivate directly. Half a year on the Z virus preventive vaccine is researched successfully. Patients infected with the Z virus but not fully turned also have a specific cure brewed from pure energy herbs. 9 months on the infected and infected animals in the country are wiped out entirely. Across the globe, the infected are nearly gone too. Ordinary people begin rebuilding their homes. No small number have moved out of the communal bases, once again having a small home of their own. Since the global acid rain since the collapse broke out in full, only about a year, this war between humanity and the infected seems near its end. But the high-tier gifted all know this collapse isn't over yet. The human gifted's power, as if accelerated many times over, climbs very fast. The strongest gifted, like North Haven's Locke Dane Jin, East Haven's father-son pair Tarquin and Terran, South Haven's Sky Vane and Zephyr Yun, West Haven's sisters Bianca and Blanca and Tamsin all have advanced to late or peak Tier 8 one step from Tier 9. At some point, a saying spread among the high-tier gifted, the moment one person or one intelligent creature breaks through to Tier 9, Cerulea's outer realm battlefield will officially begin. That person or creature could belong to Cerulea's side or to the outer realms. The strong across Cerulea cultivate for their lives, each hoping to be the first to break Tier 9. Over these 9 months from Tier 3 to Tier 8, Jin has bonded a few more companions with 5-star potential. There's a polar bear ice and strength type bonded at Tier 4, bonded on a mission to the Arctic. There's an eagle wind and flight type bonded at Tier 5, its wingspan fully able to carry Jin and a few small companions into battle, and very fast. There's a panda steel and strength type bonded at Tier 6. Living up to its Iron Eater name besides bamboo, it likes eating metal, and often likes to fight the polar bear. There's an orca water and gravity type bonded at Tier 7, with a floating bubble function too. It can leave the water to fight in the air. There's a monkey fire and steel type bonded at Tier 8. Jin didn't much like monkeys, but who could refuse a monkey whose idol is the Monkey King, and who's even learned staff techniques? Jin hasn't reached Tier 9 yet, but a Tier 9 companion is already prepared. It's a Black Panther space and shadow type named Shadow. Worth noting, Snowbell on hitting Tier 6 unexpectedly awoke a light type gift too, jumping several tiers. Awakening a second gift is very rare, but there are a few cases nationwide. Two space-type cats with opposite light and shadow attributes often fight. The panther has stronger attack. Snowbell has stronger survivability, basically even. The tiger cub sometimes wants to butt in too, though single affinity banking on its thick skin and greater strength its larger build, so long as those two don't use space to flee, it really can't be beaten. But using space attacks on the tiger cub isn't convenient to go too hard, and the cub's fur can metallize. A small space blade only scratches its itch. A large space kill costs too much energy, unfit to use on one's own companion. Snowbell and Shadow at this point drop the infighting and instead team up, tossing the tiger cub from one space portal to another, playing until the cub is dizzy. Not only can the tiger cub not withstand Shadow and Snowbell's dual space portals, every other companion facing this move gets spun in circles. Can't land a hit, simply can't land a hit. So Jin absolutely must bond Shadow. Right now she's working hard to break Tier 9 as soon as possible. In the island space, Jin has only 10 villas and 2 buildings left. A mini food street set aside for herself and the companions. The rest she's traded away for rare cores. The island space's energy density is mostly Tier 8, but around the manor, where Jin lives, a great deal of energy-gathering stone is scattered, the energy density reaching Tier 9. Jin has moved a dozen-plus companions' homes to the manor. The 3 water dwellers live in the big lake behind the garden. The wood types take root around the main villa. Jin encourages treasures whoever hits Tier 9 first. I promise an extra reward. You can name your own request, so long as it doesn't break the rules. And I can do it, anything goes. Time limit no more than 1 week. Many companions naturally can't avoid comparing, vying for favor, squabbling. Fortunately, they know restraint and won't truly hurt each other badly. Everyday food and cultivation resources, Jin never lets them lack. What can especially motivate them is Jin's favoritism. Among the companions Snowbell and Bolt are the 2 small fluffy ones. Jin most often hugs, kisses, and cherishes. They're the ones the other companions most envy. Chapter 112. Healthy Competition. The Willow is a bit envious too of Bloodvine, always able to fight at their owner's side. But its can't-move nature can't be changed. Now it can split off 80 little saplings. Its main body peak Tier 8, each willow branch with peak Tier 7 wood attack and auxiliary healing. Mainly winning by numbers. Bloodvine won't be outdone. In combat mode, it drives tendrils sprawling everywhere. Besides the main tendril, there are 7 auxiliary tendrils, each with a different toxin, some numbing, some corrosive, some hallucinogenic, some driving people or beasts violent, and one stimulating. So the moment Jin spoke this promise, she could nearly guess a companion or plant would very likely ask her to, out on the battlefield, dote on that one beast or plant alone. The whole week during that time, best to ignore the other companions, especially their sworn enemies. The companions and plant companions are all excited, scrambling to cultivate hard. Even Goldie, the lowest tier venomous bee, only early Tier 8 strength a touch low. Not only does she strive herself, she leads her swarm of hundreds of thousands to strive too, going out daily for nectar-eating honey, absorbing air energy to strengthen. The one relatively laid back is the mid-Tier 8 black turtle. Its descendants have expanded to over 1,000 now, but the count still falls far short of Goldie's swarm. It asks Goldie, puzzled Goldie, you win by numbers, you could live well without even trying. Goldie says, what do you know? If I hit Tier 9, my 12 bee general disciples will no longer be capped by my level and can advance to Tier 8. Even if I'm not the first to Tier 9, I can help our owner a great deal. In short, even if she can't be the first to advance, Goldie wants to strive, adding more strength for their owner. The black turtle. Makes sense. It had wanted to slack a little, but now it can't go on. Even a 181-year-old turtle has to keep up truly terrifying. The other companions? Damn it, even the weakest is trying this hard. As an old-timer with a whole horde of underlings to lose to a tiny bee. No, it has to strive to level up. Can't slack anymore. Afraid of being the last to Tier 9, that'd be too humiliating. Goldie and old Sheldon through the lowest tier of the companions. No one dares look down on them. After all, each brings a whole clan to serve their owner. And Old Sheldon is famous for defense. Any attack landing on it is like scratching an itch. But these solo fighters becoming the last to Tier 9, their household standing would drop to the baby of the family. The companions and plant companions all strive for their lives to level up. In the end, the first to Tier 9 is Shadow the Panther, the latecomer. Mainly because it came latest. Jin met it at early Tier 8 only just over a month ago. Before cultivation resources all had to be found by itself. The panther overlord of the primeval forest tasted for the first time the feeling of meat fed to its mouth, and took in such pure energy for the first time too. Plus, Jin used a few drops of willow essence to heal many internal wounds in its body, with a bit more striving wanting to surpass Snowbell, to become Jin's most favored, even for just a week. So it became the first to Tier 9. Jin probes with mind force, carefully checking the panther's body, and says, a touch angry, "You're too reckless, Shadow. You actually used self-immolating a bit of your life force to temporarily boost your talents. If you hadn't drunk the leftover willow essence before, this time you might have become a crippled panther, though it luckily advanced the panther's nose, mouth, and ears all bleed." Willow the Willow conscientiously extends a long branch healing the panther's wounds. It even adds a drop of willow essence for it. Willow essence can not only heal surface wounds, but also replenish the small bit of life force it burned. Koi the Koi thinks quietly, this panther could hit Tier 9 first, thanks partly to it just secretly granted the panther a luck blessing. Who told the panther to be among the 3 cats, the smart ones? Snowbell and the tiger cub always look at it drooling with hunger. Only the panther is smartest, always treating it warmly and politely. Though Koi knows it counts as its owner's favorite too, no hugs or kisses, but that's only because it's a water creature, not fit for closeness with humans. In short, better to let this crafty panther hit Tier 9 first, than dumb Snowbell, rowdy husky, hot-tempered, battle-loving tiger cub, or Bolt who counters it. The younger ones after are formidable too, but not as clever as Shadow. Shadow surely knows it could be first to evolve to Tier 9, thanks not only to its own effort, but inseparably to Willow's essence and Koi's luck blessing. It'll remember this favor. Sure enough, once its wounds stabilize, Shadow uses mind force to express thanks to Koi Koi and Willow Willow. Jin isn't unaware of the small schemes among the companions. Beyond discord, there's cooperation too, but so long as they don't hurt each other badly or harm their own potential, she'll turn a blind eye. This is all healthy competition. In the end, the one who benefits is still her. Once Shadow fully recovers, Jin formally seals the companion bond with it. Shadow knows too, though, its strength counts as tops on Cerulea. Off-planet, they're still the outside enemy. Relying on itself alone to fight survival, odds are low. So it won't turn on her banking on having evolved to Tier 9, obediently sealing the bond with Jin. Snowbell and the other fluffy ones are all bubbling with envy and speed up their cultivation too. Talon the eagle too. It doesn't want the fluffy ones lording over it too long. The sky's overlord absolutely won't lose. Wraith the orca, ocean's overlord, cries 2 notes, glaring at the koi who didn't help its fellow waterkin but helped the land beasts instead, and speeds up its cultivation too. Chapter 113. On to the battlefield together. Munch the panda grunts twice, left paw gnawing a metal cookie, right paw gnawing an iron bamboo, now and then drinking a basin of milk, eating happily. Titan the polar bear hibernates in a villa, simulating an ice and snow environment, quickly digesting the ice cores it ate. Rascal the monkey holds a metal staff, swinging it mightily through the stone forest, smashing a boulder with one strike. Relying on the bond with Shadow Jin, formally evolves to Tier 9. When she leaves the island space and appears in the outside world, Locke, Hale, Dane, Sky, Zed, Cole, and the others are already waiting for her. Hale says gravely, "The military satellite captured it. Outside Cerulea's atmosphere, many floating islands suddenly appeared. On them are many humanoid creatures, but their bodies carry no small number of plant and animal traits. By the future images the prophecy-type gifted saw, these humanoid creatures call themselves the Myriad Clans, from the dying Everworld, the only planet with life fit for survival in that Everworld realm, now on the brink of destruction. The Everworld's peak strong opened a space-time passage aimed at our Cerulea. Fortunately, Cerulea's consciousness resists stubbornly setting many rules, buying us a little time to grow. During this window, the Everworld's myriad clans have to start cultivating from scratch again. Their mother planet is near exhausted, cultivation resources scarce, but they have very rich cultivation and combat experience. As Jin and Locke each break Tier 9, the battlefield between humanity, mutated beasts, mutated plants, and the myriad clans is about to open up. If humanity loses, Cerulea becomes their spoils. Humanity, and most mind-awakened mutated beasts and plants, will no longer exist. Only now does Jin notice that. Turns out, Locke, secluded in his villa lately, has broken Tier 9 too. Probably only a few minutes behind her. Locke steps forward, takes Jin's hand and says gently, "Don't be afraid. Whatever situation we meet, I'll fight at your side." Cole. Me too. Don't think I only cared about research this while. My level and combat experience haven't slacked either. Cole and Inkling on his wrist have both reached peak Tier 8, one step from Tier 9. Dane Sky and Zed too. Hale Older cultivates a touch slower. He's only early Tier 8 now, and his gift is Earth-type. Defense, not bad, but combat a touch weaker. So he'll hold the military rear in charge of command. The front line can only be left to the young people, Hale says solemnly. All hands ready to board the fighters. Advance to the Outer Realm battlefield. The Outer Realm battlefield lies on the floating islands beyond the atmosphere. Ordinary aircraft from before could never fly to such heights. However, thanks to the protective coating and defense systems made from mutated beasts and plants, the fighters can now easily reach this altitude. And gifted from Tier 6 up have greatly enhanced constitutions. Even in the vacuum of space, they can hold out about 20 minutes. Every gifted fighter boarding brings shoes that let them float and 3 portable oxygen tanks in their packs. Of course the floating islands have air. The oxygen tanks are in case the battlefield spreads beyond the islands. All of this Cerulea's leadership learned ahead from the prophecy-type gifted. Foreknowing no small number of combat details preparing ahead, plus many other similar preparations, they can spare Cerulea's gifted fighters in the first battle from heavy losses due to poor preparation or failing to adapt to the battlefield. When Locke's level hit Tier 8 in the prior time resets, the crucial memory fragments all returned in full, mostly about the Outer Realm battlefield. Of the many preparations now, no small number were pushed by him. Still, however thorough the preparation, it can only keep Earth's gifted fighters from falling into clear disadvantage against the clan's ordinary fighters. Whether the fight wins in the end hinges most on the high-tier forces. Now Locke's level has hit Tier 9. Going all out, he can unleash attack power of 10 to the 9th. But after going all out, he'll fall into a severely weakened state too. Before every failure came, because after he defeated the enemy's highest combat power, the Clan King raised with the whole clan's strength, he'd lose all combat ability. The enemy could easily end him. Who knew the clans hit a trump card? There wasn't just one Clan King, but 2, and there was a space-type Shadow Queen too. Then, under the Shadow Queen's lead, the clan fighters drove Cerulea into retreat after retreat. Not until the second reset did the clans reveal the Shadow Queen's existence. But even knowing so what, they had no one with killing power as mighty as Locke. And on the Outer Realm battlefield, space-type was truly too broken. Most of the time they were helpless against the Shadow Queen. Locke once tried to assassinate the Shadow Queen. Pouring out his all, he did solve the Shadow Queen. But the Clan King, controlling time and destruction, would bypass him, cast time pause, and carry out wide-area slaughter on Cerulea's gifted fighters. In the end, he could only trade fatal blows with the Clan King. And the clan battlefield rear left behind a group of the clan's new generation elite, overall stronger than Cerulea's new generation force. In the end, humanity and 80% of Cerulea's species perished. Before Locke thought the clan's aim was to occupy Cerulea, but in fact not. What they wanted was to plunder Cerulea's planetary essence, bring it back to save their mother planet, so it could extend its life 100 million years. And Cerulea, which should have had tens of billions of years left, once stripped of its planetary essence, would swiftly disintegrate, explode, become cosmic dust. Cerulea is a living planet with autonomous consciousness, of course unwilling to face such an end, sparing no expense of essence force triggering the time reset. The essence force a planet's consciousness can use in a short time is limited too. 9 resets in a row is the limit. This is the last. Chapter 114. The Outer Realm Battlefield. If this battle on the Outer Realm battlefield, Cerulea's gifted fighters and the clan fighters still lose, then all life on Cerulea itself included will no longer exist. This 9th time reset, not only is Cerulea's gifted fighters' growth rate sped up sharply, the clan fighters' growth rate is no less either. But this time Locke is deeply confident, because in the highest combat force he no longer fights alone. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands anymore. Now there's Jin to fight shoulder to shoulder with him, and Jin isn't alone either, with many companions as her sturdiest shield. 10 months of dating, Jin and Locke's relationship is very stable. Both have confirmed the other as the most trustworthy teammate, and she hides none of her skills from Locke anymore. Doing missions together, they've drilled coordination many times, avoiding mistakes from insufficient teamwork. The reason Jin trusts Locke so, besides his being her boyfriend, is that after her gift hit Tier 4, she went again to the study of the main villa in the island space and saw the second letter her parents left. This time, no image, only a short line of "Join forces with Locke Ashby, break Tier 9, destroy the Clan King and the Shadow Queen." At first, Jin was a bit lost. She didn't even know what the Clan King and Shadow Queen were. Only later did she get the answer from Locke. Come to think of it, she in the island space must be the last resort her parents prepared to deal with the Shadow Queen. Cole has a small space to hide in too, a backup plan in case she proved unreliable. Still, the truth proved if Jin died, Cole would blacken to where his head held only vengeance impossible to rely on at all. This life Jin lives well, and Cole's state is stable too, even contributing greatly to pure energy plant research. With pure energy plants' aid, Cerulea's gifted grow at unprecedented speed. Even if the strongest group of Cerulea's gifted fighters trade deaths with the clan fighters, the new generation force remaining on Cerulea won't necessarily fall short of the clan's new generation force. Of course, this holds many uncertainties. Whether Jin or Locke neither wants to die on this Outer Realm battlefield. If you ask Locke's greatest fixation, it's that he and his girlfriend have dated 10 months, and beyond kissing, touching, holding, they still haven't gone a step further. Cerulea has reset 9 times. He's finally escaped single life, but he's still a 10,000-year-old virgin. Nothing Ford, who told his girlfriend to insist on waiting until the fight with the outside enemy ends, then going home to Cerulea to marry. His girlfriend's a bit conservative, wanting to save the first time for the wedding night. Actually, not quite conservative. Every time she touches his abs, she touches quite eagerly. Locke knows Jin only fears he'd feel there's nothing special left to look forward to. Still clearly remembering the death in battle memories of past times, feeling numb toward death. Feeling dying once more is no big deal. Can't reset space-time anymore. Then good, permanent release. Undeniably deep in Locke's heart now and then such a thought truly arises. Whoever bore the title of Cerulea's strongest through 9 times, each ending in failure, could hardly avoid a sense of defeat. Not that his strength is lacking, even facing the Clan King or Shadow Queen alone he could single-handedly end either. But everyone's a peak strong of near equal level. Asking him to fight 2 at once, it's truly beyond him. People can't be wholly without negative emotion. This is the deepest negative emotion in Locke's heart. Jin surely isn't sharp enough to sense the deep thoughts in his heart. She's simply guarding against the unforeseen. Afraid, too, that after the two open a new world, they'd cling to each other all day, unable to wholly focus on raising their gift level and honing combat skills. And Jin's reason for not wanting to die on the clan battlefield isn't that she hasn't had her boyfriend, but simply that she was once blown to death by a gas canister, only then returning to this body, becoming the present Jin. She doesn't want to experience the feeling of death again. That extreme pain before death once is enough. She hasn't lived enough. There's so much she wants to do. Of course that includes being with her boyfriend, sweet and loving, and going with her brother to see their parents. She's very curious how on earth did their parents predict the future and prepare her such a marvelous island space. The beast bond gift she has is truly broken. How was formed? Was it their parents' help? However, once she truly reaches the Outer Realm battlefield, the tangled thoughts in Jin's head are all wiped clean. Her head holds only one thought: this battle we must win. Locke, looking at Jin beside him, has the same thought. Half the floating islands on the Outer Realm battlefield near Cerulea are empty. These islands are ones Cerulea nurtured and drove to birth. And the islands slowly advancing towards Cerulea are ones the clans birthed by sacrificing their mother planet's scant remaining life force. By the time Cerulea's gifted fighters reach Cerulea's islands, the two sides' islands suddenly close much faster. In just a few breaths, they're right before their eyes. No need for words, no slogans. Loch Dane's sky plus the leading figures of the other 4 great bases, plus Tier 8 gifted fighters of other nations, stand at the island's front, all charging first. A large number of Tier 6 and 7 gifted fighters follow close behind. Cerulea's combat force isn't only humanity, there's a considerable number of mutated beasts too. Mutated plants too, only very few, and mostly relying on humans and mutated beasts to act together or holding the rear. Jin possesses Shadow the Panther first to Tier 9, sticking close behind Locke. Shadow at full form is 4.5 meters long, fast with a space-type gift too. Jin sends Locke a thought. Love get on Shadow. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Locke doesn't stand on ceremony. He often goes into the island space too, helping feed, often fighting alongside his girlfriend's companions. Chapter 115. Sethra. Locke leaps up, Shadow crouches in time to cooperate, letting Locke sit firmly on it. One man, one panther, in seamless sync. A stranger would think Shadow is Locke's combat companion. Across the way, the clan king, leading the clan fighters' charge, is a tall, burly man, features monstrous snake scales on his face and red eyes. Locke Ashby, my old human rival. I thought this time you'd have some grand trick. Turns out, it's just one more Black Panther space and shadow type. Relying on this one beast, you can't hold my old comrade back. You overestimate yourself. The woman standing at the very rear of the clan's floating island, left hair white as snow, right black as ink. Wings on her back, one black, one white too. Her left face perfect as an angel's, her right face a gory ruin, with a fearsome writhing tentacle she mutters too. Not quite right. The Dreamsight clan's foresight said this time humanity would produce a woman drawing all eyes. Could it be just that female panther? Damn it, all my guarding against the unforeseen wasted. Afraid my own space gift and the soul moth's combat power weren't enough. After facing Locke Ashby, my space gift drains no strength left to fight back, letting that ugly, blood-sucking beast parasitize my face. The bloodsucker understands its host's disgust, its tentacle writhing more fiercely. If that human, Locke Ashby, weren't wholly beyond reason, unmoved in the least by her angelic looks, able to pause time, his strength great enough to blow her head apart, even the soul moths hidden on her wings, all destroyed, why would she, out of sheer terror of this man's savage combat power, let a bloodsucker parasitize her face? Combat power strong, but truly ugly, Sethra consoles herself. Fine, maybe this time Locke Ashby won't choose to move against Garla, but without a shred of tenderness for the fair sex choose to move against me. With the blood mob, I might not lack the chance to counter-kill him. With that, she uses a tiny space blade to cut her fingertip, dripping a few drops of blood onto the tentacle on her face, soothing. The bloodsucker, actively fed by its master, happily rubs its tentacle against her intact left cheek. Sethra, from nauseated at the start, has adapted well now. On the floating island Sethra stands on, all are Ravenwing and Snowwing clan fighters, but they all stay over 100 yards from Sethra. A Ravenwing fighter approaches trembling. My Queen Lord Garla sent a secret order telling you to hold off going to the battlefield for now, Sethra says coldly. I know. She wears a comm device on her ear too. How could she not know? Making the Wing Clan fighter deliver the secret order in person is only because the tentacle on Sethra's face suddenly extends fast, grows large. Its tip sprouts countless small, vicious mouths biting off one of this Ravenwing's arms. The Ravenwing fighter gives a shrill scream. Sethra scolds angrily, Trash. It's just eating one of your arms. It grows back. What are you screaming for? The Ravenwing fighter covers the bleeding wound and hurriedly flaps away, staggering. He quickly pulls from the small pouch at his hip a rare healing pill, one per person, and swallows it. Soon after swallowing, he grows a new arm. Only a newly grown arm in the end isn't as good as the accustomed one. Its strength only half of before. And having used up his sole rare healing pill, if he's badly hurt on the battlefield again, he loses the chance to quickly heal surface wounds. He'd have to flee at once. But not using it wouldn't do either. An arm lost before even reaching the battlefield, plus heavy blood loss. On the battlefield, he'd surely be the first ended. The bloodsucker on Sethra's right face, done eating an arm, still unsatisfied, shrinks to thumb size, writhing on her face, endlessly sending Sethra thoughts. Hungry, eat. Sethra happily soothes her little companion. Don't rush, soon you'll enjoy a rich feast. With the blood maw, who knows? On this battlefield, I might hit tier 10 directly. Then it's a crushing match. On the very rearmost floating island, she laughs madly. And at the very front, Cerulea's and the clan's islands have met, both sides' fighters tangled into a melee. Locke rides the space-type Panther extreme speed several blink leaps, and each strike is an all-out attack equal to tier 6, 10 to the 6th a millionfold strength plus doubled pain, easily ending a few tier 8 clan fighters standing at the front hard-to-tangle gifts. Not long before, Garla still scorned the space-type Panther. In a blink, his face turns blood red. In the end, he still uses his time pause ability, quickly throwing a group of front-row tier 8 fighters to the rear, only then dissolving Locke plus Space Companion's first unstoppable assault. Locke quits while ahead, taking the Panther back dozens of yards. Garla, why'd you use your time ability so fast? The clans are a bit weak this time. You'd better quickly call out that white-haired girl too. Charge together, or I fear you won't hold even 3 hours. After gifts hit tier 6, people of different nations plus the clans, so long as they exert a little mind force, can grasp the other's meaning. No communication barrier. Of course, roars too monotonous, unable to accurately express meaning, from mutated beasts and plants don't count. Garla's face darkens. Aren't you always sparing of words on the battlefield? This time you've the mood for a war of mouths. Looks like this Space Panther really gives you no small confidence. I'd rather like to see just how much ability it has. As Garla speaks, he casts destruction energy at Locke and the Panther. The Panther instantly blinks, dodging. But next, countless destruction attacks come in waves. The other gifted all fight in a chaotic scramble too. Locke understands Garla's intent well to drain the Panther's space gift dry. The Panther, its build so large, carrying him too, often using its space gift to dodge it, will drain its gift fast. Then it can only be slaughtered at will, like the strategy he once used against Sethra. Chapter 116. Turning the scheme around. Locke's gaze darkens. He turns the scheme around. Shadow, shrink your form, we split up. Shadow roars its form, instantly becoming a half-meter little panther, its body suddenly far more nimble. But in Garla's bloodshot eyes flashes excitement. What he wants is to separate Locke from this panther. The panther, without Locke's super strong attack and time pause protection, he only needs to send a few more tier 8 fighters to tangle it, and soon it's downed. Garla darts forward, flinging out dozens of venomous snakes to coil Locke, keeping him from pulling back in time to help the panther, and quickly orders his 9 tier 8 guards to deal with the panther. Garla had 12 guards, but at first contact, Locke ended 3 he prized most. Locke makes as if to help the panther, but tangled by Garla and his venomous snake underlings, furious, he can only become a snake-slaughtering fiend. His energy gun blazes aimed at these strongly venomous but ordinary attack, ordinary defense snakes. Garla knows these snakes don't work on Locke, cooperating with destruction energy to hold him. He thinks smugly space-type is formidable, but appearing on a mindless beast. What a pity. He reckons before long that panther will become an incomplete corpse. And on the battlefield, where Garla thinks the panther will surely be crushed one-sidedly, Jin appears. After dropping her possession-restoring human form, her first move is to deliberately let the panther draw the enemy close to a Wild Bull clan fighter trying to end the panther, ended by her in one move. The 3-meter mutated metal longblade in the hand of the 5'6" girl makes her look smaller still. Her features exquisite and lovely, stirring an urge to protect in whoever looks. Yet her eyes are all cold slaughter. Jin nimbly spins onto the back of the panther, now mid-form over 2 meters tall. The panther blinks a few times, Jin's longblade and the blood vine on her wrist striking as one. Whoosh, another giant rabbit clan fighter's life taken. A fireball from a fire-type lion clan fighter suddenly comes out, about to engulf Jin and the panther. A husky suddenly appears, opens its bloody maw, swallows this fireball, and even burps.
Woof, 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 grrr. Not enough more.
The clan's Tier 8 guards instantly drop by 2. Don't fear, the advantage is ours. We've 6. She's just one person. 2 mutated beasts, 1 mutated plant. Jin smiles faintly. Want to compare numbers with her? Naive. Except Snowbell the Ragdoll cat evolving to Tier 9, the tiger cub, and a few unfit for aerial combat, the rest of her companions are all summoned. Each even wears a small willow branch bracelet with heal and mind-calming functions. Bolt Black Turtle Polar Bear, Titan Panda, Munch Monkey, Rascal holding a metal staff, plus Bee Queen Goldie and her 3,000 bee underlings, crushing by numbers.jpg. Not releasing more venomous bees and turtles is simply for lack of room, and no need hiding cards first. In just 3 short minutes, Garla's remaining 6 Tier 8 guards are surrounded by Jin's companions. Jin still relies on Shadow Space Gift and Shadow Very Sensible doesn't fight her for kills, only snatching 1 Deer Clan fighter. Looking at those long antlers, can this be eaten? Jin doesn't know either. She has Shadow cover the surrounding area with Shadow Energy, then draws all the Tier 8 clan corpses into her space. The enemy has human form, but the gift cores must be taken. As for the corpses' ahem parts with clear plant and animal traits, she takes without a shred of pressure. Even their flesh can be kept as Bloodvine's evolution nutrient. Locke has said the clans also raise some mutated beasts and plants as companions, one kind being the blood maw that can absorb flesh. If not for their intelligence being too low, breeding ability weak, numbers limited, defense not very strong, and disobedience, sometimes even eating clan people, otherwise more blood maws would put Cerulea at absolute disadvantage. So rather than let the clan corpses become an advantage for the enemy's bloodsuckers, better to make them nutrient for her bloodvine. Even Cerulea gifted corpses will have space-type gifted who seeing them retrieve them in time, avoiding becoming nutrient for the clan's bloodsuckers to grow. Jin first puts Bloodvine into the space so it can quickly go absorb those Tier 8 clan's flesh, evolving to Tier 9. Next, she leads her combat companions to keep fighting. Awakened, the hunting hour has come. Sethra at the rear learns a woman truly appeared on the front battlefield, and she has many Tier 8 companions, plus a Tier 9 space-type Black Panther. She instantly can't sit still. She spreads her wings plus casting her space gift. In a blink, she's at the front battlefield. Cole and a few Dragonclaw members have just dealt with a Yaksha clan squad of over 100. Their bodily combat power is especially strong, but their mind force is fairly weak. With Cole's mind gift control, however formidable the Yaksha's physique, they become logs reacting a few beats slow, mind force fairly low, even killing each other. The Dragonclaw members handling these thick-skinned ones instantly find it far easier. Having controlled the newly arrived Yakshas, Cole seizes a free moment, bringing Inkling to check Jin's side. He finds Jin leading many of her companions, dealing with the clan's #1 elite squad, about 1,000. This squad has 10 Tier 8s plus 490 Tier 7s, 500 Tier 6s, coordinating with seamless sync too. Jin, aside from a few higher tier bonded companions, most of her venomous bees are Tier 6. Tier 7s aren't many. If not for her companions' combat power all being strong, and Jin able to possess a companion any time to dodge she really might be hurt. But Jin's side is a bit suppressed too. Chapter 117. Awakened. The hunting hour has come. Of course, deploying the #1 elite squad to deal with Jin, a super strong beyond the clan's expectation, the clans aren't without cost. On the Outer Realm battlefield, the other Cerulea fighters against the clan fighters mostly hold the advantage. The pressure falls to Jin to bear. Cole knows if Jin truly can't win, she can duck into the space, or have Shadow carry her clear of the fight. She deliberately leads her companions to hold on for their lives, wanting to seize more advantage for the others. Cole ignores whether the Dragonclaw members without him would find the Yakshas harder. With their ability, they shouldn't die for now. He's a brainless sister obsessive. Before wholeheartedly researching pure energy plants, was also to make an environment where his sister could absorb energy outside at ease. Cole immediately summons dozens of venomous snakes very familiar with his mind control, plus thousands of insects, rats, venomous ants joining the battlefield together. The two siblings lead over 10,000 mutated beasts. The situation turns in a blink. Jin, afraid her brother seeing her in danger would do something extreme, quits the limit-stretching game with the enemy, stops squeezing her companion's potential to test whether they can break through in combat, and quickly summons a large batch more venomous bees, plus a small group of defense-good turtles. By the time Sethra, relying on her space gift, blinks a few times to the front line, Jin has gone from being suppressed by that 1,000-strong squad to suppressing them instead. No, it can't be called a 1,000-strong squad anymore, because over half the 1,000 are gone, only over 400 left. Most didn't even get the chance to use their rare healing pills before becoming corpses. Worse, there are many little willows absorbing the energy in the rare healing pills every clan fighter carries. What devilry is this so sinister? Little willow who's sinister? Aren't I just copying that bloodvine's plundering ways? Any energy good for me, absorb it all. Right? These rare healing pills, it loves them. Willow feels this is the key to its Tier 9 evolution. Sethra says coldly. That hateful woman, your opponent, is me. This, she says to Jin. Jin long noticed this winged woman who knows space too. She must be the Sethra Locke mentioned. But by Locke's description, Sethra should be a wing clan white as snow all over. How is she now black and white, and the tentacle writhing on her right face? Seems to be a blood mock. Jin can possess a companion as energy harmless to the companion, but she'd absolutely never do as Sethra, letting an ugly beast like a blood maw parasitize her face, and unable to separate, fused into one. Sethra notices Jin's gaze at her right cheek and instantly rages, especially seeing Jin's face lovelier than her own. She grows more envious, more unreconciled. Why, everyone's a beast controller. Yet this woman can control more companions than her, and the faint space fluctuation on her, what's that? Doesn't she only have one space-type Black Panther? But these questions needn't be asked. Jin wouldn't answer her head-on. Sethra flaps her wings, countless white, semi-transparent soul moths flying at Jin. Jin orders Shadow and Goldie, lead your underlings to block the rest of that 1,000-strong squad. With that, she summons a fresh batch of turtles and venomous bees from the island space. The other companions, she recalls their combat force circling her, staring at the distant Sethra. Cole uses Mind Force to steer venomous snakes and insects to keep dealing with the elite squad. He himself, bringing Inkling, stands beside Jin, fighting shoulder to shoulder with her. Against a mind-type mutated beast like the soul moths, Cole is more expert. The moment his Mind Force appears, the soul moths flying at Jin instantly turn back toward the 1,000-strong squad behind. Sethra never guessed one of her greatest killing moves would be broken so easily, and the one breaking her soul moth control isn't Tier 9 Jin, but Cole only peaked Tier 8. Cole specializes in Mind type. His Mind Force is even a touch stronger than Tier 9 Sethra's, so he easily seized control of the soul moths. Sethra is very lucky. Luckily, she still has the blood moth parasite. It parasitizes her fused into one, absolutely uncontrollable easily. Sethra, furious, pierces space to before Jin a few meters off. The blood moth parasite quickly sprouts countless tentacles attacking Jin. Just as Sethra thinks at such speed, such mighty attack Jin absolutely can't dodge, the other's whole body vanishes. How can this be that Space Panther is clearly meters from her back? In fury, the blood moth parasite keeps growing, attacking the distant Cole, but right after Cole's form vanishes too. In fact, Jin and Cole only ducked into their own spaces. After absorbing a few attributeless clan-gifted cores, Snowbell has evolved to Tier 9. Jin brings Snowbell out of the island space, blinking behind Sethra. She swings her long blade, slashing hard at Sethra's wing. Locke has said Sethra's battle robe is made with all the clan's strength defense superb. Her weak points are the head and wings exposed. Attacking elsewhere, even breaking the defense, is very hard. So Jin chose to slash her wing first. Sethra senses danger, using space to dodge, but still a step slow. Most of her left wing is slashed clean off. Chapter 118. The battle ends. Sethra had meant to have the blood moth parasite's tentacle absorb this wing. Her wing is fine material too, but the half wing gets retrieved by Jin first. Cole also appears from where he'd vanished, and the moment he appears, fires an energy shot at Sethra. Though it can't deal fatal damage to Sethra and the blood moth parasite that's absorbed countless flesh, it successfully draws their attention. Sethra says angrily, "You dare gang up on the weak, shameless? If you've the ability, fight me one-on-one." Jin sneers. "Only a fool fights you one-on-one." When you and that snake man ganged up to bully my boyfriend, why no talk of one-on-one then? Sethra, you're Locke Ashby's girlfriend. To think he'd... Sethra, ended by Locke several times, both hates and fears him, and has even grown a twisted infatuation. After all, he's stronger even than Garla. Pity the other's a human. Their two clans are sworn enemies, fated never to be together. Luckily, the prior times no other woman ever appeared beside Locke. Who knew this time a girlfriend appears beside Locke? And her strength wholly no less than Sethra's, with many trump cards too. Sethra rages, instantly blinking before Jin. Jin uses possession, appearing on Snowbell, perched on Cole's shoulder. Sethra aims a space storm at Cole. Snowbell carries Cole through space, easily dodging. The Panther even charges over, actively absorbing that space energy orb, replenishing a bit of its much-drained space energy. Sethra can't believe it. A second space companion, tier 9 at that. How can this be? But in fact, Jin's tier 9 companions number more than 2. Bloodvine, knowing its owner fights outside, evolves to tier 9 at extreme speed. This time, when the Bloodmaw parasite's tentacles spread over, Jin no longer chooses to dodge, but uses Bloodvine's tendril to actively coil it. Both are carnivorous, love drinking blood, but Bloodvine has no blood. It's what the Bloodmaw parasite hates most, a plant. And the Bloodmaw parasite carries a thick blood scent. In a blink, the Bloodmaw parasite screams shrilly in pain. Extreme agony drained in reverse. This pain is shared with host Sethra too, making Sethra want to retract the Bloodmaw parasite, and her space escape comes half a beat slow. Right after the Bloodmaw parasite's flesh is drained dry by Bloodvine, and Sethra's own body is space-sealed by 2 tier 9 space companions, Snowbell and Shadow, working together, no longer able to use her space gift. She instantly becomes a phoenix, with feathers plucked, a tiger with fangs drawn. Jin, boosted by many companions, has strength 10 times a normal tier 9 gifted's. Long blade in hand, she easily slashes off Sethra's remaining wing. Then Sethra's head is pierced through at once by Jin's long blade, and the golden blade of the tiger cub just evolved to tier 9. Until death, Sethra never guessed that she, a dignified tier 9 space, strong with many other means, would end so easily and unjustly. Jin retrieves Sethra's corpse. Treasures keep going, there are plenty of foes left. The 1,000-strong squad is dealt with, but there really are no small number of foes left. This time, the clans hid 2 newly advanced tier 9s, plus a group of tier 7 and 8 experts. They'd meant to sweep the battlefield by crushing but finding the front line near totally lost, no longer caring to hide their strength, hurriedly deploy the newly advanced Night King and Fox King, plus a group of tier 8 strong to the front. By now, Locke has dealt with his old rival Garla. If Garla hadn't cultivated 9 clones, he wouldn't have been so hard to end. After using his strongest move to solve Garla's main body, this time though, Locke is drained. Dane guards him firmly and gives him in time a quick recovery drug made from tier 9 pure energy plants. After Locke quickly recovers his combat power, he goes to regroup with Jin and Cole, meeting the newly arrived Night King Fox King, plus a group of tier 7 and 8 clan fighters they lead. By count of tier 7 and 8 strong, the clans hold the advantage. By count of tier 9s, humanity holds the advantage. The clans strong are utterly baffled by this woman Jin, mighty as a bug, bonding so many tier 9 companions. Where on earth did she crawl out from? But this question they're fated to have no answer. Through several days of fierce fighting, in the end, Cerulea wins a total victory, not only wiping out all the clan fighters on the Outer Realm battlefield, but even infiltrating the enemy's lair, wiping out all the clan's new generation force, sparing none. Just as the clans did to humanity the prior 8 times. But the clan's mother planet has wholly no energy to trigger a space-time reset again. After the clan's new generation is wiped out entirely, their mother planet, already near the end of its life, stands on the brink of disintegration. Locke and Jin withdraw in time, returning to Cerulea. The floating islands outside Cerulea have vanished, all turned to essence stars, returning to Cerulea's body. On the fighter, Locke asks, Jin this time, we're back, shouldn't we get married? You already agreed. Jin doesn't hesitate, taking her boyfriend's hand. Yes, we get home and marry, Cole says sourly. Didn't you say you wanted to find parents? A big matter like marriage. Shouldn't we wait for them to return before deciding? Though in his heart he doesn't know whether their parents can return. Locke thinks a moment. True, a matter as important as marriage, better with the bride's parents there. Jin, of course, hopes to see her parents too, though she has no memory of living with them. Without the island space they prepared, this time Cerulea wouldn't have won so easily on the outer realm battlefield. Jin says, "How about this? We wait 3 more months. If our parents still haven't returned and there's no news, we stop waiting." Locke kisses her forehead gently. "Fine, then 3 more months." Said they'd wait 3 months to marry. Before, Jin swore up and down she'd save a certain thing for the wedding night. But on the first night after the total victory on the Outer Realm battlefield, back on Cerulea, Jin couldn't hold back and thoroughly claimed her boyfriend. Chapter 119. The Grand Ending. Locke thoroughly claimed looks very satisfied. 2 people of super constitution, this battle went all day and night. Then, after drinking a drop of willow essence, Jin fully recovers. Locke wants to keep unlocking more new poses with his girlfriend, but reality doesn't allow. The base has much waiting for him, the one in charge, to handle. Like the base's transition, fully restoring social order, work, school. The Ashby family's commercial empire has to be rebuilt too. Jin, go on, work hard to earn money. There's a whole big family waiting for you to support. Jin means her companions all evolved to Tier 9 during the fighting. Actually, Locke needn't support them. Her island space can. But a man, after all, with pressure comes drive. Locke, yes, wife. Come dawn, I'll go earn money for the family. Come night, I'll serve you again. With that, he kisses Jin's lips. Jin, not even married and calling her wife, but they've both settled on each other. Whatever he calls her is fine. After Locke leaves, Jin washes up and goes to the study of the main villa in the manor. The 2 prior letters from her parents are here. She wonders whether after winning the final victory, this study will show a new letter. Actually, the moment she returned to Cerulea, she wanted to check in, but a man's beauty is too alluring. She couldn't resist temptation, so she delayed a day. This time, when Jin steps in, a letter has indeed appeared on the study desk. The letter's content holds a lot of information. Why was the first time image mode and the second and third writing mode? Of course, for fear, Jin wouldn't believe it first, and also writing saves more energy. Turns out Jin's parents, Everett Shaw and Evelyn Ashford, accidentally fell into a space-time rift years ago, entering a higher plane of tech cultivation. Now they're both renowned high-level cultivators in that tech cultivation plane. Their strength now exceeds the limits Cerulea's plane can bear. They can no longer return to Cerulea. Having deduced that Cerulea faced an evolution tribulation, also an extinction tribulation, they and other prominent figures from Cerulea arranged and strove a great deal. Among them, 2 named Heron Ashby and Yuki Ashby, on the same doomed flight, fell into the same space-time rift. They too found a way to pass some things to their son Locke Ashby through the rift, like Locke's jade pendant space and a gift stronger than a normal person's. Heron and Yuki can't return to Cerulea either. Due to certain limits, they can't even convey much information. Jin could receive so much more information because her soul was sent to a parallel space to train for years, belonging to Cerulea, yet not wholly belonging to it, so she could know no small number of heavenly secrets before the collapse came. The golden fingers she gained, the island space, the awakened gift Spirit Bestiary, are all the luck of the prior 9 times gathered into one, able to be this sky-defying. In the end, becoming the key to turning the war between Cerulea and the myriad worlds. Finally, Evelyn wrote, "The Fate. Star-Lord has calculated, the Ashby boy is your destined bond. You 2 can marry. The day you break Tier 10 is when you 2 can sense the space-time rift, and when our family reunites. The space-time rift is stable during the full moon. Dangerous other times, best cross during the Mid-Autumn Festival. From Tier 9 breaking to Tier 10 short is 5 years, long is 10. Don't rush. Your brother has no fate in the mortal world. You are his greatest tie. Help me urge him to cultivate hard. Love, Mom and Dad, Everett Shaw, Evelyn Ashford." Jin knows her parents and other prominent figures from Cerulea, like Locke's parents, surely strove a great deal for Cerulea's survival. This time, after Jin finished reading the letter, didn't turn to energy and vanish. So Jin takes the letter to show Cole. Cole, I thought after wiping out all the infected and saving Cerulea, I could slack off focus on research. No need to strive anymore. Turns out I still have to cultivate. Nothing for it who told our birth parents to be waiting up there, and my sister-in-law are fated to go up too. If I don't go, what if he bullies you? Jin really wants to counter, wouldn't our parents take her side then? But Locke couldn't possibly bully her. Jin encourages Cole. Big brother strive a bit more. I want to go to the upper realm with you, whether 10, 20, or 30 years. I want to see you often. Cole rubs his sister's head. Fine, it's just tier 10, right? I'll strive. Through many days of high-intensity fighting on the outer realm battlefield, Cole advanced to tier 9 too, but to tier 10 there's still a bit of distance. Jin adds, 10 years, 10 at most. If you don't reach tier 10, my treasures and I will go ahead. Cole, 10 years is plenty. I'll research a drug to raise gift level harmlessly. Though the level gained this way is fairly hollow combat power, not matching self-raising, it's easier. Jin. Fine. Worthy of being my brother. Chapter 120. Reuniting with their parents. The end. Jin continues. If our parents can't return, then my wedding with my treasure. Cole. You can't wait 10 years. Just said, Cole immediately corrects himself. Doing it now is fine too. Wait to reunite with our parents up there, then do it once more. Cole also thinks Locke's very sought after now. Not holding the wedding soon, he fears someone would want to steal his sister's spot. Disaster. Of course, plenty want to steal his sister from Locke too. After all, Jin's looks and strength everyone sees clearly. Better to let them tie each other down fast. Or clearly knowing these two are a couple, no small number still come ask him, would your sister mind an extra boyfriend? They're not married yet anyway. Everyone's got a chance. For combat, I'm no match for Captain Locke, but I'm domestic. I can do housework. All a bunch wanting to be kept. These people truly too degenerate. So a month on North Haven holds a grand wedding. The stars are Jin Locke plus Dane Sky Zed Fern. 3 newlywed couples, each a match of talent and beauty, but the most striking, the most eye-drawing are Locke and Jin with the strongest strength. By now, the nationwide network's restored, and no small number watch this wedding live online. Ah, our homeland's twin kings are married, wishing you happiness forever together for life. Wishing Locke and Jin an early heir gray hair together. I'm different. I came to find a partner. Anyone want to marry me, have kids, and later strive for a chance to make our children classmates, even in-laws, with Locke and Jin's kids? I'm 26, 5'11", steel type, tier 6. Astonishingly many couples truly did pair up. However, those wanting to wait for Jin and Locke to have children won't get to wait on Cerulea. 5 years on Jin and Locke plus Cole, the 3 first to reach tier 10, leave the relevant space-time rift data for the homelands. Then that year's Mid-Autumn Festival through the space-time rift leaves Cerulea's plane to a higher plane of tech cultivation. As for the kin Locke cares about most, grandfather Old Ashby, he lies in a hibernation pod in Jin's space, crossing the border to this plane too. This is the way Locke saw in a dream his parents sent. Because Old Ashby is Locke's bloodkin, it can be done. If Old Ashby did something monstrous in that world, both Locke and Jin would bear responsibility. Of course, for his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, Old Ashby wouldn't do anything monstrous. And Everett Shaw, Evelyn Ashford, Heron Ashby, Yuki Ashby, through divination, knew their children and elder would arrive this day, and long ago piloted a starship waiting near the space-time rift's entrance. Kin long separated, reuniting everyone, deeply moved. Dad, Mom here. Jin throws her arms around her parents. Cole squeezes in. Me too, me too! The Ashby family's way of showing feeling is far more reserved. But reuniting with a son, daughter-in-law, or parents long unseen, once thought long dead, Old Ashby and Locke are moved beyond measure too. Yuki actively hugs her son. Heron hugs his father. Dad, 1,000 words to say, in the end all become one line. Dad, Mom, I missed you. We missed you too. Jin and Locke hold another grand wedding witnessed by both sets of parents. Both sets of parents hold power in top forces of the tech cultivation world. Now the two families join strong with strong. Becoming a peak force is only a matter of time. Locke and Cole sheltered by their big-shot parents and striving themselves to quickly adapt to the tech cultivation plane's rules, living very comfortably, becoming geniuses of the younger generation in the tech cultivation world. Jin takes charge of eating and lazing off, leading her companions and plant companions to eat, play, and enjoy life, passing very happily. The striving business she'll play 3, 5 more years before thinking about, but every time someone thinks she's the weak point, the Achilles heel of Lock and Cole, and runs to bully Jin, they get dealt with very miserably by Jin. The other cultivators. She's so formidable with so many formidable spirit companions. Why didn't she say so sooner? Faking weakness for what? Don't dare provoke. Don't dare provoke. Jin. She didn't want this either. Who told her foundation on Cerulea to be too good companions, too many parents, in-laws, brother, and husband, all giving her cultivation resources together. Every companion a cultivation fiend that even earns its own resources. Gaining cultivation lying still. Is that her fault? Children. The tech cultivation world doesn't prize comparing children, only comparing personal wealth and strength. Whether wealth or strength, Jin, Locke, Cole are all standouts of the younger generation. The journey in the new world has only just begun. And Jin and Locke, after a very long time, when the two together ascend to the upper realm, are still a loving couple, the envy of others.